Meng Hao, a scholar who was the eldest grandson of the Fang family in the Eastern Victory Star. At the age of 7, he was taken by his parents to the Southern Heaven Star and raised there. After his parents left, he lived alone in the state of Zhao. Originally a scholar, he later by chance was brought into the Leaning Mountain Sect by Xu Qing. And from then on embarked on the path of cultivation, with the desire to command heaven as if it were my destiny. Step by step, his personality gradually changed until he became an old monster. Zhao Kingdom, a remote and humble nation, yearns for the prosperity of the Eastern Tang dynasty, an aspiration reflected in its capital's towering Tang-styled building, rivaling the palace in height as if reaching for the Tang capital of Chang'an. At the peak of Mt. Azure in Zhao Kingdom, a young scholar named Meng Hao, 16 or 17 years old, sits deep in thought. Hailing from a poor family, Meng Hao lost his parents early on and now pins his hopes on changing his fate through education, but has repeatedly failed the imperial examination, leaving him in a state of poverty. At that moment, staring at a gourd in his hand, Meng Hao's heart is heavy with confusion and fear. He sees no clear path forward, no way to make a living. In his desperation, a faint cry for help reaches his ears from the bottom of the cliff. Meng Hao looks down to see several young men stranded on a ledge halfway up the mountain, one of whom he recognizes as Wang Yukai, a carpenter's son. Meng Hao becomes anxious, but he has no rope to save them. Thinking quickly, he uses vines to fashion a makeshift rope, lowering it down the cliff. Just as the rope is about to reach the stranded youths, a cold, sinister presence approaches Meng Hao from behind. He turns to see a pale-faced woman in a silver gown, her expression devoid of emotion. Some talent, she says. You seek me out. A stroke of luck for you. With a wave of her hand, a gust of green wind sweeps Meng Hao up, taking him down into the crevice after her. Once there, he sees Wang Yukai and the two other boys standing in the cavern. The silver-robed woman gestures again, and another gust of green wind appears, lifting Meng Hao, the boys, and the woman out of the cave and into the sky. As they soar through the green wind, the word immortal flashes through Meng Hao's mind. When Meng Hao opens his eyes again, he finds himself on a flat, bluestone platform, halfway up a mountain. The peaks and valleys around him are shrouded in mist, creating a scene of otherworldly beauty. To his surprise, Meng Hao and his companions are face to face with two men wearing green robes. The woman tells the men, "Take them to the servants' quarters." With that, she flies away. Meng Hao's heart fills with anticipation, assuming he will be working for immortals. A promising opportunity for financial gain. The green-robed men gesture for Wang Yukai and one of the other boys to follow them to the servants' quarters in the south. Meng Hao watches the silver-robed woman leave, his heart pounding with a sense of wonder and excitement, as if his destiny is about to change dramatically. Mount Reliance Sect, once the foremost of the 4 sects in the southern region, has now fallen into decline. A millennium ago, the Mount Reliance ancestor established the sect with his dominance. However, with his disappearance for 400 years, the sect has weakened. It can only recruit menial servants through abductions and lost the right to openly accept disciples. Meng Hao, led by a man in green robes, met a chubby little boy on his way to Mount Reliance Sect. They are assigned to the menial servants' quarters in the north and tasked with chopping wood. Each of them receives a coarse linen robe and a copy of the Qi condensation scroll. Meng Hao realizes that this is a cultivation method for Qi condensation and becomes excited. The horse-faced youth in charge of the menial servants tells them that reaching the first layer of Qi condensation will allow them to become outer disciples. While the little boy is stricken with despair, Meng Hao remains calm. He reads through the Qi condensation scroll and discovers the Mount Reliance ancestors' opening words. One should have support. For mortals, it is a lifetime of wealth. For cultivators, it is a lifetime of security. Join my Mount Reliance sect, and I shall be your support. Meng Hao comprehends the true intention of Mount Reliance Sect to find support within the sect and ensure a life without worries. His eyes light up, determined to find his support on this path of immortals and fulfill his ambition of fame and fortune. That night, the little boy sleepwalks, causing a commotion in the room and injuring his mouth on a table corner. Meng Hao, with his booklet in hand, is filled with excitement, believing that achieving immortality will lead him to his dreams. Suddenly, the door to the room is kicked open, followed by a cold grunt. At the odd job office in the northern district of the Reliance Sect, Meng Hao and a fellow odd job worker called Little Fatty were bullied by Hu Yi Tiger Lord, the odd job foreman, and ordered to cut down 10 extra logs daily. Crafty Meng Hao discovered that Little Fatty was unusually brave when sleepwalking. So he used this method to intimidate Hu Yi. Meng Hao chopped firewood during the day and studied the Qi condensation manual at night. 2 months later, he finally condensed heaven and earth spiritual energy, entering Qi condensation on the first level. Little Fatty was overjoyed upon learning of this, and hoped that Meng Hao would take him along. One day, Meng Hao's spiritual energy dispersed throughout his body, and he officially became an outer sect disciple. Senior brother Horseface cautioned Meng Hao about the brutality of the outer sect, and Meng Hao took his jade slip to register at the treasure pavilion of the outer sect. At the treasure pavilion, he acquired a magic treasure and a storage pouch. Upon returning, Meng Hao discovered that Little Fatty had disappeared, and he felt a pang of emotion. He ventured alone to the isolated dwelling assigned to him by the outer sect. And upon entering, his expression changed dramatically. After entering the treasure pavilion, Meng Hao was awestruck by the dazzling array of treasures. His gaze fell upon an unremarkable bronze mirror that drew praise from a cunning man. The man claimed it was a peerless treasure that only a fated person could obtain. Under the man's persuasion, Meng Hao hesitated but was eventually convinced to take the mirror. Upon arriving at his outer sect dwelling, Meng Hao found it far better than the menial quarters. He studied the mirror, but its purpose remained a mystery. He witnessed the constant strife and scramble among the outer sect disciples. Learning the harsh laws of survival, Meng Hao faced a cultivation bottleneck, requiring an abundance of spiritual energy to break through to the second level of Qi condensation. Pills and spirit stones were vital in accelerating his cultivation. One morning, a bell tolled, signaling the day for pill and spirit stone distribution. The outer sect disciples gathered in the plaza, awaiting the figures on the auspicious cloud platform. An elder in a golden robe, a handsome young man, and the woman Meng Hao had met 3 months ago appeared. The woman's gaze upon Meng Hao held a hint of complexity. Meng Hao realized that the competition and struggle among the outer sect disciples had only just begun. At the outer sect's alchemical ceremony of the Reliance Sect, the atmosphere was filled with tension. Elder Shangguan Shu announced that in addition to the usual medicinal pills, a precious drought spirit pill would also be bestowed. When the drought spirit pill was revealed, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. Meng Hao, a newly joined Qi condensation layer disciple, unexpectedly obtained the drought spirit pill. The greedy gazes of those around him instantly locked onto him, and his situation became extremely perilous. Just when everyone was eyeing him like tigers, Meng Hao cleverly shouted out that he was indebted to the person who had gifted him this fortune, who turned out to be Senior Sister Xu, an inner sect disciple. He publicly presented the drought spirit pill to Senior Sister Xu, expressing his gratitude and cleverly placing himself under her protection. This move caught everyone by surprise, and those who had originally planned to seize the pill immediately abandoned their thoughts. Senior Sister Xu accepted the pill and, in return, lent Meng Hao a cave abode on the south peak that she had obtained in her early years. Meng Hao ingeniously diffused the crisis with his wisdom and resourcefulness, gaining the protection of an inner sect disciple and a favorable cultivation environment. This earned him the admiration of the outer sect cultivators and the appreciation of the Reliance Sect's peak lords. At Mount Reliance Sect, the renowned Senior Sister Xu lends a cave to Meng Hao, a newly inducted disciple. The cave not only boasts a serene environment, but also houses a spirit spring teeming with spiritual energy. Meng Hao is thrilled, as the energy density in the cave far surpasses that of the outside world. Mysteriously inscribed with runes throughout the cave, Meng Hao deduces that they were used by Senior Sister Xu to accumulate spiritual energy. As he explores, he discovers with delight that the spirit spring replenishes its energy over time. However, during a hunting trip outside the cave, an eerie event transpires. Meng Hao's talisman mirror heats up, and the wild pheasant he caught emits a piercing cry as its rear explodes, killing it instantly. Horrified, Meng Hao discards the pheasant and retrieves the mirror. He notices that any beast in the mountains that the mirror targets screams and perishes with a burst posterior. Ecstatic, Meng Hao realizes that the talisman mirror is a rare treasure. Despite its peculiar effect, he eagerly sets out to hunt again, eager to confirm the mirror's miraculous ability. Meng Hao walked along the barren mountains, holding a rusty bronze mirror in his hand. blowing up the butts of dozens of ferocious beasts along the way. He discovered that the bronze mirror was particularly effective against hairy creatures, while scaly creatures had no reaction. At dusk, Meng Hao had already gone deep into the mountains and was about to turn back when a gust of hot wind suddenly hit his face. A monkey-like monster with dense fur responded with a deafening roar. Meng Hao's face changed greatly, recognizing that this was a monster at the second level of qi condensation. At the critical moment, Meng Hao took out the bronze mirror and shone it at the monster. A scream resounded through the mountains, and the monster's butt was splattered with blood. Its expression twisted, but it did not retreat. Instead, it pounced on Meng Hao, its body bursting into flames. Meng Hao dodged. He dodged clumsily, then aimed at the demonic beast again. This time, the demonic beast's rear exploded open 5 times in succession, and the copper mirror in Meng Hao's hand seemed to tremble slightly with excitement. The monster's butt was blown up by the power of the bronze mirror, and its lower body fell to the ground in a bloody mess. Dying, Meng Hao was amazed by the power of the bronze mirror and took the demon core from the monster's body. As the demon core integrated, Meng Hao's body reacted violently, and spiritual energy rushed through his body like a stream, breaking through to the second level of qi condensation. However, even more surprisingly, Meng Hao discovered that an additional demon core had appeared on the bronze mirror. He suspected that the bronze mirror had absorbed the spirit stone and copied the demon core into 2. This discovery excited Meng Hao, who realized that the bronze mirror had even greater power. However, spirit stones were crucial for cultivators, and the Kaoshan sect where Meng Hao was located was very poor, making it difficult for disciples to easily obtain spirit stones. Meng Hao became anxious, urgently needing spirit stones to verify the bronze mirror's copying ability, thereby accelerating his cultivation. But to get spirit stones, he had to either wait for the monthly pill release or rob other cultivators. Meng Hao pondered how to get spirit stones, but as a cultivator at the second level of qi condensation, he knew that robbing was unrealistic. He found himself in a dilemma, filled with helplessness, and the old anguish of being short of money resurfaced. Meng Hao acquires a copper mirror that reveals the heavy fur on spiritual beasts. A month later, he masters the fire serpent technique and eagerly tests the mirror's effectiveness. He ventures into the wilderness, hunting for spiritual beasts to practice his technique, successfully killing them. One incident, Meng Hao encounters 5 elephant-headed, tiger-bodied spiritual beasts near Black Mountain, whose formidable aura forces him to retreat. As the pill release ceremony approaches, he laments his failure to advance to qi condensation level 3 but finds solace in his newfound confidence in the copper mirror. At the pill release square, Meng Hao faces the ruthless Zhao Wugong. Zhao demands Meng Hao's pills and spirit stones, even his cave. Unwilling to surrender, Meng Hao unleashes the fire serpent technique and flees into the wilderness. Pursued by Zhao, Zhao transforms into a human-shaped spiritual beast using the beast transformation technique. Realizing defeat, Meng Hao refuses to surrender. He uses his familiarity with the wilderness to outmaneuver Zhao. In a moment of desperation, Meng Hao shines the copper mirror's light on Zhao. Instantly, the golden fur on Zhao's body explodes, eliciting a piercing scream. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity to escape, with Zhao hot on his heels. Using the mirror's light to suppress Zhao, Meng Hao manages to break free. Enraged, Zhao vows to reclaim Meng Hao's cave and spirit stones. Meanwhile, Meng Hao rejoices, realizing the copper mirror's immense potential. He resolves to utilize it diligently, hoping to elevate his cultivation level. Meng Hao encounters Zhao Wugong, a cultivator in the 3rd level of qi condensation. Zhao employs a demonic technique that transforms his body, enhancing his speed and strength, and launches a fierce attack on Meng Hao. Meng Hao retaliates, using a copper mirror to illuminate Zhao, triggering an explosion of berserk energy within him, causing him immense pain. Meng Hao hesitates and tries to stop, but Zhao remains relentless, vowing to kill Meng Hao's entire family. Enraged, Meng Hao activates the copper mirror again, causing Zhao to scream in agony as his ears, chest, and leg explode. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Meng Hao is horrified and conflicted. After internal struggle, he seizes Zhao's storage pouch, burns his body, and buries his ashes. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Meng Hao examines the storage pouch, finding a substantial amount of spirit stones and condensing spirit pills. Recalling the mirror's ability to replicate demon cores, he decides to experiment. He inserts a demon core and spirit stones into the mirror, successfully producing 2 copies of the core. Overjoyed, Meng Hao consumes the demon cores and condensing spirit pills, rapidly advancing his cultivation to the 3rd level of qi condensation. Just a step away from the peak of the 3rd level, his strength surges, and he holds the fire serpent. Brimming with confidence, Meng Hao realizes he has transformed. No longer the meek cultivator subject to abuse. He grasps the copper mirror, determined to use it wisely, both for self-preservation and to uphold Confucianism's principles of benevolence. In the scorching heat of late September, Meng Hao of the Zhao kingdom left his secluded cave, his cultivation on the verge of breaking through the peak of the 3rd layer of qi condensation. Reflecting on the past, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret over his lack of spirit stones. Meng Hao ventured to the North Peak to visit his former sect brother, the chubby Li Fugi. Along the way, he had a chance encounter with Wang Tongfei, the #1 disciple of the outer sect, and was astounded by his ethereal movement technique. Filled with envy, outside the North Peak, he noticed that little Fatty seemed to be sleepwalking during the day, and his teeth marks were misaligned when he chopped wood. Meng Hao was taken aback to discover that there were fluctuations of spiritual energy in little Fatty's teeth. Marveling at his strange cultivation phenomenon, after reminiscing about old times, Meng Hao gifted little Fatty with a spirit condensation pill. Descending the mountain and passing through the western peak, Meng Hao spotted a blood-colored stone tablet, marking the location of a lower-level public area. As he looked up, he witnessed a fierce battle taking place on the top of Pingding Mountain, with one person fleeing in panic and a burly man in hot pursuit. Meng Hao witnesses a bloody massacre, and realizes the danger of the open area. In a flash of inspiration, he goes to the cultivation pavilion and exchanges a large number of miscellaneous elixirs. The next day, he returns to Pingding Mountain with a tree branch and a gourd of medicine, and creates a banner that reads Cultivation Pavilion Branch. As time goes on, more and more disciples gather on Pingding Mountain. Meng Hao sees an injured cultivator and promotes his blood coagulation pills to him. Persuaded by Meng Hao, the injured cultivator grudgingly buys a blood coagulation pill. Miraculously, the pill not only stops the bleeding, but also invigorates the cultivator, allowing him to defeat his opponent. Another cultivator then also buys a blood coagulation pill from Meng Hao. Meng Hao seizes this opportunity to promote his other elixirs. The victories of the 2 cultivators attract the attention of the others. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity, promoting his elixirs and urging the others to bid. After a round of heated bidding, Meng Hao earns a large number of spirit stones with the elixirs he exchanged. At this moment, the cultivator whom he had previously persuaded to buy a blood coagulation pill returns, filled with anger and intent on revenge. However, Meng Hao suddenly reveals a sinister expression, striking the cultivator unconscious with a single palm and taking his storage pouch. He then reverts to his bookish appearance, shocking the onlookers. By this strategy, Meng Hao successfully obtains a large number of spirit stones in the dangerous open area using elixirs, and demonstrates his formidable strength, intimidating all who lay eyes on him. At the public square of the flat-top mountain, Meng Hao caused a small sensation by selling healing pills with the banner of the alchemy workshop. His first customer was physically and mentally exhausted but couldn't buy the pills because he was penniless. Seeing that, Meng Hao didn't hesitate to give him the hemostatic pill and the bone-relaxing pill. Then, Meng Hao kept going around the fighting cultivators and recommended healing pills to them. Seizing the perfect timing, his eloquent speech made the originally fierce fight even fiercer, because both sides had to buy pills to avoid losing strength. With Meng Hao's help, the 2 groups of fighting cultivators used up the pills and were exhausted, so they had to stop fighting. Meng Hao then collected their spirit stones. He continued to go around and do the same, until the sun set and there was no one in the entire public square. When he got back to his cave abode, Meng Hao checked his winnings and was thrilled to find that he had 53 spirit stones. To meet the demand for pills, he decided to buy all the healing pills in the alchemy workshop. In the meantime, he found a rare beautifying pill. Although he wanted to use it himself, he remembered how beautiful senior sister Xu was. With heartache, he gave the pill to her. Senior sister Xu was taciturn as usual but still took the pill. She gave Meng Hao a protective jade pendant. Seeing that, Meng Hao took the opportunity to ask senior sister Xu to let him follow her and answer her questions. Senior sister Xu hesitated at first. But recalling the beautifying pill Meng Hao gave her, she nodded in agreement. Under the moonlight, Meng Hao and senior sister Xu walked side by side. Seeing that, an elder on the peak of North Mountain couldn't help but praise Meng Hao's good sense in finding a backer and maintaining relations. In the outer sect of Reliance, Meng Hao swaggered through the market wearing a tiger skin, drawing the attention of the crowd. Accompanied by the taciturn senior sister Xu, he emptied the alchemy emporium and the treasure pavilion, buying all the necessary pills. After a night's rest, Meng Hao ventured to Flat-Top Mountain in search of spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. At that moment, a brawny man named Cao Yang, at the peak of the second level of qi condensation, entered the public area. Seeing this, Meng Hao attempted to sell him pills. However, Cao Yang, relying on his cousin's influence, bullied his way around, demanding that Meng Hao hand over his belongings. Meng Hao's persuasions fell on deaf ears. When Cao Yang was about to strike, he suddenly revealed his true strength, sending Cao Yang flying with a slap and stomping on him mercilessly. Cao Yang, writhing in pain, raised the spirit stones in his hand and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Meng Hao instantly shed his ferocity, smiled, took the spirit stones, and helped Cao Yang to his feet. He recommended that Cao Yang use the pills for healing, adopting the harmless appearance of a scholar. Cao Yang, terrified, only wanted to get away from this beast disguised as a human as quickly as possible. Meng Hao establishes a grocery store on the Flat-Top Mountain, selling miscellaneous elixirs. Due to the exorbitant prices and aggressive sales tactics, he becomes notorious among the lower-ranking disciples. Cao Yang, who had a conflict with Meng Hao, is forced to pay a large sum of elixirs to Meng Hao and develops a grudge against him. Cao Yang seeks help from his senior brother Lu Hong, who is also a member of the Lu family, hoping that Lu Hong will avenge him. After learning about Meng Hao's business, Lu Hong also opens a grocery store and imitates Meng Hao's business model, thriving and taking away most of Meng Hao's customers. Lu Hong feels threatened by Meng Hao's business and cultivation and threatens to cripple Meng Hao's cultivation. Meng Hao learns about Lu Hong's plan and realizes the danger he is facing. Meng Hao uses the special ability of his copper mirror to replicate a large number of spirit condensation pills, breaking through the cultivation bottleneck and successfully advancing to the fourth layer of qi condensation. He collects a large number of flying swords and magic treasures, preparing to face Lu Hong. The next morning, Meng Hao arrives at the Flat-Top Mountain as agreed and confronts Lu Hong. Lu Hong, relying on his superior cultivation, forces the disciples to buy the elixirs, while Meng Hao refuses to go along with it. The two are at loggerheads, and a great battle is about to break out. At dawn on Flat-Top Mountain, few cultivators were present, with only a handful sitting in meditation. Suddenly, Meng Hao arrived, surprisingly choosing to sit outside the common area. The others speculated that he may have been intimidated by Lu Hong's threats and was no longer willing to peddle there. As time passed, Lu Hong appeared, prompting Meng Hao to open his eyes and charge towards him with a piercing white sword. The crowd was astonished as Meng Hao challenged Lu Hong, the first among the lowest level of cultivators. Upon engaging in combat, Lu Hong's expression changed, and blood trickled from his lips, revealing that Meng Hao had reached the fourth level of qi condensation. Meng Hao summoned 3 flying swords and a fire serpent, while Lu Hong relied on his treasured purple sun sword, engaging in an intense battle. After the purple sun sword was shattered, Lu Hong brought out a jade gourd, attempting to use a technique beyond his cultivation level. However, the pink light emitted from the jade pendant Meng Hao wore shielded him from the gourd's attack. Plunging Lu Hong into despair, Meng Hao seized the jade gourd, abolished Lu Hong's cultivation, and established his dominance on Flat-Top Mountain. In Pingding Mountain, Meng Hao severed the cultivation of Lu Hong with extreme power, causing widespread shock. As word spread, Meng Hao's reputation surged, making him the top figure of the Outer Sect. However, Lu Hong's backer, the Outer Sect's genius Wang Tongfei, intervened, putting Meng Hao in a perilous position. Wang Tongfei, with his handsome and amiable demeanor, resembled a heaven's favorite, effortlessly controlling everything in the sect of Shushan. He ordered Shangguan Song to convey his command to Meng Hao: surrender the treasure, abandon his cultivation, sever his own limbs, and be expelled from the sect. Learning that Shangguan Song would be guarding him at night, Meng Hao felt a sense of despair, trapped under the weight of overwhelming power. The next day, on the day of pill distribution, Meng Hao was escorted to the outer sect plaza by Shangguan Song. The surrounding disciples were aware of Meng Hao's situation, some mocking him while others felt pity. Wang Tongfei, clad in pure white robes, exuded a gentle and warm aura, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention, while Meng Hao could only stand in a corner, clenching his fists in anger. As the pill distribution concluded, Wang Tongfei nonchalantly glanced at Meng Hao and uttered 2 words: "Hand it over." Everyone understood that he was demanding Meng Hao surrender the treasure. Meng Hao realized his own weakness and his inability to resist Wang Tongfei's formidable power. But he refused to submit. Meng Hao turned and silently left the plaza. Deep in the forest, he came to an abrupt stop. His expression hardened with determination. He understood that only by fleeing could he avoid certain death. However, he also realized that Wang Tongfei had anticipated his escape and had likely set a trap. Meng Hao was torn between his inability to escape and his refusal to yield. At that moment, he yearned for strength more fervently than ever before, recognizing that only strength could liberate him from oppression. Ultimately, however, amidst the depths of his despair, Meng Hao resolved to face death, using his actions to demonstrate his unyielding spirit and his refusal to bow to tyranny. Even in the face of certain demise, Meng Hao successfully obtained the emerald green gourd but faces a crisis due to the domineering nature of Wang Tongfei. Wang Tongfei claims ownership over the gourd and bullies Meng Hao into handing it over, threatening to cripple his cultivation. Facing public scrutiny, Meng Hao refuses to submit, claiming the gourd as his and declaring that he will not give in. No matter the humiliation or punishment, his stubbornness and dignity are met with mockery and disdain, leaving him alone and vulnerable as Wang Tongfei persists. However, with the arrival of Elder Yang, Wang Tongfei is halted, and the matter is postponed. As Wang Tongfei leaves, he dismisses Meng Hao, who is now severely injured and covered in blood. Despite his physical wounds, Meng Hao grits his teeth and returns to his cave dwelling alone. He removes the broken nail from his flesh and places it on the stone bed as a grim reminder of his humiliation. Meng Hao recognizes that he must rely on himself and vows to avenge this day. Days turned into nights as Meng Hao remained indoors, consumed by anger and gloom, unable to forget Wang Tongfei's provocation. One day, senior sister Xu visited with moonlight, advising Meng Hao to avoid a feud with the formidable Wang Tongfei and gifted him a plea for help jade slip. Meng Hao agreed, but a subtle chill crept into his heart, upon learning that a close companion had also advanced to the outer sect. Meng Hao questioned how long it would take him to reach Qi condensation level 7 without external aid. Senior sister Xu explained that with Meng Hao's aptitude, it would take at least a decade, with Qi condensation levels 4, 6, and 8 being bottlenecks, especially level 6. Informed that everyone had a chance to break through bottlenecks, Meng Hao's desire intensified. As night fell, Meng Hao visited his friend Little Fatty at the North Peak servants' quarters. He found Iron Tiger, a servant, being tortured by a large man. Overjoyed at Meng Hao's arrival, Little Fatty proudly showed off his half-grown teeth. Meng Hao spent the night listening to Little Fatty's stories, easing his own pain. At dawn, Meng Hao and Little Fatty ventured towards the outer sect, attracting attention. Little Fatty, protected by Meng Hao, brimmed with confidence. Meng Hao escorted Little Fatty to the treasure pavilion to choose a treasure, where Little Fatty stumbled upon a fish-scale sword and treated it as a teething tool. Meng Hao proposed they live together, but Little Fatty declined, preferring his own space. 3 months passed in a flash. Meng Hao's sundry shop thriving, with Little Fatty as his assistant, attracting customers in the public area. As the winter solstice approached, Little Fatty exclaimed, bringing in a figure that sent a chill through Meng Hao's heart. 1 year later, Meng Hao encounters Zhao Hu, a boy who was once brought into the Reliance Sect with him. Zhao Hu now looks haggard and his eyes hold a fierce determination. Meng Hao learns of the accidental death of Wang Yukai, and his heart grows heavy. Zhao Hu refuses Meng Hao and Fatty's help and departs on his own. Within the Reliance Sect, Meng Hao accumulates a great deal of spirit stones, but is unable to break through the 4th layer of Qi condensation. He begins to feel the weight of stagnation. Around this time, the sect sends out high-ranking disciples to recruit talented boys as handymen. Meng Hao realizes that his situation is becoming increasingly perilous. Meanwhile, the Reliance Sect faces a crisis. One of their great elders dies, leaving them weakened. Rumors spread that this is related to the Reliance patriarch, who disappeared 400 years ago. Meng Hao decides to take a gamble and participates in the sect's monthly pill distribution event in the hope of obtaining a high-level pill that will help him break through his bottleneck. Elder Shangguan, a cultivator wearing a golden robe, makes an appearance, causing great anticipation among the outer sect disciples. To everyone's surprise, Elder Shangguan bestows a precious drought spirit pill upon Fatty, who happens to be grinding his teeth beside Meng Hao. Fatty is overwhelmed and at a loss. Meng Hao sees this as his opportunity and his hope reignites. Among the Reliance Sect's outer sect disciples, only 4 have reached the 5th layer of Qi condensation. If Meng Hao can break through, he will join the ranks of the sect's strongest outer disciples. However, a sudden turn of events makes him realize that he is surrounded by danger and that he must exercise extreme caution. As the gazes of the square focused on the drought spirit pill in the chubby boy's hand, Meng Hao seized it without hesitation. The chubby boy struggled to get it back, but to no avail. Taking the chubby boy with him, Meng Hao charged out of the outer sect, throwing a cave-dwelling jade slip to him and telling him to hide. The chubby intentionally shouted, "He stole my pill before leaving." Luring in numerous pursuers, Meng Hao bolted with sword beams shrieking behind him. In order to save the drought spirit pill, he repeatedly detonated 6 flying swords, putting distance between him and his pursuers. But his spirit energy was almost depleted due to flying and using pills. Meng Hao's destination was Black Mountain in the desolate hills because he possessed a copper mirror that could protect him from the ferocious demonic beasts in Black Mountain. He calculated that the pursuers would also enter Black Mountain, at which point he could use the terrain and the copper mirror to his advantage to slay them. 2 Qi condensation layer 5 pursuers were hot on his trail, but Meng Hao's many flying swords and pills surprised them. As Meng Hao charged into Black Mountain, they followed closely behind. More cultivators arrived in succession, eager to reap the rewards, and entered Black Mountain. In the sinister jungle of Black Mountain, Meng Hao stepped in, only to attract the attacks of 2 Qi condensation level 3 demonic beasts. Meng Hao cleverly used the copper mirror to deter them and took the opportunity to escape. However, the 2 Qi condensation level 5 cultivators who pursued him were relentless and proposed exchanging other treasures for Meng Hao's drought spirit pill. Undeterred, Meng Hao continued to flee. Along the way, Meng Hao skillfully avoided powerful demonic beasts. But the copper mirror unexpectedly attacked a hairy ape, provoking them. A group of apes comparable to the Qi condensation level 5 pursued him relentlessly. Just then, Meng Hao encountered Shangguan Song and 4 other Qi condensation level 4 cultivators. He falsely claimed that he had lured the apes, causing the 4 to be besieged by the apes. Meng Hao took the opportunity to detonate his flying sword and fire serpent, distracting the apes and escaping. However, the 2 Qi condensation level 5 cultivators were still in pursuit. Meng Hao realized he needed a greater sacrifice to deal with them. So, he charged towards a gathering of demonic beasts, intending to use their power to block his enemies. As the light of the 5th hour's pill appeared, the 2 Qi condensation level 5 cultivators also entered Meng Hao's sight. Meng Hao's gaze was determined, his hope resting in the unknown realm of the demonic beasts. Deep inside the Black Mountain, Yin Tianlong and Zhou Kai stubbornly pursue Meng Hao. Meng Hao conjures magical beasts with his sorcery and cleverly diverts their attention. The 2 Qi condensation level 5 cultivators are exhausted and yet still cannot best Meng Hao. On the summit of the mountain, Meng Hao inadvertently witnesses a giant black python shedding its skin. A primitive flying sword is embedded in its body, and the python's body withers, showing the immense power of the sword. Meng Hao's heart skips a beat, but he knows that his cultivation level is too low and the chances of obtaining the sword are slim. As the chase continues, Yin Tianlong and Zhou Kai grow increasingly desperate. They cannot catch up to Meng Hao and cannot engage in a fair fight. Time passes, and the restrictions on the pills are about to be lifted. Yin Tianlong reluctantly gives up the chase. The enraged Zhou Kai also leaves soon after. Meng Hao finally breathes a sigh of relief and runs to a relatively safe area on the mountain. He has spent a lot of pills and flying swords, and his heart aches. Meng Hao uses the bronze mirror to duplicate the droughting spirit pill and successfully advances to Qi condensation level 5. Meanwhile, the transformation of the python on the mountain peak enters a critical phase, and its roars become more frequent. A few days later, as Meng Hao is in seclusion trying to break through the 5th level, The python's roar reverberates like thunder, shaking the forest. As Meng Hao remained in seclusion within the rift on the summit of Black Mountain, the commotion within the Reliance Sect regarding the drought spirit pill gradually subsided. However, when Zhou and Yin returned, everyone witnessed their arrival but dared not inquire about the whereabouts of the pill. Over time, rumors of Meng Hao's death spread. Meanwhile, outside the first cave dwelling of the East Peak's outer sect, Wang Tongfei stood tall and handsome. His attractive appearance and impressive cultivation captivated many female cultivators. Knowing that the berserk python in Black Mountain was about to shed its skin, he prepared to seize its demon core and the treasure rumored to accompany it. The next morning, within the rift on Black Mountain's summit, Meng Hao broke through to the 5th level of qi condensation. Gaining the windwalk technique, he then discovered that the python had completed its molting, and Wang Tongfei was leading a group to attack it. Amidst the chaos, Meng Hao entered the rift and found the ancient flying sword at the site of the python's molted skin. Yet, he was even more shocked to discover that the shed python skin belonged to a massive beast corpse. With the python being only its tail, Meng Hao swiftly beheaded the beast, retrieving its withered demon core and a golden storage pouch from a skeleton nearby. Shortly after Meng Hao left the rift, Wang Tongfei arrived, but due to the silver mist, he missed the treasure. Meng Hao rejoiced over his gains, while Wang Tongfei regretted his failure to seize the prize. With great anticipation, Wang Tongfei entered the Black Mountain Cave in search of the supreme treasure he craved, the ancient Yinglong sword. However, upon reaching the location of the beast corpse, he discovered that the treasure was missing, and the demon core had been taken. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Tongfei let out a deafening roar. For 3 years, he had delved into ancient texts. For a year, he had followed every lead, even joining the Kaoshan sect, setting up arrays, and sacrificing everything to obtain the treasure. Yet, his efforts had come to naught. To his further chagrin, the thief had erased all traces, severing his connection. Wang Tongfei searched frantically but found nothing. Finally, he stood before the colossal beast corpse in the cave, a profound sense of despair gripping him. He could not fathom his failure, nor accept the shattering of his pride. Meanwhile, Meng Hao returned to his dwelling in a state of excitement. He understood that the treasure he had taken held great significance for Wang Tongfei, but he resolved to openly claim it, using a combination of truth and deception. Opening the storage pouch, Meng Hao was astonished. Within were over 2,000 spirit stones, saturated with spiritual energy. Meng Hao retrieved the demon core, intending to copy it, but his copper mirror suddenly grew hot and violently shook against the core, as if sensing a prized possession. Heartbroken, Meng Hao was forced to abandon the duplication process. Finally, he held aloft the archaic wooden sword, a surge of joy coursing through him. Its sharpness was unrivaled, slicing through the python skin like it was paper, convincing Meng Hao of its extraordinary nature. Meng Hao discovered a seemingly ordinary wooden sword in a cave, only to find out that it could absorb spiritual energy. When he cut his finger with it, he noticed that his spiritual power was dissipating rapidly through the wound. Realizing its formidable power, Meng Hao was ecstatic, but attempts to replicate the sword using a copper mirror cost him a staggering 2,000 spirit stones. Meanwhile, Meng Hao consumed a grain-sized demon pill, advancing his cultivation from qi condensation 5th layer to 6th layer. Remarkably, he inherited an ancient Yinglong bloodline from the pill, resulting in dreams of a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens as the sovereign of the skies. Simultaneously, inside the cave of the East Peak of the Black Mountain Sect, Wang Tongfei was enraged. Repeated attempts to sense Meng Hao's whereabouts and inheritance using blood drops had failed. He dispatched his confidants to investigate, eagerly awaiting news. As Meng Hao's cultivation grew, so did his confidence and strength. He envisioned himself wielding 2 wooden swords, unleashing devastation on his foes as their spiritual energy dissipated under the blades. He vowed to exercise caution in future replications, determined to avoid similar financial setbacks. Sitting cross-legged, Meng Hao calmed the surges of spiritual energy within him. He was confident that with the aid of the wooden swords and his inheritance, his cultivation journey would be smooth. Meanwhile, Wang Tongfei's wrath and resentment would serve as fuel for his progress. Wang Tongfei of the mountain-leaning sect learns that Meng Hao and Han Zong have obtained his precious legacy. Enraged, he dispatches men to pursue them. Wang Tongfei deploys formations to search for traces of life near Black Mountain. To his astonishment, he detects a faint glimmer in addition to Meng Hao and Han Zong. The aura emanating from this glimmer sends shivers down his spine, as if the individual possessing it could obliterate him effortlessly. Meanwhile, Meng Hao awakens from a dream to discover he has advanced to the 6th level of qi condensation. Elated, he senses the surge of power and fragmented memories within him. He intuits that if he could fly, these memories would become clearer. Little Fatty burns paper offerings for Meng Hao. Horrified to learn he is alive, Meng Hao washes away the filth, dons new garments, and emerges before Little Fatty, brimming with vitality. Overjoyed, the plump Wang Chao rushed toward Meng Hao. Discovering that he was still alive, Meng Hao recounted his adventure in the Black Mountain, revealing that he had reached the 6th level of qi condensation and mastered the wind-walking technique and flying sword. The plump one was astounded. Meng Hao successfully performed the wind-walking technique and used the flying sword to levitate himself. At a crucial moment, a mysterious chant emerged in his mind, unleashing a devastating wind blade. Sensing the power of the wind blade, Meng Hao speculated it was related to the monster core, though he was unable to comprehend the dreamlike Azure Dragon's intentions. The plump one reminded Meng Hao of the upcoming Inner Sect disciple trials, with Wang Tongfei rumored to be the sole participant. After careful consideration, Meng Hao decided to register for the trials but kept his decision secret. He replenished his artifacts and medicinal pills, studied ways to enhance the flying sword's power, and practiced controlling multiple swords simultaneously. 2 days before the registration deadline, Han Zong, the second strongest Outer Sect disciple, arrived to summon Meng Hao to meet Shangguan Shu. Meng Hao suspected it related to Wang Tongfei but maintained a calm demeanor as he followed Han Zong. Pressed for time, Meng Hao enters a dark attic, finding Shangguan Shu sitting indifferently in a golden robe. Shangguan Shu suspects that Meng Hao's cultivation has improved too quickly and pierces his finger with a needle. Taking his storage bag, however, he finds nothing valuable as Meng Hao has hidden them in advance. Shangguan Shu frowns, speculating that Meng Hao has swallowed a demon pill, which Meng Hao cleverly hides. While Shangguan Shu is pondering, Han Zong reports that Meng Hao's cave dwelling is empty. Shangguan Shu falls into contemplation, allowing Meng Hao to escape. Soon after, Shangguan Shu detects an unusual aura of a demon pill in Meng Hao's blood. Realizing Meng Hao's secret, he pursues Meng Hao at great speed, discovering that Meng Hao has given his storage bag to the chubby boy and heads straight for him. Meng Hao grabs the chubby boy and escapes on a flying sword. Shangguan Shu uses a gliding technique to chase after him relentlessly. On a whim, Meng Hao charges into the Outer Sect and enrolls in the Inner Sect trial. Elder Yang appears, forcing Shangguan Shu to halt his pursuit. Han Zong signs up and threatens Meng Hao along with Yin Tianlong and 3 others, harboring hostility towards Meng Hao and the chubby boy. 2 days later, the trial begins. Elder Yang announces the rules: life and death are in destiny, but one can admit defeat. Wang Tongfei ascends the platform, winning cheers from the crowd with his elegant demeanor. Meanwhile, Shangguan Shu watches Meng Hao with a cold glare from the crowd. In the life and death arena of the Inner Sect selection of Rising Sky Sect, the clash between Yin Tianlong and Wang Tongfei kicked off. Wang Tongfei's overwhelming aura forced Yin Tianlong to concede instantly and flee in panic. Next, the chubby young man conceded under Meng Hao's guidance but was ambushed by a flying sword from a scarred cultivator. Fortunately, Grand Elder Yang intervened swiftly and saved him. Meng Hao's killing intent towards Shangguan Shu intensified. Han Zong stepped forward and whispered to Meng Hao, "You have offended Uncle Master Shangguan. You are all doomed." He then revealed the inside story of Rising Sky Sect's decline. Meng Hao's killing intent surged. He quickly conceded to Han Zong's opponent, Zhao Kai. Meng Hao then engaged with a burly man at the 5th level of qi condensation. The man activated a soft halo that protected him from Meng Hao's flying sword. Undeterred, Meng Hao unleashed consecutive attacks, breaking through the halo and ultimately slaying the man. Grand Elder Yang announced the beginning of the second round. Wang Tongfei effortlessly defeated Xu Qing, who conceded and fled in a panic. The duel between Han Zong and Meng Hao became the center of attention. Han Zong summoned a multicolored banner and a stone puppet, using Shangguan Shu's blade of 5 elements to attempt to kill Meng Hao. Meng Hao responded calmly, He used the fire serpent and flying swords to restrain the stone puppet while his two-color fog soul tore through Han Zong's flying sword. The situation was dire. On the high platform, the malicious Shangguan Shu coveted the treasures in Meng Hao's storage bag. In order to seize the treasures, Shangguan Shu had specifically inquired about the sorcery used by Meng Hao in the Black Mountain battle from Zhou and Yin. He believed it to be a precious treasure. Faced with two ferocious mist souls, Meng Hao was fearless. He unleashed zephyr blades and dozens of flying swords, tearing the mist souls apart in an instant. Then, he took out the demon pill to replenish his spiritual energy and retrieved more flying swords from his storage bag to launch another attack. Han Zong was overwhelmed by Meng Hao's flying sword attack, and his 3 layers of light curtains were shattered one by one. Numerous flying swords stabbed into Han Zong's body, taking his life. Meng Hao retrieved the flying swords and sat down cross-legged to swallow pills and replenish his spiritual energy. Elder Han appreciated Meng Hao's performance but worried that he might not be able to defeat Wang Tongfei. Shangguan Shu's expression darkened when he learned that Meng Hao had defeated Han Zong. He had not expected Meng Hao to possess so many flying sword magic treasures. Sect Master He Luohu also took notice of Meng Hao and believed that he had a profound opportunity. However, he was not optimistic about Meng Hao's chances of victory because Wang Tongfei was too powerful. Time passed, and Meng Hao recovered his spiritual energy. Although Wang Tongfei was surprised by Meng Hao's progress, he did not associate Meng Hao with the thief who had robbed him. He remained calm and collected, convinced that the inner sect trial had been created for him, and he prepared for the second opportunity. After the time it took an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao's fighting spirit rose, and he prepared to take revenge on Wang Tongfei. In the final battle of the trial, Meng Hao faces Wang Tongfei, a qi condensation cultivator at the 6th layer peak. Despite the mockery hurled at him, Meng Hao steps onto the platform, determined to fight to the death. Wang Tongfei unleashes the powerful water and wind slash, aiming to kill Meng Hao. Relying on the demon core he had swallowed, Meng Hao controls 40 flying swords and withstands the water and wind slash. The two engage in an intense battle. Although he is injured, Meng Hao's advantage in the number of flying swords forces Wang Tongfei to fight seriously. Meng Hao's sword tactic favors speed and quantity over flexibility, making it difficult for Wang Tongfei to avoid. Both of them employ their family's secret techniques, initiating a thrilling peak duel. Recalling past humiliations, Meng Hao's fighting spirit surges. He continues to manipulate the flying swords, bombarding Wang Tongfei like a torrential storm. The intensity of the battle is uncommon among qi condensation cultivators, astonishing everyone present. In the end, Meng Hao's abundance of flying swords and fearless spirit lead him to defeat Wang Tongfei. Shocking the audience, the duel between Meng Hao and Wang Tongfei was breathtaking. Meng Hao unleashed 40 flying swords, forming a sword cloud storm, and charged towards Wang Tongfei. Undeterred, Wang Tongfei countered with his finger techniques, disabling most of Meng Hao's swords. However, Meng Hao replenished his spiritual power with a demon pill. Refusing to yield, Wang Tongfei's third finger strike caused Meng Hao to cough up blood again. But his resolve remained unyielding. He summoned more flying swords, now totaling 70, and launched them at Wang Tongfei in 4 waves. Wang Tongfei scoffed and summoned a rippling barrier with his 4th finger. At the crucial moment, Meng Hao executed a wind blade technique, condensing the 70 swords into a formidable sword shape. The sword shape possessed astonishing power, forcing Wang Tongfei to retreat. In response, Wang Tongfei unleashed a crystal horse statue, aiming to shatter Meng Hao's swords. However, Meng Hao had anticipated this move and concealed a wooden sword within the flying swords, waiting for the opportune moment. As the crystal horse collided with the 70 swords, the wooden sword shot out, erupting with an earth-shattering sound that decimated the horse. Immediately after, the wooden sword pierced through Wang Tongfei's index finger, pulverizing it. This outcome shocked the entire audience. Meng Hao had crippled the heavenly chosen, Wang Tongfei, of one of his fingers. Enraged, Wang Tongfei recognized the wooden sword as the soul-rend sword he had long coveted. He was furious to realize that the treasure he had schemed for years had fallen into Meng Hao's hands. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to consume more demon pills, sustaining his spiritual power. He wiped the blood from his mouth and calmly addressed Wang Tongfei's accusations. Wang Tongfei laughed maniacally, his chilling smile laced with murderous intent, declaring that he would never be mistaken about the soul-rent sword. During the inner sect trial of the Reliance Sect, Meng Hao and Wang Tongfei engaged in an intense battle. Wang Tongfei unleashed his Dharma treasures, the jade tiger and stone serpent, which exuded formidable aura. Meng Hao countered with his wooden sword, utilizing spells and a duplicate wooden sword to shatter Wang Tongfei's perception and throw him into disarray. Unwilling to concede, Wang Tongfei summoned his trump card, a talisman, intending to end Meng Hao's life. However, a surge of immense power erupted from within Meng Hao, awakening the majesty of the ancient Yinglong. Nearly 100 Dharma treasures coalesced into a faint silhouette of a Yinglong, engaging in a fierce battle against the talisman. During the intense clash, Meng Hao's Yinglong power gradually depleted. Just as Wang Tongfei believed he had secured victory, sect leader He Luohua intervened and saved Wang Tongfei. He Luohua declared Meng Hao the victor, becoming the third inner sect disciple of the Reliance Sect. Wang Tongfei let out a bitter laugh and fainted from despair. Meng Hao sustained severe injuries and was granted medicinal pills by Grand Elder Wu Yang to aid his recovery. Thus, the inner sect trial ended with Meng Hao's triumph, breaking Wang Tongfei's monopoly on the inner sect. Meng Hao excels and becomes an inner sect disciple of the Reliance Sect, stirring envy among his peers. Elder Shangguan Shu is resentful but helpless. At this time, a blood-colored figure appears outside the mountain, exuding an eerie aura, implying that Meng Hao has swallowed the dragon pill and inherited the legacy of a demon. Over the next 7 days, Meng Hao spends his time fruitfully, paying homage to his ancestors and learning about sect rules. He encounters the stern and scholarly senior brother Chen Fan and gains valuable cultivation knowledge. He also discovers the superior quality of spirit stones issued to inner sect disciples and realizes his past extravagance in squandering 2,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Senior brother Chen Fan is eccentric and talkative, frequently visiting Meng Hao to impart his teachings. He describes the various stages of cultivation, including qi condensation, foundation establishment, and introduces even higher realms such as core formation, nascent soul, and soul severing. Meng Hao is filled with aspiration and realizes that the Zhao kingdom is merely a corner of the cultivation world, with the true cultivation world residing in the southern domain. Senior brother Chen Fan's words spark Meng Hao's reflection on his cultivation path and life goals. He understands the necessity for cultivators to constantly improve or face the risk of perishing. Meng Hao recalls his childhood dreams but is no longer content with worldly wealth. Instead, he sets his sights on the path of cultivation, seeking to attain greater heights. After becoming an inner disciple, Meng Hao became aware of the treacherous nature of cultivation, prompting his senior brother, Chen Fan, to warn him of the importance of strength. Meanwhile, the prodigious Wang Tongfei, humiliated by his defeat to Meng Hao in the inner disciple qualification competition, was consumed by despair and self-harm. In Wang Tongfei's darkest hour, his protector, core formation cultivator Wang Zifan, arrived and led him away from Mount Reliance Sect. Wang Zifan's words revealed that Wang Tongfei's true enemies were the other prodigies of the Wang family in the southern domain, fueling his desire for revenge. After Wang Tongfei's departure, Sect Master He Luohua intervened to save Meng Hao, who had been threatened by Wang Zifan. Grappling with his helplessness in the face of danger, Meng Hao recalled Chen Fan's teachings. A burning determination for strength ignited within Meng Hao. He realized that only the strongest could survive on the perilous path of cultivation. Resolving to become powerful at all costs, he vowed to never again be at the mercy of others. As time flew by, half a month has passed. Meng Hao delved into the Law Pavilion's collection of scriptures, gaining an in-depth understanding of the Zhao state and the southern domain. He discovered that the southern domain was merely a small corner of the vast southern heaven, and Zhao state was only a tiny part of the southern domain. The entire world unfolded clearly in his mind. The immense southern domain and boundless southern heaven filled Meng Hao's heart with excitement. As evening fell, Meng Hao stepped out of the Law Pavilion and gazed east, his heart filled with emotion. He realized that the journey to the eastern land of the great Tang dynasty would not be easy, as he would need to cross the heavenly river sea. The southern heaven was divided into 4 regions: southeast, northwest, connected or facing each other across the sea. Returning to his inner sect abode, Meng Hao sat cross-legged and pondered his path in life. He deeply understood that only by constantly growing stronger could he survive in the cultivation world. The distinction between outer sect and inner sect disciples was a reflection of their status. And only inner sect disciples could truly establish a place for themselves in the sect. At that moment, a respectful voice came from outside Meng Hao's cave. It was Li Fugi, his personal boy servant, requesting to meet him. Soon after, the chubby Li Fugi strode into the cave, his excitement evident, as this was his 4th visit to Meng Hao's inner sect cave. A place that all outer sect disciples yearned to enter. Meng Hao couldn't help but smile at the little fatty's excitement. This isn't your first time here, Li Fugi quickly explained. He was thrilled by the sense of honor Meng Hao had brought to him. Meng Hao then showcased the various privileges enjoyed by inner sect disciples, including a white jade stone that could help cultivators clear their minds of distractions. The little fatty marveled at Meng Hao's residence and asked if he could request Wang Tongfei's former cave. Meng Hao agreed without hesitation and immediately sent his boy servant Zhao Hai to handle the procedures. The little fatty was immensely grateful and repeatedly invited Meng Hao to visit the outer sect and see the disciples. Meng Hao informed the little fatty that the day after tomorrow would be the day he would preside over the distribution of spirit fruits. The little fatty was overjoyed, as this was a benefit exclusive to inner sect disciples, unavailable to outer sect disciples. The spirit fruits contained medicinal pills, which were extremely beneficial for cultivation. Upon his return, the young servant Zhao Hai handed Meng Hao a spirit fruit wrapped in a green leaf. The little fatty couldn't wait to taste one. The sweet flavor and rich medicinal power left him in awe. He decided to bring the spirit fruit to a female disciple in the outer sect to show off his status and privileges. The next day, Meng Hao embarked on the journey to distribute the spirit fruits. Accompanied by his boy servant Zhao Hai, the outer sect disciples lined up to bow to Meng Hao, offering him endless flattery. Meng Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion as he recalled his own situation when he first entered the sect. He flew to the high platform in the square, looking down at the envious and respectful gazes of the disciples below. A complex mix of emotions welled up in Meng Hao's heart. He took a deep breath and solemnly announced, "Ring the bell." In the outer sect plaza of Reliance Sect, Meng Hao, clad in a silver robe, became an inner sect disciple and the news spread far and wide. Disciples came to congratulate him. Among the crowd, his past friends, Zhou Kai and Yin Tianlong, had complex expressions, while Cao Yang looked at Meng Hao with lingering fear. Meng Hao generously distributed elixirs and spirit stones, even giving a precious white spirit pill to Cao Yang. Cao Yang was terrified, recalling his past offense toward Meng Hao. In the plaza, disciples scrambled for the elixirs, while Meng Hao calmly took his leave. The plump youth followed Meng Hao and reminded him to be wary of disciples he had grudges with. Meng Hao encountered Zhou Kai, who offered treasures to seek reconciliation, which Meng Hao accepted. Yin Tianlong also presented gifts, to which Meng Hao vaguely indicated that bygones were bygones. Accompanied by the plump youth, Meng Hao circled the outer sect, receiving disciples' obeisances. They visited the pill-nurturing chamber and treasure pavilion, allowing sect disciples to witness Meng Hao's authority. As dusk fell, Meng Hao returned to East Peak and meditated upon his status as an inner sect disciple on a rock. Suddenly, Xu Qing appeared before Meng Hao like a celestial, congratulating him on becoming an inner sect disciple. Meng Hao offered her a beauty elixir, which Xu Qing hesitated before accepting. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes against the red clouds were breathtakingly beautiful. However, Xu Qing revealed that the first beauty elixir Meng Hao gave her was not exchanged by him, arousing a glimmer of hope in Meng Hao's heart. As the glow faded and moonlight bathed the land, Xu Qing departed, leaving Meng Hao to reflect upon the day's events. Time flew by, and Meng Hao had been an inner sect disciple for almost a season. He had been immersed in spells and rarely left his residence. One day, the sect master, He Luahua, sent a message summoning Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Xu Qing to the Great Hall on the East Peak. The trio arrived at the hall and bowed to the statue of the patriarch of the Reliance Sect. He Luahua revealed that the former glory of the sect came from a secret codex called the Great Spiritual Scripture. Gathering the Qi Scroll allowed one to establish a flawless foundation, while the foundation scroll helped cultivate the Great Way of the Purple Pill. The patriarch of the Reliance Sect had once obtained the Qi Scroll, but encountered an accident while sealing a spirit, weakening his insights and strengthening the restrictions. He Luahua then presented 3 blood crystals, the jade-slaying crystals, treasures that the patriarch bestowed once every 100 years. By holding a jade-slaying crystal, one could enter the patriarch's secluded cultivation ground and acquire insights from the great spiritual scripture. Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Xu Qing received the jade-slaying crystals and stepped into the patriarch's secluded cultivation ground, the mausoleum of the Reliance Sect. The mausoleum was desolate and deathly, shrouded in mist. Everything in sight was either black or white. The trio held their jade-slaying crystals and searched for a place to gain enlightenment. Agreeing to wait for each other, Chen Fan and Xu Qing soon found suitable spots, while Meng Hao was about to search when he heard a mournful roar approaching. Meng Hao stumbles upon a blood jade, and following the guidance of its crimson glow, he traverses Spirit Stone Mountain to arrive at one of the 3 enlightenment sites in the old ancestors' secluded cultivation grounds. Desperate to acquire the Supreme Spirit Scripture, Meng Hao resolutely activates the blood jade. However, the quantity of spirit stones required to replicate the blood jade exceeds Meng Hao's expectations. And even after sacrificing precious special spirit stones, he manages to replicate only 15. Nonetheless, Meng Hao continues to burn the blood jade, persevering in his pursuit of enlightenment. Over 30 days of arduous cultivation involving the burning of the blood jade, Meng Hao gradually discerns faint sounds in his ears, giving him a glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth, he continues to burn the blood jade, each enlightenment bringing him closer to his goal. Unbeknownst to Meng Hao, the crimson glow produced by the burning of the blood jade gathers in the depths of the underground palace, nourishing a withered body, the patriarch of Mount Reliance. With the sustenance of the crimson glow, the patriarch of Mount Reliance's vitality, once as feeble as dying embers, gradually revives. However, Meng Hao remains oblivious to the profound impact of his burning of the blood jade. He is aware only of his increasing proximity to comprehending the Supreme Spirit Scripture. Finally, after burning 43 blood jades, a clear voice resounds in Meng Hao's ears: Sup, Reem. At that moment, Meng Hao is but a step away from success. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underground palace, the patriarch of Mount Reliance opens his eyes, which have been closed in slumber for centuries, thanks to the return of the blood jade. To his astonishment, he discovers that the crimson glow nourishing him does not originate from his own lifeblood but from someone else's. Under the despairing gaze of Patriarch Big Hat, Meng Hao, after burning the 58th blood crystal, entered enlightenment. His body and sea of qi was reconstructed by golden light. The complete incantation of the spiritual revelation scripture qi condensation scroll appeared in his mind. This meant that Meng Hao had obtained one of the most advanced qi condensation techniques in the southern region, and his spiritual power would grow even stronger. And after laying the foundation, he hoped to reach the realm of the flawless foundation. At the same time, Patriarch Big Hat shattered the exit to his closed quarters to attract cultivators, and produced a loud sound. He then used up his cultivation to release bloody light and flew out of the underground palace with Meng Hao and the other 2 when they left the secret chamber. The sky and land instantly exploded with anomalies. Colorful clouds as wide as 1,000,000 zhong spread out, and the word spiritual revelation appeared in the sky, shining throughout the Zhao state. The 3 major sects and valiant cultivators of the surrounding immortal countries were alerted and rushed to the Big Hat sect. However, a 10-zhong golden stone tablet appeared amidst the anomalies. The forged spiritual revelation scripture qi condensation scroll was engraved on it. Chen Fan recognized the truth at a glance and decided to take only the scriptures imprinted on the jade slip, leaving the stone stele in the secret chamber. Seeing this, Patriarch Big Hat became furious. He had wanted to borrow the anomalies to attract cultivators to provide him with a chance of life. But Chen Fan's uprightness had cost him that chance. In his desperation, Patriarch Big Hat spat out blood, forcibly breaking through the secret chamber. Blood, light and anomalies burst into the sky at the same time. Inside and outside the Zhao state, countless cultivators and valiant warriors were attracted by the anomalies and rushed towards the Big Hat sect like madmen. News of the appearance of the spiritual revelation scripture and the emergence of the qi condensation scroll shocked the entire southern region. All the large sects and families took action, intending to seize this great treasure. When the vision appears outside Kaoshan sect, disciples of other sects are shocked, while Meng Hao and the other 2 in the main hall are stunned by the golden light in the sky. Upon hearing the news, Shangguan Shu is terrified and quickly steps into the teleportation array, disappearing. At the same time, over 20 powerful cultivators from the Zhao kingdom swiftly arrive, led by 6 nascent soul elders, forcing Kaoshan Sect to hand over the treasure. Sect leader He Luohua sternly questions Meng Hao and the other two, and learns that they touched the stone tablet in the ancestor's relic. But he reveals that the vision and the stone tablet are fake. At this moment, He Luohua is filled with grief and indignation. Unwilling to submit, he announces the dissolution of Kaoshan Sect, and lets the disciples leave. However, the powerful cultivators in the sky force them to hand over the treasure, and threaten to destroy the sect. Just when the standoff reaches a deadlock, the guardians of the Qingla Sect and Golden Frost Sect from the southern region appear and set up a million-mile light curtain, sealing off Kaoshan Sect. As the crisis escalates, a blue flying sword breaks through the air, and a scribe from the Yijin sect of the southern region stands with sword in hand, his aura intimidating all around. At this moment, the Kaoshan Sect disciples are filled with despair. Meng Hao realizes the need for strength, while sect leader He Luohua, bearing a heavy burden, is forced to dissolve the sect to protect his disciples. However, the powerful cultivators of the Qingla Sect and Golden Frost Sect do not give up, and the appearance of the Yijin sect makes the situation even more unpredictable. With the arrival of the 3 major sects of the southern region, Unparalleled Sword Sect, the Azure Silk Sect, and the Golden Frost Sect, Mount Reliance Sect falls into chaos. The divine senses of the 3 major sects cover the entire Mount Reliance Sect, attempting to search for the legendary Supreme Spirit Scripture. However, they find nothing. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, the palace guard of Mount Reliance Sect, secretly closes the entrance to Mount Reliance Ancestor's seclusion, protecting the ancestor's safety. When Mount Reliance Ancestor learns of this, he is both annoyed and slightly touched. Zhou Yanyan, the guardian elder of the Unparalleled Sword Sect, takes a fancy to Chen Fan's aptitude and character, and invites him to join the sect. However, Chen Fan, out of loyalty to Mount Reliance Sect, declines the request. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yanyan forcibly takes Chen Fan away and accepts him as his personal disciple. The middle-aged beauty of the Azure Silk Sect takes a fancy to Xu Qing, an outer disciple, and also takes her away. Zhao Shanling, the burly man of the Golden Frost Sect, originally intended to take Meng Hao, but suddenly discovers demonic energy within his body, and that the little fatty Li Fugi has a special spiritual power. So he takes them away as well. Just as everyone is about to leave, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly comes from within Mount Reliance Sect, and the expressions of the 3 major sects change drastically as they all turn their heads to look at Mount Reliance Sect. Deep within the underground palace of the Reliance Sect, the Reliance Patriarch's eyes blazed with madness. Summoning the last of his cultivation, he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Its might unparalleled, this force uprooted the surrounding trees and unleashed a tempest of emerald and black, accompanied by lightning and thunder, causing the cultivators of the Zhao nation to tremble. To protect his sole inner sect disciple, Meng Hao, the Reliance Patriarch unhesitatingly mutilated his forehead, forcing out his lifeblood, which transformed into a rolling crimson mist that enveloped the Reliance Sect for millions of miles. Within the red mist, a deafening clap of thunder erupted, condensing into the majestic and awe-inspiring face of an aged elder, the Reliance Patriarch. As the Patriarch opened his eyes, Yuan Ying cultivators such as Zhou Yanyan and Zhao Shanling were filled with terror. Staggering backward and vomiting blood, the Reliance Patriarch roared, sending 3 crimson rays of light towards the trio. Zhou Yanyan warned them as a guardian elder. The elder mistress invoked their ancestral friendship, and Zhao Shanling admitted his fault and begged for mercy. The Reliance Patriarch snorted, ordering them to return to their sects and inform them that the Zhao nation was his territory, and they were forbidden from entering. As for Meng Hao, he allowed the trio to take him with them. As the Reliance Patriarch's voice fell, the crimson rays dissipated, and the trio fled in disarray. The cultivators of the Zhao nation trembled, recalling the Reliance Patriarch's reputation of years past. The Reliance Patriarch's voice grew weaker, and the red mist dissipated, condensing into a silver and gold spear that appeared before Meng Hao. The Reliance Patriarch declared the dissolution of the Reliance Sect, leaving the spear for Meng Hao's self-defense. However, the spear suddenly shattered, revealing the image of the Reliance Patriarch. He informed Meng Hao that he was but a wisp of divine consciousness, and his true self was entering a year-long slumber. He tasked Meng Hao with finding a way to attract Foundation establishment cultivators or above from the Zhao nation within the year. If Meng Hao succeeded, he would be greatly rewarded. As the Reliance Patriarch's voice faded away, Meng Hao realized that all that had come before was a ruse to frighten outsiders. He gripped the spear tightly, his heart filled with excitement, determined to fulfill the Patriarch's request and restore the Reliance Sect to its former glory. Haunted by memories of his comrades from the no-fallen Reliance Sect, Meng Hao stands alone atop a desolate mountain peak. His former companions, senior sister Xu, senior brother Chen, and little Fatty, have all departed, leaving Meng Hao as the sole survivor. Yearning for his homeland, Meng Hao resolves to return to Cloud County. However, the Reliance Sect lies in ruins. Donning a scholar's robe, imbued with the immense spiritual power of his golden elixir lake and demon core, he embarks on his journey. After 2 arduous days through the mountains, Meng Hao finally emerges onto the plains. Gazing into the boundless wilderness, he realizes that Cloud County is near. By the shores of the northern sea, he encounters an ancient ferryman who has ferried across the sea for 20 years. Amassing a wealth of wisdom, the ferryman's words ignite a revelation within Meng Hao. If you say it is a lake, it is a lake. If you say it is the sea, it is the sea. These words awaken Meng Hao to the realization that his elixir lake is not a lake, but a sea, with the northern sea as his witness. Meng Hao attains enlightenment. His elixir lake transforms into an elixir sea, elevating his cultivation directly to the peak of the Qi condensation 7th layer. Recognizing this immense debt, Meng Hao vows to one day assist the northern sea in becoming the sea. With a heart filled with longing for home, Meng Hao sets off once more. Behind him lies the vast and majestic northern sea, bearing witness to his dreams and commitments. Yunjia County, nestled beneath the Green Mountain, was once where Meng Hao spent his youth. After 3 years away, he has shed his mortal aura and returns to his homeland. The once celestial daughter of Master Sun is now an overweight woman of ordinary appearance, causing Meng Hao to lament the passage of time. He arrives at his dilapidated ancestral home and is warmly welcomed by his former benefactors, Uncle Li and Aunt Li. Meng Hao learns that Uncle Li family has moved into the ancestral home due to financial difficulties. So he purchases it and allows them to continue living there. He respectfully declines their offer of payment, deeply grateful for their love and care. At Master Wang's carpentry shop, Meng Hao inquires about Wang Yuke whereabouts and informs him that his brother will return in a few years. Master Wang is overjoyed and weeps with renewed hope. Meng Hao also visits Master Zhao, who once sponsored him, but learns that he has relocated to the capital. He realizes that his path now extends beyond Yunjia County, encompassing both the Zhao Kingdom and the southern region. Finally, Meng Hao travels to Yunkai County to see his former friend Li Da's son, Little Fatty. Little Fatty had once boasted about his lavish lifestyle, amusing Meng Hao with his exaggerated tales. In the prosperous county of Yunkai, wealthy landlords are abundant. Meng Hao came to this place to visit an old friend, Li Fugi, who had been missing for many years. He learned that his father, Li Dafu, was the wealthiest man in the area and lived in a magnificent mansion. During the banquet at the mansion, Zhao Gongzi, the eldest son of the Zhao family of Yunhai County, disrespectfully flirted with Li Dafu's daughter-in-law, Shang'er, causing a conflict. Li Dafu furiously berated him, and Zhao Gongzi threatened to seize the Li family's wealth. Shang'er was terrified, yet she still respected Zhao Gongzi. Learning that Zhao Gongzi's younger brother, Zhao Hai, was immortal, Li Dafu was filled with fear. He rejected Zhao Gongzi's unreasonable demands and chased him out of the mansion. However, Zhao Gongzi harbored a grudge and threatened to kill the Li family. Meng Hao witnessed everything at the banquet. Having learned that Li Fuga's sect friend Meng Hao had once gone missing, he introduced himself as Meng Hao and promised to handle the matter. Li Dafu was skeptical but nevertheless followed Meng Hao's instructions to craft 3 spears. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongzi returned to Yunhai County and tattled to his younger brother, Zhao Hai. Enraged, Zhao Hai decided to personally go to the Li family to seek revenge. 7 days later, Zhao Gongzi led Zhao Hai and a group of servants to Yunkai County. Informed of Zhao Hai's intentions, Meng Hao retrieved the 3 spears and displayed his magical power of retrieving objects from afar. Astounding Li Dafu and the others, Meng Hao put the 3 spears into his storage bag and expressed his willingness to help the Li family. Li Dafu and his servants were immensely grateful and prostrated themselves in thanks. At the Yongkai County mansion, Li Dafu was astonished to discover that the young scholar in front of him named Meng Hao was an immortal, and that his disobedient son Li Fugi was also a friend of the Immortal Sect. At this moment, the arrogant Zhao Gongzi led his younger brother and disciple Zhao Hai to the mansion. Intending to forcibly marry a woman from the mansion, Zhao Hai recognized Meng Hao at a glance and was terrified. It turned out that Meng Hao was a prominent figure among the outer sect disciples of the Kaoshan sect. Zhao Hai immediately turned against his lord, slapped Zhao Gongzi in the face, and knelt down to kowtow to Meng Hao and beg for mercy. Meng Hao severely reprimanded Zhao Hai, abolished his cultivation base, and expelled him from the Immortal Sect. Li Dafu was shocked to learn that Zhao Hai was just Meng Hao's servant. Meng Hao admitted that Li Fugi was a friend of the sect, and that he had come back to his hometown on his behalf. So he would naturally not stand idly by when he learned of this matter. Meng Hao then bid farewell to Li Dafu and went to the Daqing mountain to reminisce. In the crack cave of the Daqing mountain, Meng Hao was filled with emotion. Just as he was about to leave the cave, he suddenly discovered a figure in a golden robe on the top of the mountain. It was Shangguan Shu. Shangguan Shu's greed for Meng Hao's treasures made him reveal his murderous intent. Meng Hao knew that he was no match for him, and he quickly escaped on his flying sword. Shangguan Shu was determined to get what he wanted, and he sacrificed a talisman to chase after him, vowing to eliminate Meng Hao and seize his treasures. A chase ensued, and it was unknown whether Meng Hao would be able to escape from Shangguan Shu's grasp. In the twilight's grip, lightning bolts pierce the overcast sky as Meng Hao races on his flying sword, relentlessly pursued by Shangguan Shu, a qi condensation 9th level cultivator. Meng Hao, a qi condensation 7th level cultivator, cannot shake off Shangguan Shu and alternates between gliding and dashing. Shangguan Shu's treacherous intentions drive him to seize an unknown treasure in Meng Hao's possession. Meng Hao employs clever tactics, conjuring a whirlpool with flying sword fragments to obstruct Shangguan Shu. However, Shangguan Shu's superior cultivation and magical treasure shatter the whirlpool, closing the distance. In desperation, Meng Hao detonates his flying sword, shrouding the area in a blinding mist and allowing him to counterattack. Shangguan Shu's robes are torn, and his fury intensifies as darkness envelopes the land. Meng Hao flees into the Zhao Kingdom's mountain range of the Protector. Shangguan Shu remains hot on his heels, determined to claim his life. Concurrently, on the peak of the Zhao Kingdom's Protector's mountain, Wu Dingchu, an elder from the Purple Fortune sect, a prominent sect in the southern region, places a bet with the eccentric Song the Strange. If the Purple Fortune sect's disciples ascend the sacred mountain and claim a treasure, Song the Strange will give up his spirit crystal stone as wager. Song the Strange expresses confidence, claiming the mountain is teeming with spirit beasts, making retrieving the treasure challenging. Wu Dingchu remains resolute, stating that the Purple Fortune sect's disciples will triumph over the mountain's perils. Disciples from the Purple Fortune sect, a major sect in the southern region, are sent by their sect elder, Wu Dingchu, to undergo a trial at Mount Treasure, a mountain rumored to be brimming with treasures. However, Mount Treasure is occupied by a mysterious figure known as Old Demon Song, who has raised ferocious spirit beasts to guard the peak. As soon as the Purple Fortune sect disciples enter the forest of demonic beasts, they are attacked by a formidable beast with the body of a dragon and the head of a tiger. Despite Wu Dingchi's boastful words, his disciples are driven out by the demonic beasts one after another, leaving him humiliated. Old Demon Song mocks the Purple Fortune sect disciples, claiming that even with their talents, they cannot match his spirit beasts. Wu Dingchu stubbornly insists that his best disciples have yet to appear. But when they do, they too are unable to escape the pursuit of the demonic beasts. Provoked by Old Demon Song, Wu Dingchu is consumed by anger and shame but is powerless to retaliate. Old Demon Song even declares that he will hang a universe bag at the top of the mountain, tempting disciples from various sects to compete for it. Meanwhile, in another part of the mountain forest, Meng Hao and Shangguan Shu are engaged in a fierce battle. Shangguan Shu utilizes his special technique to severely injure Meng Hao's heart veins. However, Meng Hao uses a water ball and a fire python to fend off Shangguan Shu's subsequent attacks and escapes amidst the chaos. After a night of pursuit, Meng Hao and Shangguan Shu reach the foot of a towering mountain near Mount Treasure. The mountain rises high into the clouds, with snow covering its midsection, as if it conceals some mystery. Before a mysterious mountain, Meng Hao and Shangguan Shu entered the dense jungle known as the Spirit Beast Forest. The forest is filled with aggressive exotic spirit beasts. The disciples of the Purple Fate Sect have been struggling in the forest for a night but could not get close to the foot of the mountain. In the forest, Meng Hao found an exotic white ape that has snow-white hair and is extremely vicious. It has seriously injured many disciples of the Purple Fate Sect. However, Meng Hao intervened with his iron spear that surprisingly can severely injure the white ape by piercing it, causing it to explode. Then, Meng Hao galloped through the Spirit Beast Forest. Wherever he went, creatures like peacocks, black tigers, and giant rats all screamed and avoided him because of his iron spear. Shangguan Shu followed closely but was obstructed repeatedly. Shocked, the surrounding disciples of the Purple Fate Sect discussed Meng Hao's astonishing power, speculating that his iron spear might be some kind of powerful magic weapon. And on the distant mountaintop, Wu Dingchu of the Purple Fate Sect and Song Laoguai, the owner of the Spirit Beast Forest, were watching the battle. Wu Dingchu was delighted when he saw Meng Hao sweeping through Song Laoguai Spirit Beast Forest. Almost every exotic spirit beast was severely injured. He could not help but mock Song Laoguai, saying that these rare spirit beasts were going to suffer. Although Song Laoguai was heartbroken, he pretended to be calm, claiming that Meng Hao was not a disciple of the Purple Fate Sect and had nothing to do with him. However, his heart was bleeding for those rare and exotic beasts that were easily killed by Meng Hao. In the proving grounds of the Violet Fate Sect, a mysterious young man named Meng Hao emerged, wielding an iron spear that shattered all obstacles in his path. He stormed into Elder Song's Spirit Beast Forest, easily repelling an alien elephant beast with the power of his iron spear, sending wails echoing through the sinister forest. Leaving the forest, Meng Hao charged relentlessly towards Elder Song's treasure mountain, collecting elixirs, spirit stones, and magical artifacts along the way. Elder Song's heart sank as his mountain, which housed rare and powerful beasts, was threatened by Meng Hao's relentless onslaught. Meng Hao traversed the domain of the formidable devilish ink beast, seizing a treasure from a pile of spirit stones. He ascended the mountain, vanquishing every beast that crossed his path. Elder Song watched in horror as Meng Hao plundered his prized possessions, leaving him with a heavy heart. Half an hour later, Meng Hao reached the mountainside, retrieving scattered treasures, including scrolls and other magical artifacts. The Violet Fate Sect disciples in the forest watched in awe and envy. An hour later, Meng Hao breached the summit of the snow-covered treasure mountain, where the dangerous sky-rending eagle lurked. Meng Hao brandished his iron spear, gravely injuring the eagle, sending its cries reverberating across the mountain. An hour and a half later, Meng Hao reached the summit, claiming a black net magical artifact. All the Violet Fate Sect disciples in the forest witnessed his heroic feat, their hearts filled with awe. They marveled at Meng Hao's prowess and coveted his prized iron spear. On the outskirts of an obscure town, Meng Hao stumbles upon a nameless, flat-top mountain that houses a trial ground. Atop the mountain, a grand flag and a vibrant pouch emanate an irresistible aura that draws Meng Hao in. He swiftly retrieves the pouch, causing the flag to topple. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd awaiting the trial's result witnesses this spectacle with astonishment. Meanwhile, two cultivators, the renowned Song Laoguai from the southern region and Purple Fate Sect's elder Wu Dingchu, engage in a chess match on the mountaintop. Song Laoguai is filled with dismay upon discovering that Meng Hao has taken the universe bag and is inconsolable. However, Wu Dingchu purposely obstructs Song Laoguai's pursuit, taking pleasure in his opponent's distress. Wu Dingchu declares that the disciples of Purple Fate Sect are to seize the treasure spear in Meng Hao's possession as their trial task. The disciples disperse in pursuit, some chasing after Meng Hao while others head to the town to intercept him. After escaping the mountain stronghold, Meng Hao stumbles upon a mysterious city of cultivators. Within a cave, Meng Hao examines his spoils, finding an abundance of elixirs, spirit stones, magic treasures, and a lifelike painting. The painting unfurls, releasing an overwhelming spiritual pressure that astounds Meng Hao. He realizes that the mountaintop treasures were far more valuable than he had anticipated. With the final, iridescent pouch exuding an enigmatic aura, Meng Hao stumbles upon a cave with a mysterious storage bag containing valuable treasures including spirit stones, elixirs, magic tools, and scrolls. He realizes it may be a trial ground for a powerful sect and taking the treasures would come at a cost. He travels to Dongsho City, seeking experts to appraise the elixirs. He visits several elixir shops but only manages to identify some of the potions. Determined to gain more knowledge, Meng Hao enters the luxurious Bai-Gen Pavilion. He senses a formidable aura from a Foundation establishment cultivator within and spots an alchemy furnace, stirring his aspirations for cultivation. A woman in a pink dress approaches Meng Hao and introduces a jade slip containing elixir information. Her charming smile and graceful figure captivate him. Meng Hao hesitates, inquiring about more detailed records. The woman leads him to a secluded corner and presents an ancient scroll. It contains a vast collection of alchemy knowledge from southern region, including visual imprints. However, the scroll has cracks and will shatter if copied. Recognizing its worth, Meng Hao asks for a discount. The woman subtly implies that he can show his appreciation in a special way, which will aid in his request for a reduced price. In a bustling marketplace, young Meng Hao enters the 100 Treasures Pavilion to buy medicinal pills. He encounters a charming woman, Chao Ling, who offers him a discount and invites him to visit again. As Meng Hao prepares to leave, a group of people emerge from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Among them a dispirited young man who catches his attention. This young man, Zhao Kai, was Meng Hao's fellow disciple in the Reliance Sect but has now joined an enemy sect. Chao Ling notices this scene and frowns slightly. Meanwhile, Meng Hao is surrounded by disciples claiming to represent 3 major sects. They demand to inspect Meng Hao's belongings, alleging that he possesses a precious treasure bestowed upon him by the Reliance Patriarch. Meng Hao remains composed and summons an ordinary-looking iron spear from his storage pouch. The spear pierces the ground. Emitting a cold glint, Meng Hao steps back, his eyes steely, as if he is waiting for someone to inspect it so he can kill them and seize the opportunity to escape. As the standoff continues, a dozen white-clad cultivators enter from the west gate of the city. They are disciples of the Purple Fate Sect, a renowned sect from the southern domain. Their arrival elicits immediate respect and warm greetings from the Zhao Kingdom cultivators. Suddenly, one of the Purple Fate Sect disciples notices the iron spear on the ground and halts in his steps. The other disciples follow his gaze and rush over, their expressions filled with excitement. Their behavior shocks the Zhao Kingdom cultivators surrounding Meng Hao, making them realize that the iron spear in his possession might be an extraordinary item. At the western city gate of Phoenix Sky City, Meng Hao is surrounded by disciples of the Zhao Nation sect and the Violet Fate sect. The Zhao Nation disciples excitedly welcome the Violet Fate sect, thinking that this will elevate their own status. However, to their surprise, the Violet Fate sect disciples ignore the passionate entertainment of a man in fancy clothes and instead show great respect to Meng Hao. The 2 highest-ranked Violet Fate sect disciples, Qian Shuihan and LV Song, warmly address Meng Hao and invite him to a banquet. Their eyes show awe and they praise Meng Hao's heroic performance on Treasure Mountain. Meng Hao knows he cannot refuse, so he calmly acknowledges his name. This shocks the Zhao Nation cultivators, who cannot believe the Violet Fate sect would be civil to Meng Hao. The man in fancy clothes, Sun Hua, especially, realizes that his face has been lost and feels regretful. Qian Shuihan and Lu Song question Meng Hao about the iron spear in his hand, which they recognize as their own divine item used on Treasure Mountain. The Zhao Nation cultivators were too focused on competing for treasures to notice the tiny nick on the spear. Upon seeing the nick, Lu Song and Qian Shuihan are even more certain that Meng Hao has their spear and forcefully demand it in the name of the Violet Fate sect. Meng Hao pretends to hesitate before agreeing to sell them the spear. Qian Shuihan and Lu Song threaten Meng Hao, claiming they could force others to take it from him if he refuses. Meng Hao feigns resentment but inwardly scoffs. He thrusts the spear into the ground, putting on an act of heartache and helplessness, and lets the Violet Fate sect disciples determine the price. At an auction, Meng Hao, a disciple of the Violet Fate sect, was forced to sell an iron spear which he had falsely claimed to be a treasure to qualify for the inner sect. But his lie was quickly exposed, and it sparked a bidding war between the disciples of the Violet Fate sect and another sect, the Zhao State sect. Qian Shuihan started the bidding at 500 spirit stones, and Lu Song immediately raised it to 1500 spirit stones. Seeing the intense competition, Qian Shuihan offered his soul-seizing nail. while Lu Song countered with a powerful treasure called the Sky River Fan. To further compete, Qian Shuihan offered a breakthrough pill, and Lu Song offered a poisonous black scorpion pill. In the end, the two agreed to send the Iron Spear to Elder Wu for a decision and left the auction with their disciples. Meanwhile, Meng Hao secretly collected all the spirit stones and treasures that were bid on. After activating the Sky River Fan, he quickly escaped. At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the treasure pavilion opened his eyes and commented with disdain on the foolishness of those who fought over a common item. After Meng Hao escaped from Huguoshan Mountain, he was filled with fear because he had offended the Elder Song and the Purple Fate Sect. And he had to flee desperately. 2 days later, Wu Dingchu and the Elder Song met in the mountains and learned that Qian Shuihan and Lushuang had exchanged a large amount of spirit stones and treasures for an iron spear, which turned out to be fake. The Elder Song was furious and vowed to find Meng Hao. Wu Dingchu was forced to invite the Elder Song to the Purple Fate Sect to play chess to prevent him from chasing Meng Hao. Qian Shuihan and Lushuang, after learning that the iron spear was fake, hated Meng Hao to the bone and swore to kill him. Meng Hao continued to flee, and half a month later, he retreated into a cave to meditate. He felt helpless, believing that he was innocent but had gotten himself into big trouble. He sighed, feeling exhausted, but still didn't dare to relax his vigilance, and continued to hide in the deep mountains and wild forests to avoid being caught up. After spending more than 2 months in secluded meditation in the deep mountains, Meng Hao finally broke through to the 8th level of qi condensation, giving him a drastically different aura. He deeply understood that only by constantly growing stronger can one survive in the world of cultivation, relying on the abundant spirit stones and elixirs he had in hand, as well as his ability to replicate Earth Spirit and Heaven Spirit elixir. Meng Hao rapidly improved his cultivation. However, as his cultivation increased, so did his need for spiritual power. Meng Hao realized that the spirit stones in his storage bag were becoming scarce. As Meng Hao approached the capital of Zhao country, he met a scholar named Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang noticed Meng Hao's extraordinary aura and invited him to ride into the city in his carriage. The two engaged in lively conversation in the carriage, discussing Confucian philosophy. Meng Hao's insights on life and snow were profound. Meng Hao eventually parted ways with Zheng Yang at the city gate. He walked into the bustling streets, leaving Zheng Yang with a sense of awe. Many years later, Zheng Yang became a renowned Confucian master in Zhao country, but he still often recalled the encounter with Meng Hao on that snowy night. Meng Hao's experience and insights helped Zheng Yang deepen his understanding of Confucian thought. He also never forgot that scholar who had vanished like the falling snow. In the capital of the Zhao kingdom, located on the edge of the southern territories, stands a towering edifice known as the Tang Pavilion, a symbol of yearning towards the great Tang of the eastern lands. Meng Hao, a youth aspiring for officialdom and a pilgrimage to the Tang Pavilion, nurtures dreams amidst the mystery of his missing parents. Arriving at the Tang Pavilion, Meng Hao reminisces about the purple winds and his mother's tales of the great Tang from his childhood. Ascending to its summit, he gazes out at the boundless snowstorm, realizing the impossibility of witnessing Chang'an from this vantage. Yet, in that moment, the Tang Pavilion emanates a soft glow, shooting into the heavens and forming a colossal whirlpool that conceals within it a realm of ruins, skeletons, and coffins. Witnessing this, Meng Hao's horror intensifies as he beholds a withered corpse within the vortex, its eyes opening to fix him with an icy gaze. In an instant, Meng Hao feels an overwhelming pressure, his body withering away. He comprehends the extraordinary nature of the Tang Pavilion and resolves to depart. Exiting the capital, Meng Hao looks back at the Tang Pavilion, his mind clouded with questions. He ponders the existence of the world within the vortex, its connection to the Tang Pavilion, and its potential relation to the great Tang of the eastern lands. Awed by the pavilion's unfathomable nature and the potential peril of being observed by the corpse within the vortex, he decides to distance himself swiftly. Haunted by ominous black miasma after fleeing the Zhao kingdom's capital, Meng Hao becomes anxious. While his body is no longer withering, the black miasma continues to emanate, attracting attention. He repeatedly changes locations in deep mountains to hide his trail but finds that the miasma ignores all seals and persists. After 7 days of relentless flight, the miasma subsides slightly but remains present. Meng Hao realizes that he cannot stay in one place for long and must continually change mountain ranges. However, His movements have already garnered attention. One day, Meng Hao conceals himself within an ancient tree to evade pursuing cultivators. Suddenly, 4 figures appear, one of whom absorbs Meng Hao's black miasma with a white pearl. Recognizing that his miasma has drawn their notice, Meng Hao reveals himself and attempts to leave. The 4 figures intercept Meng Hao, led by Yan Ziguo, who questions the source of Meng Hao's death energy. Agitated, Meng Hao summons a fire python to counter the group's magical treasure attacks and unleashes the feathers on his precious fan, severely injuring Yan Ziguo and his companions. Yan Ziguo identifies Meng Hao's fan as a treasure reserved for disciples at the 9th level of qi condensation. Stirring his heart with greed, he consults with his fellow disciples and concludes that Meng Hao is likely Meng Hao, a disciple of the Purple Fate Sect, and resolves to pursue him. Just as Yan Ziguo prepares to mobilize, the heavens and earth tremble, and a cataclysmic crimson light erupts from the depths of the southern domain, engulfing the entire region. One day, under clear skies, a deafening roar shook the kingdom of Zhao and the entire southern region. This great sound did not originate from the kingdom of Zhao, but from the distant south. A red glow appeared in the sky, as if a blaze were consuming it. In the heart of the distant southern region, a massive rift split open in the heavens, as if the whole world were to shatter. This sound reverberated throughout the southern region, startling countless cultivators and mortals. Meng Hao felt the death aura within him surge, filling him with trepidation. He flew at great speed to the highest nearby mountain peak, where he saw a colossal corpse in the sky, falling from the rift into the southern region. A dark light enveloped the surrounding world, and the earth of the southern region began to tremble violently, mountains collapsing and the ground churning. The shockwaves from this colossal corpse reached the kingdom of Zhao, causing a minor earthquake. Simultaneously, a rumor swept through the southern region like a wildfire: the corpse of an extraterrestrial being had fallen. It was said that the corpse had crashed near the reincarnation cave, one of the 3 most dangerous places in the southern region, and it instantly created a stir. Countless powerful beings flocked to the scene. Speculations abounded, with some believing it to be the remains of an immortal, while others guessed it was the remnants of an ancient demon. In the cataclysmic event 7 days prior, Meng Hao's death aura had intensified. Now, it was gradually dissipating, but it still made him uneasy. He realized that he must quickly escape his pursuers, even if it meant killing them. However, as Meng Hao advanced, he sensed a threat ahead. He sent out a leaf from his precious fan to scout, but it detected nothing. As Meng Hao prepared to turn and leave, dark light suddenly erupted from the surrounding mountain peaks, trapping him. 8 figures appeared, one of them being Yan Ziguo and another being senior brother Lu at the 9th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao knew he was cornered. He immediately summoned his silver spear and the ferocious beast from the painting, and pierced senior brother Yan's brow with a death nail. In the moment of their shock, Meng Hao seized the opportunity to escape, leaving behind a scene of astonishment and death. Yan Ziguo attempts to corner Meng Hao, but Meng Hao strikes first, driving the soul-locking nail into Yan's brow, instantly freezing him into a block of black ice. The disciples of the Windfrost sect are horrified at the sight of their comrade's demise. But 3 monstrous, fog-like beasts are already upon them. Lu Shishong, a disciple of the 9th qi condensation layer, waves a red banner and summons a raging inferno that engulfs the fog beasts. Meng takes the opportunity to charge towards the woman maintaining the formation, seizing the pearl. As the pearl is shattered, the formation dissipates. Meng activates his precious fan, preparing to break through the encirclement. Lu employs a jade slip, transforming into an illusion that evades Meng's fan. But his disciples behind him are not so lucky. Meng crushes a white pearl, replicating the magical treasure. Lu pursues Meng with a crystal sword, which Meng deflects with the replica feather. A fierce battle ensues, and Meng retrieves 3 white pearls, absorbing the death aura to dispel its tracking effect. As darkness descends, Sun Hua and his companions follow the trail, intent on seizing Meng Hao's treasures. Zhou and Xu cast spells, summoning spectral, misty hands. Meng unleashes a fire serpent and a wooden sword, engaging the hands in combat. Amidst the thunderous brawling, Meng Hao faced the joint siege of 2 qi condensation 8th layer disciples from the Kushui sect, struggling to hold his ground. In desperation, he brandished 2 enigmatic wooden swords that pierced through the misty hand and lunged at the duo. However, despite their potency, Meng Hao's cultivation was insufficient to fully unleash their might. Meng Hao executed the divine technique of the Feng Sect, the Feng finger, sending a bolt of cyan ice crystal straight at his assailant's vitals. Simultaneously, Zhao and Xu of the Xu Sect unleashed their technique, the thunderclap spirit, summoning 3 consecutive thunderbolts. At this dire moment, Meng Hao produced a scroll and conjured 2 fog beasts to fend off the duo. As the fierce battle raged, an arrow whistled through the air, targeting Meng Hao's heart. He swiftly summoned the soul-snatching nail and 2 banners, but they were all shattered by the arrow. Desperate, Meng Hao met the arrowhead with the wooden sword, resulting in a deafening explosion. Meng Hao sustained severe injuries. Coughing up blood, unwilling to succumb, he brandished the wooden sword once more, determined to fight tooth and nail. However, at this critical juncture, a mysterious third party emerged, their arrow nearly claiming Meng Hao's life. With indomitable spirit, Meng Hao blocked the arrow with the wooden sword, narrowly escaping death. Meng Hao fiercely fought with sharp arrows, causing his wooden sword to break and himself to be severely injured. At this critical juncture, Ding Xin, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi condensation from the Purple Luck Sect, emerged to kill Meng Hao as ordered. With the situation hanging in the balance, Meng Hao summoned the 9-feather treasure fan to escape. Lu Daoyun, at the 8th level of Qi condensation, and 2 disciples of the Xu Sect at the 9th level of Qi condensation pursued him relentlessly. In despair, Meng Hao took out the silver spear and threw it into the distance, letting the pursuers fight over it. The silver spear flew towards the Feng Sect disciples. Sun Hua led his group to surround it, intending to seize the treasure. Lu Daoyun arrived to stop him, and both sides erupted in a dispute, thunderclouds and cold air intertwining. In the end, Sun Hua disregarded everything and swung the silver spear to resist Lu Daoyun's cold finger. The silver spear shattered, and Sun Hua died. Lu Daoyun, Zhao, and Xu retrieved the fragments of the silver spear, shocked to discover that it was made of silver and not a treasure. Lu Daoyun regretted his actions, fearing that killing Sun Hua for a silver spear would provoke a conflict between their sects. An iron spear brings undeserved calamity to the disciples of the Purple Fate Sect, while a silver spear causes tragedy for Sun Hua and Lu Daoyun and sparks a conflict between the Winding River Sect and the Winter Gale Sect. Meng Hao escapes pursuit, but heavily injured. He is relentlessly hunted by the Purple Fate Sect disciple Ding Xin. Ding Xin is heartless and only wants to toy with Meng Hao, not killing him in haste. Meng Hao flees while being chased by Ding Xin's sharp arrows, his injuries worsening, forcing him to ingest numerous demon pills, causing his body to become infested with demon qi. Upon learning of Meng Hao's whereabouts, Ding Xin is overjoyed, eager to witness Meng Hao's body completely demonize. Facing pursuit, Meng Hao knows he can't continue to escape and resolves to confront Ding Xin on the Northern Sea. Meng Hao summons 4 demon beasts to fend off Ding Xin's attacks while taking the initiative to counterattack. Besieging Ding Xin with his flying sword and precious fan, Ding Xin wields the Violet Fate Heaven and Crimson Whisker Duster, effortlessly neutralizing Meng Hao's assault. However, at this critical moment, Meng Hao uses the black web and 2 wooden swords to unexpectedly trap Ding Xin. The wooden swords poised to pierce Ding Xin's vitals. Amidst the crisis in North Sea, Meng Hao unleashed the life-saving purple qi arriving from the east divine ability to counter Ding Xin's approaching wooden swords. However, one sword remained unaffected by the divine ability, piercing Ding Xin's chest, while another was temporarily held back by the purple qi, yet emitted a purple glow that pursued Ding Xin. Badly injured, Ding Xin found his spiritual energy draining, though he intended to retrieve Meng Hao's corpse and the wooden swords. He was surprised to find Meng Hao's wounds healed and his cultivation advanced. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from the depths of North Sea, and a surge of spiritual energy flooded Meng Hao, repairing his body and core. Upon awakening, Meng Hao beheld a battered ferry at the bottom of the lake and dozens of identical female corpses. A child resembling the corpses emerged from the boat and asked Meng Hao to accompany her for eternity. Shocked, Meng Hao realized this was no illusion and bowed in gratitude to the lake. As Meng Hao returned to the surface, he discovered his lost wooden swords trembling towards him. Ding Xin also spotted one of the swords. Noticing its sentience, believing it to be a treasure, he pursued the sword with excitement. Meng Hao emerged from the North Sea and encountered Ding Xin's obstruction. Despite Ding Xin's potent spiritual force, Meng Hao neutralized his attacks and vowed retribution. Ding Xin, astonished by Meng Hao's resilience, turned and fled. Meng Hao relentlessly pursued, depleting Ding Xin's cultivation with his wooden sword. Though Ding Xin was an inner disciple of the Purple Fate Sect, he could only evade Meng Hao's relentless pursuit. Desperate, he threatened Meng Hao with the sect's name. Unmoved, Meng Hao continued his relentless assault, reducing Ding Xin's cultivation to the third layer of qi condensation. Ding Xin pleaded for mercy, but to no avail. Meng Hao ultimately executed him. Collecting Ding Xin's storage pouch, Meng Hao incinerated his body. He realized that the incident stemmed from his hesitation and vowed to act decisively in future situations. As the sun set and snow fell, it concealed Meng Hao's departing footprints and dissipated the bloodshed. He continued his journey, his silhouette resembling a solitary snowflake, resolute yet desolate. After enduring the battles at the Northern Sea, the energy of death within Meng Hao dissipated, and he stepped into the wind and snow with grace. After a month-long struggle, the black energy finally stopped hovering around him. Approaching the Great Blue Mountain, Meng Hao stepped into the crevasse he had been dragged into years ago, sat down cross-legged, and silently gazed at the wind and snow. Late at night, the wind and snow raged, concealing the heavens and the earth in a white blanket. The campfire before Meng Hao gradually extinguished, and the cave was devoured by darkness. A sense of solitude washed over Meng Hao, and he became filled with longing for his parents and old acquaintances. Recalling his plump friend and his senior fellow disciples from the sect, he resolved to leave the Zhao kingdom and journey to the southern domain, with a desire to cultivate his qi foundation and become a true cultivator. At this moment, Meng Hao discovered approximately 8,000 spiritual stones and a large black bow in Ding Xin's storage pouch. Inside the storage pouch was also an amber-colored pill that emitted an astounding medicinal fragrance. From the ancient jade that identified pills, Meng Hao learned that this was a qi foundation building pill, a priceless treasure. Meng Hao was filled with excitement. He understood the value of the qi foundation building pill and decided to sell some of his belongings to obtain the necessary spiritual stones to achieve a breakthrough. He chose to travel to the Riverside Market, a relatively chaotic place where cultivators gathered, outside the control of the three major sects. A few days later, Meng Hao disguised himself and entered the Riverside Market. As he scanned his surroundings, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed slightly and he immediately entered a shop. In the Ten Heavens Market, Shangguan Shu, in black, walks with two qi condensation level 7 black-clothed cultivators, seemingly inspecting the place. At that time, Meng Hao, with a bamboo hat on, passes by a pill shop. He notices a pill called the Earth Spirit Pill but hesitates due to its high price. After inquiring about the price of the Foundation Establishment Pill, Meng Hao becomes suspicious and starts to explore the shops in Ten Heavens Market. He finds that the prices of common pills and magical treasures are high but cannot meet his needs of more than 100,000 spirit stones. After some deliberation, Meng Hao decides to try selling the Foundation Establishment Pill. The next day, he disguises himself and goes to a luxurious pavilion in Ten Heavens Market called Ten Heavens Pavilion. After some investigation, Meng Hao concludes that there is a passage on the second floor of the building that leads outside. He uses a bronze mirror to copy a Foundation Establishment Pill and sells it for 200,000 spirit stones. The deacon on the second floor confirms the authenticity of the Foundation Establishment Pill and asks if Meng Hao is Ding Xin. Meng Hao doesn't say anything and shows the deacon Ding Xin's identity jade card and robe. In the end, Meng Hao successfully sells the Foundation Establishment Pill and obtains the urgently needed 100,000 spirit stones. The deacon, after observing Meng Hao's demeanor and seating position, has some doubts about his identity but completes the transaction anyway. Leaving Ten Heavens Market, Meng Hao remains vigilant and conceals his tracks carefully. In Tiangong Hall of Zhao State, Meng Hao sold a foundation building pill personally refined by the Grand Master of Purple Fate Sect. Based on some clues, the female shopkeeper inferred that Meng Hao is Ding Xin from Purple Fate Sect, and the emblem on the pill confirmed her speculation. After leaving Tiangong Hall, Meng Hao immediately went to Dagangshan for a closed-door training. With a large amount of spirit stones and tinling pill, he steadily improved his cultivation base. However, when his qi condensation cultivation base reached the peak of the 8th layer, he encountered a bottleneck, which he was unable to break through even after spending a lot of money. After thinking for a long time, Meng Hao decided to use 3 very valuable foundation building pills to break through the bottleneck. He swallowed one at a time, and the spiritual power in his body exploded instantly. Soon after, a commotion broke out in Zhao State. It was unknown who had leaked the news of Meng Hao's transaction with Purple Fate Sect, causing the 2 major sects to issue a wanted order. After the news spread, Meng Hao's name became the focus of discussion among the cultivators of Zhao State, and his past misdeeds were also exposed. However, what was even more bizarre was that the 3 major sects revoked their previous wanted orders and issued new ones, requesting that Meng Hao be found but not killed. It turned out that the core formation elders of the 3 major sects had gone to Tianji State and learned that the Reliance ancestor was about to die. But the Reliance ancestor's cave dwelling could only be opened by the inner disciples of Reliance Sect, and Meng Hao was the last survivor of that sect. The 3 major sects invited the Tianji Immortal to Zhao State to join them in searching for the Reliance ancestor's cave dwelling. In a desolate cave, Meng Hao ingested a potent foundation establishment pill, hoping to break through the 8-layer qi condensation bottleneck. His body endured immense pain, leaving him unable to move. After 2 months of torment, he finally absorbed the medicinal power and broke the shackles, reaching qi condensation layer 9. Simultaneously, Meng Hao discovered that his demon core had transformed, granting increased resilience to his body. As he circulated his spiritual energy, a new world was born within him, bringing an unprecedented sense of ease. Exiting the cave, Meng Hao witnessed Xiao Hu, a disciple of the Fang sect, being chased by a qi condensation layer 6 cultivator. As Xiao Hu faced imminent death, Meng Hao intervened, using his qi condensation layer 9 aura to intimidate the pursuer. Xiao Hu seized the opportunity to counterattack, striking a fatal blow. Meng Hao realized that despite Xiao Hu's apparent weakness, he had feigned it to lure his pursuer into a trap. Inquiring about Xiao Hu's motive for the murder, he learned that it was over a bead. Meng Hao saw through Xiao Hu's deception but refrained from exposing him, merely shaking his head in disapproval and departing. However, Xiao Hu couldn't resist asking Meng Hao if he was heading to Big Green Mountain to save someone, hinting at his knowledge of Meng Hao's destination. Intrigued, Meng Hao decided to investigate further. After going through the terrifying trial of the Reliance Sect, Meng Hao learned that the Shoujun world of the Zhao nation was after him and that Shangguan Shu had reached the Foundation Establishment realm by refining the people of 3 counties into pills. Upon discovering that this was not a requirement for reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, but rather Shangguan Shu's scheme to lure Meng Hao out, Meng Hao was filled with anger and killing intent. Meng Hao headed to the Great Azure Mountain, slaughtering dozens of sentries along the way with unprecedented killing intent. Shangguan Shu, seeing that his formation had been broken and his guards were all dead, turned around to face Meng Hao. Shocked, Meng Hao, holding dozens of heads, glared at Shangguan Shu, declaring that he had no way out. Shangguan Shu waved his sleeve to scatter the heads and engaged in a life-or-death battle with Meng Hao. Meng Hao's killing intent boiled, unleashing powerful spiritual energy, determined to avenge the people of the 3 counties. After 2 months of setting up the formation, Shangguan Shu finally confirmed that Meng Hao possessed a treasure that could infinitely replicate items, and thus decided to take action to seize it. However, Meng Hao had already broken through to the 9th level of qi condensation and unleashed the more powerful fire python and beast spirit. Shangguan Shu used a secret technique to borrow the chaotic aura and vitality of Great Azure Mountain in an attempt to kill with one blow. Meng Hao used his scroll to defend, but was severely injured. Just when Shangguan Shu thought he had victory in his grasp, Meng Hao unexpectedly used the poison scorpion magic elixir hidden in his flesh and blood, and Shangguan Shu was poisoned by the scorpion venom. Meng Hao seized the opportunity and shot 7 arrows in a row, piercing Shangguan Shu's body. Shangguan Shu sacrificed an arm to suppress the toxicity. In desperation, Shangguan Shu sacrificed the purple heavenly river sea pearl, releasing chaotic energy that shattered 3 of Meng Hao's arrows. At this point, Shangguan Shu was severely injured, and the toxins in his body were stirring, with a strong backlash that could only be resolved by the Foundation Establishment realm. He roared towards the sky, his killing intent reaching the heavens. In an intense battle with Shangguan Shu, Meng Hao controls 300 flying swords, condensing them into an azure dragon to combat Shangguan Shu's Milky Way Sea. against Shangguanshu's powerful artifact. Meng Hao displays his extensive combat experience, transforming the flying swords into a vortex that breaches the Milky Way Sea's encirclement. Meng Hao then deploys his golden silkwood sword to ambush Shangguanshu, forcing him to cough up blood and cast a spell for defense. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Shangguanshu intends to threaten Meng Hao by killing the people of the three counties. But Meng Hao summons Little Tiger, who uses an artifact to seal the blood orb. In a critical moment, Shangguanshu consumes the Foundation establishment pill that Meng Hao had previously sold to Milky Way Court and forcefully establishes a foundation in front of Meng Hao. After establishing his foundation, Shangguanshu's aura surges, and the two wooden swords are unable to penetrate his protective chi. Meng Hao realizes that Shangguanshu is absorbing the Foundation establishment pill at an accelerated pace. Hoping to exploit the situation where Meng Hao's body became rigid when he absorbed the pill to buy time, he swallows the Ascension pill to enhance his spiritual power and controls the wooden swords to attack Shangguanshu with full force. However, Shangguanshu's cultivation is profound, and it only takes him half an hour to establish his foundation. Declaring that after half an hour, no matter where Meng Hao flees, he will be killed. Meng Hao finds himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by imminent danger, Meng Hao faced Shangguanshu's piercing swords in despair. The difference in their cultivation realms an insurmountable barrier. As Shangguanshu neared his foundation establishment breakthrough and Meng Hao faced his impending demise, Xiaohu sacrificed his life bead, infusing all his life essence into it. The life bead unleashed a bloody glow that enveloped Meng Hao, miraculously propelling his cultivation to the legendary 10th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao transformed, his dantian surged, and a wisp of divine sense, something only Foundation establishment cultivators possessed, emerged within his mind. His body became even more robust, his strength astonishing. However, this advancement came at a price. Meng Hao's connection to the world was severed, and the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth no longer flowed into him. Despite this handicap, Meng Hao unhesitatingly unleashed his most potent attack. His fingertip pierced Shangguanshu's 3-inch defense, stabbing the wooden sword into his chest. Shangguanshu's burgeoning Foundation establishment qi erupted in a frenzy, delaying his advancement indefinitely. Meng Hao thrust a second wooden sword with pinpoint precision, slicing open Shangguanshu's neck. Shangguanshu's eyes widened in terror, but Meng Hao remained unfazed, piercing his body again and again. As Shangguanshu lay dying, he desperately offered to surrender the ancient formula of the Tai Ling scripture, only to be met with Meng Hao's refusal. In the end, Shangguanshu fell beneath Meng Hao's relentless assault, his screams reverberating through the air. Meng Hao possessed an unyielding will, and once he set his mind upon a path, he would never falter. Through Xiaohu's sacrifice and his own unwavering determination, he shattered the limits of the qi condensation realm, reversing the inevitable and carving a path to his own survival. Upon the bloody peak of Daqing Mountain, Meng Hao engages in a deadly battle with Shangguanshu. As Shangguanshu wields formidable sword qi, Meng Hao retaliates with two wooden swords that pierce his adversary's vital points. With an earth-shattering roar, a wooden sword penetrates Shangguanshu's skull, splattering blood and ending his brief but violent life. Meng Hao seizes his storage pouch and uncovers his secret, a lost alchemy formula known as the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill. Perfect Foundation Establishment, a state-surpassing flawless foundation establishment, is a rare realm that emerges only once in tens of thousands of years. Shangguanshu had intended to use this formula to establish his foundation on the brink of death, but Meng Hao's interference prevented his plan. Meng Hao could have taken the formula, but, after careful consideration, he chooses to return it to a comatose youth named Xiaohu. Xiaohu had once entrusted his life to Meng Hao, and he would not betray his conscience. As Daqing Mountain collapses, the people of the three counties awaken, unaware of the stolen vitality Shangguanshu had drained from them. Meng Hao feels guilty, but he is unable to undo their plight. Pursuers from Shangguanshu's faction relentlessly hunt down Meng Hao, forcing him to flee. Along his escape, he encounters disciples of the Windfrost Sect, including Lu Daoyun, but manages to break free with his newly attained 10th layer qi condensation cultivation. During his flight, Meng Hao delves into Shangguanshu's storage pouch, unearthing further secrets. He learns that Shangguan Shu infiltrated the Kaoshan sect to steal the qi condensation volume of the Taishu scripture, which allowed him to achieve flawless foundation establishment. Meng Hao suspects that Shangguan Shu's death was no accident but rather a conspiracy. The three sects had enlisted Shangguan Shu to lay a trap and seize Meng Hao's treasures. However, Shangguan Shu's careless revelation of his secret had led to their plan's failure. Meng Hao realizes that he now faces even more formidable challenges ahead. Meng Hao was astounded to discover a stash of precious medicinal herbs and pills in Shangguan Shu's storage bag, capable of producing perfect foundation establishment pills. It became clear that Shangguan Shu had spent 5 decades utilizing his Tianhe workshop, even plundering his clan's treasury, to amass these materials. Recognizing the opportunity for a flawless foundation establishment, Meng Hao calmly assessed the potential risks. His agreement with the Reliance Patriarch had expired, but danger lurked. Furthermore, the three great sects were determined to capture him, leaving him trapped. Just as Meng Hao deliberated, a sudden palpitating sensation gripped him, as if an invisible hand squeezed his heart. As the feeling subsided, he acutely sensed watchful eyes around him. At that moment, the Heavencraft diviner, residing deep within Zhao, discerned Meng Hao's presence and set out immediately. Simultaneously, core formation sages and foundation establishment experts from the three great sects converged on his location. Meng Hao found himself cornered by formidable foes, but he remained composed and unyielding, facing the oppressive aura of Zhao's giants. Inwardly, he strategized with his fan and psychic abilities, preparing to engage in a desperate battle. As the situation reached its peak, the Heavencraft diviner intervened, effortlessly neutralizing Lu Daoyuan's attack. Lu Daoyuan's spiteful gaze turned to Meng Hao, who realized there was no escape and that a life-or-death confrontation was unavoidable. Upon learning of Meng Hao's possession of the treasured spear, 6 nascent soul cultivators yearned to locate the secluded cultivator's abode. However, Meng Hao adamantly declares that his life is entwined with the spear, and the loss of either would lead to his demise. Acknowledging Meng Hao's resolve, the cultivators hesitate. They fear that forcefully extracting his memories will damage the critical information regarding the secluded cultivator's abode. Meng Hao further explains that the abode cannot be opened unless he assists them with unwavering loyalty. Weighing their options, the cultivators resolve to refrain from seizing Meng Hao's treasure for the moment, promising not to extract his memories. Instead, they demand he lead them unconditionally and ingest poison pills as a guarantee. Each of the cultivators' sects provides a poison pill, forcing Meng Hao to consume all 6 at once. He realizes this is a strategy to prevent any one party from completely controlling him. However, the pill offered by Heavenly Revelation Elder, despite its unassuming appearance, fills Meng Hao with an inexplicable unease. Reluctantly, Meng Hao swallows the 6 poison pills. The cultivators warn him that any treachery will result in swift and severe punishment for him and his secluded ancestor. Outwardly, Meng Hao complies, but inwardly, he devises a plan to counter their schemes. Meng Hao was forced by 4 nascent soul ancestors to swallow 4 poisonous pills. Meng Hao recognized 3 of them as the centipede dragon pill, the corpse cold pill, and the blood poison pill. However, he did not recognize the tricolored poison pill from the old woman with the heavenly mystery. Meng Hao swallowed all 4 pills without hesitation. The old woman immediately flew towards the pitiless sect with the group. Everyone was shocked and confused by Meng Hao's actions, especially Lu Daoyuan, who hated Meng Hao even more. Meng Hao calmly responded to Lu Daoyuan's provocation and declared that he would kill him. After arriving at the pitiless sect square, Meng Hao suddenly attacked, sending 50 flying swords towards Lu Daoyuan, severely injuring his right arm. Lu Daoyuan begged desperately for help, and 4 of the Wind Frozone sect's foundation establishment cultivators tried to stop Meng Hao, but they were intercepted by cultivators from other sects. Meng Hao attacked again, sending 200 flying swords towards Lu Daoyuan, just when the 4 Wind Frozone sect's foundation establishment cultivators were about to attack. The old woman coughed, causing their hearts to tremble, and they stopped. The old man of heavenly mystery took the opportunity to remove the barrier that blocked Meng Hao's view. The red-faced old man glared at Meng Hao, but the old man of heavenly mystery laughed out loud, diffusing the situation. Meng Hao brandished his sword and charged at Lu Daoyuan, creating a dangerous situation. In the territory of the Wind and Cold sect, the conflict between Meng Hao and Lu Daoyuan led to a fierce confrontation. The old man Tianji and other core formation cultivators watched calmly on the sidelines. Meng Hao relentlessly cut off Lu Daoyan's arm and pierced his body with a flying sword. Amidst Lu Daoyan's desperate screams, Meng Hao calmly pronounced his death. The core formation elders of the Wind and Cold sect furiously attacked, trying to separate the two. However, Meng Hao decisively detonated the flying sword inside Lu Daoyan's body, leaving him a pile of bones. The cultivators present were all shocked by Meng Hao's ruthlessness and scheming. He had used the help of non-Wind and Cold sect cultivators to create an advantageous environment for himself, and then eliminated his opponent with decisive action. Meng Hao demanded that the Wind and Cold sect hand over the antidote as a reward for opening the cave dwelling of the ancestral mountain lord. The Wind and Cold sect had no choice but to hand over the antidote. Meng Hao, with the antidote in hand, proceeded to the main hall of the Mountain Lord sect. The main hall trembled and collapsed, revealing the towering statue of the ancestral Mountain Lord. Meng Hao made a specific hand seal, triggering a reaction from the statue. The statue's eyes emitted light, and the statue shattered, revealing a stone platform and an array formation. A huge circular vortex formed in the air. Meng Hao was the first to rush into the vortex, followed by the core formation elders and foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhao kingdom. Upon entering the vortex, they discovered a stone tablet engraved with the characters Two-Spirit Scripture, which greatly excited the cultivators present. Within the seclusion grounds of Reliance Ascendant, an air of tension hung. Zhao cultivators raced to imprint the scripture of Supreme Spirit upon stone tablets, only to find that the text was incomplete. Amidst the chaos, the tablets shattered into 8 fragments and scattered. 7 nascent soul elders and throngs of foundation establishment cultivators dispersed, vying for the fragments. Simultaneously, the seclusion grounds filled with a swirling mist and the roars of figures that assailed the intruders. Meng Hao found himself amidst the peril, but with wit, he utilized the remnants of the blood crystal of jade to evade the attack of the puppets. Realizing that the tablets were a ruse, he cautiously sought the true location of Reliance Ascendant's seclusion. Meanwhile, a venerable matriarch displayed the might of a nascent soul cultivator, shattering the barrier that guarded a fragment. Meng Hao was awed by her display, recognizing the immense gap between them. Abruptly, thunderous explosions erupted as the 7 nascent soul elders simultaneously breached their barriers and claimed the fragments. A violent tremor coursed through the grounds, splitting the earth and forming an immense visage none other than Reliance Ascendant. Seated before 7 oil lamps, Reliance Ascendant awaited the cultivators to offer him their cultivation base and memories. He yearned to complete his comprehension and enact his grand scheme. Meng Hao lay in wait, anticipating Reliance Ascendant's emergence, seeking his aid to dispel the poison and fulfill the promised reward. As an 8th pillar of light ascended, the visage on the ground grew complete, heralding Reliance Ascendant's imminent departure and the impending retribution he would unleash upon the Zhao cultivators. In a cavernous chamber, 7 extinguished lamps cast an ancient ambiance over the visage of an aged figure. Upon its discovery by cultivators of the Zhao kingdom, their expressions contort in dread as they recognize the surviving remnants of the legendary Reliance patriarch. Elder Heavenly Secrets calms the group, assuring them that they can vanquish the weakened patriarch with their combined might. However, a hoarse yet domineering laughter reverberates from beneath the visage, shaking the chamber and unnerving the cultivators. An old woman attempts to flee but is crushed by an unseen force as her multicolored elixir kindles the first lamp. Heavenly Secrets, realizing their dire straits, charges forth, with the ground crumbling beneath them. The Reliance patriarch reveals himself. His form is emaciated and deathly, yet emanates an aura of immense power. As the crimson-faced elder and others attempt to escape, the patriarch effortlessly dispatches them, devouring their essence and vitality. The patriarch's body rejuvenates as his elixir ignites the second lamp. The surviving cultivators are horrified to discern that the patriarch's technique, known as the Fiend Genesis art, allows him to consume myriad living beings to attain rebirth. Heavenly Secrets realizes this lost art is a forbidden secret of the Fiend Sealing Sect. Below, Meng Hao witnesses these events, recalling the legends of the Fiend Sealing Sect and the fiend arts practiced by Shangguan Shu. He comprehends his dual identity as an inner disciple of the Reliance Sect and the long-lost sect of the past. As the fierce battle rages on, the remaining cultivators fall, their elixirs illuminating the 3rd, 4th, and 5th lamps. The patriarch regains his strength, transforming into a middle-aged man. Though his withered limbs still writhe, heavenly secrets and his 3 companions attempt teleportation and escape. But the Patriarch intercepts them, claiming their vitality and obliterating their existence. In a perilous cave lair, 3 nascent soul cultivators desperately fled for their lives. However, they were all ruthlessly intercepted and killed by the mountain-leaning Patriarch, whose cruelty and ruthlessness shocked all. Just when all 3 thought their escape was hopeless, the old Celestial appeared, originally a nascent soul clone. He had concealed himself among the nascent soul cultivators, watching for his chance to strike. He aimed a spectral beam from his single eye to obstruct the mountain-leaning Patriarch. However, the mountain-leaning Patriarch's strength proved overwhelming, effortlessly neutralizing the old Celestial's attack and destroying his body. He then condensed the old Celestial's 3 colored poison pills into a new nascent soul, igniting the 6th oil lamp. With the demise of the old Celestial's clone, the cave lair began to collapse. Meng Hao witnessed this pivotal battle between 2 peak cultivators, his eyes wide with amazement. Meanwhile, the mountain-leaning Patriarch unleashed his sorcery, devouring the old Celestial whole. His own body underwent a grotesque transformation, resembling the old Celestial in some aspects. The mountain-leaning Patriarch refined the old Celestial's nascent soul, igniting the 7th oil lamp. Darkness and terror enveloped the cave, illuminated by 7 flickering specters. The mountain-leaning Patriarch prepared to retreat into a fissure, but not before rewarding Meng Hao with an ordinary lower-grade spirit stone. Meng Hao, aware of the fatal poison coursing through his veins, pleaded with the mountain-leaning Patriarch for help. However, the Patriarch cited his forthcoming retreat as an excuse to delay his detoxification, stating it would require 3 to 5 centuries. Helpless, Meng Hao watched as the mountain-leaning Patriarch disappeared into the fissure. During a mission, scholar Meng Hao brought several cultivators to Mount Ancestor to help out. In order to rescue the Ancestor's cultivation, Meng Hao faced life and death situations, but only received a low-grade spirit stone. In his fury, he discovered a restriction in the Ancestor's secret chamber that held a massive amount of spirit stones. Meng Hao used the gap in the Ancestor's restriction to prop open a small hole with a wooden sword. Using his universe bag's suction power, he drained the Ancestor's collected spirit stones over the years. The Ancestor was trapped underground, watching his wealth disappear before his very eyes, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Meng Hao was ecstatic about his luck, but he was also deeply disappointed by the Ancestor's stinginess and shamelessness. He decided to take advantage of the situation to empty the Ancestor of all his treasures. As a form of revenge for the Ancestor's treachery, the Ancestor was furious and alarmed, and wanted to break out of the seal, but found himself trapped. Meng Hao's universe bag continued to absorb the spirit stones, causing the Ancestor's wealth to quickly vanish. He was in such pain that he felt like he was being cut into 1,000 pieces and was on the verge of collapse. Meng Hao was overjoyed. He never thought that he would be able to reclaim so much wealth from Mount Ancestor. At this moment, he no longer had any respect for the Ancestor or considered their relationship. He was determined to empty the Ancestor's treasury and recoup his losses over the years. Meng Hao sneaks into the retreat of the Patriarch of Reliance and discovers the collection of wealth he accrued in his lifetime. Without hesitation, Meng Hao begins to loot, storing priceless spirit stone mountains, rare herbs, and the ancient Ruyi war seal in his universe bag. Confronted with Meng Hao's ransacking, the Patriarch of Reliance is enraged and threatens him relentlessly. However, Meng Hao remains unmoved, even humming the Patriarch's melody, infuriating him even more. When Meng Hao's gaze falls upon a low wall, the Patriarch of Reliance urgently calls out to stop him. He realizes that there is treasure hidden beyond the wall and implores Meng Hao not to approach it. But Meng Hao senses the Patriarch's nervousness and deduces that there must be something deadly behind the wall. He leaps over the wall, breaks a seal, and retrieves a mysterious jade slip. The Patriarch of Reliance's roar shakes the heavens and the earth. He is furious and claims that the jade slip belongs to the monster sealing sect and that Meng Hao, with his inadequate qualifications, should not possess it. However, Meng Hao ignores him and puts the jade slip in his universe bag. Instantly, 3 sinister words emerge in his mind: monster sealing sect. The Patriarch of Reliance threatens Meng Hao with eternal enmity. But Meng Hao pauses, fixing his gaze on the dungeon. His eyes glint with greedy mischief. Meng Hao ignored the cries of the patriarch spirit and stood before the 7 oil lamps on the ground. He disregarded the patriarch spirit's warnings and circled the lamps, seemingly pondering. Noting that the patriarch spirit couldn't leave the ground, he aimed to absorb the lamp's spiritual energy as a means of retaliation. Meng Hao sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and tried to absorb the aura from the lamps. However, just as the aura appeared, it was sucked away by the patriarch spirit. Meng Hao refused to give up, remembering the sensation of condensate chi level 10 when he used Little Tiger's Pearl during his battle with Shangguan Shu. Meng Hao sank into a bizarre state, gradually retrieving the sensation of condensate chi level 10. After 3 days, he finally sensed an astonishing suction force arising within him, isolating him from the world. Meng Hao understood that as long as he remained in this state, he could absorb the aura in the lamps. Meng Hao took a step forward, absorbing a trace of the aura. The patriarch spirit was shocked, recognizing that Meng Hao had reached condensate chi level 10, a realm he had previously been cut off from. Meng Hao continued to advance, absorbing more and more aura, while his physical form grew stronger. Meng Hao persevered for an unknown amount of time, until his skin cracked and shed, revealing new flesh. His hair grew long, and his eyes sparkled with a newfound power. He had finally and completely solidified his condensate chi level 10, allowing him to freely shift realms. Meng Hao stood up and took another step, moving only 5 steps away from the lamps and absorbing 2/10 of their aura. The patriarch spirit was aghast but unable to stop him. Meng Hao took another step. A 1/16 of the aura from the lamp surged toward him. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao took the 3rd step, causing the flames of all 7 lamps to flicker violently as 2/10 of their aura was instantly absorbed. Meng Hao sat cross-legged and frantically absorbed the lamp's aura, while the patriarch spirit helplessly roared from below, forced to watch his aura being taken by Meng Hao. In the face of danger, Meng Hao resolutely chose to fight the patriarch Reliance for spiritual energy. Initiating a perilous game, patriarch Reliance deeply regretted his actions. Realizing Meng Hao's ruthlessness and extraordinary luck, Meng Hao, relying on the Qingkan pouch and his indomitable will, gradually improved his cultivation, eventually reaching the 10th layer of chi condensation, which was almost mythical in the eyes of patriarch Reliance. As Meng Hao's cultivation soared, he felt the boundless expansion of his Dantian's ocean-like energy. Such a vast Dantian was unheard of in the chi condensation stage. Once Meng Hao established his foundation, his future development and combat power would far surpass his peers. After reaching the 11th layer of chi condensation, Meng Hao's ambitions didn't cease. He continued to absorb spiritual energy, forcefully breaking through to the 12th layer of chi condensation, an unprecedented feat since ancient times. This breakthrough opened a small stream in his mind, resembling the sea of consciousness possessed by Foundation establishment cultivators. The appearance of the sea of consciousness hinted at Meng Hao's boundless potential. But his cultivation had yet to reach the great perfection of chi condensation. Unwilling to settle, Meng Hao continuously wounded himself with his wooden sword, releasing spiritual energy and stimulating his absorption, forcibly raising his cultivation. As wounds covered his body, Meng Hao's suction force surged, drawing out the energy from the 7 oil lamps until it reached an astonishing 90%. Meng Hao once again shattered the barrier, reaching the legendary 13th layer of chi condensation, a realm rarely attained by cultivators. Witnessing all this, Patriarch Reliance was astounded by Meng Hao's perseverance and ruthlessness. He understood Meng Hao's path, the relentless pursuit of strength. Meng Hao's success was not solely attributed to luck but also to the triumph of his unwavering will. In a life-or-death battle with the Patriarch of Mount Reliance, Meng Hao, driven by an unwavering will, activates a suction force within him, breaking through the 13th level of chi condensation. Powered by the spiritual energy of 6 core formation cultivators, a nascent soul cultivator, and his own will to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, he becomes the first cultivator since ancient times to reach the pinnacle of chi condensation. More importantly, his aptitude is elevated, forever altering his destiny. A rejuvenated Meng Hao seizes the nascent soul of Celestial Master of Heavens and swiftly escapes the cave dwelling. The Patriarch of Mount Reliance is enraged and lets out a furious roar. Meanwhile, the green-robed elder of the Celestial Nation, Celestial Master of Heavens, senses the demise of his clone and, in a fit of rage, brings the celestial bell to Zhao Nation. The consumption of his clone's nascent soul has ignited his murderous intent. Within the borders of Zhao Nation, the three sects Windfrost Sect, All-Water Sect, Nocturnal Sect realize, upon the shattering of the life tokens of their sect masters and elders, that their sects have suffered catastrophic losses. They promptly awaken their sect's spiritual heritage and summon their slumbering ancestors to quell the crisis. The ancestor of Windfrost Sect gives the order to seal off the mountain range where Mount Reliance Sect resides and dispatches disciples to search for any trace of the enemy. The cultivation world of Zhao Nation is in a state of upheaval, and a great war is about to unfold. Both Meng Hao's breakthrough and Celestial Master of Heaven's murderous intent portend an unprecedented crisis. In the secluded chamber of the Reliance Sect, Patriarch Reliance flies into a rage, berating Meng Hao for plundering his treasures. As the Reliance Sect's sole descendant, Meng Hao's actions both enrage and perplex the Patriarch. The Patriarch discovers that the seal holding the ancient demon-suppressing jade and the demon lantern has loosened following Meng Hao's theft. Meng Hao, now at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, conceals his true cultivation level as he leaves the Reliance Sect. While seeking an antidote, he reflects on Patriarch Reliance's obsession. He recollects Xu Qing and attempts to comprehend the wishful seal in the green banner he acquired from the Patriarch. Additionally, he pores over the incantations inscribed on the ancient demon-suppressing jade. Alone on a barren mountain, Meng Hao meditates on the incantations but to no avail. Determined to continue his exploration, he rides his flying sword with great speed. He arrives at the edge of the northern sea and bows deeply towards the lake, expressing his gratitude for saving his life and guiding him on his path. As Meng Hao contemplates the incantations, a hearty laugh interrupts his thoughts. An old man in a core raincoat and a young girl of 8 or 9 approach in a small boat. The girl introduces herself as Jiyu Yiting Sanyu and inquires if Meng Hao wishes to cross the sea. Meng Hao declines with a smile, stating that he requires enlightenment. The old man and the girl ferry Meng Hao to the center of the lake, where he consults the old man about the incantations. The old man bursts into laughter, urging Meng Hao to unravel the riddle before him. Meng Hao experiences a revelation, realizing that the Northern Sea's true name is Jiyu Yiting Sanyu, and that the young girl may be the embodiment of the Northern Sea itself. The old man halts the boat with a sudden change of expression, warning Meng Hao against mentioning the phrase ancient path. Seal the heavens. He explains that the enigma remains unsolvable to all, and that Meng Hao must seek the heart of the sea to find his own answer. Meng Hao inquires about the heart of the sea, and the old man directs him to seek the 1,000-year memory of the Northern Sea. Meng Hao contemplates in silence for a long while, looking up to find both the old man and the little girl gone. On the shore, a brand new boat is being pushed into the lake by a group of people, setting sail with laughter and joy. Meng Hao observes the boat's journey intently, from its fresh start to its eventual decay, passing through generations until it finally sinks beneath the waves. However, its submersion becomes its rebirth, as it transforms into a boat spirit, accompanying the lake and listening to its whispers. The imagery in Meng Hao's mind brings him a realization the heart the old man spoke of is this boat spirit, carrying the lake's memory and guarding it. Meng Hao finally understands that the true answer lies not in external sources, but within his own experiences and insights. At this moment, the little girl's voice warns Meng Hao to beware of its aura and mentions the ancient path of sealing demons. Its teachings like scripture. Meng Hao speculates that it may be related to the sealing demon clan and vows to unravel its secrets one day. However, as Meng Hao rises, 3 long rainbows approach, their occupants recognizing Meng Hao as the one their master seeks. Undeterred, Meng Hao displays his formidable cultivation, instantly vanquishing the trio, severing their heads. The remaining 5 disciples of the Xu Qing clan flee in panic. Meng Hao deploys his flowing light flying sword again, killing all 5 disciples. The old man and the little girl return to the boat, asking, "Do you understand now?" Meng Hao nods thoughtfully but remains incomplete in his comprehension. The old man advises him not to force an answer, but to seek it within the journey of his life. The little girl points out the presence of its aura beneath Meng Hao's feet, but he checks and finds nothing. He bows in gratitude to the Northern Sea and embarks on his return. Nonetheless, the enigma in Meng Hao's heart lingers unresolved, and he senses that the secret of the ancient path of sealing demons is somehow connected to him. As Meng Hao departs, the Northern Sea regains its tranquility, As if the previous events were merely a fleeting dream, Meng Hao knows his cultivation is still insufficient to confront the potential dangers ahead. But he resolves to uphold his beliefs and continue seeking the mysteries of the ancient path of sealing demons. A scorching sphere of flames lands on the corpses, releasing an acrid stench. Meng Hao retrieves all the storage pouches, his gaze turning heavy as he contemplates the situation. After weighing his options, he decides to leave the state of Zhao. As he starts to leave, a vast, shimmering curtain of snow descends from the sky, enveloping the Reliance Sect and the surrounding area, cutting them off from the outside world. The curtain originates from an icy jade held by a Foundation establishment cultivator from Windfrost Sect. Meng Hao realizes he is trapped, but instead of despairing, he resolves to fight his way out. 8 Windfrost Sect cultivators pursue him, but Meng Hao, with his cultivation at the peak of qi condensation, dispatches them within 10 breaths. Meanwhile, Foundation establishment cultivators from Nightglow Sect and Windfrost Sect appear and close in on Meng Hao. Though his cultivation is only at the half-step to Foundation establishment, his powerful physique and resilient meridians enable him to withstand the Foundation establishment cultivators' pressure. Behind Meng Hao, the Windfrost Sect's Foundation establishment cultivator arrives as reinforcement. Meng Hao questions the 3 sects for their cruelty towards mortals and their violation of natural order. Declaring that they will face retribution, the Foundation establishment cultivators respond indifferently, stating that the strong define the rules. Meng Hao falls into contemplation, looking up at the sky and lamenting the capricious nature of the world. Meng Hao faces a life-or-death crisis. Besieged by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, he cunningly uses speechcraft, lying that the sect masters of the 3 major sects are trapped in Mount Lin's ancestral cave. The Foundation establishment elder from Fang Yi Sect and the Foundation establishment man from Feng Han Sect are half convinced. In this critical moment, Meng Hao quickly pulls out his lightning flag, resisting the Foundation establishment cultivators' attacks. However, the lightning flag is unstable and cannot completely withstand them. The Foundation establishment elder from Fang Yi Sect and the Foundation establishment man from Feng Han Sect join forces, nearly shattering the lightning flag. Despairing, Meng Hao brings out the nascent soul oil lamp of Celestial Master Skymender. He pours all his cultivation into the lamp, and the flame surges, instantly incinerating the Foundation establishment elder from Fang Yi Sect, reducing him to ashes. The Foundation establishment man from Feng Han Sect watches this scene. Terrified, recognizing the flame's horror, he dares not approach. At this moment, the 3 great ancestors of the 3 sects at the great perfection of core formation descend. Suddenly, a large bell appears in the sky, and Celestial Master Skymender emerges, his aura covering the earth. The 3 great ancestors hastily retreat, not daring to act rashly. Meng Hao holds the oil lamp, stepping on his flying sword, warily watching the Foundation establishment man from Feng Han Sect. Although his cultivation is exhausted, the deterrent force of the oil lamp has temporarily kept him alive. Celestial Master Skymender's descent has brought new variables to this battle, and the situation becomes even more unpredictable. Meng Hao holds a demonic lamp fueled by the nascent soul of a deceased celestial. With this lamp, he encounters the celestial himself, who arrives with earth-shattering force. The celestial unleashes his anger, reducing the eastern peak of Mount Reliance Sect to rubble. However, Meng Hao cannot find a trace of the sect's revered ancestor. The celestial concludes that the ancestor is in hiding within these lands. His divine sense searches relentlessly but proves fruitless. He declares his intention to annihilate Mount Reliance Sect and its surrounding mountains, even refining the kingdom of Zhao to force the ancestor's hand. With a thunderous strike, the celestial summons a colossal hand from the depths of the earth, its shadow covering a vast expanse of land, threatening to obliterate all. Immobilized, Meng Hao watches in despair as the hand descends. A surge of defiance and determination fills him as he resolves to remember this moment, recognizing the cold reality of strength as the sole virtue in the world of cultivation. Just as the hand is about to crush him, a crimson light streaks through the sky. In a single strike, it rends heaven and earth asunder, releasing a surge of demonic energy. Though not wielded by the revered ancestor, this crimson light wields the power to alter the very fabric of reality. A heaven-shattering boom echoes, and a crimson light tears through the massive hand that has blotted out the sky, revealing the azure void above. As the hand falls and strikes the ground, the earth trembles violently, forming a deep crater. Only a long, winding mountain ridge remains standing defiantly. Meng Hao, still reeling from the shock, transforms into a rainbow and shoots away at high speed. From the heavens descends the voice of heavenly secrets, who denounces the presence of the southern domain's demon lord. The sonorous toll of bells reverberates through the sky, declaring heavenly secrets' indomitable confidence. However, a voice, ancient and weathered, echoes from every direction, shaking the very foundation of the Zhao nation. Patriarch Mount Relying slowly reveals his past and the truth behind the invisible seal in the jade of sealing demons. The land of the Zhao nation trembles violently, as four enormous fissures appear in the north, west, south, and east, forming a perfect circle. The earth beneath rumbles and ascends into the sky, detaching itself from the southern domain and revealing a colossal, malevolent turtle below. The turtle's shell bears the entire territory of the Zhao nation, enveloping it like an impenetrable layer of protection. Its massive head slowly emerges, its gaze falling upon the aghast heavenly secrets. Patriarch Mount Relying manifests himself and issues a challenge to heavenly secrets. This epic-defining battle, shaking the heavens and the earth, forever alters the landscape of the southern domain. Meng Hao witnesses a horrifying sight: the Reliance Sect's forbidden grounds. Old Ancestor Reliance, or a gigantic tortoise supporting the entire Zhao state. Meng Hao's life of 20 years has been spent on Old Ancestor Reliance's back. Old Ancestor Reliance's true form is unfathomably powerful, with his divine sense alone reaching the divine sense severing realm. However, why does he absorb the life force of cultivators? And why didn't he save himself earlier? 3 nascent soul cultivators are stunned into silence. And even Celestial White, the Zhao state's ancestor, is terrified. Old Ancestor Reliance's aura saps him of all will to fight, leading him to surrender in despair. Old Ancestor Reliance reveals that his divine sense was sealed by the sealing demon seal, and he needed divine sense severing power to break through. However, he was betrayed by sealing demon sect cultivators and lost his chance. It was only when Meng Hao intervened that he was able to free himself. To repay Meng Hao, Old Ancestor Reliance offers him a great fortune. But Meng Hao thinks back to the words it's thought as the sutra in the sealing demon ancient path and begins to recite the first line on the sealing demon jade slip. These words trigger a tremor in the 9-pronged talisman on Old Ancestor Reliance's forehead, causing him to cease his absorption. Meng Hao realizes the secret of the sealing demon ancient path: it can suppress Old Ancestor Reliance's sealing demon sutra. Old Ancestor Reliance declares that he will never acknowledge Meng Hao as his master and banishes him from the Zhao state. Old Ancestor Reliance carries the Zhao state into the air, transforming into a rainbow that disappears into the celestial river sea, becoming a celestial island that flickers in and out of sight. Meng Hao gazes at the sky, contemplating his future. The Zhao state is no more, and he must leave his homeland for the southern domain. Through these experiences, Meng Hao understands that life is a journey, and different experiences shape different destinies. He resolves to embark on the path to the southern domain, cultivate his foundation, and unravel the mystery behind the bloodlight under Celestial White's command. Meng Hao, a 9th-layer Qi condensation cultivator, embarked on a journey to the southern region with a perfect foundation establishment pill recipe. Leaving his hometown of the Zhao Kingdom, he yearned to become a foundation establishment expert with a longer lifespan and increased strength. During his arduous journey, Meng Hao constantly searched for places with abundant spiritual energy to prepare for his foundation establishment. 3 months later, he ventured deep into the southern region's wilderness and finally found a valley rich in spiritual energy. However, just as Meng Hao was about to explore the valley, his demon-sealing ancient jade started to vibrate. He discovered that the valley seemed to have some connection to the 8th-generation demon-sealing sect. At that moment, 3 Qi condensation cultivators appeared, attempting to drive Meng Hao away. Meng Hao's strength was formidable. He summoned 100 flying swords, intimidating his adversaries. Without hesitation, he carved out a cave abode and decided to stay temporarily. One of the cultivators tried to attack stealthily, but Meng Hao swiftly discerned and repelled him. After entering the valley cave abode, Meng Hao realized the spiritual energy there was even denser than on the east peak of the Mount Reliance Sect. He began to attempt refining the perfect foundation establishment pill while also exploring the valley's secrets, hoping to unravel the mystery of the demon-sealing ancient jade. In the dim valley, a piercing roar suddenly came from the side of Meng Hao. An emerald spirit snake Tenjong in front stopped and retreated tremblingly. At the same time, three-colored smoke emerged from Meng Hao's heavenly spirit, forming a ghost face hovering above his head. Emitting an invisible roar, the spirit snake screamed and rotted into blood, causing the three nearby cultivators to be horrified. Meng Hao realized that the three-colored poison in his body was extremely overbearing, and it automatically sensed and repelled other poisons. The three people looked at Meng Hao with fear because they didn't know about it. The Toad Elder solemnly told Meng Hao the secret of the valley on every full moon night. The dense fog below would erupt and engulf the entire valley. Meng Hao entered the cave and sealed the entrance with a rock. The Toad Elder and the three others gathered with 4 other cultivators, discussing Meng Hao's identity and cultivation. They decided to sit and wait, and when the full moon came, they would use the miasma from the red rope to get rid of Meng Hao. Back in the cave, Meng Hao noticed that the cave was full of spiritual energy, and he began to cultivate. He took out the talisman left by Wang Tengfei and tried to copy the perfect foundation pill created by Shengguan Shu. But he found that his alchemy skills were not enough, and it required a lot of spirit stones and medicinal materials. Meng Hao weighed the pros and cons, gave up the idea of making a perfect foundation pill and instead decided to build a foundation and then find a way to detoxify. He took the foundation pill, protected himself with the thunder banner, and began to break through. Boundless spiritual power surged into the Sea of Dan. The monster pill rose and fell, and the Sea of Dan was about to turn into a platform, which meant that Meng Hao was about to enter the foundation realm. After establishing a foundation, he would become a real cultivator and embark on the path of cultivation where one could only advance or retreat. Under the cloak of the night, a full moon hung high in the sky, bathing the land in silver moonlight. In a mountain valley, fog surged and it actually formed a massive whirlpool. 7 cultivators gathered here, their eyes fixed intently on the vortex. As the old toad gave the order, a deafening roar came from the whirlpool, and a dark red rope slowly emerged, spinning and humming. The 7 were invigorated, each biting their tongue and spraying blood, then taking out black fragments and throwing them into the air. These fragments converged into a large black sword, pointing at the red rope and pinning it in place. The old toad grasped the dark red rope, and the other 6 helped with all their might, slowly pulling it out. As the rope was pulled, black smoke dispersed, and poisonous miasma spread. After pulling 300 zhang, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils, and the 7 turned pale, but gritted their teeth and continued pulling. However, as they approached 500 zhang, a mournful roar rang out, and the venomous creatures the 7 had summoned died one after another, and the red rope was sucked back into the vortex. The 7 had no choice but to retreat, agreeing to try again next month. The fog in the valley lasted for 3 days, then gradually dissipated. Meng Hao in the cave residence opened his eyes, lightning crackling around him. He sensed the commotion outside, but the miasma was destroyed by the lightning from his thunder flag, and he was unharmed. Meng Hao suspected that his spirit arts manual was not the original version, and that it had been revised by the Reliance Patriarch. He took out a foundation establishment pill and again closed his eyes to attempt to break into foundation establishment. However, he found that foundation establishment was harder than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and the 7 cultivators came every month to pull the red rope, and also suspected that Meng Hao might be dead, but could not find his body. After 6 months, they were almost certain that Meng Hao was dead. During this time, Meng Hao recklessly swallowed foundation establishment pills, and after being poisoned twice, he finally persevered to the present. The golden sea of Dan roared, and the demon Dan spun, making it extremely difficult to condense the Tao. Meng Hao did not hesitate to swallow 3 foundation establishment pills. Beginning his final attempt, Meng Hao's cultivation is hindered by an erratic demon elixir, which prevents him from establishing his Tao platform. To suppress the elixir, he requires an enormous amount of spiritual energy. He ingests 3 foundation establishment pills, forcibly stopping the elixir's rotation and solidifying his sea of qi. Subsequently, he continuously absorbs spiritual energy, repeatedly condensing his sea of qi until it forms 100 diamond-like rhombuses. After 2 years of arduous seclusion, the rhombuses in Meng Hao's body fuse into a crystal-clear Tao platform, signaling his successful establishment of a foundation. In the process, his physical body undergoes a transformation, strengthening his flesh, meridians, and bones. Meng Hao meditates in the lotus position, entering a state of hibernation. Half a year later, his Dao platform trembles slightly. His heart begins beating again. And his entire body regains vitality. As his Dao platform emits a brilliant golden light, releasing immense spiritual energy, Meng Hao awakens. His body rejuvenates, and his aura grows tremendously. His meridians, blood, and heart have all undergone a qualitative enhancement. Meng Hao opens his eyes. His gaze piercing and intense. His spiritual consciousness has soared, surpassing that of ordinary foundation establishment initial stage cultivators and reaching the mid-stage level. The strength of his spiritual consciousness grants him the ability to perceive within a radius of 500 zhang. Meng Hao senses the spiritual energy in his Dao platform, realizing that he has undergone a complete transformation. His initial stage foundation establishment spiritual energy is nearly 100 times stronger than that of a peak Qi condensation 13th layer cultivator, granting him the ability to dominate those in the Qi condensation realm. Meng Hao's spiritual sense expanded, and he detected a feeling of incompatibility with the heavens and earth, similar to when he was at the 10th level of Qi condensation. But even stronger, it was a force of repulsion originating from the Dao platform and the spiritual energy within Meng Hao's body. Upon further examination, Meng Hao realized that the spiritual energy he had absorbed into his body had not been expelled, creating a cycle of stagnation that caused the heavens and earth to reject him. Simultaneously, he detected an invisible trace Dao restriction, which only cultivators who were rejected by the heavens and earth could perceive. However, cracks suddenly appeared on Meng Hao's Dao platform, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. A large amount of spiritual energy escaped, reintegrating with the heavens and earth, and his circulation with the heavens and earth was re-established. That strange sensation dissipated, and he was no longer rejected by the heavens and earth but instead accepted. Meng Hao understood that his flawless foundation had developed cracks, weakening a portion of his strength. However, he also saw hope, as only a perfect foundation could repair his Dao platform. Consequently, he refined a small flag and created a second Dan lake, in preparation for the flawless recultivation of Qi condensation in the future. Subsequently, Meng Hao emerged from his cave dwelling and discovered the tremendous changes brought about by foundation establishment. He could now fly through the air, and his body was 100 times stronger than in the Qi condensation stage. He examined the mark on the back of his hand but remained uncertain of its origin. Meng Hao decided to explore the fog beneath the valley and sensed the glow of the ancient monster sealing jade. At the bottom of the valley, he discovered a bottomless cave, with a red rope at its entrance. The ancient monster sealing jade emitted an intense glow, as if beckoning Meng Hao to venture deeper. Meng Hao hesitated slightly but eventually resolved to investigate. He drew his flying sword and inserted it into the cave entrance. Hearing the sound of iron colliding with stone, estimating the cave's depth at approximately 800 meters, armed with his magic treasures, he cautiously entered the cave, preparing to unravel its mysterious depths. In an ancient, perilous cave, Meng Hao, entrusted by the patriarch of Mount Reliance, ventures into its depths, armed with a talisman left by Wang Tongfei. He prepares for any potential dangers. As he descends 400 feet, a shrill shriek echoes, and Meng Hao unleashes his thunder banner. But it cannot harm a mysterious figure within the cave. As he delves deeper, the scent of blood grows stronger, igniting an uncontrollable bloodthirst in him. At 500 feet, Meng Hao discovers that the cave bottom is not a simple pit, but a platform with a bottomless hole at its center, into which a red rope extends. His flying sword lands on the edge, revealing skeletal remains sitting cross-legged, holding an archaic jade. The jade in the skeletal hand gleams in response to Meng Hao's own monster sealing jade. As he reaches for it, a six-fingered hand swipes through the mist, striking with lightning speed. Meng Hao witnesses a gaunt, bestial childlike figure with blood-red eyes and menacing teeth. As Meng Hao prepares to fight, dozens of similar figures emerge from the hole, their piercing gazes fixed on him. Behind them, he notices a floating, white-haired man with a ghastly scar on his head and blood-black voids where his eyes once were. Amidst the rising dread, the monster sealing jade flies out and joins the jade in the skeletal hand, emitting a restraining light that traps the white-haired man within the hole. The other figures dissolve into smoke. The Mon's black hole-like eyes slowly open, and he tries to break free. But the combined force of the two jades restrains him. On one of the jades is carved an 8, and as Meng Hao touches it, a solemn voice fills his mind. The voice introduces itself as the 8th generation Dao Venerable of Monster Sealing, leaving behind a remnant to suppress a karmic entanglement. It warns that only those of the monster sealing lineage may take the jade, lest it curse 3 generations of their descendants. Meng Hao grapples with the weight of this revelation, contemplating the potential risks and benefits of confirming his lineage. Meng Hao frowned and approached the deep pit, where he found that the elder with the white hair was no longer in sight. Instead, 7 or 8 identical figures of shadow were floating therein, their bloodshot eyes glaring at Meng Hao. Meng Hao felt his blood run cold. He bit the tip of his finger and dripped the blood onto the ancient jade pendant. The ancient jade pendant vibrated violently, transforming into a gray wisp of energy that sank into Meng Hao's forehead. A husky voice echoed in his mind, recounting a story of a lineage of demon sealers. Meng Hao inherited the 8th demon sealing restriction, named Sealing, which could seal the creation of the world and all things within the universe. At this time, the master of the toad statue and 6 others arrived outside the valley, and they cast a spell again to pull on the red rope. In the cave where Meng Hao was hiding, the restriction trembled violently. Several figures with white hair and shadowy ghosts pounded on the restriction, trying to break free. Meng Hao felt the change and immediately began flying upward with the mist surrounding him. The faint light restriction collapsed, and the ghosts and the elder with the white hair rushed out, while countless strands of black hair grew wildly and spread outwards. Meng Hao and the ghosts engaged in a fierce battle. He used his flying sword to explode and block the pursuit. However, he was still injured by a single finger from the elder with the white hair. Outside the valley, the 7 pulled on the red rope with all their might, but were met with resistance. Meng Hao grabbed the rope, used the pulling force as leverage to jump out, and continued to fly with extreme speed. The assistance from the 7, while unintentional, reduced some of the resistance, and Meng Hao used all his strength to activate the 8th demon sealing restriction, finally breaking free from the cave, leaving behind a group of ghosts and strands of black hair. In a treacherous ancient cave, Meng Hao desperately escaped, fending off relentless pursuers in the form of hair and ghostly figures. At a crucial moment, he activated a mechanism on the cave wall, unleashing dozens of flying swords that held back the attackers. As Meng Hao approached the cave's exit, a woman's voice resembling a sigh echoed from its depths. The Dao. What is the Dao? Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat, yet he continued his ascent, eventually being hauled out of the cave by unsuspecting cultivators in the valley. However, to the 7 cultivators' astonishment, the treasure they had been expecting was actually Meng Hao himself. A flicker of invisible authority in his tranquil gaze sent shivers down their spines. Even the elderly toad realized that Meng Hao was levitating, indicating a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. The 7 hastily bowed, but Meng Hao showed no mercy. With a flick of his hand, flying sword fragments instantly killed a cultivator who had harbored ill will. The remaining 6 trembled in fear, too terrified to flee. Meng Hao was no longer the naive scholar he had once been. He now understood the importance of decisive force in pursuing enemies and the necessity of eliminating those who held grudges. This harrowing escape from the ancient cave marked a pivotal turning point in Meng Hao's journey as a cultivator. As night falls, Meng Hao sits on a large green leaf in a tranquil mountain valley. Days earlier, he obtained a detailed map and a jade slip from an encampment of 6 cultivators. The jade slip records that an ancient cave exists in a nearby valley, rumored to lead to the distant Tianhe Sea. Meng Hao's divine sense probes through the heavy rain to the valley, his mind racing. He knows the Tianhe Sea is impossibly far away, but the jade slip mentions a connection between the ancient cave and a red rope. Every full moon, the encampment near the valley pulls on the red rope, receiving some benefit. This raises his suspicion. Meng Hao takes out a jade slip containing a map of the surrounding area and information on a teleportation array, controlled by a family of cultivators. The array can transport one swiftly to the southern domain. Meng Hao resolves to venture into the southern domain, seeking further secrets about the Tianhe Sea in the red rope. Months later, Meng Hao arrives outside a towering peak in the wilderness of the southern domain. Several encampments are built on the peak, connected by iron chains. Meng Hao spars with a Foundation establishment cultivator named Shan from the encampment. Displaying impressive power, Shan invites Meng Hao to use the teleportation array, to which Meng Hao agrees. As Meng Hao steps into the teleportation array, Shan harbors doubts. While Meng Hao is undoubtedly formidable, He carries himself with an air of experience and composure that suggests hidden capabilities. Sean decides not to provoke Meng Hao, fearing it may bring trouble to his doorstep. Meng Hao vanishes in a flash of light, beginning his journey to the southern domain. A faint smile plays on his lips as he mutters, "Southern domain, here I come." Meng Hao emerged from the teleportation array in the borderlands of the Eastern Lands. He embarked on a journey to Eastern Land, traversing a vast plain. Despite the unfamiliar surroundings, he remained alert, aware of the peril that came with having offended many strong cultivators in the southern domain. Approaching Eastern Land, Meng Hao chose to travel on foot to avoid attracting attention. However, along the way, the poison within him flared up again, more severe than before, with an eerie grimace appearing in his right eye. Enduring the agony, Meng Hao persevered for 3 days, eventually suppressing the poison. Continuing his journey, Meng Hao encountered and killed a lone wolf. His aura exuded killing intent, and his gaze had grown colder. He realized that the more times the poison acted up, the clearer the grimace became, and he was desperate to unravel the secret behind it. As he traveled, Meng Hao witnessed the prosperity and might of Eastern Land, brimming with cultivators and numerous sects. However, he also knew that this was the foundation of the Violet Fate sect, presenting grave dangers to him. Finally, Meng Hao arrived at a grand city in Eastern Land. Awed by its magnificence, cultivators were aplenty in the city, with chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators everywhere, and even nascent soul-old monsters flying around uninhibitedly, displaying the might of the Violet Fate sect. As Meng Hao entered the city, a purple streak of light whizzed by, flying straight through the gate above the city. Meng Hao recognized it as Violet Fate sect's Zhenren Bai Hong, notorious for her ruthlessness. Upon entering the city, Meng Hao realized he was being followed by a 15 or 16-year-old boy. He swiftly acted, capturing the boy and interrogating him about his purpose. The boy, initially clever and agile, now trembled in fear, refusing to reveal anything. In the city of East Pole, Meng Hao meets a young man named Chu Lin, who recommends a pill shop called 10,000 Pill Pavilion to Meng Hao. Meng Hao searches the 10,000 Pill Pavilion for a poison pill, but to no avail. Chu Lin then introduces him to a smaller pharmacy, but it requires an entry fee of 50,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao is willing to pay the price to enter the pharmacy and meets an old man with cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment. Meng Hao brings his poisoned blood, and the old man examines it, discovering that Meng Hao has been poisoned by the 3-colored equinox flower. The old man explains the cyclical nature of the poison, including the ghost face flower and the increasing killing intent. The 3-colored equinox flower was originally a method used by ancient cultivators to ascend to immortality. But the one that Meng Hao has been poisoned with is an incomplete version, with only 3 colors rather than the expected 4. The old man agrees to help Meng Hao detoxify the poison, and Meng Hao learns the detoxification method after paying a sum of spirit stones. Meanwhile, outside the pharmacy, Meng Hao's former fiancé, Chu Yuyan, appears. Meng Hao seeks medical help for his poisoning and learns 4 methods to detoxify: severing spiritual roots, detoxifying ghostly pills, suppressing with spring-autumn wood, and alleviating with spirit fruits. Severing spiritual roots, the most difficult, requires the help of an expert in the severing spirit realm. After spending a fortune in spirit stones, Meng Hao discovers that the Western Desert merchants will host an auction with the spring-autumn wood for sale. Simultaneously, he learns that Xian Sect's prodigy, Chu Yuyan, has arrived. Meng Hao's mind races. He needs to contact Alchemy Ghost Master through Chu Yuyan to obtain a detoxifying ghostly pill. However, his past connections with Chu Yuyan and Wang Tongfei bring up complicated emotions. After half a month of preparation, Meng Hao acquires a foundation establishment pill and learns that access to pills within the city is restricted by 5 tokens. To attend the auction, Meng Hao inquires about the Western Desert merchants and the Immortal Corpse. One piece of information stuns him: the Immortal Corpse has gray pupils with 7 shining stars within. Meng Hao recalls the great earthquake years ago, which aligns with what he witnessed. Shocked, he realizes that the Immortal Corpse may hold an unknown connection to his past. Amidst the clamor of an inn, Meng Hao overhears an astounding revelation: the remains of an immortal, containing 7 stars in its eyes, have fallen, causing chaotic cosmic upheavals. Meng Hao watches the cultivator who spoke intently, his heart pounding. A young cultivator later claims to have witnessed these celestial stars, revealing a possible connection to the remains Meng Hao had seen earlier in the Zhao kingdom's capital. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Meng Hao's concern intensifies when he learns that the body lies just outside the city walls, sparking fierce competition among the southern region's sects and clans. A month later, a grand auction is held in Xu Qing, where Meng Hao seeks further information. He encounters Chao Ling, a woman he had met at the Tianhe Pavilion, and notices an enigmatic group of burly western desert cultivator. As the auction commences, the first item, a 1,000-year-old green conch shell that grants an additional half-century of life, ignites a bidding war. Meng Hao then spots Chu Yuyan, an acquaintance from his past, standing in a top-tier private room, determined to acquire the autumn wood he seeks. Meng Hao learns that he must bid for it. However, a middle-aged man behind Xu Yuyan provides her with updates on the item's progress. Amidst the excitement of the auction, Meng Hao navigates the intricacies of the event, gathering clues and strategizing for the impending chaos to come. At the highly anticipated auction at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the first item up for bid was the millennial conch shell, a longevity-enhancing treasure that sparked a fierce bidding war before being acquired by a secluded chamber in the second floor. As the auction progressed, one precious item after another made their appearance, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Among them, an artifact from the ancient and perilous Grand Disaster Temple particularly attracted attention. Rumors had it that possessing this item could reduce danger, and several cultivators competed to make their offers. But Meng Hao remained uninterested. The 38th auction item, the soul-forging pill, caught Meng Hao's eye, but he ultimately decided against bidding after considering its high price. Subsequently, the much-anticipated spring and autumn wood took the stage. This wood could suppress all poisons and could be used to refine antitoxin treasures. It was even rumored to be connected to the legendary Jianmu tree of ancient myths. As the crowd grew excited and began to bid fervently, Meng Hao stayed composed. Just as the auction atmosphere reached its peak, a steady voice rang out 360,000. The crowd turned to the source of the voice and discovered that the bidder was none other than Meng Hao. This move astonished everyone present and even caused an involuntary frown on the face of Chu Yuyan. She had originally believed her victory for the spring and autumn wood to be all but assured. But now she found herself facing an unexpected rival. Meng Hao unhurriedly offered 410,000, initiating a silent contest with Chu Yuyan. The auction atmosphere soared once again, and in the end, Meng Hao acquired the spring and autumn wood for 410,000 spirit stones. Chu Yuyan harbored some resentment but was wise enough to give up. After all, Meng Hao was on the first floor of the heavenly armor and was clearly a figure of considerable status whom she could not afford to offend. At an auction, Meng Hao, a figure wearing a conical hat, bids against Chu Yuyan, a genius from the Purple Fate sect, for a spring and autumn wood, needing it to suppress a poison injury she sustained for another. Chu Yuyan is desperate to obtain the item, but Meng Hao is determined to have it. He ultimately purchases it for 900,000 spirit stones. Unwilling to accept defeat, Chu Yuyan uses an ancient spirit-seeking jade to track down Meng Hao. She then summons a celestial crane, and with an entourage of armored women and a spectral image of a purple lotus and its seeds, she pursues Meng Hao. Meng Hao deploys a mist-transforming thunder banner and a bronze mirror to obstruct Chu Yuyan's vision. He fires arrows from his void ink bow, severely injuring the celestial crane and forcing Chu Yuyan to retreat. During the confrontation, Chu Yuyan recognizes Meng Hao as the individual who had clashed with her former fiancé before the fall of the Zhao kingdom. She is astounded by his rapid cultivation. Seeing her, Meng Hao turns and flees, and Chu Yuyan, harboring murderous intent, pursues him relentlessly. Meanwhile, a colossal Kun Peng, trailing an aura of death, soars over the southern domain, inciting a scramble among cultivators who attempt to capture it. They are all left behind. However, as the Kun Peng becomes the unchallenged master of the sky, disappearing into the unknown, Chu Yuyan, the daughter of the master of Purple Fate sect, has a flawless foundation. Because of her outstanding talent, her father spent a lot of money to obtain the flawless pill from the Dongtu Fangzong. She chased after Meng Hao all the way, believing that Meng Hao could not possibly have a flawless foundation, because she herself was one of the 8 flawless foundation cultivators in the southern domain. Meng Hao has a flawed foundation, but with his strange magic treasure, his speed is extremely fast. The two had a fierce battle in the air, and Chu Yuyan's purple energy was repeatedly blocked by Meng Hao's thunder flag. As the sky gradually darkened, Chu Yuyan sacrificed her precious oil lamp, releasing a dazzling light, intending to trap Meng Hao. Meng Hao remained calm and composed, using the thunder fog to retreat, and releasing the sword whirlpool and fire python to attack. Chu Yuyan used a red, white and black fan, which transformed into a black armored rhinoceros to resist. Meng Hao used the wooden sword, the black net, and the power of his own demon pill to break free from the light's imprisonment in the gale winds created by the Kunping, and instead trapped Chu Yuyan in the black net. The two fell into a stalemate, neither of them able to break free from the other's control instantly. As the gale winds brought by the Kunping grew stronger and stronger, the demon pill in Meng Hao's body shook, releasing the aura of the Heavenly King and competing with the Kunping's dominance of the sky. In the end, Meng Hao successfully subdued Chu Yuyan, forcing her to hand over junior brother Ding's empty ink bow. Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan encounter the gale of a dying Kunping and are sucked into a dark ravine. The Kunping gale damages Meng Hao's spiritual energy circulation and blows away all his storage pouches. Meng Hao struggles to his feet and finds himself in an eerie place with grotesque rocks and human bones. Chu Yuyan, who has been unconscious, is also found by Meng Hao in the ravine, and her cultivation has also been suppressed. Meng Hao sneers, exposes Chu Yuyan's fake unconsciousness, and slaps her to shut her up. Chu Yuyan is furious, but her cultivation is restricted, and she can only be slaughtered. Meng Hao explores the ravine, searing for an exit, but to no avail. Time passes, and his stamina gradually recovers, but the ravine still seems endless. Just then, Meng Hao discovers Chu Yuyan lying nearby. Upon examination, he finds that Chu Yuyan's cultivation is also unable to circulate and is trapped within her body. Meng Hao's eyes flicker, and he realizes that his and Chu Yuyan's situation in this ravine is very dangerous. They must find an exit and regain their cultivation in order to escape this unknown and sinister place. Trapped at the bottom of an ominous cliff, Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan find themselves in a precarious situation. With her cultivation lost, Chu Yuyan, her clothes torn, bears a deep grudge against Meng Hao but is forced to obey his instructions and walk ahead. Sensing the lurking danger, Meng Hao uses Chu Yuyan as a wind indicator to search for an exit. Despite their efforts, they find nothing until they stumble upon a blood lake. Ripples emanate from the lake, triggering a profound sense of crisis in Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao orders Chu Yuyan to retreat, keeping a wary eye on the lake. Suddenly, a stone altar rises from the lake, bearing a skeletal figure wearing a white mask. Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan sense imminent danger and retreat 100 feet to safety. Chu Yuyan inquires about the strange sight, but Meng Hao evades her question. Continuing their search for an exit, they discover they are in an extinct volcano, with the only exit above them, surrounded by circular rock walls. 8 days later, Meng Hao realizes the need to mark time with a stone and continues searching with Chu Yuyan. He attempts to break the suppression but fails to open his storage bag. Chu Yuyan, her clothes in tatters, appeals to Meng Hao for clothes, but he refuses. She suggests using the purple chi comes from the East technique, where the combined cultivation of two individuals can unlock storage bags. Meng Hao disbelieves her initially but eventually agrees to her request. Learning the first 2 verses of the purple chi comes from the East technique. In the pitch-black cave, Chu Yuyan performed the secret technique of the Purple Fortune Sect, but instead of the genuine purple chi comes east. She cast purple chi goes west, intending to absorb Meng Hao's spiritual energy and vitality. Chu Yuyan planned to let Meng Hao cultivate this technique as a vessel for the genius of the Purple Fortune Sect. Meng Hao saw through Chu Yuyan's cunning plan, pretending to cultivate the purple chi goes west while waiting for an opportunity to seize Chu Yuyan's blood to cultivate the technique. Through painstaking research, Meng Hao successfully mastered the first 3 sections of the formula. At the crucial moment when the fellow cultivator opened the storage pouch, Meng Hao secretly activated his technique, dividing his spiritual energy to open the universe pouch and retrieving a top-grade spirit stone. Just then, Chu Yuyan cast purple chi goes west, causing Meng Hao's spiritual energy to flow towards her. However, Meng Hao was well prepared, successfully breaking free from the restraints of purple chi goes west the moment his spiritual energy was drawn away. Chu Yuyan never expected that Meng Hao could see through her plan and even obtain a top-grade spirit stone. She panicked, her face pale, and incredulously questioned Meng Hao. Meng Hao responded with a cold stare, simply saying thank you, then turned and left, leaving Chu Yuyan in the cave filled with regret. On the precipice of a rocky crag, Meng Hao self-inflicted wounds and embedded spirit stones into his palms. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, causing his Dao platform to tremble and release a more potent spiritual force. It is then he realizes that his true cultivation is not lost in the fading purple chi but resides in cultivating a second dantian. After a period of channeling, Meng Hao's cultivation breaks through to chi condensation 7th layer, and he condenses thunder mist. However, he discovers a translucent light barrier above him, obstructing his departure. After fruitless attempts, Meng Hao notices restriction runes etched into the rock face. Trapped beneath the light barrier for a month, Meng Hao observes that lightning can distort it. He attempts to draw down lightning but fails. Upon reflection, he recalls a record in the tortoise shell that states that a flawless foundation establishment pill can trigger heavenly tribulation. Meng Hao returns to the base of the mist and learns in a stupor that Chu Yuyan is the disciple of Master Dan Gui and knows alchemy. He proposes they work together to refine the flawless foundation establishment pill, hoping to induce heavenly tribulation and blast open the light barrier. Driven by desperation, Chu Yuyan agrees, hoping to escape the solitary crater. Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan are trapped in an underground crater. Meng Hao discovers that the exit above them is covered by an unbreakable lightning barrier. A month later, Meng Hao discovers that lightning can distort the barrier. He captures a venomous snake and uses its flesh and blood to demonstrate the effectiveness of lightning. After his failed attempt to attack the barrier with his flying sword, he decides to refine a pill called the 7 Lightning Pill to trigger a lightning calamity that will destroy the barrier. Chu Yuyan needs a medium-grade spirit stone to recover her cultivation and refine the pill. Meng Hao gives her a low-grade spirit stone and a pill formula. Meng Hao ventures out alone and discovers anomalies around a blood lake. Entering the blood lake, he sees an altar rising from the lake, with a colossal stone head submerged in the water below. The head opens its mouth, and a voice proclaims, "Great calamity, ancient clan. Blood immortal inheritance." Meng Hao realizes that this place may be the inheritance ground of an ancient cultivator and decides to explore further. Meng Hao arrives at the volcano crater. A mysterious voice echoing in his mind about an ancient inheritance called the Tay Ancient Temple that might be hidden there. Meng Hao speculates that it is an ascension inheritance, possibly related to the legendary immortal Li. A colossal head floats in a pool of blood, its yawning mouth like a portal that Meng Hao thinks might be the entrance to the inheritance ground. However, he notices eerie white bones scattered around. Realizing the potential dangers, after deliberation, Meng Hao decides against entering the inheritance ground for now. He discovers that these bones have existed for tens of thousands of years. Remains of intruders are being sacrificed. This makes him wonder if the inheritance ground has already been breached. To verify his suspicion, Meng Hao collects some bones nearby for examination. Meanwhile, Chu Yuyan is refining a pill for Meng Hao. Meng Hao observes that these bones still hold ancient radiance, indicating that the inheritance ground likely remains unopened. Chu Yuyan hands Meng Hao a blue pill and requests a piece of his clothing. Meng Hao gives her a set of his clothes, which she wears and looks even more beautiful in. Yet she retains her aloof demeanor. Meng Hao confronts Chu Yuyan's previous attempt to blackmail him with pill concoction, and punishes her with a hallucinatory pill. Chu Yuyan's mind becomes chaotic under the effect of the pill. Meng Hao maintains a commanding presence over her, knowing she can't escape his control. Meng Hao witnessed Chu Yuyan's loss of composure and understood that he could not take advantage of her vulnerability. Guided by his morals, he stepped back. He discreetly punished Chu Yuyan by giving her a medicinal pill as a warning. But he did not harm her core. After sobering up, Chu Yuyan had mixed feelings, but she felt grateful for Meng Hao's restraint. Meng Hao sensed something amiss with the perfect foundation establishment pill and realized that any alteration to its effects would render it ineffective. Suspecting Chu Yuyan had ulterior motives, he feigned indifference to draw her out. Chu Yuyan revealed a startling secret: this place is part of a heritage left by the blood immortal, which has remained undiscovered for tens of thousands of years. Any Foundation establishment cultivator that steps into its blood light has a chance of being teleported to Blood Immortal Mountain and receiving the inheritance. There are a total of 9 inheritance sites, 7 of which have been opened. But no one has yet obtained the final inheritance. Upon further questioning, Chu Yuyan unveiled the Blood Immortal's identity, a Blood Immortal of the Tai clan, whose heritage is closely intertwined with the Immortal Road and the Immortal Ascension Altar. The Immortal Road is treacherous, and only by passing the question stone and enduring the 3 spirit-severing blades can one ascend to become an immortal. Chu Yuyan confessed that she hoped Meng Hao would perish after entering the inheritance, thereby resolving the grudge caused by a misunderstanding. Meng Hao remained unperturbed and declared that he would explore the Blood Immortal's inheritance to unravel its mysteries. As Chu Yuyan became absorbed in alchemy, the surroundings grew quiet. Meng Hao contemplated Chu Yuyan's words, and if they were true, this inheritance was of great significance, which he was determined to pursue. Meng Hao learns about the risks associated with the Blood Immortal inheritance but decides to take the chance. Chu Yuyan exploits his suspicion in an attempt to trigger the inheritance, attracting the attention of the Violet Fate sect. However, Meng Hao sees through her plan and remains vigilant. A month later, Chu Yuyan concocts a separation pill and gives Meng Hao the last one. For 2 months, Chu Yuyan often goes out for leisure and intentionally approaches the blood lake but never steps within 100 feet. Eventually, Chu Yuyan swiftly dashes towards the blood lake while Meng Hao is inspecting a light screen, attempting to enter the mouth of the stone statue. In the nick of time, Meng Hao appears and intercepts her with his sword and a black net. Chu Yuyan reveals her plan to enter the inheritance alone. However, she underestimates Meng Hao's patience and wisdom. As he had anticipated her intentions, Chu Yuyan intended to utilize Meng Hao's suspicious and cautious nature to give herself time. But Meng Hao uses the 3 months to allow Chu Yuyan to lower her guard before revealing her plot. Chu Yuyan is forced to return to concocting separation pills. Meng Hao, on the other hand, steps into the mouth of the stone statue without hesitation. Simultaneously, the 7 inheritance sites in the southern domain that have already been activated erupt in a deafening roar, releasing a crimson mist and the resonant voice of an ancient being from the Great Calamity tribe. Blood Immortal Inheritance. Enter my blood sea. 9 openings in the southern domain, known to the world, awaiting one person to inherit my Blood Immortal lineage. As the news spreads, the southern domain is shaken. The 5 great sects and 3 major families mobilize to reach the inheritance sites. Wang family's Dao seed, Wang Lihai, leads their forces, while his younger brother, Wang Tongfei, feels discontent but is reminded of his inferior abilities by the crystal finger he possesses. Chu Yuyan misses the opportunity due to her seclusion and can only watch as Meng Hao enters the inheritance site, her heart filled with bitterness. The winds of change in the southern domain are stirred by the unlocking of the Blood Immortal inheritance. As the inheritance of the Blood Immortal commences, a great upheaval befalls the south domain. The 5 grand sects and 3 great clans mobilize their full force, vying to reach the 7 sacrificial altars first. Jin Han sect's Zhao Shanling leads hundreds of disciples, their aerial speed astonishing. Song family's Elder Song follows, seeking retribution for the treasures Meng Hao took from him. Yi Jian sect's Chen Fan, clad in white, solemnly treads upon an ancient green sword. Wu Dingchu of Zi Yun sect is ridden with worry, searching for his missing disciple Chu Yuyan. The Li family dispatches only 5 men, guarded by 2 nascent soul protectors. The enigmatic Blood Demon sect also enters the fray, with a youth in red robes catching attention. It is the long-lost Wang Yukai. Though Azure Sky sect remains inactive, they possess an ancient map. They conspire to seize an advantage amidst the chaos of the Blood Immortal inheritance. Xu Qing, a disciple of the sect, endures torment from his fellow sect members but remains steadfast in his beliefs. As the Azure Sacrificial Altar emerges, cultivators from various sects converge, vying to seize the opportunity to enter the Blood Gate. Ultimately, only 8 are chosen, entering the 9 formations within to face trials. These 8 are inscrutable to each other. However, only the first to conquer all 9 formations can become the 2nd generation Blood Immortal. An ancient voice reverberates, announcing the commencement of the inheritance. Each inheritor may possess a blood god, its form determined by fate. Absorbing spiritual energy to enhance the blood god's power is crucial to obtaining the inheritance. Upon entering the legacy land, Meng Hao discovers that his cultivation has been restored to the early foundation establishment stage. He realizes that Chu Yuyan's purpose in coming here is to recover her cultivation and find her identity. At that moment, 8 streaks of azure light appear. Meng Hao and 7 other heaven's favorites from the southern domain each merge within azure light, transforming into different blood gods. The blood god that Meng Hao merges with is an unprecedented thumb-sized puppy. Its appearance stirs commotion and hostility among the other blood gods. Except for the scarlet figure who remains indifferent. The group begins to navigate the formations. Meng Hao observes the surroundings and enters the first formation. Inside the formation is an immortal realm brimming with spiritual energy. As Meng Hao absorbs the spiritual energy, the puppy in his palm also absorbs it, gradually growing larger and sprouting fur. Meng Hao speculates that the puppy possesses his aptitude, enabling it to harmoniously coexist and grow with him. With that, he takes the puppy along as they continue to navigate the formations, venturing deeper into the legacy land. In the blood immortal heritance, Meng Hao is in the first formation. Although unable to break it, he notices that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is gradually reducing. Realizing that the key is absorbing the spiritual energy. After 5 days of absorption, Meng Hao's body shines golden, and his puppy grows to the size of a palm. Meanwhile, outside the heritance, cultivators from 7 sects observe Meng Hao's actions through the blood light. Learning that the first formation tests aptitude and spiritual energy absorption, Meng Hao utilizes his unique advantage, returning to the altar to restore his cultivation first after the other cultivators leave the second formation. He also discovers that the blood light images can be seen by outsiders but that the blood god cannot leave the heritance. To gain Chu Yuyan's help, Meng Hao makes a deal with her, promising rewards after they safely depart. Chu Yuyan reveals secrets of the 9 formations of blood immortal heritance to Meng Hao, including the importance of seizing spiritual energy, the blood god's growth, and the locations of the formation eyes. Meng Hao returns to the heritance and enters the second formation. A sea of blood appears. The puppy warns him, and a cyanwood bridge rises. A long-haired youth stands on the bridge with cold eyes and announces the conditions for breaking the formation. 1 move to avoid death opens a second bridge. And when 3 bridges are open, the formation can be broken. Meng Hao stepped into the second formation of the blood immortal inheritance and encountered a young man at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. The young man threw a punch, causing the blood sea to surge. And even with Meng Hao's full strength, he was forced back. Subsequently, an arched bridge appeared, and Meng Hao discovered that the young man behind the bridge resembled the previous one but had already reached the grand completion stage of the foundation establishment realm. The young man challenged Meng Hao, stating that if Meng Hao could withstand a punch without dying, he could open the third arched bridge. Meng Hao's first 2 attempts to break through the formation ended in failure, and he realized the profound secrets hidden within the formation. In the first battle, although the young man's cultivation was strong, the might of his punch was dispersed and not concentrated. In the second battle, the young man's cultivation was equally high, but the force of his punch was restrained and solid. Meng Hao speculated that the key to the formation lay in the ability to control one's cultivation. After careful analysis, Meng Hao discovered that although the old man's cultivation was similar to his own, the power of his punch far surpassed that of the young man and the juvenile. He surmised that the old man had used his divine sense to fuse with his cultivation, greatly enhancing his attack power. Meng Hao subsequently spent a month diligently practicing controlling the dispersion of his cultivation and fusing it with his divine sense. A month later, Meng Hao challenged the old man again. With his exquisite control over his cultivation, he managed to withstand the old man's 3 attacks, successfully passing through the second formation. The old man praised Meng Hao's wisdom, saying that he had mastered the technique of condensing divine sense into his body, and then sent Meng Hao out of the formation. As the heavens and earth shattered, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged toward Meng Hao and the puppy. Wrapping around them, Meng Hao took a deep breath and began to absorb the spiritual energy, the dense concentration far surpassing any he had encountered before. His excitement soared as he realized that within a few months, he could condense a second Tao foundation without relying on medicinal pills. However, the spiritual energy constantly leaked out, and to Meng Hao's regret, if he could only block the leakage, he could have broken through in a very short amount of time. On the third day, the spiritual energy dissipated. When Meng Hao opened his eyes, he found himself on a massive platform surrounded by 4 other individuals who sat cross-legged, each accompanied by a blood god. Meng Hao's puppy had also undergone a dramatic transformation. It had grown to about half an arm's length, its blood-red fur, sharp teeth, and claws giving it a ferocious appearance. Its eyes flickered with a bloody glow, and its aura rivaled that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The blood god inheritance had enabled them to grow rapidly in this special environment. Meng Hao took a deep breath and rose to his feet, heading toward the 3rd formation. Meanwhile, outside in the 7 Blood Immortal Legacy lands, there was much discussion. Li family's Taoist Li Daoyi was considered the most promising successor, while Meng Hao, who had just passed through the 3rd formation, was seen as lacking in strength. In the 3rd formation, Meng Hao and the puppy arrived beneath a towering tree where a chess game was set up. A white piece lay beside the board, and hundreds of tree stumps in the vicinity exuded an air of desolation. A voice boomed, announcing that the Blood Immortal Legacy demanded sufficient murderous aura to pass. One had to take the white piece and win the chess game, with only one chance to do so. However, one could also choose to forfeit and leave the formation. A Foundation establishment figure emerged from a tree stump, murderously intent on attacking Meng Hao. Meng Hao and the puppy fought back fiercely, and as they continued to kill, their cultivation levels also rose. The puppy reached the middle stage of Foundation establishment. After several hours of fighting, Meng Hao suffered severe injuries but still persevered, coming within 2,000 feet of the tree. However, at that moment, 20 more Foundation establishment figures appeared. Meng Hao traded injuries for injuries, fighting to cultivate, but was ultimately forced to retreat to a distance to heal. Meng Hao and the puppy continued to charge, with Meng Hao's fighting skills becoming increasingly refined and the puppy growing more ferocious. After being trapped for over a month, they finally broke through the final 2,000 feet. Meng Hao picked up the white piece and placed it on the board. In an instant, the world froze, and the scene before Meng Hao shattered. Surging spiritual energy appeared, signifying that he had passed the 3rd formation. Simultaneously, an uproar erupted outside as Li Daoyi passed through the 4th formation, and Meng Hao became the 2nd person after him to pass the 3rd. Amidst the torrential infusion of spiritual energy, Meng Hao's cultivation surged relentlessly, gradually solidifying the silhouette of his 2nd Dao platform. Simultaneously, a formidable crimson-hued mastiff materialized by his side, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. As Meng Hao opened his eyes, his emergence alongside Song Zhao and Wang Lihai from the 3rd formation created a profound stir. Speculations arose regarding his possible affiliation with a clandestine sect, but there was no definitive evidence. Undeterred, Meng Hao ventured into the 4th formation, the Venomous Wilderness, a perilous realm teeming with deadly toxins. Astonishingly, Meng Hao emanated a potent aura of toxicity that repelled the venomous creatures in his path. Everywhere he trod, a trail of darkness lingered, defying even the corrosive effects of the wilderness poisons. Meanwhile, the struggles of the other cultivators in the 4th formation were evident. As they gingerly navigated the treacherous terrain, Wang Lihai, sensing an anomaly within the formation, furrowed his brow in contemplation. 7 days later, Meng Hao had outpaced his rivals by a significant margin. He arrived deep within the venomous wilderness, encountering a resplendent 4-colored equinox flower. This elusive bloom was the very lifeblood of the entire formation. Meng Hao gazed upon it, a complex expression washing over his countenance. Amidst a sea of equinox flower, Meng Hao perceives the morning of the 4-colored the Liquoris radiata before him. As if sharing a lifetime with it, he suddenly experiences a 3-colored the Liquoris radiata emerging from his crown. Echoing the 4-colored flower, a white-robed man appears, opens a door to the outside world, and guides Meng Hao to continue his journey. Meng Hao breaks through the 4th formation, creating history in the Blood Immortal lineage by completing it in just 7 days. The outside world is abuzz with curiosity about his origins. Meng Hao and the Mastiff cultivate in the rich celestial and earthly spiritual energies, and the Mastiff advances to the core formation realm. Meng Hao enters the 5th formation and encounters a stone tablet inscribed with blood runes. The spring and autumn wood becomes ineffective, and poison ravages his body, causing excruciating pain. At the same time, a horde of wild barbarians appears at the foot of the mountain, charging towards Meng Hao, facing both the poison and the barbarians. Meng Hao's situation becomes precarious. Amidst the fifth bloody siege, Meng Hao's mastiff fought valiantly, protecting him against countless barbarians. However, the mastiff's ferocity also enraged the barbarians, leading to an intense battle. The mastiff fought for 2 days, relentless despite its exhaustion, guarding Meng Hao with its injured body. On the 4th day, the barbarians attacked again, and the mastiff fought to the death, killing 3 nascent soul barbarians and forcing them to retreat. On the 5th day, the barbarians attacked fiercely, and the mastiff fought with all its might, holding them off for an entire day. On the 6th day, 8 nascent soul barbarians arrived, putting them in grave danger. Meng Hao, riddled with pain, stood up and fought alongside the mastiff. Meng Hao suddenly comprehended the stone tablet runes of the 5th formation and engraved them onto the mastiff. A bloody light emanated from the mastiff, freezing everything, including the barbarians. Meng Hao realized the formation's purpose was to strengthen the bond between the inheritor and the blood god. He decided to leave with the wounded mastiff. Meng Hao carried the dying mastiff towards the exit of the 5th formation. The world behind him frozen in blood. He cared nothing for the inheritance, only for his promise to take the mastiff away from the carnage. Meng Hao and Wang Lihai leave the 5th formation together further ahead. Li Daoyi is still fighting hard in the 6th formation. As Meng Hao heals his war dog and observes the situation, he is slightly agitated to learn that a Blood Devil Sect disciple has also entered the 6th formation, following in the footsteps of 3 others. On the 7th day, Song Zhao exits the 5th formation, but her blood god Phoenix is dead, forcing her to select a new blood god. Several days later, Wang Lihai and Song Zhao enter the 6th formation one after another. However, a Jin Han sect disciple falls, while a Violet Fate sect and Lian Yi Jian sect disciple choose to withdraw. Only the Blood Devil Sect youth, who carries a human form blood god, becomes the 4th person to enter the 6th formation after Li Daoyi, Wang Lihai, and Song Zhao. Meng Hao's physical condition has fully recovered, and his war dog has also completely healed and significantly increased its strength. Accompanied by his war dog, Meng Hao enters the 6th formation, which is an electrifying and stormy world with the ground covered in a muddy swamp. An ancient temple stands in the distance, with a statue before it pointing its sword towards the sky. Lightning crashes as countless skeletal arms extend from the depths of the mud. While the ground is covered with wailing faces, Meng Hao recognizes this as the ancient temple of the Tai clan, a symbol of their unyielding resistance against fate. On the summit of the temple is a massive black drum, carved with fearsome beasts. An aged voice resounds throughout the land, declaring that entering the ancient temple will grant its inheritors great power. Meng Hao and his war dog resolutely charge towards the temple, but are obstructed by the arms in the mud. Meng Hao brandishes his wooden sword and severs the arms. Just as they reach the halfway point through the swamp, countless green whiskers transform into sharp arrows and shoot towards Meng Hao. As Meng Hao and the mastiff approached an ancient temple, they were beset by a legion of green-whiskered specters and mist horses. Meng Hao sealed them with his 8th demon seal, only to be halted by a colossal sword several meters wide. At that moment, the temple's statue awakened, unleashing an immense aura that suppressed Meng Hao, stripping him of his inheritance rights. Desperation surged through Meng Hao as he implored the statue to spare the mastiff. But the statue prepared to execute it. The mastiff ignited its blood spirit, breaking free of its restraints and saving Meng Hao. But it was impaled in the mire by the statue's greatsword and seized by countless arms. With its last ounce of strength, the mastiff propelled Meng Hao through the half-open temple door, before being dragged into the mire by the arms. Suddenly, a figure clad in white Li Daoyi appeared in the palm of the statue's hand. He bowed to the statue, addressing it as ancestor. As Meng Hao was thrust through the temple door, tears of blood streamed down his face, igniting an inferno of rage within him. Unable to forget the mastiff's final sacrifice, he vowed revenge. Meanwhile, the statue fulfilled its promise, granting Li Daoyi the inheritance of the blood immortal. Li Daoyi, a genius from the Li family of the ancient Tei ancient vein, accidentally discovers a place of blood immortal inheritance. After the inheritance is opened, Li Daoyi leads everyone to break in, but unexpectedly seizes a blood slave and obtains a shocking secret from the inheritance. At the same time, other monks such as Meng Hao, Song Zhao, and Wang Yukai also entered the inheritance, but they encountered dangers in the 6th stage. Li Daoyi's beast guardian, blood dragon, devours the blood gods of others and greatly increases its strength. When Li Daoyi walked out of the 6th stage, the outside world was in an uproar because Wang Lihai was dead. The angry Wang family faces a major change. While Li Daoyi is complacent, Meng Hao witnessed everything, and his killing intent boiled within him. He followed Li Daoyi into the 7th stage, but encountered a thunder tribulation on the way. Just as the thunder tribulation came, Meng Hao swallowed a perfect foundation building pill, triggering a shocking change. His physical body, deotai, and spiritual consciousness have undergone incredible evolution, reaching the legendary realm of perfect foundation building. At this time, the blood immortal sacrifice opened. Li Daoyi attempted to seize the inheritance, but Meng Hao bombarded the light curtain with thunder tribulation, breaking the protection of the blood immortal inheritance, and rising into the sky as the 8th blood pillar. At the same time, inside the blood immortal inheritance, a skeleton is buried, and only the surname Ji is clearly visible on a broken banner. Both the skeleton and the broken banner are full of excitement, waiting for Meng Hao's arrival. Li Daoyi realized that his chance was slim, so he took the blood dragon and flew to the 9th stage. The statues in the Tae ancient temple awakened together and turned into an army, heading to the sky to fight against their old rival. In the enigmatic blood immortal inheritance of the southern domain, Meng Hao enters the outer platform of the 6th array. The inheritance roars and emits a cyan light, as if summoning him to the path of the blood god. However, Meng Hao rejects this destiny and enters the 6th array in reverse. Becoming the first to ever attempt the inheritance backward, Meng Hao successfully establishes his foundation, releases his cultivation, and absorbs the spiritual energy of the world, becoming the sovereign of this realm. A chasm appears, and Meng Hao discovers the partially decayed remains of a mastiff. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he recalls their past battles and the unyielding bond they shared. To revive the mastiff, Meng Hao forcefully absorbs the remaining spiritual energy, mending the rifts in the Tao platform and plundering the spiritual aura to revitalize the mastiff's body. Time passes, and the land withers as the world crumbles. As the 6th array collapses, the mastiff's body trembles, and it opens its eyes. Restored to life, this is the only blood god ever reborn, possessing a 20-jong physique, purple fur, spiked limbs, and a single tusk. It is ferocious and merciless, but remains docile only towards Meng Hao, becoming his singular blood god. The 6th formation shattered, signaling the mutation of the blood immortal inheritance. As Meng Hao stepped into each formation, the formations automatically collapsed, releasing a massive amount of spiritual energy. Meng Hao absorbed this energy, completing his perfect foundation establishment in his body, and the 2nd to 5th dais of the Tao successively condensed. When Meng Hao stepped into the 7th formation, burial sky grave, the grave exploded, and the 3-tailed banner flew out, turning into a skeletal mask before disappearing. The 7th formation collapsed. Meng Hao absorbed the energy, and the outline of the 3rd dais of the Tao appeared in his body. Meng Hao's momentum was like a broken bamboo, and the speed at which he broke the formation shocked Li Daoyi. Li Daoyi quickly caught up with the help of the blood dragon, but still fell behind Meng Hao. In the 8th formation, the abyss roar shook the heavens, and the formation shattered on its own, helping Meng Hao to break through to the core formation. While the mastiff also advanced to the nascent soul realm, Meng Hao stepped into the 9th formation, closely followed by Li Daoyi. Within the 9th formation, the eyes of a skeleton lit up with an eerie light, waiting for the true inheritor of the immortal Lord inheritance to appear. As the skeleton turned to ashes, the 9th formation collapsed, and Meng Hao's 3rd perfect dais of the Tao condensed within his body, his cultivation reaching the peak of the foundation establishment. At this moment, on the altar of the blood immortal inheritance, the skeleton gradually removed its mask, revealing the face underneath Li Daoyi. This indicated that Li Daoyi might have obtained the blood immortal inheritance. Within an ancient land of inheritance, Li Daoyi and Meng Hao entered the final 9th formation. It is said that the one who removes the mask from the skeleton will obtain the blood immortal inheritance. The mighty dragon alongside Li Daoyi desires to become the mask's artifact spirit. But Meng Hao, with his perfect foundation cultivation, declares the inheritance to be his. As the skeleton removes the mask, Li Daoyi attempts to seize it but is repelled. Simultaneously, Meng Hao vows to take his mastiff hound out of this place. The mighty dragon and the mastiff hound vie for the qualification of being the mask's artifact spirit. Li Daoyi and Meng Hao engage in a decisive battle as the inheritance site nears its collapse. Li Daoyi wields a chariot while Meng Hao summons a fire python and wind blades. The two are evenly matched. But the world is shattering. And if they don't leave, they will be consumed. The battle between the mighty dragon and the mastiff hound reaches a standstill. Li Daoyi, unable to take the mask, faces a life or death crisis. Meng Hao ruthlessly destroys the exit, forcing Li Daoyi to submit. Li Daoyi's heart wavers, and Meng Hao's ruthlessness shocks him. The inheritance site collapses rapidly, turning into nothingness. Within the mask, the battle between the mighty dragon and the mastiff hound intensifies. The victor will determine the strength of the artifact spirit and may even seek the spirit-severing realm. Meng Hao and Li Daoyi engage in a fierce battle. But Meng Hao determines that he cannot resolve the fight quickly. He is eager to help the mastiff seize the mask. But Li Daoyi's presence obstructs his plans. In order to force Li Daoyi away, Meng Hao decides to destroy the exit. Meng Hao summons flying swords. And Li Daoyi counters with talismans. The light screen continues to shatter, leaving less than a yard remaining. Meng Hao fearlessly releases more flying swords, which forces Li Daoyi into a decision: allow Meng Hao to destroy the exit, thus gaining the inheritance but being unable to leave or obstruct Meng Hao, potentially causing the light screen to collapse and trapping himself as well. In the end, Li Daoyi chooses to preserve his life, transforming into a blood shadow to dash through the light screen first and launching a black pearl to try and destroy the exit. However, Meng Hao quickly casts a hitherto unused divine ability, the 8th seal of monster sealing, to seal Li Daoyi's body. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Hao severs one of Li Daoyi's hands, rescues the mastiff, and gains partial control of the mask. The Li family ancestor struggles within the mask, and Meng Hao proposes that if the ancestor submits, he will allow him to retain some consciousness and grant him a chance to take human form again in the future. With no other option, the ancestor agrees to Meng Hao's conditions as the exit dwindles to half a yard and the world teeters on the brink of collapse, enabling Meng Hao to control the blood god inheritance. Meng Hao faces a life or death choice, forced to seal the remnants of the Li family's ancestor into the possession mask containing the mastiff. He makes it the mask's artifact spirit. He carries Chu Yuyan out of the volcano but finds the blood immortal inheritance space outside the volcano destroyed by a vortex. Thunder booms above, roars like a silver dragon, and strikes the volcano, but a bloody glow blocks it. Meng Hao realizes that the bloody glow is the blood immortal altar's defense, and the thunder tribulation targets him. Not daring to linger, Meng Hao grabs Chu Yuyan and flies outward. Suddenly, he sees a massive, ancient temple in the distance battling the thunder. Meng Hao knows the thunder tribulation is intense. Only the rebellion of the blood immortal inheritance and the battle at the Tay ancient temple saved him. Noticing the thunder tribulation fading and many cultivators approaching, Meng Hao decides to fly back to create the illusion that he's not the target. As soon as dozens of cultivators fly past him, a bolt of lightning shoots from the remaining clouds. It heads straight for Meng Hao. He quickly releases thunder mist to block the lightning, pretending to confront the thunder tribulation. The strike harms Meng Hao, but the thunder mist unexpectedly absorbs the energy, strengthening. He realizes the thunder tribulation threatens him but also refines his treasures. Meng Hao laughs and flies away, pretending to refine weapons in the aftershock. The cultivators, tricked into thinking he's refining weapons, do the same. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity to escape, anticipation and anxiety in his heart. Meng Hao ignores dozens of cultivators who pass him and continues flying at a leisurely pace until even more monks overtake him. He blinks his eyes slightly and decides to accompany the cultivators, pretending to be someone searching for the reason behind the heavenly tribulation. When asking others about the cause of the tribulation, Meng Hao acts interested in the topic and even discusses it with others. When the tribulation disappears, everyone looks around and finally discovers the volcanic crater. Right when they are preparing to enter the crater, 3 imposing figures descend from the sky and introduce themselves as the 3 elders of azure clouds. The 3 warn the crowd that the crater is sealed off and that they must leave immediately. Meng Hao leaves with others, but he faintly senses that he is close to the Azure Cloud sect. Then, he thinks about senior apprentice Sister Xu, who was taken away on that day, and his heart fills with doubt. A few days later, Meng Hao finds a jungle and descends to investigate it. He takes Chu Yuyan out from the bag of and collects the pills under the angry gaze of the 4 medicinal pills. Once released, Chu Yuyan asks to leave. Meng Hao keeps his promise and releases Chu Yuyan. Right when Chu Yuyan flies away, she suddenly regains her cultivation and threatens Meng Hao not to reveal what happened in the volcanic crater. Meng Hao remains calm and composed, which makes Chu Yuyan feel a sense of crisis. Chu Yuyan realizes that she cannot attack Meng Hao, so she warns him in a deep voice and leaves triumphantly. After watching Chu Yuyan leave, Meng Hao thinks back to the times they spent together in the volcanic crater. At that moment, an illusory figure appears and introduces itself as Zhao Dian from the Golden Cold Sect. Zhao Dian admits that he has been following Meng Hao and asks to trade for Meng Hao Thunder Tribulation flag. Meng Hao asks Zhao Dian why he is here, and learns that the Golden Cold Sect has sent someone to investigate why the Azure Cloud Sect did not participate in the inheritance of the Blood Immortal. After listening calmly, Meng Hao waves his sleeve and continues walking. Zhao Dian wipes the cold sweat off his forehead and excitedly speculates that Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan had an affair, intending to send a message back to his sect. Days ago, a sound of breath that had slumbered for 10,000 years emerged from the 10th mountain of the Cloud Heaven Kingdom in the southern domain. This mountain is the royal family's forbidden mountain, where the coffins of past powerhouses are buried. The old man sleeping in the coffin, the 10th ancestor of the royal family, awakens after smelling the perfect aura. He had sealed his cultivation and despite his struggle to survive, he now sees hope in Meng Hao's perfect foundation pill. He seeks to follow in the footsteps of the legendary ancestor and enter the starry sky. The 10th ancestor announces that he will reincarnate, causing a stir in the royal family. Meanwhile, Meng Hao faces a dilemma of a lack of spirit stones, the poison of the 3-colored equinox flower in his body, and an inability to absorb spiritual energy after swallowing the perfect foundation pill. However, by chance, he obtains the inheritance of the Blood Immortal. The mastiff in his body slumbers, while the broken 3-tailed banner releases a staggering pressure. Meng Hao comprehends the spirit-devouring scripture from the ancient Blood Immortal scroll. It allows him to seize others' bloodline qualifications, turning them into blood spirit children. By cultivating the 9-kill divine ability, he can prove his position as an immortal if he can gather the bloodlines of 9 generations of powerhouses. However, just as Meng Hao is about to don the blood-colored mask, the bronze mirror in his storage bag emits a sharp cry, awakening him and preventing the remaining spirit from taking control. Meng Hao was bewitched by a mask manipulated by the spirit of a mastiff. But with the warning in his inheritance and the reminder from the copper mirror, he saw through the mask's attempt to punish the ancestor of the Li family inside the mask. Meng Hao tapped his soul with his finger, warning him not to try to trick him again. Meng Hao also discovered that the mask has a strange origin. It doesn't belong to the blood god, but its control method is related to the magic art of Blood Immortal. Meng Hao later obtained a Rui seal, which he found has teleportation function, but he put it away because of the fear of uncontrolled displacement. He came to a city under the influence of the Qingla sect and learned that the Qingla sect was summoning the Foundation establishment independent cultivators and offering Luo Di elixirs as rewards. Meng Hao knew that the Qingla sect had discovered an ancient battleground, but it was blocked by an ancient array. In order to break the array, they needed a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators to act as replacements for the array eyes. Despite the danger, Meng Hao secretly decided to join in the operation for the Luo Di elixir and to find the materials needed to refine the perfect golden elixir. Meanwhile, a young man in black targeted Meng Hao, claiming that Meng Hao had something he needed. Meng Hao realized that his identity might have been exposed, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. In an inn, a young man in black asks a man named Meng Hao for the thunder leaf on his body. The young man in black offers a metal plate engraved with wood iron treasure in exchange. But Meng Hao refuses. The young man in black, confident in his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, coldly threatens Meng Hao, but is shocked by the coercive pressure in Meng Hao's eyes, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The young man in black grows cautious, realizing that he is no match for Meng Hao. So he changes his tone and offers to exchange other treasures for the thunder leaf. Meng Hao asks the young man in black to demonstrate the effectiveness of the wood iron treasure. And the young man in black reluctantly reveals the treasure's true form, the thunder stone with rock from Mount Lightning Willows. The young man in black also reveals news of the Azure Silk Sect gathering rogue cultivators, and offers to bring Meng Hao to a secret meeting to exchange treasures and gather information. Meng Hao says he needs to consider, and leaves behind a jade slip. After learning that Meng Hao has the thunder leaf, the young man in black secretly implants an aura GU into Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao has already discovered it and trapped the aura GU. Meng Hao then disguises himself as a cultivator wearing a hat to cover his face and secretly follows the young man in black to a manor. The young man in black enters the manor with 4 or 5 cultivators of higher cultivation, and Meng Hao follows closely behind, tearing off the invisibility talisman to investigate the situation. Meng Hao arrives at a mansion and knocks 3 times. The door opens silently, revealing a layer of black light within. Meng Hao recalls information about the person he came to see and realizes that the light only permits entry to cultivators in the Foundation Establishment realm and above. He steps into the light without hesitation and finds himself in a luxurious palace. A cultivator in the late Foundation Establishment realm asks for Meng Hao's invitation or sect token. Meng Hao shows Ding Xin's token and is granted entry. Inside the palace, there are beautiful landscapes and the sound of music. Meng Hao enters a pavilion and finds 7 people already waiting, including Lu Dao and 2 others who have revealed their faces. Other than them, the remaining 4 have concealed their figures and faces. Meng Hao sits in a corner and observes. A large man named Xu from the Mid-Foundation Establishment realm arrives and complains about not having a seat. Meng Hao and another concealed figure don't reveal their secret meeting jade slips, which provokes Xu. Meng Hao remains unaffected, and the concealed figure ignores him. Just then, an elder named Qingshan from the late Foundation Establishment realm arrives and calms the tension. He reveals that the concealed figures are his guests and have not stolen Zhou's seat. Xu turns his attention to Meng Hao. Intending to fight him, Meng Hao issues a casual attack that disrupts Zhou's cultivation and summons a giant fire dragon that incinerates Xu. Meng Hao retrieves the secret meeting jade slip from Zhou's storage pouch, stating his qualifications for the secret meeting. Silence filled the pavilion as the sudden death of the burly man surnamed Xu left everyone present stunned. Liu Tao's gaze was heavy. The richly adorned woman wore a guarded expression. The eyes of the middle-aged man glistened sharply, while the cultivator concealing his appearance remained hesitant. The elderly man with the air of a sage in the mountains harbored goodwill in his eyes as he placed a copper furnace adorned with dragon patterns in the pavilion. The secret meeting commenced, with Liu Dao exchanging items first, followed by everyone else in turn. Meng Hao took out a jade slip, inquired about the Qing sect, and cast it into the furnace. The elderly man with the air of a sage in the mountains performed a spell, igniting an invisible fire that melted the jade slip. 8 golden dragons spewed mist that enveloped the crowd. Meng Hao came into contact with the soft light, examining the information exchanged by all. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and Meng Hao received a message stating that someone knew something about the Qing sect, demanding a price of 500,000 spirit stones. Similar messages followed, each demanding different prices. Meng Hao ignored them and continued to examine the items available for exchange in the soft light. At this moment, the copper mirror in Meng Hao's universe bag suddenly grew warm. He took it out and noticed an anomaly. As Meng Hao continued to observe the soft light, he noticed a dim item available for exchange, labeled as Fragment of Time. According to its description, this item could be used to create the Age Sword formation, but it required a specific type of rare wood to be forged. Meng Hao happened to have the spring and autumn wood in his possession, so he sent a message to the seller. A white light returned, and the seller informed him that he only possessed 1 fragment and that they would need to team up to obtain the remaining 2, requiring a Dao oath to keep the matter secret. Meng Hao promptly left a Dao oath and joined the team. Upon receiving the seller's reply, Meng Hao learned that the Qing sect had obtained a map of an ancient blessed land. Foundation establishment cultivators could enter and retrieve treasures, including the Luo Earth Pill. Meng Hao pondered for a moment, sensing something suspicious about the Qing sect's actions, and decided not to go. The secret meeting continued, and Meng Hao suddenly noticed that the seller had added a youthful appearance pill to his items for exchange. This pill held a beautiful memory from Meng Hao's past 6 or 7 years ago. He bought it and held it in his hand, his body trembling slightly. Amidst the misty fog, Meng Hao discovers an image of the East Peak etched onto the face-preserving pill. This image resonates with the shape of the East Peak at Reliance Sect. Meng Hao speculates that the pill was once gifted to Xu Qing, who is now at the Azure Sky Sect. Stirring his emotions, a profound longing and determination to locate Xu Qing arises within Meng Hao's heart as he realizes the significance of the East Peak engraving. He resolves to venture to the Azure Sky Sect and uncover the truth. Several days later, Meng Hao arrives at the Azure Sky Sect, a magnificent sanctuary for cultivators. Surrounded by the 10,000 mountains, 99 mountains hang suspended in the sky. Meng Hao is assigned to reside on an emerald peak amidst the myriad mountains. As night descends, Meng Hao hears a piercing scream echoing from afar. Sensing a familiar aura, he realizes the cry originates from someone connected to Reliance Sect. Determined to investigate and find answers, Meng Hao embarks on a journey into the depths of the Azure Sky Sect. Meng Hao stares at the mountaintop where screams are coming from in the distance. Sensing an unsettling aura, the messages stored in the 8th-generation warding demon orb and sealing jade remind him that this place is not right. The Chen elder from the Azure Luo sect steps forward, promising to resolve the murders within 3 days. And the Foundation establishment cultivators temporarily disperse. Meng Hao ponders before retrieving Li clan ancestors' blood-fiend inherited mask, which reveals to him that the elder knows very little about the Azure Luo sect. Meanwhile, in a cavern deep within the Azure Luo sect's 10,000 mountains, 3 shriveled old men sit before a monster skin map. A vision of a middle-aged man appears on it, who is one of the 5 that went missing during the day. The vision gradually fades, and the map's border expands, releasing an eerie aura. The next morning, Azure Luo sect disciple Han Bei delivers the Luo D pill. Meng Hao notices her bangle and feels a sense of déjà vu. After Han Bei leaves, Meng Hao opens the pill case and finds the pills radiating with a strong medicinal fragrance. Late at night, a floating shadow stealthily approaches Meng Hao's attic. It is the masked man with a sallow complexion who had disappeared. As he draws near, Meng Hao's eyes shoot open, and a fierce glint appears in his gaze. Meng Hao hides in the attic when he sees an eerie, sallow-skinned man floating toward him. As he approaches, all life force withers, and a pungent deathly aura emanates from him. Meng Hao realizes the man is undead and possessed by an evil spirit. The man ignores Meng Hao's hiding and penetrates the attic. Meng Hao attacks with a wooden sword and fire dragon but fails to destroy him. A large hole in the monk's body becomes a gaping mouth that tries to swallow Meng Hao. Meng Hao deploys his flying sword, its fragments, and a black net but cannot hold him. As the man exudes a sucking force, Meng Hao uses the 8th restriction of monster sealing, creating overlapping shadows that confine the man. Using his bloody finger, Meng Hao cuts the monk's brow, eliciting a piercing scream and causing a gray aura to escape. The man flees. Meng Hao pursues him but, finding an ominous silence in the surroundings, cautiously returns. Soon after, 5 chilling screams echo nearby. 3 Qing Luo sect disciples and 2 Foundation establishment cultivators are fatally attacked, and their flesh is drained. An elder from the Qing Luo sect captures the wounded man, bringing the incident to a close. 7 days later, the Qing Luo sect summons Foundation establishment cultivators for assistance in finding a specific item. Meng Hao also attends. 3 compasses Qian Shan, Bai Shan, and Zi Jin manned by cultivators stand alongside cultivators of higher realms, including core formation cultivators and a purple-robed elder. Meng Hao notices a figure on a purple compass, senior sister Xu. He recalls her image under moonlight and the time she gave him pills. During the expedition initiated by the Azure Veil sect, a group of loose Foundation cultivators were invited to join. Among them, Meng Hao noticed a strange statue in a dangerous area, and his beloved senior sister Xu was inside. The Azure Veil sect mobilized a large-scale force, led by the nascent Soul Elder, Purple Luo Patriarch. In the Dark Void, Xiejia revealed that the destination of the expedition was a branch of the entrance path used by ancient cultivators to collect spirit veins from the starry sky. Meng Hao caught Xiejia's attention, and Xiejia deliberately put him in the spotlight to test him. As the expedition team journeyed on, they encountered a giant jellyfish monster. Inside the jellyfish was a rotting corpse, symbiotically attached to it. Purple Luo's expression grew stern, and he ordered everyone to stay silent. In the darkness of the void, the jellyfish's tentacles swayed, emitting an eerie and dangerous aura, foreshadowing the perilous nature of this expedition. At the center of the corpse's forehead was an eerie hole filled with cold air. as though time could not erode its eternal existence. Everyone held their breaths in astonishment as they witnessed a massive jellyfish slowly swim by, its tentacles passing through the compass and disappearing from view. Ancestor Zilu respectfully bowed to the departing creature, explaining that it was the third-generation ancestor of the Azure Mist sect who had been killed in ambush, resulting in a protracted battle between the sect and the Wang family. The compass continued forward until it reached a mountain range with a chasm. Hundreds of cultivators sat outside the chasm, including disciples of the Azure Mist sect and loose Foundation establishment cultivators. Meng Hao recognized Xu Qing waiting in the crowd and noted the provocation from a voluptuous woman beside her. Ancestor Zilu spoke with the beautiful woman, and then entered the chasm with the Azure Mist sect disciples. The Foundation establishment loose cultivators followed close behind, Meng Hao among them, his heart filled with caution. The chasm was flanked by towering black rock walls embedded with crystalline rock crystals. When a cultivator touched a rock crystal, a piercing scream cut through the air as his body withered away to dust, leaving behind a shimmering crystal beside the rock crystal. Han Bei warned Meng Hao that he was being targeted and asked for his surname. Meng Hao sensed a vague feeling of danger. A rumble echoed in the distance as Ancestor Zilu and the beautiful woman joined forces to blast open a massive stone door. On the other side emerged another group of over 200 cultivators holding a bead that slowed the door's attempt to heal itself. Meng Hao realized that the stone door was like a seal, and he sensed the strangeness of this place. Before the fifth stone door, a towering black gate of gold and iron came into view, upon which was etched a face with its eyes closed. As everyone approached, the face opened its eyes, releasing an earth-shattering roar that consumed their blood. Ancestor Zilu produced a bamboo tube from which a scrap of hide flew out. When Meng Hao saw the scrap of hide, he felt a familiar and terrifying aura, as though he was not facing a hide, but an existence to be feared. At the entrance of a secret realm under the Azure Mountain sect, its sect master, the purple-robed Grand Elder, was called to open a black gate. However, this gate can only be used once. But someone had opened it ahead of time, releasing 3 grim old men. These 3 merged with the black gate, causing it to distort and open its giant maw. Simultaneously, a deranged middle-aged man at the core formation stage rushed out of the black gate, claiming that everyone inside had died at the all-clan assembly. The purple-robed Grand Elder suppressed him and saved his life. He warned everyone of the great danger within the gate and announced a blessed land, where they needed to find a designated item in exchange for shelter. Almost 200 rogue Foundation establishment cultivators entered the blessed land under the purple-robed Grand Elder's arrangement. Meng Hao was among them. He found the Azure Mountain sect's elites looking grim, indicating their knowledge of the danger within the blessed land. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, but decided to enter as his close friend. Xu Qing had already gone in. Xu Qing recognized Meng Hao, feeling greatly excited. Meng Hao smiled and turned to enter the black gate. Their gazes met across the crowd, as if spanning thousands of mountains and rivers. A seductive woman beside Xu Qing mocked her, claiming that Meng Hao had fallen into her senior brother, Zhao's, hands. Despite the dangers of the blessed land, the cultivators entered one after another. Meng Hao's heart was set on finding Xu Qing, no matter the cost. Within the sinister black mask, the 3 withered elders returned to the statues they abandoned earlier, their bodies corroded by the heavy black mist they released upon their entry. The black mask returns to its original state, discovering that all the intruders have escaped and letting out a furious roar forbidding further entry. Meanwhile, below the black mask, 11 individuals meditate in a circle, with 9 of them channeling their energy into a floating ginseng fruit, attempting to produce its head and limbs. From the sidelines, Purple Luo the Elder and a beautiful middle-aged woman observed, preparing to utilize the ginseng fruit to breach the black mask and seek a legendary treasure. They understand the risks and significance of this mission and are willing to sacrifice their disciples. Meng Hao finds himself in an unknown, empty realm. He retrieves the wish seal and discovers its transportation capabilities. While searching for Xu Qing, he encounters ruins and a stone tablet etched with a crack. Beside the tablet, a moonstone fruit grows, a treasure sought by the Azure Luo sect. As Meng Hao examines the moonstone fruit, a Foundation establishment cultivator attempts to harvest it, triggering a chilling blow from the tablet which instantly decapitates him. Vines of violet and gold emerge from the cracks in the tablet, consuming the cultivator's dantian and flesh. Subsequently, Wei Feng, an Azure Luo Sect cultivator, appears, his body entwined with vines. His gaze piercing as he faces Meng Hao. Wei Feng directs the vines to attack Meng Hao, and the two exchange intense stares across the void, ready to engage in battle. Elsewhere, Xu Qing flees, pursued by senior brother Zhao and a woman surnamed Shui. Zhao offers a foundation establishment pill in exchange for Xu Qing's crimson pill, which she declines. Zhao then resorts to using his finger wind to tease and provoke Xu Qing. Meng Hao, overlooking from a hilltop, confronts a purple-robed youth from the Azure Dragon Sect approaching at high speed. The youth conjures a python from vines. Its aura formidable. Meng Hao, though only at the initial foundation establishment stage, possesses a flawless foundation and a vast spiritual sea, making him a formidable opponent. As the youth grins and advances, Meng Hao calmly strikes with a single finger. The surroundings are serene, but the purple-robed youth's vision turns blood-red, with a finger carrying a vibrant crimson glow piercing towards him. The vines on the youth's body tremble in terror, disintegrating into blood water that envelops him. Amidst screams, the youth retreats, but Meng Hao pursues, shattering the blood barrier with a single finger and annihilating all the vines. Only a violet gold fruit remains. Projecting a pleading thought, the youth's face pales, and his eyes betray fear and despair as he uses the Azure Cloud 19 strikes to resist. Meng Hao releases a thunderous mist, its echo reverberating. In desperation, the youth employs a demonic spell, but it's no match for Meng Hao's knee strike. Blood spurts out, and his forehead is pierced, ultimately killing the youth. His essence transforms into a crimson liquid, which Meng Hao absorbs. Meng Hao acquires the purple-robed youth's bloodline and learns of the Azure Cloud 19 strike's incomplete secret technique. Deducing and completing it, he infuses the blood into the violet gold fruit, which transforms the vines into a dark crimson, exuding a faint demonic aura. Suddenly, Meng Hao's divine sense detects Xu Qing under attack on a jade map. Murderous intent erupts in his eyes, and the vines surge with killing intent. Meng Hao transforms into a rainbow, vowing to save Xu Qing and protect his close friend. Zhao Shanhe smugly embraces Shui Yongqi as he watches Xu Qing running away like a startled bird. The wind from his fingers lifts Xu Qing's clothes, revealing her fair skin, which excites him. Xu Qing's resistance awakens the beast in Zhao Shanhe. He mobilizes his spiritual energy, shattering Xu Qing's colorful cloud and causing her to fall to the ground. Shui Yongqi grabs Xu Qing and restrains her struggles. Zhao Shanhe unbuttons his clothes, ready to assault her. Xu Qing closes her eyes in despair, recalling her past, especially Meng Hao. However, Shui Yongqi cruelly reminds her that resistance is futile. Just as Zhao Shanhe is about to succeed, a rainbow descends from the sky, revealing Meng Hao. Meng Hao becomes anxious when he loses track of Xu Qing. He notices a suspicious area devoid of dust and attacks with all his might. Zhao Shanhe and Shui Yongqi are shocked when Meng Hao breaks through the light barrier. He exudes killing intent and terrifying energy, resembling a god of death from hell, as dark red vines flail around him. Upon hearing Meng Hao's voice, a glimmer of hope appears in Xu Qing's despairing eyes. She smiles, a simple and joyous expression she has never shown before. Meng Hao witnessed elder sister Zu's horrendous appearance, and his rage turned into monstrous killing intent, instantly destroying the pink light curtain surrounding elder sister Xu. Meng Hao showed no mercy toward the Zhao surnamed male cultivator of the Azure Luo Sect. The Zhao surnamed male cultivator felt the pressure in Meng Hao's gaze, as if sharp swords were piercing through his body. His Dao platform let out cracking sounds under the crushing force of Meng Hao's perfect foundation establishment. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Meng Hao approached step by step, each step making the Zhao surnamed male cultivator's heart thunder and his cultivation waver. When Meng Hao took his fourth step, the Zhao surnamed male cultivator's Dao platform shattered into pieces, the excruciating pain causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Meng Hao didn't hesitate to strangle him, taking away his painful moans, leaving only muffled whimpers and violent shudders from pain. Revealing his fear, Shui Yongqi, who was beside Xu Qing, was once Xu Qing's enemy. Now, seeing that the situation was not right, she tried to threaten Meng Hao with Xu Qing's safety. However, Meng Hao remained indifferent. He had once read an ancient book about criminal law, in which a terrifying torture method came to his mind. Under Meng Hao's cruel torture, The Zhao surnamed male cultivator's physical body was torn apart inch by inch, the pain making his soul unable to faint. After an incense stick's worth of time, Meng Hao wrung his neck, ending his pain. Meng Hao threw the Zhao surnamed male cultivator's corpse on the ground, giving Shui Yongqi the power to choose how to die. Fear overwhelmed Shui Yongqi, and before she could even raise her sword, vines shot out from the ground, wrapping around her and suspending her in the air. The other vines opened their large mouths, salivating over Shui Yongqi, waiting for Meng Hao to give the order to devour her. Xu Qing broke free from her restraints, took Shui Yongqi's sword, and walked towards her enemy. Shui Yongqi begged, but Xu Qing's gaze was cold, thrusting the sword into her mouth and stirring it slowly, making her screams resound through the void. As Shui Yongqi struggled weakly, Xu Qing thrust the sword through her throat, ending her life. Beneath the moonlight, Xu Qing and Meng Hao sit on the bloody battlefield. Her expression is pale, and she gazes at the woman she has just killed. Shui Yonq. In silence, Meng Hao comforts her, sharing his own first experience with taking a life. The moonlight casts their shadows, illuminating a subtle atmosphere. Xu Qing reflects on the day Meng Hao escorted her back to Dongfeng, and cannot help but remark on how time has flown by. Meng Hao admits to having gained a new perspective of Xu Qing, seeing her as more than the untouchable woman he knew in his youth. Xu Qing is astonished to learn that Meng Hao has killed before. At the young age of 12, Meng Hao shrugs it off, revealing that he has killed more than once. Xu Qing inquires about Zhao's demise, and Meng Hao narrates the tragic events that led to its fall. Xu Qing is shocked when Meng Hao reveals that he possesses Foundation establishment pills. She confides in him about her own struggles to advance due to the lack of such pills, and Meng Hao generously offers her 3 of his own. Xu Qing is overwhelmed with gratitude. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes in the distance. The entire blessed land trembles, and a powerful suction force shakes the spiritual platform inside Meng Hao. Xu Qing informs him that the Qing Sect is constructing a 100 spirits platform in the area, with unknown intentions. Recognizing the danger, they swiftly decide to depart. Meng Hao's perfect Dao platform resisted the suction force sweeping through the blessed land, leaving him unaffected, while Xu Qing was terribly anxious. Meanwhile, inside the entire blessed land, the Foundation establishment loose cultivators exploded one after another, and their Dao platforms were sucked into a black stone steel, forming its 4th level. When the suction force dissipated, people discovered that nearly 1,000 Azure Luo Sect disciples were chanting scriptures near the black stone steel. Meng Hao intended to go over, but Xu Qing told him that it was extremely dangerous and advised him to leave. However, Meng Hao refused, saying that he had a way to leave and was instead worried about Xu Qing's safety. Under Meng Hao's escort, Xu Qing flew towards the gathering place of the Azure Luo Sect disciples. On the way, they encountered many Foundation establishment cultivators who tried to intercept them, but Meng Hao easily dealt with them with his lightning mist and vines. However, they encountered 2 Foundation establishment middle stage cultivators and a Foundation establishment late stage elder not far from the gathering place. The elder bluntly said that he wanted to take Xu Qing away and stated that he only believed in answers obtained personally. Meng Hao refused, and a fight between the two sides was about to break out. During the silent night, Meng Hao and Xu Qing are ambushed by 3 core formation cultivators. One of them, an elder in the latter stage of core formation, attacks Meng Hao with lightning speed, while the other 2 men in the mid-stage of core formation launch ice blade whirlwinds and toxic wasps at him. Undeterred, Meng Hao retreats and faces the 2 men in the mid-stage of core formation. He casts the Divine Flame Dragon technique derived from the Spirit Scripture, and a golden dragon roars forth, instantly devouring the ice blade whirlwinds in one of the mid-stage core formation men. Approaching Meng Hao, the toxic wasps released by the other middle-aged man tremble violently as if in fear of his mere presence. They begin to self-destruct, creating an opportunity for Meng Hao to kill the middle-aged man with his blood finger. Witnessing this, the elder in the latter stage of core formation is filled with dread and steps back. Realizing that Meng Hao's strength far surpasses his expectations, he chooses not to engage further. Meng Hao, carrying Xu Qing, leaves and instructs her to use the invisibility talisman to return to the Green Mountain Sect and find an opportunity to enter. Meng Hao sets off alone towards the distant transformed land, noticing the Green Mountain Sect disciples meditating cross-legged while chanting scriptures. He hands the invisibility talisman to Xu Qing, revealing his ability to combat core formation cultivators in the latter stage. Before departing, Xu Qing embraces Meng Hao, as if expressing a sister's care for her brother. Meng Hao watches her leave, a sense of parting in his heart. Yet, he understands that each person has their own path, and he must continue his journey. As dawn breaks, Meng Hao looks up at the sky and observes a peculiar phenomenon where the sun and moon overlap. He decides to seek the secrets of the time scroll and refine the time treasure. As time passes, the gravitational pull intensifies, prompting Meng Hao to quicken his pace. He races towards the direction where the sun and moon overlap, determined to unravel the mysteries of time. As the earth-shattering tremors and suction force strike again, Meng Hao's figure shoots by like a meteor, heading directly forward. In the sky, in addition to the scorching sun, the ethereal image of the moon can be faintly seen. It's expected to vanish in an hour's time. Roughly an hour's journey away lies a vast plain, its wild grass swaying in the wind, forming an endless, undulating sea. At the center of the plain is a clearing, where 3 cultivators with powerful auras sit in meditation. 1. A gray-robed, middle-aged man, a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, cold and unfeeling, with icy eyes. 2. A plump, middle-aged woman, also in the late foundation establishment stage, her impatient gaze fixed on the woman next to her. 3. A veiled woman, Han Bei, stunningly beautiful and elegant, calmly awaiting. Han Bei explains that she has invited 5 cultivators, but one is still missing. The others patiently wait until a white rainbow streaks in, transforming into a handsome, purple-robed young man, none other than Xie Jia, a core disciple of the Qingla sect. When Xie Jia appears, everyone turns their eyes towards him. The woman surnamed Li stands up and greets him in return, while the gray-robed cultivator merely nods slightly. Han Bei removes her veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face that stuns her audience. Just then, a long rainbow shoots in from afar, landing and revealing an old man, Xu Yudao. Everyone rises to greet him, with only the gray-robed cultivator remaining seated. Eyes closed, the group gathers, discussing the mission at hand. Han Bei reveals that the last person she invited is of utmost importance, as they will greatly increase their chances of success. Xie Jia is curious and inquires about their identity. The woman surnamed Li scoffs, asserting that a mere foundation establishment junior could not possibly play such a vital role. Han Bei stands by her belief and suspects that this person's cultivation may be extraordinary. Suddenly, a long rainbow flashes through the sky, and Meng Hao appears before them. His gaze sweeps over the crowd, his expression calm. As he approaches, Xu Yudao and Han Bai's eyes light up, while Xie Ji's grow cold. The woman surnamed Li mockingly questions Meng Hao's qualifications, threatening to make a move against him. Meng Hao remains unfazed, while Han Bei defends him, believing that he possesses exceptional abilities. The woman surnamed Li presses her attack, demanding that Meng Hao prove his worth by displaying his full strength. Amidst the serene sanctuary, an assembly of cultivators gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. Meng Hao, his expression calm, faces the provocation of a woman surnamed Li. Instead of retreating, he strikes with the first 5 moves of the Azure Cloud 19 strikes. The ethereal handprint smashes through Li's spell whip effortlessly. Startled, Li summons a small shield for defense. However, Meng Hao's formidable spiritual sense overwhelms her, nearly shattering her own. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao seizes Li's treasure and erases her mark, claiming it as his own. Li, filled with dread, realizes Meng Hao's cultivation surpasses mere foundation establishment. She hastily amends her error, offering up the Cloud Mountain Shield. Xu Yudao, Han Bei, Xie Jia, and others are awed by Meng Hao's strength. Instead of pursuing the fragments of the Tome of Time, Meng Hao questions Han Bei and Xie Ji's motives. He exposes the sect's treachery, causing suspicion to cast upon Han Bai's intentions. Han Bei explains that gathering everyone in the sanctuary was merely to amass strength for their safety. To appease the crowd, Han Bei presents a jade slip detailing the method to exit the sanctuary and demonstrates a luminescent spirit insect, proving the existence of the exit. Meng Hao examines the slip and the insect and begrudgingly accepts Han Bai's account. However, as Meng Hao secretly sends a vine through the exit, he encounters a grave crisis. A colossal bronze cauldron comes into view, its sudden appearance filling Meng Hao with unease for the unknown beyond the sanctuary. Led by Han Bei, Meng Hao and his companions passed through the phantom mist and entered a long-sealed ancient formation. Han Bei revealed the secret of this ancient blessed land, claiming to be a descendant of the Han family and that this place had once been their secret stronghold, containing their ancestral secret technique, Trilogy of Time. The Trilogy of Time could be used to refine a powerful mortal star treasure, which Han Bei desired to obtain. However, everyone present had their own motives and were not entirely convinced by Han Bei's words. Meng Hao discovered a hidden giant bronze cauldron in the hall with his vines. Suspecting that the false exit Han Bei had set up was a ruse to conceal the cauldron. Everyone was awed by the grandeur of the bronze cauldron, which had been forged in ancient times and exuded an extraordinary aura. The large crack on the cauldron sparked speculation, with Meng Hao astutely observing that it did not appear to be the result of collisions with other artifacts but rather looked like it had been struck by lightning. Xie Jia suggested that whoever could subdue this great cauldron would cause a stir in the cultivation world. With varying intentions, they entered the teleportation formation hidden behind the bronze cauldron. When they reappeared, they found themselves in front of the cauldron. Meng Hao realized that this was the exit he had sensed earlier, which Han Bei also acknowledged. Han Bei excitedly presented a crescent-shaped ancient jade of blue-black, which released a radiant light, illuminating the cracks on the surface of the large cauldron. Upon seeing this, several people flew towards the cauldron, preparing to enter. However, the edges of the cracks were shrouded in impenetrable mist. Han Bei introduced a method that required a formidable spiritual awareness to offset the mist's corrosive energy and briefly open the cracks. And Meng Hao, based on the strong spiritual awareness he demonstrated in the fight against the lesser-named woman, became the first choice of the crowd. Han Bei took out a fan with 3 feathers, which was inscribed with powerful runes that could counteract the corrosive energy. After a thorough inspection, Meng Hao agreed to Han Bei's request. Meng Hao integrated his spiritual awareness into the fan, creating a whirlwind by fanning it. As his spiritual awareness continued to intensify, the power of the whirlwind grew stronger. After several attempts, Meng Hao finally managed to offset the corrosive energy of the mist, opening a passageway in the cracks. An aura of chilling time emanated from within, carrying ancient images, a bronze cauldron rising into the air. Thunderbolts in the crimson sky transformed into spears bombarding the cauldron, and the cauldron pierced with cracks, emitting a low sigh. As the image dissipated, Han Bei and the others rushed into the cracks. Meng Hao followed closely, stepping into the interior of the cauldron. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck down, reducing the lesser-named woman to ashes. The interior of the cauldron was a thunderpool filled with countless roaring lightning bolts, its light dazzling. Shortly after entering, one of them suffered a tragic fate, which alerted everyone. Within the ancient cauldron, the sound of thunder roared and lightning raged, but it could not deter the progress of the 5 individuals. Meng Hao did not possess a lightning-repelling artifact, but he summoned a thunder flag, attracting countless bolts of lightning. If he wished, he could have killed everyone present at any moment. This action greatly alarmed Xie Jia, the gray-robed cultivator, and Xu Yudao, causing a sense of crisis to well up within them. Han Bei reacted the most quickly, producing a 3-colored lotus pedestal which everyone used to protect themselves from the lightning. However, Meng Hao then approached Han Bei and requested to share the pedestal. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, he stepped onto the pedestal, giving them a slight sense of reassurance. As they ventured deeper, the group witnessed a breathtaking sight. 9 massive statues knelt on one knee, their hands raised high, each holding a different artifact. One statue bore a striking resemblance to Han Bei, and there was a fissure behind it that had been split open by the lightning from the heavens. In the midst of the 9 statues stood a cylindrical bronze cauldron, exhibiting the grand cosmic pattern of a square exterior and round interior. This scene profoundly impacted Meng Hao and caused everyone present to hold their breath in awe. In a mysterious land of fortune, 9 stone statues stand in a cauldron world. Meng Hao and 4 others venture into this place and discover that it contains the essence of heaven and earth, with the 9 statues representing the extremes of the world. However, the gray-robed cultivator keenly notices that the round cauldron and square cauldron are not in the correct positions, suspecting that this is a tomb where a celestial rebel is buried. Meng Hao recalls scenes he has seen before and realizes that there is another world within the cauldron. with a heavenly heart beneath the dome. Han Bei, a descendant of the statue ancestors, reveals her intention to pay respects to her ancestors and retrieve 2 scrolls. The group continues forward, but the might of the thunder increases. Han Bei uses an ancient jade to guide the way, while Xu Dayu and the gray-robed cultivator use their lightning-deflecting treasures to protect the group as they approach the statues. Along the way, a powerful bolt of lightning strikes, injuring everyone. Xu Dayu questions why Han Bei did not mention that some of the lightning would not be weakened. But she argues that Foundation establishment cultivators should not have entered this place. Xie Jia expresses his doubts about why Meng Hao, who does not belong to the 9 ancient surnames, was able to enter. Han Bei hints that the Green Luo sect is waiting outside the cauldron. But only those with the 9 ancient surnames would be safe. Meng Hao finds the gray-robed cultivator's previous words to be reasonable, connecting them to the legend of the spring and autumn wood, the downfall of the Tai clan, and the Ji character in the Blood Immortal's mask. Meng Hao has a strong hunch that the Ji surname carries an unusual meaning. The group continues forward, facing even more intense thunder and lightning. Xu Dayu and the gray-robed cultivator use all their might to fend off the lightning. With their protection, the group finally reaches the 9 statues. As the gazes of Xie Jia, Xu Yudao, and the gray-robed cultivator fell upon him, Meng Hao's expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with sudden realization. He understood the strange looks that had been cast upon him when he had stepped into the cauldron. For among the 9 ancient surnames, there was no Meng. While observing the statues, Meng Hao noticed figures similar to Han Bei, Xu Yudao, the gray-robed cultivator, and Xie Jia. Realizing that these statues depicted their ancestors, Meng Hao had once doubted if he belonged to the 9 ancient surnames. But the reaction of the bronze mirror when he had stepped into the cauldron reminded him of the unique scene that Han Bei had displayed during the secret meeting, leading him to deduce that Han Bei had been preparing for this day for a long time. Meng Hao neither denied nor admitted his identity, leaving Xie Jia speechless. With Xie Ji's green concealing pill, the 5 of them charged towards the statues. Meng Hao noticed a jelly-like substance on one of the statues that devoured the thunder and then jumped onto the cauldron. Remaining motionless, the group recognized this substance as the extremity loathing. Han Bei began to retrieve the ancient scroll of time, but her ancient jade was shattered by 2 scrolls that were held in the clasped hands of the statue, revealing 2 more ancient jades. Han Bei took control of one, while Xu Yudao and the gray-robed cultivator fought over the remaining 2. Han Bei claimed that anyone outside of the Han surname who touched the ancient jades would face a great catastrophe. But Xie Jia remained doubtful. Xu Yudao, Xie Jia, and the gray-robed monk engaged in an intense pursuit to acquire 3 ancient jades. Xu Yudao and Xie Jia succeeded in obtaining 2 jades. But when the gray-robed monk touched the 3rd, he was struck by a fierce bolt of lightning, obliterating him. Han Bei appeared, attempting to seize the jades, only to be attacked by the gelatinous Pai Dong. Pai Dong absorbed the lightning and devoured Xu Yudao, prompting Xie Jia to flee in terror. Meng Hao avoided the jades, and Han Bei and Xie Jia recognized the failure of their plans. Han Bei proposed an alliance with Meng Hao, offering him the opportunity to claim a destiny in exchange for using the fissure in the Han family ancestral statue to retrieve the crucible of time within. Han Bei produced a crimson thread representing Xu Yudao's lineage and activated the statue with her own blood. She connected the thread to Meng Hao and Xie Jia, prompting them to burn their bloodlines and invoke the power of the ancestral statue to open the vessel. Meng Hao agreed to the collaboration, but he remained vigilant, recognizing the elaborate trap crafted by Han Bei and Xie Jia. Their plan required 3 individuals, and while Xu Yudao's demise was not within their anticipation, Meng Hao discerned their machinations and forced their alliance under the new circumstances. Meng Hao accepted Han Bai's gift of a teleportation compass, storing it within his cosmos bag. As Han Bei and Xie Jia prepared to channel the ancestral statue's power to unlock the vessel and claim the crucible of time, Meng Hao understood that the contest had only just begun, and he would need unwavering vigilance to safeguard his interests and ensure his survival. A deafening roar reverberated through the thunderous world of Fang Ding, lightning flashing in the sky. The strange creatures in the air turned their gaze towards Meng Hao and the others. Han Bei requested Meng Hao and Xie Ji's assistance, activating her bloodline's power to rouse the fractured statue enveloped in tricolored threads. Meng Hao and Xie Jia provided spiritual energy and cultivation base, while Han Bei stirred her bloodline's might. As blood energy surged in, the colossal statue trembled, dust peeling away. Meng Hao felt his cultivation base and spiritual energy being drained. A murderous glint flickered in Xie Ji's eyes, but they softened as they turned to Han Bei. Han Bei's face paled as she coughed up blood once more. The statue shook violently, slowly rising to its feet. Its eyes dull, releasing an oppressive aura. The statue's left hand descended towards the central cauldron, but abruptly shifted directions, pointing at Xie Jia. Meng Hao tried to block it, but Xie Jia was instantly reduced to nothing. His Dao platform crumbling. A streak of orange light entered the statue's finger. Han Bei claimed Xie Ji's storage bag and assimilated his specter. She expressed her gratitude to Meng Hao, who recalled the message on the purple compass she gave him requesting Xie Ji's death. Wondering about her true intentions, Han Bei explained Xie Ji's ulterior motives and assured Meng Hao that she wouldn't ask for his help anymore. Meng Hao remained wary but hesitantly agreed. Han Bei commanded the statue to open the cauldron, releasing a purple mist. 3 jade pages emerged. Han Bei summoned a ceramic jar, releasing her Han family ancestors' life ash. It combusted, forming figures that spoke in unison. Releasing the seal, the statue's hand pressed down on the cauldron, causing it to tremble. The life ash burned, the statue shattering into 8 pieces. Han Bei coughed up blood as a purple light emerged from the broken statue, merging into her forehead. Just as the 3 jade pages were about to fly away, a sigh echoed from the cauldron, and 1 page was sucked back inside. The remaining 2 pages shot out rapidly. In the ancient antiquities' blessed land, Han Bei and Meng Hao fight for 3 enigmatic jade pages. Meng Hao seizes 2, but Pai Dong intervenes, attempting to obstruct him. Unexpectedly, Pai Dong shows great aversion and fear toward Meng Hao. Sensing the aura of a certain bird on him, Pai Dong snatches one of the jade pages and swallows it, then retreats with Han Bei. Meng Hao teleports away using the violet compass, encountering Lu Dao in peril. Lu Dao wields formations to resist the blessed land's pull on his Dao platform. Meng Hao sees through Lu Tao's deception and coerces him with formations, forcing him to reveal the method for using thunderstorm leaves. Lu Dao reluctantly produces a jade slip, claiming it contains instructions for using thunderstorm leaves to enhance magical treasures. Meng Hao threatens Lu Dao with a weak spot in the formation, causing him to surrender the jade slip. Meanwhile, in the blessed land, a multitude of Foundation Establishment cultivators' Dao platforms emerge, drawn toward a massive platform called 100 Spirits Stage. Hundreds of departed souls circle it, their haunting cries creating a formidable grudge. Meng Hao realizes the sinister plot of Reliance Sect, as virtually all unaffiliated Foundation Establishment cultivators have perished. He attempts to leave but observes Lu Dao holding out against the pull using formations and blood sacrifice. Meng Hao intervenes, forcing Lu Dao to confess the method for using the thunderstorm leaf and departing from the ancient antiquities' blessed land. Amidst the perilous ancient ruins, Meng Hao interrogates Lu Dao regarding the secrets of the thundercloud leaf. Lu Dao initially feigns ignorance, claiming that the thundercloud leaf's purpose is to enhance magical treasures with an unyielding lightning intent. Meng Hao remains skeptical, prompting Lu Dao to change his story, revealing that the leaf originates from the Bilosan thunder tree, a tree that has absorbed celestial tribulation energy, resulting in leaves imbued with an immortal lightning essence. However, Lu Dao continues to conceal information, disclosing that if the chill snow silkworm consumes a Bilosan thunder leaf, it has the potential to transform into an imperishable silkworm, capable of producing an indestructible silken thread. Lu Dao anticipates that Meng Hao will risk his life in pursuit of the chill snow silkworm, ultimately meeting his demise by the silkworm's thread. Meng Hao discerns the truths and falsehoods within Lu Tao's words. Unmoved by the temptation of the chill snow silkworm, he is undaunted by impending storms. He activates his wish-fulfilling seal, preparing to teleport away. Suddenly, the sky undergoes a peculiar transformation, and an enigmatic, gelatinous entity emerges, the same entity that Meng Hao had witnessed within the square cauldron. Its appearance triggers a commotion, causing 100 spirit platform to tremble and the ground to shake. 8 core formation cultivators, including Violet Sun Ancestor and a beautiful middle-aged woman, appear on the scene, recognizing the entity as the elusive Extremo, which they have been desperately seeking and intend to seize. Meng Hao senses the danger and continues to activate his wish-fulfilling seal, accelerating his teleportation. However, Violet Sun Ancestor and his companions have set their sights on Meng Hao, setting the stage for an intense battle to unfold. Within the Land of Fortune, the Azure Sky Sect has set up many traps in order to obtain the rare and peculiar item. Extremely disgusted. Extremely disgusted is a strange creature which does not wish to be claimed by an owner but is highly interested in human electrical energy. The sect's grand ancestor, Violet Sky, and a middle-aged beauty see Extremely Disgusted on the verge of consuming the Fairytone platform, which contains cultivator's electrical energy. They prepare to activate a magic formation to trap it. However, after Extremely Disgusted has already consumed most of the Fairytone platform, it suddenly explodes, transforming into iron chains that bind Extremely Disgusted. Violet Sky and the middle-aged beauty take advantage of this opportunity to attack. However, they do not expect Extremely Disgusted to release a thunderous roar, which forces them to retreat. At the same time, the Azure Sky Sect disciples recite scriptures. The ancient Land of Fortune and the strength of tens of thousands of the Azure Sky Sect cultivators combine to create a giant vortex that imprisons Extremely Disgusted. Just as the Azure Sky Sect prepares to use a cage to capture Extremely Disgusted, it suddenly changes direction and heads straight for Meng Hao. Although Meng Hao has already activated the wishful seal, he cannot escape from Extremely Disgusted's pursuit. Extremely Disgusted lands on Meng Hao's head and bites down on his arm, claiming Meng Hao as its owner. Violet Sky and the middle-aged beauty are furious and launch a magical attack on Meng Hao. However, Extremely Disgusted releases a layer of light that protects Meng Hao. Meanwhile, after Extremely Disgusted sucks a drop of Meng Hao's blood, its body undergoes a transformation and it loses its abilities. It jumps onto Meng Hao's head, becoming a hat and asking Meng Hao why he hasn't teleported away yet. Meng Hao accidentally fell into a spiritual lake during a teleportation. On the shore, Xu family cultivators plan to seize the Zhao family's spiritual lake and force a Zhao family lady into marriage with the Xu family. At this critical moment, Meng Hao emerged, surrounded by black aura, drawing attention from both sides. Although the Xu family cultivators suspected that Meng Hao was an assistant hired by the Zhao family, they were relieved when they discovered that Meng Hao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment. Zhao Qing, the Zhao family patriarch, distanced himself from the Xu family and secretly exhilarated. Meng Hao's gelatinous hat kept making noise, accusing him of lying and being immoral. Meng Hao took off the hat in annoyance and asked where he was. Zhao Qing was evasive, while Xu Luati warned Meng Hao not to play dumb. When Meng Hao threw the gelatinous hat away, it somehow recovered its original shape and reappeared on Meng Hao's head. At the border of two powerful sects, Meng Hao encounters a loquacious hat and the Zhao family. The Zhao family is a branch of the Blood Demon sect, and the current patriarch, Zhao Chang'an, is nearing the end of his life. However, their family spirit lake is coveted by the Xu family. Xu Luati leads his forces to pressure the Zhao family, attempting to seize the spirit lake. Meng Hao intervenes and, despite being only in the early stages of foundation establishment, summons vines comparable to late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, defeating Xu Luati and his clansmen. Recognizing Meng Hao as a spirit master, Xu Luati flees in a panic. Grateful, Zhao Chang'an offers to give the spirit lake to Meng Hao. After some deliberation, Meng Hao agrees to stay in seclusion with the Zhao family, requesting a spiritual energy-rich location and spirit stones. Zhao Chang'an reluctantly accepts. Meng Hao realizes his situation is similar to when he took the Azure Sky Sect's treasure in the Blessed Land. The Azure Sky Sect is likely searching for him. He understands the need to quickly improve his cultivation, and the Spirit Lake's spiritual energy environment is conducive to his practice. Thus, he decides to remain in seclusion with the Zhao family, cultivating while guarding against the Azure Sky Sect's pursuit. Outside the Zhao family manor, Xu Luati paced anxiously, his mind filled with resentment. He was determined to seek outside help. He believed that as long as the spirit protecting Zhao Chang'an could be trapped, his life would be easily taken. Thus, he ventured alone to Gushan, where he pleaded with Mr. Sang Luo, a cultivator in the later stage of foundation establishment, to lend his assistance. Mr. Sang Luo, despite his eccentric nature, was swayed by Xu Luota's past favors and the generous reward he offered. Xu Luati patiently awaited his response while sending word for his clansmen to return. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family manor, Meng Hao was preoccupied in his hut studying the Luo Di pill. The gelatinous hat atop his head prattled on incessantly, drawing curious glances from his clansmen. Exasperated, Meng Hao tossed the hat to the ground and stomped on it. However, the hat remained unscathed, its appearance changing into an exaggerated shade of green as it reappeared on Meng Hao's head. Meng Hao was puzzled and tried various methods to rid himself of it. But to no avail, the hat continued to chatter. Meng Hao questioned the hat about the bird it referred to. But the hat appeared surprised and replied with a series of questions. Meng Hao had no knowledge of the bird, which left the hat baffled. The hat speculated that Meng Hao was engaging in self-reflection. Meng Hao grew increasingly irritated by the hat's relentless questioning, erupting in anger several times. Yet, the hat remained unscathed. As a last resort, Meng Hao unleashed the 8th seal of the sealing demon technique. But to his dismay, the hat remained unaffected. Meng Hao realized with a heavy heart that the hat had latched onto him for an unknown reason. And the path to resolution remained elusive. Meng Hao's inquiry about the aspect puts him in a difficult position. As the aspect chatters incessantly, he struggles to focus. In an attempt to get rid of the entanglement, Meng Hao tries to ignore the aspect, but it finds topics to talk about on its own and even gossips about the fish in the lake. Finally, when Meng Hao manages to enter meditation, a roar resounds through the sky. He senses that 2 people have arrived outside Zhao family manor, one of whom is a black-cloaked dwarf-like cultivator. None other than the notorious latter-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Mr. Sang Luo. Sang Luo and Xu Luati break into Zhao family manor, clamoring to find the beast-taming cultivator. Zhao Changjin, the Zhao family's patriarch, is terrified, while Xu Luati is quite pleased. Meng Hao steps out of the lightning mist, his eyes bloodshot and his body exhausted. He targets Sang Luo, determined to hold out longer despite his lower cultivation level. Sang Luo underestimates Meng Hao's cultivation and scolds Xu Luati. Xu Luati asks Sang Luo to hold back the aspect while he deals with Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao is about to unleash upon Sang Luo the most terrifying nightmare of his life. A nightmare that will make him never again feel that life is as lonely as snow. The Zhao and Xu families clashed over the ownership of the Spirit Lake. Xu Luo, a cultivator from the Xu family, threatened to destroy the Zhao family and claimed that cultivators with the ability to command spirits feared decapitation above all. Meng Hao passed by and intervened on behalf of the Zhao family, demonstrating his powerful abilities as a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage. With a single fire dragon technique, he killed Xu Luo. The dwarfish cultivator Sang Luo saw that things were not going well and attempted to flee. But Meng Hao pursued relentlessly. Sang Luo used a secret technique to absorb the power of heaven and earth. Suppressing Meng Hao's strength, Meng Hao cast a sealing demon technique, binding Sang Luo's magic power and capturing him alive. Meanwhile, the Taoist of the Blood Demon Sect and the youth in blue robes were playing a game of chess when the jade pendant of the youth in blue robes suddenly shattered. He learned that his younger brother, Sang Luo, was in danger. The Taoist agreed to accompany him to investigate. After capturing Sang Luo, Meng Hao sensed a familiar aura on him and suspected that he was connected to the demon race. Sang Luo was filled with terror and recognized the unique aura emanating from Meng Hao. He felt an inexplicable dread. In the distance, the Taoist of the Blood Demon Sect and the youth in blue robes arrived and encountered Meng Hao. Inside the Zhao family estate, excitement coursed through Zhao Changjin and his family as they looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao stepped into the light curtain by the lake, keeping Sang Luo by his side and releasing him. Sang Luo stood respectfully before Meng Hao, emanating an aura of demonic aura. Meng Hao absorbed it with his hand and studied it carefully. Unexpectedly, the hat beside him transformed into a gelatinous substance and leapt toward Sang Luo, declaring itself as the incarnation of justice. Its incessant chatter made Sang Luo shiver. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to push Sang Luo away, binding him with a black net and taking his storage pouch. Meng Hao opened Sang Luo's storage pouch, finding copious spirit stones and Luo D pills. He replicated the Luo D pills using his copper mirror and began consuming them. With the absorption of the Luo D pills, Meng Hao's fourth Dao platform began to form. As Meng Hao consumed the 17th Luo D pill, a beam of moonlight descended from the sky. illuminating him. This evident change caught the attention of the Zhao family and surrounding cultivation families. Numerous cultivators rushed over, but Zhao Changdian guarded Meng Hao, driving away anyone who attempted to cause trouble. Simultaneously, Sang Luo's elder brother and the man in white also arrived nearby. Astonished by the beam, disciples of the One Sword Sect also detected the beam, speculating that someone was consuming Luo D pills within the Zhao family estate. All the clansmen were filled with anxiety, with Xiao Kai Feng worriedly watching over Meng Hao. As a figure charged toward Meng Hao's secluded cultivation area, Zhao Changdian unleashed his cultivation energy, repelling them and warning everyone present not to cause any disturbance. Meng Hao was at a crucial moment in his breakthrough, with his fourth Dao platform on the verge of being formed. If successful, he would break through the initial foundation establishment stage, greatly enhancing his combat power and reaching the realm of a perfect foundation establishment. Meng Hao faces a tempestuous crisis as he attempts to establish his fourth Dao platform for his foundation establishment. Cultivators from outside covet Meng Hao's extraordinary cultivation phenomenon and try to obstruct his breakthrough. 3 foundation establishment cultivators intrude upon the light screen surrounding Meng Hao, only to be heavily injured by the hindering lightning fog. Witnessing Meng Hao's peril, Zhao Changdian becomes deeply anxious. As 2 foundation establishment initial stage cultivators try to penetrate the light screen, the screen crafted by Xiao Kaifeng endures for 3 breaths, granting Meng Hao precious time. However, Meng Hao discovers that the efficacy of the Luadi pill diminishes, making it challenging to fully open the fourth Dao platform. At this critical moment, dozens of foundation establishment cultivators outside join forces to bombard the lightning fog, intending to destroy Meng Hao. Confronted by this crisis, Meng Hao consumes the remaining 3 Luadi pills and observes the outside through the lightning fog. He makes the unexpected discovery that once the fourth Dao platform reaches a certain level of completion, it relentlessly consumes Meng Hao's vitality and cultivation, forcing him to plunder the spiritual energy of others to complete his breakthrough. Meng Hao comprehends that the fourth Dao platform of perfect foundation establishment possesses the domineering power to devour living beings. Yet, he also realizes that this domineering aspect can be transformed into a potent tool, allowing him to seize the cultivation of other cultivators, thereby facilitating his breakthrough. Thus, Meng Hao employs the secret art of monster generation, using the power of the fourth Dao platform to plunder the spiritual energy of cultivators. One by one, cultivators fall, their vitality and cultivation devoured by Meng Hao, causing his fourth Dao platform to continuously expand. Ultimately, Meng Hao successfully establishes the fourth Dao platform, understanding that the perfection of his foundation establishment conceals mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Filled with mixed emotions, he resolutely embarks on this path of cultivation, knowing that he must cultivate a cold and ruthless demeanor to survive in the cruel world of cultivation. Under the moonlight, a bloody massacre unfolded outside the Zhao family. Meng Hao, like a phantom, pursued cultivators at incredible speed, plundering their cultivation and vitality, leaving behind skeletons. Despite the cultivators' attempts to resist, they had no chance against the foundation establishment stage Meng Hao. With the formation of his fourth perfect Dao platform, Meng Hao's cultivation forcefully broke through, becoming the strongest foundation establishment cultivator among the 5 sects and 3 clans in the southern domain. At that moment, centered on Meng Hao, golden light burst forth. His fourth Dao platform unleashed its might, causing the cultivators present to tremble in fear. Their Dao platforms shattered, forcing them to bow their heads in reverence. Just then, 2 rainbows flew in from a distance, carrying the son of the Blood Demon sect and the elder brother of Sang Luo. The son was shocked by Meng Hao's strength, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, while Sang Luo's elder brother sensed a hint of danger. Meanwhile, within the Blood Demon sect, the sect master sat beneath a peculiar tree, murmuring calamity, and looked in the direction of the Zhao family. He was the crimson figure whom Heavenly Secret Taoist wanted to eradicate and the demon lord who had blocked the fatal blow for Meng Hao. As the white-robed son approached, Meng Hao felt a wave of pressure. The son used the 7 steps of the demon lotus to advance step by step. His aura surging, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed, and he prepared to engage in battle. Meng Hao encounters a young man in white, Li Shiki, who has mastered a mystical technique called 7 steps of the demonic lotus. This technique allows Li Shiki to constantly increase his power to insurmountable levels. However, Meng Hao deploys the powerful Eighth Forbidden Technique, which nullifies Li Shiqi's momentum. After their confrontation, Meng Hao learns that Li Shiqi has a request for him to release his captured junior brother. Meng Hao agrees to his request and frees Li Shiqi's junior brother. However, as he is released, the gelatinous blob on Meng Hao's hat, Pidu, suddenly emerges, ruining the atmosphere with its incessant chatter. Li Shiqi, provoked by Pidu's antics, turns and leaves. Meng Hao discovers that Pidu possesses the ability to shapeshift and is relentlessly pursuing him. In order to escape Pidu's clinging presence, Meng Hao leaves the Zhao family estate, leaving behind a talisman branded with the vine imprinted on the Zhao family to ensure their safety. Despite Meng Hao's repeated attempts to evade Pidu, it remains attached to him. Growing increasingly vexed, Meng Hao notices a group of 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators passing by in the distance. On an impulsive whim, he decides to question Pidu about its alleged shapeshifting abilities. Intending to use the cultivators to test its claim, Meng Hao met a creature named Jelly that had the ability to transform into various objects. Meng Hao didn't believe it initially, but Jelly appeared in front of him as a radiant storage pouch that contained a square cauldron and 4 curved swords. Meng Hao threw the storage pouch to some cultivators to grab their attention and then escaped. Jelly transformed into a green hat and perched itself on Meng Hao's head. Much to his embarrassment, cultivators from the Blood Fiend sect spotted Meng Hao and mocked him for wearing the green hat. Meng Hao retaliated and displayed his formidable cultivation at the late Foundation establishment stage. Forcing them to retreat, Meng Hao discovered that Jelly secretly sent out tendrils to follow the Blood Fiend sect cultivators, which he found unethical. Jelly argued back, educating Meng Hao and inquiring about the meaning of its name. Utmost disgust, Meng Hao, to avoid Jelly's ceaseless chatter, ignored its question. Meng Hao recalled the time refining jade leaf he had acquired and pondered how to accelerate its formation. He speculated that the answer might lie in the jade leaf Jelly had swallowed. So he asked Jelly to transform into a copy of that jade leaf. Jelly initially agreed but soon realized Meng Hao's intention and declined his request. Meng Hao discovers that the jade pages swallowed by Pai Dong may have been taken away by an artifact. Pai Dong transforms into a multicolored parrot and confesses that it is the most unforgettable bird it has ever come across and harbors a deep grudge against it. Meng Hao recalls the bronze mirror he previously encountered and suspects that the bird Pai Dong refers to is inside it. So he takes out the mirror. After seeing the bronze mirror, the parrot becomes frantic and pecks vigorously, displaying its intense hatred. Meng Hao realizes that this parrot is similar to the blood-colored mastiff artifact spirit he obtained earlier, and that he must reach the core formation cultivation level for it to come out. He decides to use the parrot's hatred for the bronze mirror to let it try to awaken the blood-colored mastiff. Meng Hao probes into the blood-colored mask with his spiritual sense and discovers that the mastiff is dormant and transmits spiritual sense to awaken it. The mastiff responds to Meng Hao's spiritual sense, much to his delight. In addition, Meng Hao discovers Li family ancestor inside the blood-colored mask, who is frail and on the verge of death. Meng Hao asks Li family ancestor about his identity, but the latter refuses to reveal it and only mocks Meng Hao. Meng Hao learns that he can retrieve the treasure in the 3-tailed pennant if he can become a core formation cultivator. Finally, Meng Hao finds out that Pai Dong is dedicated to redeeming the wicked. He tells Pai Dong that there is a great evildoer in the mask, which excites Pai Dong. It rushes directly into the blood-colored mask and declares its intention to redeem this evildoer. Meng Hao stumbles upon an eerie place and discovers a sinister 9 funerals of the Yellow Spring Banner controlled by a mysterious old man. Just as he is about to intervene, he senses movement in the sky and goes into hiding. Soon after, dozens of One Sword Sect disciples fly by, including Meng Hao's former Reliance Sect senior, Chen Fan. Coincidentally, a group of Blood Demon Sect cultivators also appear and engage the One Sword Sect disciples in battle. During the clash, the Blood Demon Sect's giant beast projection is decimated by the One Sword Sect's One Sword Array. Amidst the chaos, a sharp-tongued One Sword Sect youth, Zhao Shangyue, catches sight of Meng Hao and labels him as a Blood Demon Sect remnant, ordering his fellow disciples to apprehend him. However, Chen Fan recognizes Meng Hao and intervenes. He explains to Zhao Shangyue that Meng Hao is not a One Sword Sect disciple but rather his junior from the Reliance Sect. Zhao Shangyue accuses Meng Hao of spying and demands an explanation from Chen Fan. Unfazed, Chen Fan brandishes a black sword that exudes an aura comparable to the core formation realm and warns Zhou Shangyue not to trifle with Meng Hao. A middle-aged one-sword sect cultivator in the false core realm also grows concerned and tries to dissuade Zhou Shangyue. Under Chen Fan's formidable intimidation, Zhou Shangyue backs down, and the matter is ultimately left unresolved. Zhou Shangyue recognizes the black sword above Chen Fan's head as belonging to his father. So he demands that Chen Fan hand over his eyes. Chen Fan refuses outright, and the flying sword hovers at Zhou Shanyue's brow. At this moment, a middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator steps in, asking Zhou Shangyue to stand down but holds Chen Fan responsible for Meng Hao's future actions. Meng Hao is dissatisfied with this and prepares to take action. Chen Fan stops him, promising to vouch for him and asking the middle-aged man to show them face. The middle-aged man agrees to let them go but warns Chen Fan to teach Meng Hao well, or he will bear the consequences. Afterwards, Chen Fan and Meng Hao reunite, and Chen Fan enthusiastically expresses his joy, rambling about the past few years, including Li Fuga's success, junior sister Zu's hardships, Wang Tongfei's strength, and the rumors about Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao can't help but show a helpless expression when he learns that Zhou Dai has been spreading the news about him. Chen Fan suddenly brings up Meng Hao's marriage, saying that there are 4 outstanding female cultivators in the southern domain, one of whom is Chu Yuyan. But he suggests that Meng Hao consider the other 3. Meng Hao hurriedly declines, but Chen Fan insists on paving the way for him, inviting Meng Hao to return to the one-sword sect and join him in attending a gathering hosted by the Song family, where he can meet the top talents of the southern domain. Moved by his senior brother's care and arrangements, Meng Hao finds it hard to refuse and nods his head in agreement. Thus, Meng Hao and Chen Fan reunite and embark on a new journey. Chen Fan brought Meng Hao to the gate of one sword sect, which stood majestically on a towering peak, its grandeur breathtaking. Chen Fan persistently urged Meng Hao to join one sword sect, believing it was his best choice. But Meng Hao hesitated, drawn to the violet chi art of Purple Luck sect. At dusk, one sword sect's mountain spirit sister emerged from the mountain peak, her ethereal beauty inspiring. Meng Hao's ancient demon sealing jade whispered, "This mountain has a spirit that resembles a demon." A middle-aged man surnamed Li arrived, angered by Meng Hao's gaze upon mountain spirit sister, and verbally abused and attacked him. At a critical moment, Chen Fan arrived, reprimanding Li as a disciple of the One Sword Seven. Meng Hao marveled at one sword sect's dominance and prestige, but remained curious about other sects. Chen Fan led Meng Hao to a private chamber, instructing him to wait while he consulted his master. Meng Hao pondered, weighing the pros and cons of joining one sword sect. He ultimately decided to delay joining, instead setting his sights on Purple Luck sect's violet chi art and alchemy. At nightfall, Meng Hao ventured outside the chamber and gazed up at one spirit mountain. A misty aura enveloped the mountain, illuminated by the setting sun. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a woman clad in a green dress gracefully descended from the summit. Her elegance captivating, his ancient demon sealing jade whispered once more, revealing her as the spirit of this mountain. Upon Chen Fan's arrival, the lesser-named cultivator expressed his anger and mocked Meng Hao for hiding behind others, incapable of achieving great things. Chen Fan firmly declared that in his presence, the lesser-named cultivator would not be able to touch Meng Hao. The lesser-named cultivator left contemptuously, leaving Meng Hao with a helpless feeling. Chen Fan misunderstood Meng Hao's expression, consoling him and promising to protect him in front of the lesser-named cultivator. With the sect master in seclusion, Chen Fan decided to accompany Meng Hao and bestowed upon him a jar of sword-cleansing wine that had the effect of cleansing the marrow. Chen Fan earnestly advised Meng Hao that the foundation of cultivation was paramount, and one should not rush for success. He emphasized that on the path of cultivation, not only did one need protective spells and magic treasures, but more importantly, one should possess one's own Dao and principles, and not indulge in killing. Just as Chen Fan was confiding in Meng Hao, a parrot's voice suddenly came from Meng Hao's storage pouch. This parrot, transformed from the jelly, agreed with Chen Fan's views and flew out to engage in a heated discussion with Chen Fan, causing Meng Hao to gasp. Chen Fan regarded the jelly as a spiritual creature and was fascinated by its conversation. The jelly animatedly discussed topics such as the weather and life with Chen Fan, and they hit it off, their eyes gleaming. Meng Hao could only retreat to the side helplessly, closing his eyes and meditating to escape the clamor of the jelly and Chen Fan. An hour later, Meng Hao opened his eyes to find Chen Fan and the parrot still discussing enthusiastically, as if they had met kindred spirits. Meng Hao could not help but sigh, feeling a sense of unease as he realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent. One morning, Meng Hao woke up to find Chen Fan and the parrot Pidu engrossed in an animated discussion that had lasted all night. Both were refreshed, leaving Meng Hao amused. In the evening, Chen Fan, unable to tolerate Pidu's incessant chatter, tried to rest but was met with vehement protests. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was rapid. As night fell, Chen Fan, unable to endure further, stumbled out of the room with a pale face and a look of fear. He offered Pidu to Meng Hao, who declined, saying that the parrot belonged to the old man in the blood-colored mask. Pidu flew towards the blood-colored mask, causing the Li clan patriarch to let out a piercing scream. Meng Hao realized that Pidu was extraordinarily powerful and pondered a way to contain it. A few days later, Chen Fan returned and was relieved to find Pidu absent. He invited Meng Hao to tour the sect. But Meng Hao had other plans, namely to steal the Purple Luck sect's alchemy technique. As they passed by the dueling arena, a middle-aged man from the Li family appeared and taunted Meng Hao for not daring to duel. Meng Hao felt helpless, while Chen Fan frowned. The scene attracted the attention of the disciples around them. Meng Hao remained composed in the face of the sarcastic middle-aged man surnamed Li and the treacherous Zhou Shanyue. Li and Zhou harbored a grudge against Meng Hao due to Chen Fan's possession of the sword pellet and thus made things difficult for Meng Hao. Chen Fan wanted to defend Meng Hao, but Zhou Shanyue proposed that Meng Hao accept Li's challenge at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment or face public ridicule. Meng Hao feigned anger and embarrassment and insisted on making the duel a bet. Li produced a precious sword worth tens of thousands of spirit stones and stated that if Zhou Shanyue lost, he would compensate with an equivalent item. Zhou Shanyue, not to be outdone, increased the stakes by offering a life jade, crafted by his father, as collateral, an item capable of withstanding a blow from a nascent soul cultivator. Meng Hao pretended to be shocked and alarmed, prompting Li to borrow spirit stones from other one-sword sect cultivators, eventually reaching a total of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Chen Fan offered his sword pellet as a token of his support for Meng Hao. As Meng Hao stepped onto the dueling arena, Li suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage of the Foundation establishment. Suddenly, Meng Hao revealed a disarming smile, implying that Li would lift the restriction on his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li was seized by an ominous premonition. Meng Hao took a step forward, marking the commencement of a decisive duel. On the dueling ground, Meng Hao confronts a middle-aged man surnamed Li. Despite suppressing his cultivation to the mid-foundation establishment stage, Li remains arrogant, mocking Meng Hao's fire dragon spell. However, Meng Hao's fire dragon conceals a secret, embodying the form of the Yinglong. As Li's sun and moon sword shadows strike, the lunar sword's shadow collapses instantly, followed by the solar sword's radiance. The fire dragon's power intensifies, erupting and engulfing the dueling ground. Li's face turns pale as he sacrifices 9 jade slips to ward off the flames. But his disheveled appearance remains evident. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity, sending the fire dragon crashing into Li's defensive light screen, severely wounding him. In his desperation, Li burns his lifeblood, breaking through to late-stage foundation establishment at great perfection. He unleashes his ultimate technique, One Sword 7 Wills Extinction. Chen Fan attempts to intervene, but is intercepted by Zhou Shanyue. Li unleashes his strongest attack, the Azure Longsword, emitting 7 overlapping illusions that race towards Meng Hao. Aware of his lack of cultivation techniques, Meng Hao employs the 5 palms. One sealed divine ability. Colossal palms strike the Azure Sword, shattering its illusions. Meng Hao's divine sense merges with the colossal palm, penetrating the Azure Sword and slamming into Li, heavily wounding him. Approaching the sword, Meng Hao applies pressure, snapping it in half. Defeated, Li concedes defeat, and his wager is transferred to Meng Hao. Outside the One Sword sect, hundreds of disciples watch the battleground with bated breath. When Meng Hao, a cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage, swiftly defeats a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage, the crowd erupts in an uproar. Zhou Shanyue and a cultivator surnamed Li, ashamed and furious, accuse Meng Hao of cheating. Chen Fan steps up to defend Meng Hao and forces Zhou Shangyue to honor the bet. Surrendering his protective jade, the cultivator surnamed Li, unable to repay the large sum of spirit stones, hands over his storage pouch and a spirit sword. Chen Fan warns Meng Hao to be wary of retaliation from the two. Meng Hao accepts the bet and offers to return the jade to Chen Fan's master as a gesture of reconciliation. The two return to their quarters, sharing the joy of their victory. Days later, the bell of One Sword Sect sounds, and they head to the sect's forbidden area. Meng Hao follows Chen Fan into a teleportation array. Preparing to attend the banquet at the Song family, they encounter 17 other One Sword Sect disciples, including Chen Fan's master and 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Fan reveals that the Song family is hosting a matchmaking event, and Meng Hao might find a partner if fate allows. Meng Hao thinks it over and decides to find an alternative path after arriving at the Song family to avoid revealing his identity. The Song family, one of the 3 great families of the southern region, is located atop the Heavenly Ridge mountain range that spans the land. With ancient castles and formidable black city walls, the treasured possession of the Song family is the sun and moon in the sky, which encompass the family in a world isolated from the outside. The Song family has unique customs. Women are forbidden from marrying out, and only men may be taken in as marriage partners, who then become core disciples of the Song family. Over the years, many sects have attempted to infiltrate the Song family through marriages, but to no avail, demonstrating its unfathomable depths and formidable nature. The Song family follows an ancient mission to gather hundreds of surnames and fuse bloodlines of multiple clans in preparation for the impending crisis that threatens to destroy the celestial void. Although the southern region does not have the power to destroy the entire southern domain, the Song family adheres to tradition. One day, Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Weinbagger, an elder from the One Sword Sect, arrive at the Song family's territory. At that moment, a beam of light appears in the sky, revealing a vast, pitch-black mountain range with the moon hanging above it within the Song family's heaven and earth. Weinbagger engages in a verbal dispute with the Song family's elder, Song Laogui, over the opportunity for a One Sword Sect disciple to become the Song family's son-in-law. Not far away, members of the Wang family also appear, including Wang Tongfei and Wang Siphon. Wang Siphon's gaze falls on Meng Hao, finding him slightly familiar, while Wang Tongfei recognizes Meng Hao immediately, a look of surprise and an unfathomable gleam crossing his eyes. Meng Hao also sees Wang Tongfei, and the two gaze at each other across the crowd, as if transported back to their days at the Reliance Sect. At the Song family's banquet to seek a son-in-law, Meng Hao encounters his old enemy, Wang Tongfei. Wang Tongfei has held a grudge against Meng Hao ever since Meng Hao took his inheritance years ago and plans to seek revenge. However, Meng Hao is no longer concerned with this feud and instead focuses his attention on the Song family's 4-sided pearl, which is rumored to be able to cure all poisons, giving Meng Hao a glimmer of hope in curing the 3-colored equinox flower poison. After entering the Song family's airspace, Meng Hao is surprised to find that he can absorb the cosmic energy here. However, being cautious, he does not immediately cultivate and instead observes that the cultivators from Yijin sect and Wang family are unable to absorb the spiritual energy. The Song family explains that only Song family members can absorb spiritual energy here, while outsiders can only watch. In the main city of the Song family, Meng Hao meets Li Fugi from Jinhan sect and Li Shiki from Blood Demon sect. Li Fugi is spreading rumors about Chu Yuyan's intimate contact with a strange man, while Wang Tongfei remains indifferent. Meng Hao sees through this and realizes that it is a conspiracy, with someone intentionally trying to drive a wedge between Wang Tongfei and Chu Yuyan. At this moment, Meng Hao's thoughts are no longer on Wang Tongfei. He is more concerned with the 4-sided pearl's ability to cure poison. He plans to stay in Yijin sect, cultivate, and search for clues to the 4-sided pearl in preparation for curing the 3-colored equinox flower poison. During the Immortal Sect gathering, Li Fugi ruthlessly mocked Wang Tongfei, leaving no room for mercy. Wang Tongfei was enraged but could only suppress his anger due to Li Fugi's importance in the Gold Chill sect. Li Fugi alleged an affair between Wang Tongfei's wife, Chu Yuyan, and an unknown fellow cultivator, expressing his contempt for Wang Tongfei's disgraceful behavior. As Wang Tongfei charged at Li Fugi with murderous intent, The Gold Chill Sect disciples swiftly protected Li Fugi, revealing their formidable auras. The Wang family patriarch intervened forcefully, holding Wang Tongfei back. Meanwhile, Meng Hao and his companions arrived at the scene. Li Fugi continued to accuse Wang Tongfei, claiming that he shamelessly interfered in this affair of true love. Zhou Danya suddenly proclaimed loudly that Meng Hao was the unknown cultivator seen with Chu Yuyan that day. All eyes immediately turned to Meng Hao. Qian Shuihan and Lu Song from the Violet Fate sect recognized Meng Hao. They charged towards him recklessly, roaring with rage, seeking revenge for a past grudge. Their actions astounded the surrounding cultivators. The Gold Chill Sect disciples protected Meng Hao, creating a tense and enigmatic atmosphere. Standing in the spotlight under the public gaze, Meng Hao's heart sank. He never thought that Zhou Dai, the enemy he had let go in the past, would come looking for him. And now he had become the target of everyone's attack. Qian Shuihan and Lu Song, resentful of the humiliation Meng Hao had inflicted upon them with a gun in the past, were furious. Wang Tongfei bore a grudge against Meng Hao over the incident with Chu Yuyan, and his killing intent was palpable. Han Bei of the Green Lotus sect reminded Meng Hao of their agreement. Li Shiki of the Blood Fiend sect added her voice to the chorus of condemnation. And the situation became increasingly chaotic. Chen Fan and Li Fugi stepped forward immediately to protect Meng Hao. Chen Fan brandished his sword pellet, demonstrating the stance of the sword sect. Li Fugi, though short in stature, was undaunted by the powerful enemies. Han Bei of the Green Lotus sect and Wang Yukai of the Blood Fiend sect also expressed their support. Li Dao exploded in anger at the sight, his murderous intent flaring. However, the arrival of Old Monster Song broke the deadlock, as he ordered the crowd to silence and declared that this was a banquet for the selection of the Song family's son-in-law and should not be marred by commotion. Old Monster Song recognized Meng Hao as the man who had held him at gunpoint on the mountain in the Zhao kingdom. Meng Hao hastily flattered him, and Old Monster Song did not attack immediately. Wang Tongfei seized the opportunity to plead with Meng Hao for a duel. Meanwhile, inside the Song family's castle, Song Zhao watched the spectacle in the plaza with interest. Intrigued by Meng Hao, the middle-aged beauty beside her, detecting Song Zhao's thoughts, asked if she had taken a fancy to him. By chance, Song Zhao, a young woman from the Song family, is drawn to Meng Hao. Using her family's divine power, she delves into his past. The scenes in the Jade Slip reveal Meng Hao's extraordinary life. From a schoolboy to a scholar, Meng Hao's life is full of twists and turns. He dispenses pills, peddles sundries, and even laments his life on a mountaintop. However, the Jade Slip also shows blurry images, arousing the suspicions of a beautiful middle-aged woman in the Song family. As the scenes unfold, Song Zhao sees Meng Hao become a cultivator, engaging in an iron gun transaction with the Qian and Lu families in Song Mansion, even sparking a fight. The Jade Slip abruptly shatters as Meng Hao arrives in the southern region. And with a cold snort, a powerful force descends upon the Song family. The Song family mountain sinks. A nascent soul cultivator coughs up blood, and the Dao Rime land roars. In the Song family's deep underground, the skeletal remains of a cultivator at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm emit a cry for forgiveness. A woman's spectral image descends upon the square, her gaze filled with love and heartache as she watches Meng Hao. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the square is solemn as Wang Tongfei, a cultivator at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, challenges Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's palm strike leaves Wang Tongfei bloodied and unconscious. Old Monster Song interferes to prevent retaliation from the Wang family, temporarily easing the crisis faced by the Song family. In the midst of a fierce battle, Meng Hao disregarded his own safety and seized Wang Tongfei's poisoned finger. Wang Tongfei was convinced Meng Hao would die, but to his horror, the poisoned finger dissipated in Meng Hao's grip. Meng Hao calmly released his hold, leaving Wang Tongfei to sever his finger once more, evoking in him the shame of their previous encounter, but also forcing him to acknowledge that they were not destined enemies. Meanwhile, multicolored rays of light appear above the Song Manor, and heaven and earth converge, brimming with spiritual energy. The Song family patriarch, Song Tian, arrives with two middle-aged men and declares the official commencement of the marriage tournament. Cultivators from various sects are led into a scene resembling paradise, where they are treated to exquisite cuisine and fine wines. An ecstatic fatty excitedly flaunts Golden Frost sect's treasures. generously gifting them to Meng Hao. Han Bei approaches Meng Hao, whispering how he might repay her for assisting him in courting Xu Qing. Creating an atmosphere of subtle tension, Meng Hao gazes upon Patriarch Song Tian, recalling the humiliation inflicted upon Reliance Sect years ago, and silently resolves to exact revenge upon Wang Zifan. He realizes the formidable power of his perfect foundation establishment and believes it may be capable of challenging even core formation cultivators, making Wang Zifan a target he must eliminate. At that moment, a bell tolls, and 3 figures emerge from the radiant light. Song Tian smiles and invites everyone to witness the formal proceedings of the marriage tournament. Meng Hao meets the cunning Han Bei, who pretends to care for him but is only interested in her own benefit. Han Bei reveals Meng Hao's origin as a disciple of the Reliance Sect in the Zhao kingdom, and claims to have protected Xu Qing from suspicion in Zhao. In exchange for Meng Hao's gratitude, Meng Hao sees through Han Bei's schemes and uses a jade slip to test her, which records her killing Xie Jia. Han Bei panics but regains her composure, demanding a jade page Meng Hao obtained from a tripod as a reward. Meng Hao remains composed and had already prepared for this, using the jade slip as leverage to obtain the jade page Han Bei desired. Soon after, the Song family's trial for a son-in-law begins. Song Yunshu, the Taoist of the Song family, and his sister Song Jia appear. Song Jia is gentle and charming, and she locks eyes with Meng Hao. The ancestor of the Song family announces the rules of the trial. Whoever first obtains the quadrumvirate pearl atop the tree will become the Song family's son-in-law. Disciples from various sects scramble towards the whirlpool and into the sea, and Meng Hao follows. However, the sea is fraught with danger, and Meng Hao senses a dark figure lurking beneath the waves. The voice of the Song family's ancestor reverberates, declaring that bloodshed is forbidden in the trial and those in danger may forfeit. Meng Hao remains cautious as he flies towards the giant tree, embarking on the journey to claim the quadrumvirate pearl. Meanwhile, an unseen woman watches Meng Hao silently, her eyes filled with affection and sorrow. She whispers about Meng Hao's life path, and states that she will await his reincarnation in the netherworld. Amidst a raging storm over a vast expanse of sea, a colossal tree towered, its apex lost within the boundless clouds. High atop the tree's canopy, the grand nuptial banquet of the Song clan was underway. The voice of the Song patriarch resonated through the heavens as the ethereal figure of a woman vanished into thin air. Deep within the ancestral veins of the Song clan, the skeletal Song patriarch's eyes flickered, sensing an ominous presence. He surmised the woman's connection to Meng Hao and suspected that Meng Hao possessed the equinox flower, granting him the power of reincarnation. Learning that the mother of the equinox flower was Li Shen, the patriarch realized the peril that Meng Hao faced. Beneath the colossal tree, dozens of cultivators gathered, clamoring to seize the bright moon pearl atop the tree, signifying the status of the Song clan's son-in-law. However, Meng Hao coveted the bright moon pearl itself, believing it held the key to unlocking the toxins within his body. Wang Tongfei, consumed by his grievances, sought revenge against Meng Hao but suffered yet another humiliating defeat. Driven into a state of madness, he unleashed a frenzied onslaught. The chubby Zhou Dian, who initially aspired to join the Song clan, was forced to retreat upon learning of his sect's opposition. Wang Yukai remained silent, a hint of solitude lingering in his gaze. He and Dong Hu shared a clandestine secret. As the wind howled, the cultivators surged toward the colossal tree, the competition intensifying. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Hao discovered an abundance of spiritual energy akin to that found within the blood immortal inheritance, which greatly benefited his cultivation. Above the vast ocean, where numerous mighty ones gathered, their gazes followed the swirling clouds below. Dozens of cultivators fought their way towards a towering tree, the faded illusion of an ancient Jianmu, which exuded an archaic aura that acted as a barrier. Meng Hao of the Qingla sect, however, displayed an uncanny ability. Defying expectations, he absorbed the archaic aura, creating a swirling vortex around himself that consumed the energy. His cultivation rapidly increased, and his fifth Dao platform slowly began to form, putting him far ahead of the others in the race to reach the tree. In the clouds above, the nascent soul cultivators from various sects watched in astonishment, unable to see the Dao platforms within Meng Hao. They sensed the extraordinary nature of his physique and technique. Song Tian, the patriarch of the Song clan, detected a peculiar power hidden within Meng Hao. Wang Tongfei, unwilling to lose his advantage to Meng Hao, surged forward but could only watch in frustration as Meng Hao gradually approached the towering tree. As the distance lessened, Meng Hao's fifth Dao platform neared completion. Upon its formation, he would become the strongest in the Foundation establishment realm, easily eclipsing all other prodigies and Dao children. Meng Hao's cultivation advanced rapidly due to the opportunity found in the towering tree in front of him. He absorbed the unique spirit energy emanating from the tree, and his fifth Dao platform gradually materialized. Meng Hao unhesitatingly climbed the tree, using the spirit energy to quickly increase his cultivation. Other cultivators also climbed the tree, but they were unable to absorb the spirit energy and faced difficulties in advancing. Only Meng Hao could move as smoothly as a fish, far surpassing others in speed. Nascent soul cultivators outside the whirlpool cloud layer witnessed this scene. The Song Patriarch noticed Meng Hao's ability to absorb the spirit energy. Despite the scarcity of spirit energy, he felt hesitant and overjoyed. Seeing it as a perfect gamble, he seized the bets from other sects and declared that Meng Hao would become his Song family's son-in-law. Wang Tongfei, out of jealousy for Meng Hao, discovered that when Meng Hao advanced, the spirit energy on the tree would gradually diminish, reducing his own resistance. He pursued frantically, but Meng Hao's speed remained ahead of him. Meng Hao realized that the spirit energy on the tree existed in layers. After absorbing each layer, his fifth Dao platform had opened by Fortant HS. Although Wang Tongfei and the others couldn't catch up, their speed gradually increased as the spirit energy diminished. At this time, the old nascent soul monsters in the clouds resumed their gambling, betting on whether Meng Hao could be the first to reach the highest point. With confidence in Meng Hao, the Song Patriarch accepted the challenge. Meng Hao continued to advance. Wang Tongfei displayed a spell to surpass him but was immediately injured by a powerful pressure. Meng Hao happened to pass through this pressure zone and was unharmed because of the influx of spirit energy. This act shocked the other cultivators, who dared not surpass Meng Hao recklessly. Meng Hao slowed his speed, forcing them to slow down as well. They were all waiting for the final spurt, hoping to surpass Meng Hao by even a yard. Meng Hao shines in the trial to become the son-in-law of the Song family. Relying on his exceptional spirit absorption ability, he swiftly ascends the towering tree, attracting countless gazes. His emergence disrupts the equilibrium among the elites of various sects and also draws the attention of nascent soul veterans beyond the clouds. Song Tian, the ancestor of the Song family, reveals that the final test of the trial will examine the cultivators' Dao hearts. Specifically, it involves observation and choice. The son of the Song family, Song Yanshu, has passed the test twice before, earning praise from Patriarch Song Tian. Meng Hao proceeds with caution, continuously absorbing spiritual energy to prepare for the opening of the Dao platform. He accelerates his ascent, gradually putting distance between himself and the cultivators behind him. As he reaches the top of the tree's canopy, all eyes turn to him. At this moment, the gazes of everyone present converge on Meng Hao, awaiting his decision in the face of the Dao heart test. The elites of various sects are eager to surpass Meng Hao, but the pressure he exudes prevents them from doing so. They can only watch as Meng Hao approaches the summit step by step. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Hao leaps and stands at the peak of the tree's canopy. At this instant, he becomes the center of attention, embarking on the final Dao heart test. Watched by all, Meng Hao ascends the canopy of a towering tree, feeling the surging spiritual energy surge into his body as his fifth Dao platform solidifies. Amidst the misty canopy, Meng Hao finds a miniature ocean and a caption of ethereal characters. Signed by Shui Donliu, an elder with an immortal demeanor and gray robes appears before Meng Hao. The elder exudes no cultivation fluctuations but radiates an aura of endless time and a inspiring presence that shocks the world. He guides Meng Hao to choose one of 9 paths leading to a white gem in his hand, which contains a world and suppresses the tricolored other shore poison in Meng Hao's body. Faced with 9 unknown paths, Meng Hao observes, ponders, and chooses the 4th path to the right. However, he is instantly returned below the canopy, indicating an incorrect choice. Ascending the canopy once more, Meng Hao carefully recalls the elder's words, noting the 4-word cadence in his speech, and selects the 4th path to the left. Yet this choice also fails, and Meng Hao falls again. Below the canopy, the chubby boy notices and gives way to him. Undeterred, Meng Hao ascends the canopy a 3rd time and settles on the 4th path on the right, as indicated by Han Bei. However, Failure greets him again. The Yuan-Ying cultivators of each sect speculate about the secret to choosing the correct path. Some suggesting the need for meticulous observation. The Song clan patriarch urges attention to the elders' words and actions. As Meng Hao continues his attempts, he slowly realizes that the true paths of the forks are not fixed but determined by individual perception in the heart of Dao. As he nears the canopy, with his fifth Dao platform almost complete, he recalls a scene at the Shao family manor, where his fifth Dao platform frantically absorbed spiritual energy, and Meng Hao's body glowed golden, runes appearing all over. The world transforms into a golden hue. This transformation elicits exclamations from the Yuan-Ying masters above, who recognize the technique Meng Hao employs as the supreme spirit scripture. During the Song family's son-in-law trial, Meng Hao's demonstration of the great spirit scripture power stuns the nascent soul cultivators present. The great spirit scripture has been lost for ages, with only fragments remaining, and Meng Hao's qi condensation volume has disappeared for centuries. The nascent soul cultivators realize that obtaining Meng Hao means obtaining the qi condensation volume of the Great Spirit Scripture, sparking immense greed within them. However, after learning of Meng Hao's astonishing talent, Song Tian, the ancestor of the Song family, resolutely steps forward to protect him. He declares that if Meng Hao becomes the Song family's son-in-law, it is the will of heaven and warns other sects not to covet him. Although the nascent soul cultivators verbally obey Song Tian, in secret they prepare to seize the Great Spirit Scripture at an opportune moment. They understand that a battle for Meng Hao is about to unfold and that they will resort to soul-searching to obtain the scripture. Meng Hao recognizes the perilousness of his situation and resolves to leave the trial grounds as soon as possible. Utilizing the seal of acquiescence in his hand, he mobilizes his cultivation to activate the teleportation function. Simultaneously, Meng Hao charges towards the top of the tree canopy, intending to retrieve the quadruple bead and escape quickly. At this juncture, the elderly man at the top of the tree canopy floats upon a path of 9 leaves imbued with golden light. Awaiting Meng Hao's final choice, without hesitation, Meng Hao steps onto a path, aware that this is his only option. Above the clouds, elderly cultivators in the nascent soul realm gaze intently, awaiting Meng Hao's departure. However, cultivators from the Green Luo sect secretly conspire to capture him before he grabs the attention of the various sects. Beneath the swirling clouds, Meng Hao stands at the top of the golden treetop, facing the gray-cloaked old man before him. Though he knows the correct path, he chooses a unique one directly confronting the old man. Meng Hao's body transforms into a fire dragon, instantly breaking through the 9-leaf paths and engulfing the old man. As he seizes the 4-direction pearl, the old man smiles. "Why did you choose this path?" Meng Hao calmly replies. "Conforming to rules yields nothing. Going with the flow or sticking to blind adherence. Neither is my choice." He opts to break the rules and forge his own path. His words shock everyone present. Geniuses from various sects and nascent soul cultivators in the clouds are filled with disbelief. The ancestor of the Song clan makes a surprising announcement, declaring that no matter what trouble Meng Hao causes, his daughter will be his. Simultaneously, 5 sects and 2 clans sense anomalies and hasten to the scene. Meng Hao's decisive choice and formidable strength have captured the attention and sparked both admiration and caution among the different factions. Simultaneously with the arrival of the 5 sects and 2 clans at the Song family mountain range. Amidst the grand spectacle of the Song family's son-in-law recruiting banquet, Meng Hao shattered the Ruyi seal, activating a massive black vortex that engulfed him and vanished him from sight. The nascent soul patriarchs from various sects were astonished by Meng Hao's possession of a formidable teleportation artifact. Realizing the secret behind it, Matriarch Zi Luo and a beautiful middle-aged woman from the Azure Luo sect deduced that Meng Hao, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation level, needed only 2 incense sticks of time to activate the Ruyi seal. They dispatched foundation establishment disciples, including disciple Zhou Jia, to pursue him. Meng Hao teleported to a desolate mountain in the southern region, and the Ruyi seal developed a crack, leading him to realize that several sects were searching for him. Just as he was about to find a place to neutralize the poison, the black vortex reappeared, revealing the Azure Luo sect cultivators in pursuit. Meng Hao acted decisively, disrupting the vortex with wind blades, fire dragons, and the Bloodfinger technique, eliminating half of his pursuers, including a cultivator at the great perfection of foundation establishment. The remaining Azure Luo sect cultivators launched an assault, igniting an incense burner and setting up a formation. Meng Hao approached an Azure Luo sect cultivator and unleashed the internalized power of his 5 perfect Dao platforms, instantly snapping his neck. Amidst the rainy night, a fierce battle ensued. As the rain poured down, washing away the bloody stench from the ground, Meng Hao released the stiffened hand and turned to leave, letting the water run down his face, and his hair and clothes. At that moment, he looked like a bizarre ghost, thrilling the Green Thread sect disciples around him. Zhou Jia, the Green Thread sect Taoist son, stared at Meng Hao, a hint of gravity flashing across his eyes. He spoke plainly, his voice carrying a chill. Trap and kill this man with no matter what it takes. More than 10 Green Thread sect cultivators responded, instantly wielding various magic techniques and numinous treasures. These people were all at the late stage of foundation establishment, their cultivation and foundation far beyond what a small sect could match. However, Meng Hao's face remained unchanged. His eyes narrowed slightly, as he grabbed with his right hand. A fire dragon in the shape of a yinglong roared and evaporated the rainwater around it into mist. Within the mist, 2 wooden swords circled around Meng Hao's body, constantly piercing through it. Shrieking cries came from the mist. Meng Hao's figure flitted like a ghost, cultivators falling one after another wherever he passed. His right hand flicked, wind blades emerging and tearing their bodies apart, leaving naught but broken corpses. Zhou Ji's brow furrowed as he pressed his right hand on the incense burner, accelerating the condensation of the smokescreen formation. Just then, a Green Thread sect disciple rushed out of the mist in terror. But Meng Hao grabbed his head and ended his life with a fierce squeeze. Zhou Jia exchanged a glance with Meng Hao, the latter revealing a smile and then vanished into the mist. The mist gradually dissipated, Meng Hao emerging calmly, the more than 10 Green Thread sect cultivators behind him all dead. Your methods are somewhat cruel, Zhou Jia said slowly. He knew that the Green Thread sect had underestimated Meng Hao's cultivation, and what Meng Hao had shown so far surpassed the late stage of foundation establishment. Meng Hao spoke calmly. It is not that Meng is cruel, but that your appearance here speaks volumes. If Meng were to show mercy, the cruel one would be him. Zhou Jia was silent for a moment, raising his right hand to reveal an incense stick burning with an azure flame. Meng Hao also brandished 2 wooden swords, their light flickering, his fighting spirit soaring. Zhao, Meng Hao, Green Thread sect Taoist son, Zhou Jia. In the rainy night, a battle of foundation establishment realms peak began. Thunderclaps roar and lightning bolts clash. Meng Hao and Zhou Jia engage in a fierce battle of spirits in the midst of the storm. In a moment, blood fills the air as both are wounded. Zhou Jia strikes first, materializing a crescent-shaped blade of smoke that lunges towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao summons 2 wooden swords, meeting the attack with his sharp swordsman's energy. The 2 trade blows, the clash deafening. Seeing Meng Hao's power, Zhou Jia employs his magical treasure, unleashing a multitude of smoke weapons that engulf the sky. Meng Hao remains composed, transforming his wooden swords into sword dragons, forming a strong defense. Undeterred, Zhou Jia activates his incense sticks, creating layers of smoke rings to trap Meng Hao. Meng Hao uses his thunder mist and lightning powers to effortlessly dissolve the smoke rings. Witnessing Zhou Ji's relentless tactics, Meng Hao shifts from defense to offense. He wields his thunder mist and wooden swords, summoning thunderbolts and lightning to form a formidable attack. Zhou Jia is forced to burn his incense sticks, triggering a large-scale, destructive explosion. Meng Hao counters with the green silk 5 strikes and 10 great seals. The battle rages, shaking the heavens and earth. Despite their wounds, the combatants' determination remains unwavering. Zhou Jia unleashes the Azure Cloud Great Seal, conjuring a powerful hand seal composed of 26 ghostly handprints. Meng Hao prepares for his final counterattack, using his blood as a catalyst for blood arts. The atmosphere crackles with energy as another bloody battle is imminent. Meng Hao, the Blood Immortal, inherits the Blood Immortal legacy. Despite not reaching core formation cultivation, he wields divine abilities like Blood Finger and Blood Seal, facing Taoist Zhou Jia of the Qingla sect's Azure Cloud Grand Hand. Meng Hao counters with Blood Finger, annihilating it. Zhou Jia, unwilling to yield, crushes his incense burner, cutting off his retreat and unleashing his potential. He summons 5 crystalline swords, forming a sword formation to block Meng Hao's escape. Meng Hao defends with a blood screen, But as the sword formation intensifies, his situation becomes perilous. Meng Hao decisively severs 4 of his fingers. Casting the second form of the Blood Immortal 3 forms Blood Seal. A colossal hand materializes, gripping Zhou Ji's sword formation firmly. Zhou Jia employs a secret technique, summoning a celestial descent. However, Meng Hao's mind receives a warning from the ancient demon sealing jade. Identifying it as an evil spirit, Meng Hao deploys the 8th restriction of demon sealing. Emanating an intimidating aura, the evil spirit surging into Zhou Ji's body becomes terrified. Its presence visible on his contorted face. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity, sealing Zhou Jia, causing his ultimate technique to fail. Zhou Ji's face turns ashen, his expression full of anguish. Meng Hao retrieves the crystalline swords, silently observing him. The intense battle culminates in Meng Hao's triumph. Meng Hao used the sealing technique Demon Sealing 8th restriction of the Demon Sealing Sect to overlap Zhou Ji's body and soul. The 9 remnants inside Zhou Ji's body surfaced with shrill screams, accusing the demon sealing lineage of obstructing the path of demons to immortality. Meng Hao listened in silence, then dispersed the remnants indifferently. Zhou Jia regains consciousness and feels grateful to Meng Hao. Meng Hao turned and left. Zhou Jia looked at his back and muttered to himself that he would cultivate with his heart in the future. Meanwhile, deep in the 10,000 mountains of the Azure Sky Sect, the remnants were furious about Meng Hao's identity, believing him to be a descendant of the demon sealing lineage and wanting to take his soul to become immortals. However, outside the Rebirth Cave in the Southern Territory, a skeleton emitted a deterrent force that silenced the remnants. The Azure Sky Sect decided to send 30 Heaven's Pride disguised as mortals to search for Meng Hao at the Rebirth Cave. At the same time, there was a strange movement in the coffin under the Milky Way Sea. And a hoarse voice whispered demon sealing lineage. Amidst the storm, Meng Hao strides through the rain, his expression composed, reflecting on his battle with Zhou Jia. He acknowledges his own might but also realizes the inadequacies of his spells and treasures. Contemplating how to address these shortcomings, he considers refining the eyeless and time treasures. But these require time and resources. In his possession, the black cube becomes the key to understanding the equinox flower's poison. Meng Hao seeks out a cave and begins experimenting with the cube. He duplicates it, infuses it with his blood, and witnesses it absorb his blood and begin to melt, releasing white smoke. Meng Hao has vines absorb the smoke, and their color gradually turns white. When Meng Hao inhales the smoke himself, the ghost face within him writhes in agony. Enduring the pain, he swallows the remaining cubes. The smoke billows and disperses the equinox flower above him. However, within the smoke, a 4-colored the equinox flower suddenly condenses, indicating that the equinox flower's poison has not been fully neutralized. Upon closer examination, Meng Hao realizes this is not a true 4th color but rather a mutation caused by the Lycoris radiata absorbing the white and blue petals after the fusion with the cubes. These 2-colored Lycoris radiata petals have absorbed the antidote power of the cubes. Yet they remain weak. Meng Hao understands that he must infiltrate the Purple Fate Sect to find a more profound method to neutralize the poison or risk its becoming a threat to his cultivation. Meng Hao puts on a mask and enters the illusionary realm where Pai Dong is located. He finds the Li family's ancestor haggard and tortured by a parrot that Pai Dong has transformed into. Meng Hao tries to approach but is discovered by Pai Dong, who mistakes him for a whistleblower and threatens to teach him a lesson. Meng Hao has no choice but to agree to Pai Dong's request to find 3 bullies for him to reform. Meng Hao later encounters the yellow-clad man on the road. Through conversation, he learns that the yellow-clad man is a bully and offers to take Meng Hao to his brother's cave dwelling. Meng Hao pretends to be shy and follows the yellow-clad man. Outside the cave dwelling, there is a towering pile of bones, giving Meng Hao a sense of foreboding. The yellow-clad man explains that this is a deterrent to evildoers. Upon entering the cave dwelling, 3 Qi condensation level 9 cultivators emerge, one of whom is sallow-skinned and cunning. The yellow-clad man introduces Meng Hao as his friend and requests that the 3 brothers extend hospitality. Meng Hao remains composed, concealing his murderous intent. While Meng Hao was practicing outside, he ran into a group of burly men. One of them, a man in yellow, invited Meng Hao into their cave with an amiable smile. Meng Hao was suspicious, but unable to resist their enthusiasm. He followed them in. The cave was opulent, boasting an alchemy room and a medicine garden. The men introduced it enthusiastically. But their eyes held a trace of contempt. As if they were toying with Meng Hao. Despite his apparent bashfulness, Meng Hao was highly impressed by the luxury of the cave. Especially the night illuminating pearl in the spiritual spring. The men led him to a central location, which had a spacious clearing and an exquisite crystal seat. A man in purple robes, exuding an air of authority, sat there, revealing a cultivation base at the initial stage of foundation establishment. A gray-haired elder was painting a portrait of the man in purple. His hands trembling, the man in purple ignored Meng Hao, engrossed in conversation with the others. Meng Hao coughed to grab their attention. But no one responded. Only when he coughed again with all his might did they finally look at him. The man in purple, his face gloomy, inquired about Meng Hao's identity. The man in yellow lied, claiming to have found Meng Hao by chance. The man in purple ordered Meng Hao to hand over his storage bag. But Meng Hao made an unexpected counteroffer, demanding that they give him the cave and the seat. The men burst into laughter. But the man in yellow grew solemn. At that moment, Meng Hao gave a light cough, causing two burly men charging at him to vomit blood. Their suppressed cultivation bases reduced to that of mortals. Seeing the situation, the man in yellow and his brother launched spell attacks. But they were easily deflected by Meng Hao. The man in yellow was deeply shocked, overwhelmed by unspeakable fear. The man in purple turned ashen, his voice trembling as he said, "Great perfection of foundation establishment." He finally realized that he had invited a wolf into his den. For Meng Hao's cultivation was far beyond theirs. Meng Hao glanced at the man in purple, his gaze seeming to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing the man to tremble as if plunged into a living hell. The 5 immortals of the Huang family fell into despair. Their meticulously designed trap turned against them by Meng Hao. Now, they could only await their fate. A purple-robed man in despair pleads for mercy to Meng Hao. Knowing that he cannot resist, he also orders his companions to pay their respects to Meng Hao, including his brothers Huang Zhao's number 2, no, 3, and no, 4, as well as a man in yellow. The man in yellow deeply regrets having introduced Meng Hao, who has now become much more powerful, causing him remorse. Meng Hao sits on a crystal seat and tells the purple-robed man, "I see that you cultivated arduously. Here's a pill for you. But the pill is worth only a small amount." Meng Hao asks the purple-robed man how many spirit stones he is willing to pay for it. The purple-robed man empties his pockets and even includes the savings in his cave to purchase the pill. Meng Hao turns his attention to the man in yellow, who becomes terrified and begs for mercy. Meng Hao asks Huang Zhao's number 2 about an array and learns that they possess a teleportation array. Meng Hao stores all 5 Huang family members in his cosmos bag and brings them to his blood mask world. Pai Dong excitedly greets the bullies. It initially miscounts the number of bullies, but Meng Hao corrects it, making Pai Dong count in pairs. Satisfied, Pai Dong gives Meng Hao its natural thunder intention. Meng Hao leaves Pai Dong with the purple-robed man and orders it to capture another bully. When Meng Hao returns to his cave, he finds a mortal painter working on a painting. He waits for the painter to finish and notices an anomaly in the painting: 2 long gashes above Meng Hao's head. The painter asks Meng Hao what is above him, and Meng Hao replies, "The sky." The painter immediately disappears, leaving behind a letter stating that he has broken the seal on Meng Hao and granted him the talent of the Liquoris Radiata, allowing him to sever karma. The letter also mentions a man named Shui Donglio, who had painted a portrait of Meng Hao in the southern domain. When Meng Hao looks at the painting again, he sees that the figure has become equinox flower, with a poem of 10 characters inscribed: "When the Liquoris Radiata blooms, 7 colored heavens appear. When the flower falls, it becomes an immortal for 1,000 years. The gate to the immortal mountain hides karma. Do not ask the heavens about the path to severing the flower." Meng Hao acquires a secret painting left by Shui Donglu, which suppresses the poison of the equinox flower within him. After sorting out the treasures in the cave palace, he escapes using a teleportation array. Several days later, he arrives at Ziyu City, on the outskirts of the Ziyun sect, and disguises himself as a refined scholar. The entrance to the Ziyun sect is marked by a colossal purple statue representing the sect's founder, Purple East Taoist. Before the statue are a pill furnace and scriptures, symbolizing the sect's 2 lineages: Dan Dong and Ziqi. Meng Hao learns that the Ziyun sect has stringent requirements for accepting disciples but secretly discovers that the pattern on a discarded pill in a medicinal shop is a token for a secret meeting. Meng Hao enters the medicinal shop, leaves the discarded pill pattern, and obtains the meeting token. That night, he travels to the secret meeting at the prince's palace. The palace layout remains unchanged, and upon entering, Meng Hao proceeds to a pavilion where he finds 4 cultivators concealing their faces. Meng Hao enters a mysterious gathering led by an illusory elder, where attendees contribute jade slips to a 9-dragon cauldron. The cauldron emits a mist that engulfs everyone. Meng Hao discovers the presence of a master alchemist from the Purple Fate sect's Dandong lineage and secures a position as an apothecary assistant in exchange for medicinal herbs. He travels to the Purple Fate sect's mountain gate, presents his referral jade slip to the gatekeeper, and passes the true word bridge test, demonstrating his eagerness to learn alchemy and his affinity for the sect. He is led by steward Xu Qing to the Dandong lineage's pillfield and learns that apothecary assistants are the foundation for becoming master alchemists. Meng Hao and a newly recruited female junior disciple are taken into the sect, beginning their new lives. On the way, Meng Hao notices a familiar iron spear planted in a valley. Meng Hao and a young girl are led by an elder to the Medicine Boy Valley of the Purple Cloud sect. The environment here is beautiful, with lush medicinal herbs and the fragrance of medicine permeating the air. There are many medicine boys in the sect, wearing light yellow short shirts and busy with various medicinal herb-related work. The elder introduces Meng Hao and the girl to Bai Yunlai, a senior medicine boy responsible for familiarizing newcomers with the sect. Bai Yunlai tells Meng Hao and the girl about the status and work of medicine boys in the Purple Cloud sect, and laments the hardships of their life. Meng Hao learns that medicine boys in the Purple Cloud sect need to master knowledge of 100,000 medicinal herbs, be skilled in cultivating medicinal herbs, and find time to cultivate in order to become alchemists and receive better treatment. However, out of 100,000 medicine boys, only a few are promoted to alchemists, making the competition extremely fierce. Bai Yunlai takes Meng Hao and the girl on a tour of the sect, passing by an iron spear erected in the center of a valley. He tells them the origin of the spear 10 years ago. An outer disciple of the Purple Cloud sect purchased an iron spear from an evil cultivator, causing shame to the entire sect. Sect elder Wu Dingchu was furious and planted the spear in this place to warn outer disciples to remember the disgrace. Bai Yunlai also reveals that the person who sold the spear was Meng Hao, which disturbs Meng Hao. At this moment, Qian Shuihan suddenly appears, glaring at Bai Yunlai and warning him not to mention Meng Hao's name in front of Meng Hao. Bai Yunlai again warns Meng Hao that it is forbidden to talk about Meng Hao in the sect and calls Meng Hao a treacherous person. The girl is wary of Meng Hao after hearing Bai Yunlai's warning. Meng Hao and the girl follow Bai Yunlai to a valley where hundreds of people are practicing a technique called Purple Cloud Spirit, which can accelerate the growth cycle of medicinal herbs. Meng Hao discovers that the medicinal herb in his hand grows rapidly when stimulated by Purple Cloud Spirit, showing his potential in this area. In the Yaodong Valley of the Purple Fate sect's Dandong lineage, 100,000 young herbalists gathered. Elder Bai Yunlai gave a lecture on the technique of cultivating medicinal herbs, captivating the audience. Chen Ling, a young girl with exceptional aptitude, successfully cultivated a medicinal herb seed on her first attempt, producing a 3-leaf sprout, a remarkable feat that drew attention. Master Zhao, a middle-aged instructor, recognized Chen Ling's talent and recruited her to the Yisan Valley. Meanwhile, Bai Yunlai's attention was drawn to Meng Hao. Following the technique described in a jade slip, Meng Hao cultivated a herb seed, and with a dazzling purple light emitting from his right hand, he instantly germinated 7 leaves. The surrounding herbalists were astounded. As the light continued to shimmer, the medicinal herb in Meng Hao's hand grew to its full size, wrapping itself around his arm. This astonishing spectacle stunned everyone present. The white-haired elder behind Bai Yunlai personally examined Meng Hao and discovered his grade A aptitude. Overjoyed, the elder declared that Meng Hao was eligible to enter the Jiayi Valley. Despite Meng Hao's hesitation, he was escorted to the Jiayi Valley by Bai Yunlai. The Jiayi Valley boasted the best environment in Yaodong Valley, and Meng Hao immersed himself in the study of medicinal herbs, as if he were a scholar again. 10,000 medicinal herbs, each with its unique characteristics, filled the valley. Meng Hao possessed an extraordinary memory and retained information with ease, as if the herbs held some innate familiarity to him. In the tranquility of the Jiayi Valley, Meng Hao found solace in the world of medicinal herbs, forgetting his past worries and embracing a life of cultivation and self-improvement. Time flew by, and Meng Hao had already spent 2 months in the Purple Dawn sect's Dan Dong lineage. At first, he had attracted attention due to his exceptional aptitude. But now, everything had calmed down. Meng Hao diligently attended the daily lectures on cultivation techniques, absorbing knowledge from the sect elders and deepening his understanding of cultivating techniques. He also studied the cultivation of medicinal herbs, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the sect's operational system. The Purple Dawn sect held monthly lectures on the pharmacopoeia, where senior alchemists imparted knowledge of medicinal herbs and alchemy. Meng Hao benefited greatly from these lectures and realized that his purpose in joining the Purple Dawn sect was to meet Grandmaster Pill Fiend, become his disciple, and master the strongest alchemy in the southern domain, thus fulfilling his dream of becoming an alchemist. One day, the sound of a bell rang through the sky, announcing the opening of the Purple Dawn Immortal Lands. This was a grand event for the medicine boys to enter the Holy Land. And Meng Hao joined the 10,000 medicine boys in stepping into a magnificent field of medicinal herbs. The Purple Dawn Immortal Lands were like a fairyland, with a sky of 9 suns and 9 moons and an endless expanse of medicinal herbs. Giant cultivators planted the medicinal herbs, war chariots patrolled the area, and a colossal purple one-eyed tree watched over the surroundings. Meng Hao roamed through the immortal lands, identifying medicinal herbs and affirming the knowledge he had gained from the books. His confidence growing, he discovered that he seemed to have an innate understanding of medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, outside the Purple Dawn sect, various forces in the southern domain were searching for Meng Hao's whereabouts, making his reputation spread far and wide. However, the Purple Dawn sect had yet to find any trace of him. As if he had vanished into thin air, within the celestial lands of the Violet Fate sect, Meng Hao is diligently studying medicinal herbs. During his time there, he observes giants cultivating plants and uses the unique one-eyed tree to collect herbs. Despite the vastness of the medicine field, he can only recognize a small fraction of the plants. However, he does not become discouraged. Instead, he remains steadfast in his studies, approaching it with the mentality of a scholar. Even when the celestial lands close after a month, Meng Hao remains unsatisfied. His affiliation with the Violet Fate sect gives him some reservations, so he hands over all the herbs he collected. Afterward, he immerses himself in studying texts to reinforce his knowledge. One day, Meng Hao learns of an opportunity to participate in the alchemy process of Elder Alchemist Li, where he will serve as an assistant. On his way to the alchemy cavern, Meng Hao encounters Lu Song, and Bai Yunlai becomes his assistant. During the alchemy process, Meng Hao's exceptional herb recognition skills and precise manipulation techniques astound Elder Alchemist Li and all present. Lu Song is secretly amazed, as even as a foundation establishment cultivator, he cannot compare to Meng Hao's abilities. At that moment, a calm female voice inquires about Lu Song's progress in obtaining the information he was seeking. The voice causes Meng Hao's fingers to pause slightly, evoking a sense of familiarity. Deep in the Jiayi Valley of the Purple Path sect, Fang Mu, an ordinary apprentice, tirelessly tended to his duties. His diligence, however, caught the attention of Master Alchemist Li Dao, who presented him with an opportunity to participate in the Alchemist Advancement exam. A selection only open to one apprentice. Fang Mu's heart raced. He knew that he couldn't remain an apprentice for 10 years and had to seize this chance. However, the eligibility criteria required 10 years of service as a pharmacist, a qualification Fang Mu lacked. To his surprise, Master Li Dao arranged an exemption for him. While overjoyed, Fang Mu also realized that his previous actions had attracted unwanted attention. As he returned to his courtyard, Wang Fanming, the seasoned chief pharmacist of the Dandong line, appeared, inspecting Fang Mu's herb field. Wang Fanming turned his gaze towards Fang Mu. A chill ran down Fang Mu's spine as he wondered about the elder's intentions. Elder Wang Fanming of the Purple Fate sect's Dandong lineage suspected Meng Hao's origins and questioned his intentions. Meng Hao remained calm, claiming his name was Fang Mu and that he concealed his identity to infiltrate the Purple Fate sect to pursue alchemy. Although Wang Fanming detected discrepancies with Meng Hao, he acknowledged Meng Hao's lack of malicious intent toward the Dandong lineage and his exceptional aptitude. As a result, he permitted Meng Hao to participate in the trial to become a pill master, warning him against betraying the sect. Meng Hao expressed gratitude for Wang Fanming's trust and pledged his unwavering loyalty. Wang Fanming bestowed upon Meng Hao a token, granting him permission to enter the promotion trial 1 month later, where only one candidate would be chosen. Through a jade slip containing the pill scripture, Meng Hao gained knowledge of the Dan Dong lineage's history and the legendary pill demon's accomplishments, fostering in him a deeper understanding and reverence for the art of alchemy. On the day of the promotion trial, 30,000 medicine boys gathered in the square before a colossal cyan pill furnace. The trial consisted of 2 rounds. The first round involved sorting medicinal herbs, with only the top 10 candidates advancing. The second round would determine the single candidate who would ascend to the rank of pill master. In this grading examination where the medicine apprentices will ascend to become alchemists, more than 3,000 apprentices have gathered in the square. Meng Hao took a deep breath and started to answer the questions, recalling what he saw and heard in the immortal land and during the alchemy practice. He swiftly identified all the herbs that appeared and became more adept as he answered more questions. As time elapsed, many apprentices gave up one after another, and only about 20,000 remained. After 10 hours of grueling test, only about 70% of the participants were left. And after 30 hours, less than 6,000 were still answering the questions. By the 40th hour, more than 3,000 held on. In the 50th hour, an old man vomited blood and fell. This scene instilled fear in the apprentices, and some of them chose to give up. At this point, only a little more than 1,000 were still answering the questions. Meng Hao, however, remained calm and collected as he continued to answer the questions. As time went on, fewer and fewer were left answering the questions, until only 11 were left. The images of the herbs on the screen became increasingly difficult to recognize, and Meng Hao had to carefully observe and recall. In the end, 9 of the 10 were eliminated one after another, leaving only Meng Hao and a middle-aged man. The 2 of them persisted, and the middle-aged man would occasionally look at Meng Hao, his eyes filled with madness and unwillingness. At the herbalist's plaza, Meng Hao stood alone facing the herbal trial, confronted with the challenge of identifying 10,000 herbs in a myriad of forms. Meng Hao's knowledge of herbs and the talent bestowed by the nether flower combined in his mind, enabling him to quickly decipher the complex herbs. As he answered question after question, Meng Hao found his herbal knowledge growing while his monster core was subtly stimulated by the nether flower, accelerating the integration of his herbal talent. This trial became an excellent opportunity for Meng Hao to plunder and merge with the nether flower's gifts. On the plaza, Wang Fanming and the group of 8 elders witnessed Meng Hao's exceptional performance, astounded by his herbal aptitude. For Meng Hao recognized herbs that even violet furnace alchemists could master, companion herbs in the tens of millions. Just as Meng Hao touched upon an invisible boundary in his herbal attainment, Dan Gui, the esteemed alchemist Grand Master from Violet Fate Sect, noticed him. He remarked on Meng Hao's unwavering determination, predicting his future achievements in alchemy. After enduring for several days, Meng Hao finally identified every herb, becoming the first person in history to complete the herbal trial. Astonishment filled the plaza, but Meng Hao felt no excitement. He sensed the presence of the boundary and understood that he needed to cultivate further to break through his current realm and achieve greater herbal mastery. Dan Gui's disciple, Chu Yuyan, arrived at the plaza. Despite her frustration, she had to acknowledge Meng Hao's herbal talent. She realized that among all the people she had met, Meng Hao's knowledge of herbs was nothing short of monstrous. In the Xian sect of the 503rd year, a grand trial for the promotion of alchemists is well underway. Amidst the fervor in the plaza, Meng Hao's outstanding performance astounds the crowd, including the king of herb keepers, Chu Yuyan. After an intense first round testing their concoction knowledge, Meng Hao and 9 others emerge and enter the decisive second round. This round tests their ability to catalyze medicinal herbs and will determine whether they can become honored alchemists, a status that would dramatically change their lives. The 10 are placed on 10 stone platforms, and Wang Fanming announces the start of the trial. As the alchemy furnaces roar to life, 10 hazy orbs appear on the platforms, each containing various medicinal herbs. Meng Hao chooses last, obtaining the gray seed known as ashleaf. The others select their herbs and begin the catalysis process. With his blood ghost heritage and half a year of arduous cultivation in the Xian sect, Meng Hao has honed his spiritual energy control to perfection. His ash leaf grows rapidly before everyone's eyes, forming 12 leaves and nearing maturity. The other 9 contestants, seeing that their herbs are growing at a far slower pace than Meng Hao's, protest, claiming the trial is unfair. They argue that the ash leaf is too easy, giving Meng Hao an advantage. After deliberation, Wang Fanming and the others decide to restart the second round to ensure that all contestants are given the same herbs. Despite the change in herbs, Meng Hao's composed demeanor and skilled technique shine through. Once more, he exhibits a deep understanding of medicinal herbs and an exceptional command over his spiritual energy, cultivating his herb to maturity before anyone else's. Meng Hao's triumph shocks the crowd and proves his innate talent as an alchemist. The Xian sect, after countless years of waiting, finally welcomes a new alchemist to their ranks, whose future, without a doubt, will be filled with brilliance and splendor. Under the vigilant gaze of Master Pill Ghost from Violet Fate Sect, 10 cultivators on the plaza catalyze the Crimson Spirit Wood Seed before their furnaces. As the first of them fails, Meng Hao becomes the second to sprout the Crimson Spirit Wood Bud. Meanwhile, another powerful middle-aged man also catalyzes the Crimson Spirit Wood, sustaining his efforts with cultivation breakthroughs and continuous expenditure of spirit stones. Despite the middle-aged man's desperate efforts, his Crimson Spirit Wood grows to less than 10 feet tall. Still unable to surpass Meng Hao, with only the spiritual power of qi condensation, Meng Hao catalyzes his Crimson Spirit Wood to an astonishing 20 feet in height, blossoming and bearing the Crimson Spirit Fruit. This feat shocks everyone present, including Violet Fate Sect elders such as Chu Yuyan and Wang Fanming. Never had they seen a qi condensation cultivator catalyze the medicinal fruit, the Crimson Spirit Fruit, necessary for forming the golden core. As the Crimson Spirit Wood withers, Meng Hao collects the Crimson Spirit Fruit into his storage pouch. Wang Fanming announces Meng Hao's promotion to Pill Master, his voice echoing across the plaza and even reaching the valleys of Violet Fate Sect's Dandong branch, stirring the 70,000 medicine boys. With his extraordinary talent in catalysis, Meng Hao rises to fame within Violet Fate Sect. Time flew by, and 2 months later, Meng Hao had become a pill cauldronist and was bestowed a cave dwelling on a mountainside by the sect. The privileges that came with being a pill cauldronist let him enjoy special treatment, including the supply of medicine and pill formulas. However, Meng Hao also faced the expensive cost of pill refinement. Meng Hao found the pill refining process to be extraordinarily difficult, blowing up cauldrons repeatedly and spending a large amount of spirit stones. He realized that pill refining not only required talent, but also gargantuan funding. After becoming a pill cauldronist, he received a pill prohibition order, a special token that forbade sect disciples from seeking pill refinement from a particular pill cauldronist for 100 years. He received a jade slip to pay the elixir, showing that he owed the sect more than 6,000 qi condensation pills. This put pressure on Meng Hao, as he had not yet received any pill refinement commissions from the inner disciples of the purple qi lineage. Meng Hao analyzed the reasons for his previous failures at pill refining, suspecting that it was related to his perfect foundation establishment, which resulted in him refining pills of higher quality. He decided to change his pill refining method, using cruder methods to shorten the refining time and increase the yield. Just as Meng Hao was immersed in pill refining, the gelatinous substance in the blood-colored mask weakly sent a sound, informing him that it needed to shed its skin and hibernate for a month. However, at this moment, Ku Yuyan's voice sounded outside the cave dwelling, calling him for something. Meng Hao's expression was solemn as he realized a change in his appearance. His skin had darkened, and his demeanor exuded a scholarly yet enigmatic aura. Outside the cave, Chu Yuyan's voice called out, but Meng Hao ignored it and sealed the cave entrance. Chu Yuyan suspected Fang Mu of nefarious activities. Finding the cave sealed, she sought confirmation from Lin Rui, who informed her that Meng Hao had not left recently. With a cold snort, she proclaimed her intention to find the cave opening token after her fruitless investigation. Meng Hao retrieved the blood-colored mask, discovering that the hide had lost its vitality and had transformed into a solid cube. He deduced that the molting process had weakened the hide and inferred that it would regain its vigor in a month. Meanwhile, Lin Rui returned Meng Hao's alchemy furnace to the pill pavilion, labeling the pill bottle with the character Fang. The inspecting alchemist, Su Zhonglin, serendipitously detected an astonishing medicinal potency in one bottle of spirit condensation pills. Recognizing that they were extraordinary, tracking the pill bottle, Xu Zhanglin discovered its origin with Fang Mu. Realizing his potential as an alchemy prodigy capable of concocting foundation establishment pills, he swiftly made his way to the inner sect's residence. Meng Hao anxiously observed the hide's transformation. Awaiting its recovery, Bai Yulai arrived with news, relaying a request for Fang Mu's alchemy services. Meng Hao declined, citing the hide's incomplete recovery. Abruptly, a deafening explosion erupted from Meng Hao's cave, shaking the mountain peak and the valley below. Bai Yulai was taken aback as Meng Hao, transformed as Fang Mu, emerged from the cave, claiming a pill concoction had misfired and inviting Bai Yulai to assist with the alchemy. Meng Hao is a revered alchemist with a prestigious status within the inner disciples of the Purple Fate sect. One day, Ding Yang, an inner sect prodigy, approached Meng Hao seeking his assistance in refining a shattering barrier pill to surpass one's limits in his cultivation. The shattering barrier pill is a perilous elixir that can only be consumed twice in a lifetime. Ding Yang has already taken one pill, and a third attempt would inevitably kill him. Meng Hao examines Ding Yang's body and detects lingering traces of the previous shattering barrier pill. He realizes that Ding Yang requires a pill with greater efficacy. Ding Yang sought help from numerous alchemists, but none were confident they could produce a shattering barrier pill that met his needs. Meng Hao's confidence and extraordinary medical knowledge caught Ding Yang's attention. Meng Hao requests 6 medicinal herbs and 30,000 spirit stones, assuring Ding Yang that the refined shattering barrier pill will aid in his breakthrough. Even though Ding Yang had paid less for his requests to other alchemists, he is impressed by Meng Hao's demeanor and confidence and decides to take the risk. He hands Meng Hao the materials and spirit stones, agreeing to collect the pill in half a month. Meng Hao departs with Bai Yunlai, his gait elegant and a subtle fragrance of alchemy lingering around him. Ding Yang watches them leave, his heart filled with both trepidation and anticipation as he gambles on this crucial opportunity. After learning of the breakthrough in his friend Bai Yunlai cultivation, Meng Hao decided to refine a breakthrough pill for him. Bai Yunlai was grateful but didn't express it verbally, keeping it in his heart. In the process of refining the breakthrough pill, Meng Hao realized the fine line between pills and poisons, and decided to only take the pills he refined himself in the future. This refining deepened his understanding of the alchemy Dao, and he even believed that he could use the alchemy Dao to resolve the netherflower's poison. At the same time, Meng Hao realized the need to improve his cultivation and alchemy skills. So he started looking for more herbs and pill formulas. He found Li Dao and exchanged the breakthrough pill formula for the Lingtai pill formula, suitable for mid-foundation establishment. Meng Hao refined the Lingtai pill, but the effect was not ideal. He realized he needed to raise his reputation to attract more disciples to request his services. So, he approached Ding Yang and refined a pill for him to break through to late foundation establishment. After Ding Yang broke through, Bai Yunlai secretly spread the word about Meng Hao's alchemy skills. Soon, Meng Hao's reputation reached the inner disciples of the Violet Fate sect. A disciple named Xu Zhanglin from the outer sect heard about him and came to request a pill. Meng Hao's refined pill greatly surprised Xu Zhanglin because he discovered that Meng Hao's pills could achieve 50 herbal power, which only Grandmaster alchemists could achieve. Xu Zhanglin was astonished, and Meng Hao's reputation spread throughout the Violet Fate sect, leading to more requests from disciples. In the inner sect of the Purple Qi lineage, a pill master named Fang Mu suddenly rose to fame. Initially, his reputation was confined to the Pill East lineage, but 2 elders of the inner sect, Xu Zhanglin and Ding Yang, successively verified the efficacy of his pills, astounding everyone. Xu Zhanglin discovered that the medicinal efficacy of the pills refined by Fang Mu far exceeded that of other pill masters, reaching 50, while the pills of other pill masters could only exert about 30 of their medicinal effects. Ding Yang also confirmed this finding. The news spread rapidly, and inner sect disciples flocked to Fang Mu for pill refining services. As the first batch of disciples obtained the pills and experienced their amazing effects, Fang Mu's fame skyrocketed. It turned out that the uniqueness of Fang Mu's spiritual power allowed the pills he refined to retain 50 of their medicinal effects, while the pills of other pill masters often could only retain about 30. This vast discrepancy made Fang Mu's pills highly sought after among the inner sect disciples. As his fame grew, Fang Mu's pills even aroused the dissatisfaction of some pill masters. But after studying Fang Mu's pills, they were also convinced by his exquisite pill arts. Fang Mu's pills were expensive, but compared to the overpriced pills of the main furnace pill masters, the inner sect disciples still eagerly pursued them. Fang Mu's reputation spread not only among the inner sect disciples but also reached some senior figures in the Purple Cloud sect. The pill masters of the Pill East lineage were not willing to be outdone and studied Fang Mu's pills one after another. But they were ultimately amazed by his pill arts. Fang Mu's popularity was unprecedented. He only refined 3 batches of pills each day. But they were still in high demand. In order to seize this precious opportunity to refine pills, the inner sect disciples even resorted to various means. Within the Purple Fate sect, Fang Mu has become well known for his exceptional talent in alchemy and his enigmatic identity that has been the talk of inner court disciples and the medicinal boys of Pill Valley. On the summit of the Violet Dwarf Mountain deep within Pill Valley, Grandmaster Pillghost held aloft a pill crafted by Fang Mu. Lost in contemplation, upon learning that the Purple Chi lineage harbored discontent towards Fang Mu, he calmly declared that any aggression directed at the Pill Valley disciples would result in the termination of their pill supply for 10 years. As the sun began its descent, Pillghost's disciple, Chu Yuyan, diligently studied Fang Mu's pill, marveling at his extraordinary gift. Her own attempts at alchemy paled in comparison. Revealing her inadequacies, Chu Yuyan surmised that Fang Mu must possess a unique understanding of the Tao of alchemy. Yet he remained secluded upon her every visit. Meanwhile, Meng Hao Fang Mu, having completed his alchemy in Pill Valley, set his sights on refining foundation establishment pills. Dissatisfied with the Spirit Terrace pill, he resolved to ascend to the 7th Tao platform. Exiting Pill Valley, Meng Hao inadvertently crossed paths with the territory of the Purple Chi lineage, where he stumbled upon a commotion. In the plaza, inner court disciple Lu berated the medicinal boy, Bai Yunlai, demanding that he apologize by slapping himself twice. Bai Yunlai reluctantly complied. At that critical moment, Meng Hao's voice shattered the impasse. Meng Hao's appearance attracted the attention of the Violet Chi cultivators. But only the 4 chosen in the hall discovered Meng Hao's prowess. As Meng Hao was about to take Bai Yunlai away, Lu Yanbing and his companions intercepted them. Insisting that Bai Yunlai punish himself, Meng Hao calmly declared that he would not refine pills for Lu Yanbing and his confidants, and produced the pill master's special privilege, the Prohibition Pill Order. With this order, Lu Yanbing would be unable to obtain assistance from any pill master for 100 years. The cultivators present were all shocked by Meng Hao's dominance. Realizing that pill masters were not to be offended, Lu Yanbing fell into despair. Knowing that Meng Hao had cut off his path to cultivation, murmurs erupted around them, and Bai Yunlai felt deep gratitude towards Meng Hao. Determined to repay his kindness with his life, Meng Hao calmly departed, ignoring the provocations of ordinary inner sect disciples. Demonstrating his superior status, the Violet Chi chosen hurriedly pursued Meng Hao, eager to engage with the renowned pill master. In the square of the Purple Chi sect, Lu Yanbing was isolated and helpless after offending alchemist Fang Mu. Fang Mu departed with some inner sect disciples at the invitation of 4 Purple Chi sect geniuses, leaving Lu Yanbing and his companions pale-faced and desperate. Afterwards, Fang Mu gained fame within the Purple Chi sect, expanding his network by making friends with alchemists and inner sect disciples. Meanwhile, Lu Yanbing faced the consequences of the Forbidden Pill Edict, with alchemists refusing to refine pills for him and those around him distancing themselves. He was even severely reprimanded by his ancestor. As time passed, Fang Mu's resentment towards other alchemists dissipated after he started refining 3 cauldrons of pills daily. He visited and interacted with them, gradually gaining the recognition of the Pill East sect. Lu Yanbing, on the other hand, found that the severe consequences of offending an alchemist were unbearable, both within and outside the sect. Months later, Fang Mu decided to activate his 6th perfect Tao stage. With Pai Dong's help, he consumed a core formation heaven pill and condensed his Tao stage. After a day and night of effort, he successfully condensed his 6th perfect Tao stage, greatly increasing his cultivation and reaching the peak of the core formation middle stage. Among the inner sect disciples, Fang Mu with his 6 perfect Tao stages was an unrivaled rising star. Pai Dong, after witnessing Fang Mu's strength, left with satisfaction. Fang Mu, on the other hand, reminisced about his 4 years of cultivation. He sighed about the passage of time, thinking about his old companions and the gradually forgotten name of Meng Hao in the southern domain. At that moment, Fang Mu held in his hand the jade slip gifted by the Li clan patriarch, which recorded the Li clan's core cultivation technique, the My Will technique. This jade slip became another opportunity for Fang Mu to continue his climb within the Purple Qi sect. In the southern realm's Li family, an ancient cultivation method called the My Intent Codex was passed down. Cultivating this method to the extreme would grant one mastery over cause and effect. Meng Hao obtained this method and fell into deep thought. Bai Yunlai came to pay his respects to Meng Hao, delivering some recently refined pills and inquiring if Meng Hao would participate in this year's pill auction. Meng Hao was tempted to attend the pill auction to test the worth of his pills in the outside world. Chu Yuyan came looking for Meng Hao, but Meng Hao avoided her due to his wariness of her intuition. Chu Yuyan left in a huff, and Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Hao decided to refine a poison pill named the Devil's Pill. There was no known recipe for the Devil's Pill. Instead, Meng Hao created it based on his own knowledge of alchemy and his talent for plant life. Meng Hao immersed himself in refining the pill, entering a state of profound comprehension. He poured his heart and soul into creating the Devil's Pill. It became Meng Hao's first true masterpiece in alchemy, proving to be immensely valuable. After a month of continuous alchemy, Meng Hao finally concocted 2 black pills. These pills seemed to possess spirituality, as tribulation clouds even appeared above the alchemical furnace. Meng Hao absorbed these tribulation clouds into his abdomen, completing the refining of the 2 pills. These 2 pills were similar in size but slightly different in color. One was as dark as ink, while the other was close to purple. With Meng Hao's alchemy skills, he could tell at a glance that the purple pill was a top-grade product. After engraving a cauldron-shaped imprint on the purple cloud pill, Meng Hao named it under the 9 lands of demon burial. He then stored it and the slightly inferior pill in separate pill bottles in preparation for the Purple Moon City pill auction. As the auction approached, many cultivators gathered in Purple Moon City. The Purple Fate Sect's pill auction was renowned in the southern domain for its high quality and diverse pills. Among them, the pills refined by the alchemists of the sect's eastern pill lineage were even more precious. And all spirit stones obtained from their auction were given to the alchemists. On the day of the auction, Meng Hao entered the venue as an alchemist. During the auction, he sought his own demon burial under the 9 lands and noticed a fat man in the VIP seats below grinding his teeth and acting like a wastrel. This pill auction had a total of 789 types of pills, encompassing nearly every type imaginable. The Purple Fate Sect had specially arranged for puppet disciples of the Purple Qi lineage to test the medicinal effects of the pills to ensure their efficacy. As the auction progressed, Meng Hao's heart filled with both anticipation and anxiety. He wondered how much his demon burial under the 9 lands would sell for. In the vast southern region, there is a man famous for his extraordinary domineering aura and unique cultivation approach, Li Fugi. Nicknamed Little Fatty, at a pill auction, Li Fugi shows off by sharpening his teeth with his flying sword. Surrounded by disciples of the Jin Han sect, showing off a prosperous and wealthy aura, Meng Hao unexpectedly encounters this old acquaintance at the auction. Filled with mixed emotions, the auction is proceeding in a heated manner, with each pill being fought over by bidders. When a breakthrough pill appears, Li Fugi domineeringly bids as high as 100,000 spirit stones, ultimately winning it. Meng Hao quietly observes the pill, discovering that its efficacy is only 30 of the plant's power. Can't help but regret selling the pill he refined for Ding Yang at a low price. At the auction, a pill named Foundation Establishment Heaven attracts much attention. The middle-aged man responsible for the auction introduces it as being refined by the Jin Han sect's alchemist Li Dao, with an efficacy as high as 45. The cultivators present are astonished, believing it to be a pill second only to that refined by the main furnace alchemist. Meng Hao recognizes it at a glance as the result of his own alchemy discussions with Li Dao, and can't help but smile. He eagerly anticipates the chaos that his own refined demonic pill will cause at the auction, as it is the pinnacle of his alchemy achievements. Soon after, the Foundation Establishment Heaven refined by Li Dao is auctioned off, and as expected, it causes a sensation. Various factions compete for it, and it is ultimately won by a mysterious buyer for 1.2 million spirit stones. Li Tao's reputation also rises as a result, becoming renowned throughout the southern region. At the Purple Fate Sect's elixir auction, The chubby youth's bid of 600,000 spirit stones for 3 foundation establishment pills caused a commotion. The foundation establishment pills were rare and precious, and the secret recipe held the potential to advance the sect's alchemy. Various factions competed for the pills, but the Li family from the 3 major families won them for an astronomical price of 4 million spirit stones, setting the highest record in a century. Meng Hao's devil pill was auctioned on the 3rd day. Despite being a poison pill, it attracted little attention. However, after a pill was tested, something extraordinary happened. The cultivator who swallowed the pill's powder had their meridians destroyed and their dantian evaporated, becoming crazed and filled with murderous rage. From the attic, Meng Hao spoke in a calm voice, describing the effects of the devil pill as if he controlled the cultivator's transformation. He explained how the pill pierces the meridians, unlocks the body's potential, destroys the mind, and shatters the dantian. It then uses the soul to fuse with the spirit, creating a resolute heart that skyrockets cultivation. The name Devil Pill, meaning enter the devil, reflected the pill's nature. Meng Hao stood in the attic, calm and impassive like an alchemy devil. His words astounded the cultivators present. The poison pill sparked a new wave of frenzy at the auction, eclipsing the foundation establishment pills and establishing Meng Hao's reputation as a renowned alchemist throughout the southern domain. At the auction, an earth-shattering roar reverberated. A cultivator in his 30s erupted with an overwhelming baleful aura that enveloped him in a cloud of black chi. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with only madness and killing intent. This cultivator was merely at the foundation establishment later stage realm, but he suddenly surged to foundation establishment late stage, stunning the 100,000 cultivators present. The atmosphere in the auction hall exploded as everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated on him, including the middle-aged auctioneer. Everyone was horrified. A dan within this person's body was melting, and the medicinal vapors emanating from it alone were enough to push his strength to such an astonishing level. If the entire dan was consumed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cultivators have a lot of discussion, marveling at the dan's astonishing power. They realized that this was no poison dan, but an absolute dan that could save lives. The veteran dan masters responsible for testing the dan's efficacy at the auction were also drawn to it. After inspection, their expressions changed dramatically, and they exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible." The dan masters' bodies trembled as they exchanged glances. Seeing the horror in each other's eyes, they shouted in unison, "This dan cannot be sold." The 100,000 cultivators were in an uproar, demanding immediate testing of the dan's efficacy. The auction house had no choice but to invite 7 head furnace dan masters from the Danding lineage. After the dan masters examined the dan, they were all greatly shocked. They each took out their own dan furnaces and ignited one to represent 1/10 of the efficacy. Unbelievably, all 7 dan furnaces lit up, indicating that the dan had unleashed 4/10 of its efficacy. However, that was not all. 3 more head furnace dan masters arrived on the scene and ignited the 8th, 9th, and 10th dan furnaces. The 10 dan furnaces shone brightly in unison, representing that the dan had reached an astonishing 10/10 efficacy. The entire auction hall erupted into pandemonium. A dan with 10/10 efficacy was considered a masterpiece, and it had never appeared in the history of dan auctions. This dan was simply not in the same league as the foundation establishment Dao fruit that had been auctioned off earlier. The cultivators' eyes glowed with greed, and they desperately desired to obtain this dan. They were prepared to pay any price to add this peerless treasure to their collection. At the alchemy auction of the Violet Fate Sect, a 10% complete absolute pill appeared for the first time ever. The value of this devil pill was astounding. An absolute pill is a watershed in the way of alchemy. Only by refining an absolute pill can one be called a Grandmaster Alchemist. Throughout the southern domain, aside from Grandmaster Pillfiend, only 2 other Grandmasters were capable of refining absolute pills. The gazes of 100,000 cultivators were like scorching flames, focused as if bewitched on the devil pill. The alchemists and acolytes of the Pill East branch were shocked, and the disciples of the Violet Chi branch were left dumbstruck. The auction house was a tumult of noise, and the 10 primary furnace alchemists were wide-eyed and short of breath. The middle-aged auctioneer was trembling with excitement, never having imagined that he would be the one to personally handle a 10% complete absolute pill. However, he could not help but look back on his earlier blasphemy against the devil pill with regret. When someone called out an opening bid of 500,000 000 spirit stones. The auction house erupted in a frenzy. The Dao Mountain sect exclaimed that they would pay 1,000,000 spirit stones to acquire the pill. The cultivators understood that even if they could not fully decipher the secret recipe of herbs and plants contained within the absolute pill, simply obtaining a shred of knowledge could vastly improve their sect's alchemy skills. The atmosphere in the auction house was so heated that it almost came to blows. The middle-aged auctioneer could no longer control the situation and did not dare to utter a single word of refusal. Finally, a cultivator called out, "Who refined this pill?" The auction house fell into sudden silence. The cultivators realized that the favor of the alchemist who had refined this pill could be immensely valuable to their sects. The middle-aged auctioneer explained that the pill had been refined by an alchemist of the Pill East branch who did not wish to reveal their identity. It was true that it had been made by a single alchemist. The 100,000 cultivators were shocked and speechless, finding it inconceivable that a mere alchemist could refine a 10% complete absolute pill. The alchemist's imprint was a cauldron, later giving rise to the name Cauldron Alchemist Grand Master. This title was immediately acknowledged by all the cultivators, and the name Cauldron from then on rose to prominence. Just as the auction house reached its peak of excitement, a violet light flashed from the center of the room and Master Violet Furnace slowly emerged. The 10 primary furnace alchemists bowed respectfully, addressing him as Violet Furnace Master, and exuded a gentle medicinal fragrance. And Meng Hao's gaze fell upon him for a moment longer. At a purple pavilion elixir auction, an enigmatic cultivator from beyond the sect, Meng Hao, caused a sensation with his created demonification pill. Purple Furnace Alchemist and Zhao personally appeared at the auction and confirmed that the elixir was a unique formless pill created by Meng Hao in a state of alchemical enlightenment. As the auction price continued to rise, Purple Furnace Alchemist and Zhao purchased the demonification pill with 200 million spirit stones, declaring that the Purple Pavilion sect would not let such a pill fall into the hands of others. However, Meng Hao, learning of the auction, was shocked and furious when he did not receive the spirit stones. Realizing that his 200 million spirit stones had been swallowed by Alchemist Pillghost. Alchemist Pillghost was a highly respected alchemist in the Purple Pavilion sect. With an extraordinary status, Meng Hao could not directly demand the money from him. In desperation, Meng Hao could only pin his hopes on Alchemist Pillghost's conscience and the reputation of the sect, awaiting the arrival of the spirit stones. However, as time passed and Meng Hao still received no word, his anger burned within him. But he was helpless to do anything. Meng Hao wrestled with the dilemma of his 200 million spirit stone fortune. While news of an unparalleled 10-extremity pill from Violet Fate's pill auction rocked Southern Domain. The extraordinary pill, crafted by the enigmatic pill Cauldron Master, sent shockwaves through the region. Speculation ran rife about the identity of this legendary pill master, with some suspecting Violet Fate's Violet Furnace Pill Master, while others whispered the existence of an unfathomably talented prodigy. As Pill Cauldron Master's reputation soared, invitations poured in from powerful sects like Azure Veil and Golden Frost, eager to recruit him as an honored guest. Within Violet Fate, the topic was debated fervently, and despite suspicions cast upon Meng Hao, his current achievements fell short of the Pill Cauldron Master's glory. The Pill East lineage believed it was their Violet Furnace Pill Master in disguise. Dan Mo remained unmoved, forbidding any investigations, effectively erasing all traces of the matter. Meng Hao, haunted by the lost fortune, yearned for it incessantly. His lifelong dream of becoming wealthy had tantalized him with its proximity but remained unattainable. Time progressed, and Pill Cauldron Master's fame continued to grow, earning him the unofficial title of Southern Domain's 4th Pill Master. While imitations of his pills began to circulate, the true Pill Cauldron Master remained elusive. Bai Yunlai held Meng Hao in awe, realizing his true identity as Pill Cauldron Master. Chu Yuyan, captivated by the pill's extraordinary aura, began to imagine the enigmatic figure behind it. As Meng Hao continued his alchemy, news of a commotion within the Pill East lineage reached him. Great Master Shan Zhu of Golden Frost, one of Southern Domain's 3 great pill masters, had arrived seeking an audience with Violet Fate. Intrigued, Meng Hao led the delegation to welcome him. Ziyang sect received a visit from Jinhan sect, causing a commotion within the sect. Jinhan sect's protector Tang Shikang, alchemy master Shan Zhu, and other high-ranking cultivators arrived and met with Ziyang sect's Wu Dingchu of the Purple Qi lineage. and Zhao of the Dandong lineage, and Lin Hailong. Master Shanju stated that their goal was to meet Ziyang Sect's alchemy ghost master. Lin Hailong declined Shanju's request, saying that the alchemy ghost master was indisposed. Shanju then asked to meet the alchemy master who had recently gained fame in the southern region. Lin Hailong replied that the alchemy master would appear if interested. Shanju reminisced about betraying Ziyang Sect and expressed his gratitude and guilt towards the sect. Lin Hailong denounced Shanju's treachery, accusing him of forgetting the sect's kindness. Shanju explained that his decision to leave was due to a different perspective on alchemy. Pursuing Dharma pills, Shanju presented a golden elixir, demonstrating its power as a Dharma pill. The elixir contained a fusion of plants, generating a formidable aura. It could not be consumed but could be used as a magic treasure. Shanju asked Lin Hailong to examine the Dharma pill, hoping to convince him to introduce him to the alchemy master. The atmosphere grew tense as Ziyang Sect disciples watched intently. Meng Hao was also present, pondering over Shanju's words about the realm of alchemy. At the Purple Cauldron Sect's alchemy conference, Elder Lin Hailong of Pill East dismissively rejected the opponent's unorthodox pill recipe, while Dharma Protector Tang Shikang of Golden Gale Sect showcased an ancient soul condensation 10th layer ecstasy pill. Shanju proposed a challenge if Pill East could refine a pill that Li Fugi could not shatter with his bite. He would hand over the pill recipe. If Pill East failed, they would have to invite their master to appraise the ecstasy pill. Forced to accept, Lin Hailong tasked his alchemists, but their pills were easily shattered by Li Fugi. Seeing defeat imminent, Lin Hailong declared that anyone who created a pill that Li Fugi could not shatter would become a master alchemist. This announcement spurred the Pill East alchemists into action, including Meng Hao. They yearned for the promotion, though he knew it might bring disparagement from the other master alchemists. Meng Hao weighed the pros and cons and decided to participate in the challenge, silently apologizing to Li Fugi while resolving to seize this hard-won opportunity. At a gathering of the Dandong lineage, Elder Lin Hailong declares that the title of Main Furnace will be bestowed upon the alchemist. Hundreds of alchemists rush to the mountaintop plaza upon hearing the news. Lin Hailong's move is intended to draw out the legendary Grand Master of Pill Cauldron, who has hidden himself for a long time. Chu Yuyan and Anzihai are aware of the true identity of the Grand Master of Pill Cauldron, but only Master Pill Ghost remains silent, aware of its significance. Anzihai understands that the true Grand Master is Meng Hao, but this secret must not be shared. A boastful fat man named Li Fugi flaunts his sharp teeth, claiming to be able to break apart any pill. The alchemists respond by refining pills to challenge him, but none succeed. The fat man goes so far as to break a spirit stone with his teeth, astonishing everyone. At the fat man's moment of greatest pride, Meng Hao steps forward, offering to try his hand at refining a pill. Upon seeing Meng Hao, the fat man's demeanor softens, and he agrees to bite the pill 5 times before it breaks. Meng Hao gathers the herbs and assumes a solemn expression. At the critical moment, he adds powder from the dried, hardened hide of a hide jelly. This powder is incredibly strong, making it impossible for the fat man to bite through it. Meng Hao hands the completed black pill to the fat man, who places it in his mouth. With the first bite, he pretends to struggle to crush it, but with the second bite, his heart skips a beat. The pill remains intact, as if it possesses elasticity. The fat man grows anxious, summoning 80 of his power, but the pill still remains unyielding. He pretends to be calm and refuses to admit defeat. Meng Hao observes the fat man's performance with sympathy and remorse, realizing that he may have wronged Li Fugi. During the pill refinement competition, the overweight Li Fugi tried his best, but he was unable to break apart the pills refined by Meng Hao. When the desperate Li Fugi learned that there was a spicy flavor added to the pill which made him shudder, he immediately cried and became indignant. Meng Hao felt guilty and proactively reminded Li Fugi that the next pill would be spicier, scaring the little fatty into not daring to bite it. Under Li Fugi's resentful gaze, Meng Hao helplessly retracted the pill. Great Master Shanju became interested in Meng Hao's pill and asked to examine it, but Meng Hao refused based on the rules of the Pill East lineage. Seeing this, Lin Hailong's expression relaxed and his smile carried a hint of appreciation. From that moment on, Great Master Shanju was convinced and acknowledged Meng Hao's victory. Lin Hailong announced that Meng Hao would become the primary alchemist, which made everyone from the Pill East lineage overjoyed. Great Master Shan Zhu was filled with emotion and predicted that the Pill East lineage would certainly thrive in the future. However, he was also worried that a new traitor might appear in the Pill East lineage. As the Golden Frost sect left, Li Fuge's miserable demeanor made Meng Hao feel guilty. He realized that the spicy flavor he had put in the pill for Li Fuge had inadvertently exposed his identity. Outside the Violet Fate sect, the Violet Furnace alchemist Tang Shikang and sect master Shan Zhu watched the flying shuttle vanish into the distance. Tang Shikang asked Shan Zhu in confusion why he had given the ancient divine spirit pill to someone else. Shan Zhu explained that the pill was incomplete, and that the Dan Dong lineage must have the divine spirit pill. More importantly, Shan Zhu said that his true purpose on this trip was to investigate the pill cauldron master, who was none other than the young Fang Mu from the previous pill competition. Shan Zhu's words shocked Tang Shikang. He found it hard to believe that a young boy could be a pill master. Shan Zhu went on to reveal that Fang Mu was extremely skilled at refining pills and was also knowledgeable about poison. He warned that anyone who carelessly provoked him, who had annihilated an entire sect, might meet with misfortune. Meanwhile, outside the Rebirth Cave, dozens of black-clothed cultivators appeared beside the corpse of a legendary immortal. Their auras were cold and unstable, flickering in and out of existence. They transformed into sickles and attempted to sever the corpse's neck. Suddenly, a loud bang shook the southern region, and a bloody gash appeared on the corpse's neck. The black-clothed cultivators were knocked away, their voices filled with fear. Severely injured, they fled the scene as they heard terrible news: someone had severed the immortal corpse. The news spread throughout the southern region like wildfire, causing a huge stir. The Dan Dong lineage of the Violet Fate sect also learned of the incident. But Meng Hao did not pay much attention. After advancing to become the Violet Fate sect's chief furnace alchemist, he had gained many privileges, including the opportunity to enter the immortal land. After 2 months of secluded cultivation, Meng Hao emerged from his retreat. His 6 Dao platforms had turned purple, and his aura was completely different from before. His incomplete violet chi arrives from the East cultivation method perfectly complemented the Supreme Spirit scripture, laying the foundation for him to form a violet core. Meng Hao activates purple lights in his eyes, displaying the divine abilities of purple pupil transformation and purple chi slash, demonstrating remarkable body restoration capability and destructive power, as recorded in the Violet Chi East Arrival chapter. Furthermore, he obtains the second layer of the Pill Dao regeneration technique, refining pills a second time to enhance their efficacy. Admitted into the Purple Lux sect's Dan Dong faction, Meng Hao becomes a primary potion refiner, enjoying excellent pill-making conditions and rich fundamentals. With half a year focused on potion refining and cultivation, he not only concocts numerous potions but also masters the mixing herbs technique, confusing herb combinations and making them difficult to decipher by outsiders. Meng Hao carves his cauldron imprint on the higher quality potions he manufactures in preparation for exchanging them for spiritual stones. Simultaneously, he advances his cultivation, completing a small portion of the 7th Dao platform. One day, while organizing medicinal herbs, Meng Hao learns he must lecture on plant knowledge. As a primary refiner, he shoulders the responsibility of guiding junior sect members. Despite minor incidents, Meng Hao still garners much respect and high prestige within the Dan Dong faction from disciples and potion refiners alike. In the Medicine Valley of the Dan Dong lineage, tens of thousands of medicine apprentices and alchemists congregate. An experienced alchemist, Master Zhao, is presiding over a lecture on alchemy. However, the arrival of Meng Hao, a newly appointed master, creates a disturbance. Master Zhao, who harbors a grudge against Meng Hao, dismisses his explanations and begins to target him. Undeterred, Meng Hao challenges Master Zhou's doctrines on alchemy. Meng Hao argues that Master Zhou's theories are too rigid, adhering blindly to formulas and overlooking the creativity and adaptability inherent in alchemy. He emphasizes that formulas are mere aids, and true masters should break free from rules and adjust recipes based on varying circumstances. Meng Hao's words resonate with the medicine apprentices and alchemists present, who express dissatisfaction with Master Zhou's inflexible mindset. Infuriated by Meng Hao's confrontational questioning, Master Zhou accuses him of heresy. Meng Hao counters that alchemy, by nature, involves constant innovation and rule-breaking. He suggests that Master Zhou's thinking is stifling the progress of the Dan Dong lineage. He even goes so far as to speculate that the lineage's disciples are destined to create a groundbreaking elixir in the future. Meng Hao's words enrage Master Zhao, who accuses him of being a traitor to alchemy. However, the medicine apprentices and alchemists are inspired by his ideas, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration. In the Dan-Dong lineage of the Ziyun sect, a heated argument erupted between young alchemist Meng Hao and veteran master alchemist Old Zhao. Old Zhao questioned Meng Hao's alchemy philosophy, claiming that it deviated from the established norms of alchemy. Meng Hao countered, arguing that alchemy's true essence lay in its spirituality, while Old Zhou's alchemy merely imitated the ancients and lacked innovation. On the spot, he demonstrated the correct formulas for 97 different qi condensation pills and created 20 new formulas. This astounded the apothecaries and alchemists present. Enraged, Old Zhou accused Meng Hao of desecrating alchemy. Calmly, Meng Hao pointed out that Old Zhou had used the wrong herbs, indicating flaws in his alchemy mastery. As dusk fell, the herbs in Old Zhou's hands failed to emit their seven-colored radiance, confirming Meng Hao's judgment. Meng Hao's sharp words and irrefutable evidence left Old Zhou mortified and self-questioning. The apothecary's admiration for Meng Hao soared, recognizing the originality of his alchemical insights. However, the tranquility was short-lived. A month later, Meng Hao received an invitation to serve as a guardian alchemist on an expedition to the Qing sect. While it was a customary step for alchemists to become masters, this request carried significant weight, and Meng Hao could not refuse. The invitation from the Qing sect filled Meng Hao with both excitement and trepidation. Excitement for the opportunity to hone his alchemy further, and apprehension about whether his unorthodox alchemical philosophy would be accepted by the Qing sect. Determined to venture forth, Meng Hao set out for the Qing sect, embarking on a new journey. Despite his reluctance to travel to the Qing sect, Meng Hao is compelled to accept a mission due to a massive debt to the sect. Assuming the identity of Fang, he embarks on a journey to the southern region as an alchemist. Accompanied by Zhou Decan, an alchemist from the Ziyun sect with whom he had previous quarrels. During his journey, Meng Hao encounters Zhou Jia, who 5 years ago had challenged the Qing sect's young master, now a Qing sect elder. Meng Hao senses a strange change in Zhou Jia. Upon learning that Qing sect has assigned Zhou Decan to lecture on alchemy while he is responsible for refining pills, Meng Hao remains composed and avoids conflict with Zhou Decan. As the ship approaches Qing sect, the sect's purple ancestor unexpectedly welcomes them, indicating a high level of importance. The purple ancestor praises Zhou Decan and expresses respect for Meng Hao. Han Bei, a core disciple of the Qing sect, gazes at Meng Hao with curiosity upon their encounter. While conversing with the Qing sect members, Meng Hao suddenly receives a message from the ancient spirit sealing jade in his mind. The jade warns him of a remnant soul within the Qing sect attempting to seize a body and return to life, and that only the spirit sealing master's blood fusion can prevent it. After Meng Hao arrives at the Qing clan with his group, he exchanges greetings with the clan members. The clan elder, Elder Zhou, is surprised by Meng Hao's disrespectful behavior. As they prepare to enter the clan, Masters Li and Chen, alchemists from the Jin Han clan's Dan realm branch, arrive early, attracting attention from the Qing clan. Master Chen insults Meng Hao, claiming that his reputation as the head furnace of the Dan Dong branch is undeserved and mocking him for only the attire of a head furnace. Meng Hao deftly counters, pointing out that Master Chen's reputation is obscure, which is why he has never heard of him. After the banquet, Meng Hao is assigned to rest at the Qingying Peak. He ponders over the evasiveness of Han Bei earlier, suspecting that she may be hiding a secret. Meng Hao also notices that Zhou Ji's behavior differs from what he remembers, causing unease within him. The words of the monster trapping ancient jade continue to echo in Meng Hao's mind, casting doubts on his past and identity. Meng Hao decides to maintain his disguise and be cautious within the Qing clan while searching for senior sister Xu and investigating the changes in Zhou Jia. Early in the morning, Meng Hao walks through the Qing sect, greeting disciples along the mountain path. He notices a core formation cultivator, standing next to the Violet Luo ancestor, giving a lecture in the square, and feels a creeping sense of familiarity. Han Bei approaches to invite him to tour the sect, her words laced with tension. Meng Hao picks up on her unease, speculating her connection to the Dan Dong lineage. Wandering through the Qing sect, Meng Hao encounters the elder giving the lecture, confirming him to be the core formation cultivator by Violet Luo's side. The elder signals Han Bei to take Meng Hao away, which she reluctantly does. Meng Hao uses this opportunity to eavesdrop on the elder's sermon about the Qing Luo sect's cultivation techniques and becomes intrigued by Han Bei's background. While conversing with Han Bei, Meng Hao intentionally brings up the Dan Dong lineage, noticing how her nervousness betrays her forced composure, further solidifying his suspicions. Through a jade scroll given to him by Han Bei, Meng Hao gains access to a map of the Qing Luo sect. Identifying restricted areas, midday strikes, and Meng Hao hears a roar from the foot of the Qing Luo mountain. Accompanied by a tremor, rushing to the source, he sees a disheveled cultivator with vacant eyes charging forth, maniacally chanting, "Kill me!" Recognizing the cultivator as Zhou Jia, the Qing Luo sect's holy son, Meng Hao investigates. By the time other Qing Luo disciples arrive, Zhou Jia has fallen into a frenzy. The dignity of the sect is at stake, and a fierce battle ensues. Meng Hao witnesses cultivators of the Azure Lotus sect pursuing Zhou Jia. Zhou fiercely fights back, forcing 5 core formation cultivators to retreat, his cultivation soaring. The ancient demon sealing jade informs him that Zhou's body has been possessed by remnant soul, leading to his transformative experience. Violet Rock Patriarch appears and takes Zhou away, informing Meng Hao that Zhou has lost his mind while cultivating and has become a demon. Meng Hao recalls his past competition with Zhou and is astonished. Afterward, he returns to his attic to begin refining pills. While activating medicinal herbs, Meng Hao has a revelation. Realizing the similarities between the violet intent art of the Pill East lineage and the refinement of time from the Han family, Meng Hao retrieves the jade slip of the refinement of time and compares it to the violet intent art. Discovering that they originate from the same divine ability, he speculates that the jade slip swallowed by Pai Dong may contain the violet intent activation technique. To verify his hypothesis, Meng Hao risks exposing his cultivation, utilizing the Furnace Lord token in his power of transformation to activate the violet intent art to its peak. As expected, the spring-autumn wood germinates under the activation of the violet intent art. Meng Hao immediately casts the Seal of Ages technique, sealing 1 year of time power into the spring-autumn wood. After successful verification, Meng Hao believes that with continuous activation, he can refine a time treasure containing the power of 10 Jiazi cycles of time. Its power and uses filling him with anticipation. At the alchemy meeting in the Azure Silk sect, Meng Hao encounters Chen Jiaxi and Li Yiming of the Pil Dao lineage. He notices that Chen Jiaxi has the Hanbei bloodline, leading him to suspect a hidden secret. He also speculates that Zhou Jia, also of the Pil Dao lineage, may have been possessed by remnant soul. The alchemy session begins, with Chen Jiaxi and Li Yiming giving speeches to overshadow the Pil Eastern lineage. Despite conflicts between Meng Hao and Zhou Decan, they unite against the external threat and discuss alchemy. Resonating with many present, Zhou Decan explains alchemy on the stage. But Chen Jiaxi suddenly questions him about the meaning of square and round. Zhou Decan's response is confused, and Chen Jiaxi relentlessly attacks. The Azure Silk sect cultivators react strangely, and even nascent soul cultivators like Ancestor Purple Silk do not intervene, allowing the conflict between the Pil Eastern and Pil Dao lineages to escalate. A competition of alchemy looms. Meng Hao astutely detects the Pil Dao lineage's plan to follow the alchemy session with a refining competition. Intending to overwhelm the Pil Eastern lineage with their superior skills, the Green Luo sect in the southern region invited the Dandong and Danji lineages to lecture on alchemy. However, Chen Jiaxi and Li Yiming of the Danji lineage were confrontational with Zhou Decan, the main furnace of the Dandong lineage, intending to use this as an opportunity to gain fame. They believed that Zhou Decan's theory of roundness was too conservative, and advocated that one should adapt to the surroundings, like the changing flow of water. Zhou Decan insisted that roundness represented the foundation of alchemy, and that it should remain unchanged amidst change. However, Chen Jiaxi's rebuttal caught Zhou Decan off guard, pointing out that he had confined himself to a stagnant pool of unchangeability, lacking new insights into alchemy. Chen Jiaxi then proposed the theory of yin-yang, sun and moon, arguing that the alchemy furnace was like the blazing sun, and the formula was like the bright moon, with the sun and moon melting and refining all things. Just as Zhou Decan was on the verge of being cornered, Meng Hao of the Dandong lineage appeared, Meng Hao questioned Chen Jiaxi's theory of yin-yang, sun, and moon, pointing out that both the alchemy furnace and the formula were created by predecessors, not naturally occurring. He believed that the sun and the moon were just two among countless stars in the sky, and the true roundness was the universe containing everything. Meng Hao's rebuttal was extremely sharp, directly suppressing Chen Jiaxi's momentum. He proposed the theory of the starlit furnace, arguing that the starry sky was the true furnace, capable of refining the sun, moon, and time itself. Chen Jiaxi's theory of yin-yang, sun, and moon paled in comparison to Meng Hao's theory of the starlit furnace. In the end, the Danji lineage's provocation ended in failure, and the reputation of the Dandong lineage was preserved. The disciples of the Green Luo sect were deeply impressed by Meng Hao's words and paid him homage. With his outstanding insights into alchemy, Meng Hao's reputation in the southern region's alchemy world soared. In the plaza of the Azure Mist sect, Meng Hao astounds the crowd with his groundbreaking speech. He refutes Chen Jiaxi's belief in adaptability for alchemists, emphasizing that only an unwavering heart can encompass countless transformations. Meng Hao proclaims that one's body is the cauldron, and one's mind is the recipe. Through inner and outer harmony, one can refine all things in the world into elixirs. This is the true path of alchemy. Chen Jiaxi, defeated by Meng Hao's words, challenges him to a rematch in alchemy out of anger and humiliation. Meng Hao accepts the challenge with a cold demeanor, vowing to defeat Chen Jiaxi with his sharp wit. The plaza falls into silence as countless disciples of the Azure Mist sect are deeply moved by Meng Hao's speech. Nascent soul cultivators, including Violet Mist Ancestor, also acknowledge Meng Hao's concept of alchemy, marveling at his boundless potential. Unfazed by Chen Jiaxi's provocation, Meng Hao declares his body as the cauldron and his mind as the recipe. As an alchemist with unwavering conviction, he proclaims to Chen Jiaxi that he will use his mastery of alchemy to utterly defeat him. The atmosphere in the plaza grows tense with anticipation as a fierce alchemical duel is about to unfold. During the Grand Alchemy Lecture of the Azure Cloud Sect, Meng Hao and Chen Jiaxi engaged in a duel of botanical attainments. With the ancient relic Withered Wood of Springtime in his possession, Chen Jiaxi was confident of his victory. Unmoved, Meng Hao also produced a Withered Wood of Springtime. Both summoned their spiritual senses, transforming their knowledge of botanicals into new buds blossoming on the withered wood. After an incense stick burned out, Chen Jiaxi's wood had sprouted 3 buds, while Meng Hao's astonishingly had 9. Subsequently, a flower bud appeared on Meng Hao's wood, blooming into a pristine white flower, representing the pinnacle of million-time botanical accompaniment. Chen Jiaxi was left in disbelief, his heart pierced as by a sharp blade. Meng Hao's wood then proceeded to bloom blossom after blossom, until the 10th emerged, a symbol of 10 million time accompaniment. Spectators such as Zhou Decan were astounded at the spectacle, exclaiming monstrous. Meng Hao inquired, "Need we continue this duel?" In a fit of frenzy, Chen Jiaxi proposed an identify elixir by scent trial. They wagered that all recognized elixirs would belong to the other party. Chen Jiaxi produced elixir after elixir, all of which Meng Hao effortlessly identified by formula. A mere quarter of an incense stick later, Chen Jiaxi had gifted Meng Hao close to 100 different elixirs, while he himself resembled a deflated ball. Crestfallen, as the agonizing wait dragged on, Chen Jiaxi painfully handed over nearly 100 medicinal pills, his body trembling, his face as pale as death, his heart filled with utter despair. Witnessing Meng Hao effortlessly identify each pill, Chen Jiaxi's confidence crumbled, realizing he could no longer deny Meng Hao's profound pharmaceutical knowledge. Should Meng Hao attempt to concoct pills himself, Chen Jiaxi's reputation would be utterly ruined. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's brilliant performance had left the disciples of the Azure Cloud Sect in awe. His mastery of herbology, alchemy, and identification was unparalleled, astounding them all. As Chen Jiaxi presented his 124th pill, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Meng Hao and chillingly proposed a wager. "If you can decipher the recipe for this pill, I will concede defeat and pay you obeisance in the future. If you cannot, merely return the pills I lost earlier." Zhou Decan, fearing Meng Hao's impulsive nature, hastily intervened, protesting that Chen Jiaxi's introduction of an ancient pill was unfair. However, Chen Jiaxi expressed unwavering confidence, asserting that the recipe for this pill was long lost, making it impossible to identify. Meng Hao decisively accepted, receiving the jade box from Chen Jiaxi's hands, leaving Zhou Decan anxious, Li Yiming elated, and Chen Jiaxi secretly scoffing. This ancient pill was the result of his emptying his coffers, and he was convinced Meng Hao would be unable to decipher it. As the jade box opened, a crimson light enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by ethereal music and the graceful dance of a child's silhouette. The Azure Cloud sect gasped in amazement, and the three Violet Cloud's ancestors were astonished. Zhou Decan exclaimed, "Primal Heaven Mending Pill, the legendary pill that can extend life by 1,000 years." Li Yiming was filled with excitement, while Chen Jiaxi beamed with pride, confident that Meng Hao could not identify the recipe. "Master Fang, this Primal Heaven Mending Pill, do you happen to know its recipe?" Chen Jiaxi inquired. A hush fell over the assembly as all eyes converged upon the jade box in Meng Hao's hands. At this moment, Meng Hao slowly raised his head, his gaze falling upon Chen Jiaxi's face, his thoughts inscrutable. During the examination of the alchemy sect, Meng Hao from the Medicine King sect and Chen Jiaxi from the Qingla sect engaged in an intense gambling match. Chen Jiaxi presented an ancient elixir and asked Meng Hao to identify its recipe. However, after thorough observation, Meng Hao detected something unusual about the elixir. He pointed out that the outer layer of the elixir was over 1,000 years old. The middle layer was about 700 years old, and the inner layer was only about 200 years old. Moreover, the inner layer contained traces of 17 different herbs, all within 200 years old. Meng Hao questioned the authenticity of the elixir, suggesting that it might be a poison pill. Chen Jiaxi was furious and insisted that it was not, consuming it on the spot. 3 breaths later, Chen Jiaxi suffered severe pain as his 7 orifices bled. His meridians reversed, and his qi and blood flowed backward. Meng Hao's assessment was accurate. It was a poison pill. The crowd was astonished, and Zhou Decan felt somewhat embarrassed. Meng Hao saved the dying Chen Jiaxi, but he admitted that he was also feeling overwhelmed with excitement. Ultimately, with his astute judgment and profound knowledge of alchemy, Meng Hao exposed Chen Jiaxi's scheme and won the contest. At the Qingla sect's alchemy competition, Meng Hao unexpectedly starts refining a pill, publicly saving Chen Jiaxi, who is on the brink of death from accidentally swallowing a toxic pill. Meng Hao incorporates a drop of Chen Jiaxi's blood into the pill during the process to expel the toxins. The pink pill Meng Hao refines flies into Chen Jiaxi's mouth like lightning. But his body undergoes a shocking transformation. His hair rapidly turns white, and his skin shrivels, as if he instantly aged 100 years. His cultivation also rapidly dissipates. However, the toxins are expelled, and Chen Jiaxi's vitality slowly reappears. He coughs up a pill the size of a fingernail, the one Meng Hao refined. The ancestor Zi Luo seizes the pill, but Meng Hao demands it back. Meng Hao realizes that Chen Jiaxi swallowed a half-finished toxic pill instead of the complete heaven-mending pill and discovers that the toxic pill contains the power of time. He learns that Chen Jiaxi's physical transformation is a reversal of the power of time. And if he survives this, the toxic pill will melt and have the effect of the complete heaven-mending pill. Meng Hao's refined pill is just a diversion. Its real purpose to taint the toxic pill, preventing the ancestor Zi Luo and others from suspecting it. He keeps the toxic pill, intending to use it as a reference for refining treasures of time. A few days later, Zhou Decan is widely honored within the Qingla sect, while Meng Hao secretly searches for senior sister Zhu's whereabouts. One evening, he spots a familiar figure on the edge of the Qingla sect, Xu Qing. Dressed in green, she stands on a stone platform on the mountainside, her expression lost, as if she is about to vanish with the wind. Meng Hao gazes at Xu Qing on the mountain peak. Her face is haggard and her eyes are vacant, as if her soul has been taken. Her pale skin is ashen, and a wound on her forehead and wrist suggest an unknown catastrophe. Meng Hao's heart aches as he realizes the truth behind the possession. The underground of the Qing Luo sect hides countless remnants of souls, waiting for the chance to seize the bodies of cultivators and return to the world of the living. And within Xu Qing's body reside 3 Soul Shiron, a remnant from the Qing Luo sect, and the spirit of the Han family ancestor. Possession by remnants crosses Meng Hao's bottom line. He steps forward, but the world before him changes. The Qing Luo sect becomes the underworld, filled with black mist and surrounded by remnants. A sinister shadow forms behind Xu Qing, its voice cold as it questions Meng Hao's identity. Meng Hao conceals his awareness, feigning ignorance, and uses the 8th seal of the demon seal to glimpse the location of the remnant. He realizes that to save Xu Qing, he must get close to her, but also avoid attracting attention. After much deliberation, Meng Hao decides to ask Purple Luo Ancestor for the 10,000 refining furnace in an undisturbed environment to refine a soul refining pill. Purple Luo Ancestor grants Meng Hao's request and rewards him with spirit stones. Meng Hao feigns doubt, but inwardly rejoices. He plans to use the time spent refining pills to find an opportunity to approach Xu Qing and discover a way to save her. He must proceed with utmost caution to avoid revealing his true intentions. On the Qingying peak of the Qingla sect, Alchemy Master Fang Mu is commissioned by Ancestor Zilu to refine the crucial soul condensation pill. Ancestor Zilu reveals that 13 core disciples of the sect, due to practicing a secret technique, have suffered soul damage and require Fang Mu to refine the soul pill for them. Fang Mu treats the matter with caution and meticulously examines the medicinal herbs and alchemy furnace provided by the Qingla sect. Discovering a precious myriad refinement furnace, he decides to first refine a soul fusion pill to understand the extent of core disciple Huang Zhongshi's soul damage. After some preparation, Fang Mu successfully refines the soul fusion pill and administers it to Huang Zhongshi. Huang Zhongshi's body trembles. He lets out a piercing scream, and a black and white aura erupts from his heavenly spirit. Fang Mu discovers that within Huang Zhongshi's body lies a trace of deathly qi that is consuming his life force. Fang Mu conjectures that Huang Zhongshi was seized by a remnant soul. But an accident occurred during the process, upsetting the equilibrium. To save Huang Zhongshi, Fang Mu decides to attempt refining a bloodline pill to reshape his corrupted bloodline and lay the foundation for his nascent spirit and soul. With the assistance of the Qingla sect disciples, Fang Mu obtains the blood of 3 generations of Huang Zhongshi's ancestors and crafts the bloodline pill. Subsequently, he brings Huang Zhongshi into the attic, raises a barrier, and commences refining the soul condensation pill. While refining the soul condensation pill, Fang Mu harbors a concealed killing intent. He realizes that the remnant soul that seized Huang Zhongshi is feeble and requires merging its consciousness with his blood to regain vitality. This move would put Huang Zhongshi's life and death in Fang Mu's hands. Meng Hao uses his exceptional alchemy skills to heal the 12 so-called little ancestors of the Violet Flame sect who have been possessed by living corpses. He utilizes his own blood and monster Sealess blood to create pills that temporarily balance the disparity of their remnant souls. But his ultimate aim is to seize control of those remnant souls. Premier Violet Ancestor Zi Luo and 2 others of the Violet Flame sect hope to use Meng Hao's powers to cure the remaining remnant souls, thereby completing their mission. Meng Hao seizes this opportunity to acquire a vast quantity of medicinal plants and blood from the 3 ancestors. And he also discovers the hidden 3rd soul within Han Bei. Han Bei initially doubts Meng Hao, but he sees through her schemes and compels the Han family's 3rd soul to owe him a favor. The last of the Violet Flame sect's remnant souls, Xu Qing, is brought in, and her soul injury is especially severe. Meng Hao adds a drop of his own cultivation lifeblood to the pill, which gives him the ability to control Xu Qing's soul. Xu Qing is initially skeptical of the pill but eventually swallows it under duress. By this time, countless remnant souls have gathered outside Xu Qing's cave, awaiting the outcome. Xu Qing's remnant soul struggles with the body's remaining soul, and ultimately Xu Qing's remnant soul prevails, regaining control of her body. However, Meng Hao has already taken control of her remnant soul, dashing the hopes of the Violet Flame sect. Xu Qing has become a pawn in Meng Hao's plans, awaiting his next move. As the pill entered her body, Meng Hao's spiritual force flowed into Xu Qing's body. The dormant phoenix ancestor's soul was jolted, and a sense of crisis descended. However, Meng Hao's spiritual force, in an almost devouring manner, suppressed the warning of the phoenix ancestor's soul and silently began to nourish Xu Qing's restless spirit. As it turned out, Meng Hao's purpose was to let Xu Qing devour the phoenix ancestor's soul, thereby allowing her to be reborn. In this invisible contest, Meng Hao, through his alchemy, placed a beauty pill from the pill into Xu Qing's hand. Upon seeing the beauty pill, Xu Qing was moved and came to understand Meng Hao's identity. In the meantime, Xu Qing had integrated 12 souls from the Azure tribe, increasing her power significantly, but her personality had also become more sinister. However, after reuniting with Meng Hao, beneath her sinister exterior, she concealed her joy and sense of belonging towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao and Xu Qing conversed briefly on the mountaintop, reminiscing about the past. Xu Qing saw Meng Hao off and set up a barrier around her, blocking residual souls from approaching. This parting, she did not know when they would meet again. Under the moonlight, Xu Qing watched Meng Hao leave. Her smile was as gentle as water, an eternal memory in Meng Hao's heart. After 5 years of seclusion, Meng Hao embarks on his first expedition and encounters a sudden attack in the barren ridge. Zhao Decan, the Furnace Lord Pill Master accompanying him, is besieged by men in black. Sensing danger, Meng Hao intervenes and resolves Zhao Decan's crisis. The appearance of Meng Hao attracts the attention of the men in black. But instead of fleeing, he decides to confront them. He unsheathes 2 long-forgotten wooden swords, and their blades pierce the foreheads of 2 of the men with lightning speed. He then pinches his fingers into an incantation and releases a series of palm strikes, bombarding the men in black. Seeing Meng Hao's strength, the men in black split into 2 groups, one surrounding Meng Hao and the other chasing after the fleeing Zhao Decan. Meng Hao's robes emit a light, enabling him to vanish instantly, evading the men's pursuit. In mid-air, a skinny nascent soul cultivator battling with a cultivator from the Golden Frost Sect notices Meng Hao's actions, scoffs, and transforms into a rainbow, pursuing Zhao Decan. The remaining men in black head straight for Meng Hao. A cold smile appears on Meng Hao's lips. After 5 years without taking action, the men in black before him are already dead in his eyes. His cultivation erupts and he prepares for a massacre, vowing to use poison and pills as weapons to send these men to hell. Meng Hao, the master furnace alchemist, is ambushed by dozens of men in black. Rather than fleeing from the superior force, he launches a counterattack with overwhelming killing intent. He pierces through the head of a black-clad man with his poison wood sword, triggering a lethal explosion that consumes the nearby figures. Vines emerge, providing cover for Meng Hao. Meng Hao activates 6 perfect Dao platforms, with the 7th nearing completion. His blood finger releases an intimidating aura that strikes terror into the hearts of the black-clad men. He pierces through their masks with his fingers, destroying their Dao platforms and killing them instantly. A black-clad figure enshrouded in blood mist attempts to impede Meng Hao's attacks with a secret technique. But Meng Hao bursts through the mist with a knee strike and snaps the figure's neck. He unleashes a thunder mist, vanquishing the surrounding black-clad men. When 11 black-clad figures besiege him, Meng Hao scatters a deadly powder that he ignites with a fireball, creating an all-consuming green inferno. The black-clad men are reduced to ashes in the flames. From afar, a blue-faced cultivator in the core formation realm witnesses Meng Hao's horrifying display of power. Recognizing him, the blue-faced cultivator gives chase. His core formation energy manifests as a rock, pursuing Meng Hao with incredible speed. Undeterred by the core formation cultivator's pursuit, Meng Hao utilizes the mobility provided by his master furnace robe to escape. He retrieves the As You Wish flute and prepares to activate it, intending to elevate his cultivation and defend against his powerful pursuer. In the freezing coldness of the desolate expanse, Meng Hao was chased by a blue-faced cultivator. The cultivator had already condensed his Dan Qi, possessing formidable strength that put Meng Hao in a crisis. Meng Hao used the sublimation robe's 3 teleports to escape, but the blue-faced cultivator used the illusory sword shadow stimulated by his Dan Qi to trace Meng Hao's teleportation, closing in on him again and again. At the critical moment, Meng Hao produced the life-saving jade pendant of the sword sect's ancestor Zhou Yanyan, blocking the deadly strike of the Dan Qi sword shadow. Then, Meng Hao cast the formidable 8th forbidden technique of demonic seal, sealing the blue-faced cultivator's cultivation, and released venomous mist and blood seals to attack. However, the blue-faced cultivator was after all a nascent soul cultivator. He soon broke free from the restraint of demonic seal and destroyed Meng Hao's attacks. Meng Hao suffered serious injuries, but he fought desperately. When the blue-faced cultivator was clearing the venomous mist, he used the purple eyes transformation to rapidly recover from his injuries. Just when the blue-faced cultivator's Dan Qi was about to recover, Meng Hao activated the Ruyi seal and teleported away from the battlefield. The blue-faced cultivator rushed out, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as Meng Hao escaped. The blue-faced cultivator, whose pill energy was destroyed, escaped from Meng Hao's grasp, leaving him filled with resentment and murderous intent. After a month of recovery from his desperate escape, Meng Hao's injuries had healed. driven by hatred for the blue-faced cultivator and a desire to increase his power. Meng Hao decided to refine a cauldron of congealing realm pills, which would allow him to open up his Dao platform in one fell swoop. After many days of effort and failures, he finally succeeded in refining the pill. After consuming the congealing realm pill, Meng Hao's 7th Dao platform solidified rapidly, and he broke through to the late foundation establishment stage within a month. Unsatisfied, he continued his cultivation and opened up his 7th Dao platform to 80% while also partially opening up his 8th Dao platform. Meanwhile, a conflict erupted between the Mo Inc race and the Southern Domain, resulting in the disappearance of several alchemists. The Violet Fate Sect and the Golden Frost Sect dispatched their ancestors to investigate in Mo Inc race territory, but returned empty-handed. A mysterious Dao well appeared in Mo Inc race territory, showing visions of Foundation establishment cultivators breaking through to the core formation realm. This Dao well caused a sensation among Foundation establishment cultivators in the Southern Domain. Zhou Jia, the son of the Qing Luo Sect's sect master, used it to break through to the core formation realm, astounding the world. Meng Hao, however, was focused on cultivating in seclusion, seeking to increase his strength and prepare for his revenge against the blue-faced cultivator. In the southern region, Foundation establishment cultivators stirred due to the ancient Dao well, with geniuses gathering in the west to compete. Xu Qing, a core disciple of the Green Lu sect, defeated the Taoist son of the Li family, gaining fame in a single battle. Wang Lihai, the Taoist son of the Wang family, and Han Shandao, the first of the 7 sons of the One Sword sect, gained enlightenment from the Dao well. Song Yanshu, the Taoist son of the Song family, and Chen Fan, one of the 7 sons of the One Sword sect, fought fiercely, resulting in a draw, with Chen Fan rising to prominence. Li Shiki, the Taoist son of the Blood Demon sect, clashed with a mountain spirit, fighting evenly, and both gained insights afterwards. The Taoist son of the King Frost sect faced off against Wang Yukai, losing an arm in the bloody battle. Wang Tongfei, the genius of the Wang family, gained enlightenment from the Dao well, breaking through to the late stage of Foundation establishment. Amidst this tumultuous time in the west, Meng Hao in the Lonely Mountain was at a critical moment in his breakthrough. The 8th Dao platform in his body was about to bloom, but he had exhausted all of his medicinal pills. On a rainy night, geniuses from the One Sword sect and the Blood Demon sect engaged in a fight outside the Lonely Mountain. The crackling thunder awakening the meditating Meng Hao. His eyes opened, emitting a shocking light, causing his cave to tremble and the rain to pause. The 2 geniuses sensing imminent danger, their expressions changed wildly. They coughed up blood and rapidly fled. Meng Hao uttered a thunderous scram, reverberating in all directions, sealing the area 10 miles around. The 2 geniuses, terrified, escaped in horror, their minds reeling at the enigmatic figure's terrifying aura. 3 days later, Meng Hao's cave emitted purple light, persisting for several hours before dissipating. He had fully recovered, his form exuding a tempestuous force. Though he appeared still, he exuded an overwhelming aura that shook the heavens and the earth. After a lengthy seclusion, 8 Dao platforms rotate vibrantly within Meng Hao's body, and his spiritual energy far surpasses that of the past. He realizes that developing a 9th Dao platform cannot be achieved through elixirs alone but requires an opportunity. Determined to progress further, he retrieves the spring and autumn wood, utilizing its catalytic power and age-locking art to cultivate it. However, only after numerous failures and the backlash of time does Meng Hao finally refine the spring and autumn wood containing the years of a sexagenary cycle. By this time, Meng Hao has exhausted his spirit stones, but his unwavering determination remains. He uses his blood and blood from 3 generations of ancestors to refine 5 minor accomplishment blood bodies. Using the skin of a skin jelly as a sacrificial item, the southern domain's Dao well erupts, and many gifted individuals sense a breakthrough. Li Shiki and Li Dao step into the nascent soul stage one after another, causing a great stir. After 1 year of seclusion, Meng Hao emerges from his cave abode, ready to confront the world and incite an opportunity to advance his cultivation through combat. His battle prowess can no longer be measured by that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. He is determined to comprehend the Dao through battle, astounding the world. For 7 days, the west of the southern domain has been in an uproar, caused by a monk in a green robe and a hazy face, who has been invincible. Rumor has it that although this person is only in the late foundation establishment stage, his fighting strength is unparalleled. He can defeat opponents of the same level in one move, shocking the heroes of the southern domain, who call him the green-robed faceless man. On the 8th day, the green-robed faceless man arrived outside the One-Sword Sect and challenged Han Shandao, the leader of the 7 disciples in the sect. Han Shandao fought with all his might, but was miserably defeated in an instant, spurting mouthfuls of blood. A sword mark from his right shoulder to his armpit was shocking to behold. Han Shandao admitted his defeat, acknowledging that the green-robed faceless man's understanding of the ancient battle-kill tactic far surpassed his own. Meng Hao is the true identity of the green-robed faceless man. He continues to challenge the heroes in order to comprehend the 9th platform in battle. He has heard the legend of the ancient Dao well and has followed the trail. He did not rush to go there, but instead challenged the Dao children of various sects. Tens of thousands of people gathered outside the Dao well. Meng Hao sat cross-legged, gazing at the figure appearing in the Dao well's light curtain. He pondered for a long time, but to no avail. As he was about to give up, a cunning middle-aged man named Xu Lushan stepped forward and peddled a pamphlet entitled The Supreme and Boundless Perception of the Ancient Dao Well. Meng Hao was puzzled and opened the pamphlet. He found that the figure in the painting seemed to be the same, but there were subtle differences hidden within. With this inspiration, he looked at the Dao Well's light curtain again and discovered a wisp of qi circulating within the figure's body. This wisp of qi had not been noticed by Xu Lushan when he painted, but Meng Hao found the key in it. Lost in contemplation after the Well of Dao's closure, Meng Hao realizes he needs a decisive battle to advance his cultivation. 2 days later, he makes his way to the Wang clan's mountain and with overwhelming power defeats their Dao child Wang Lihai, followed by several more victories over other clans' Dao children, making a name for himself in the western southern domain. However, through the light curtain, Meng Hao detects a mysterious qi, and also senses a trace of it within himself. To uncover the secrets of this qi, Meng Hao engages in incessant challenges with late foundation establishment cultivators. But over a fortnight, he notices the qi flowing within the figures in the light curtain grows increasingly rapid. On the verge of bursting forth, it dawns on Meng Hao that this Kidub war qi builds up through victorious battles and can shatter cultivation bottlenecks. Still, Meng Hao is unable to perfectly break through the 9th layer. On the day before the Well of Dao runs dry, a flock of Mo2 cultivators clad in black and adorned with azure masks swoops in. Recognizing one of them, Meng Hao's eyes flash. The underworld cultivator with an ashy face who had hunted Meng Hao reappeared. Meng Hao decided to confront him to take the final step of his epiphany in this place. The group of Inkstone cultivators descended, with cultivator Luo Chong and Xu Fei of the Inkstone Taoist Temple challenging the Taoist Temple masters of the southern domain. The southern domain cultivators fell silent, none daring to fight. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Meng Hao stood up, declaring his intention to challenge one of the ashy-faced cultivators. This act shocked the audience. The ashy-faced cultivator recognized Meng Hao, his eyes glinting. The tens of thousands of southern domain cultivators were astonished, thinking Meng Hao was crazy to challenge a core formation cultivator with his late foundation establishment cultivation. Luo Chong sneered, thinking Meng Hao was ignorant. And with a wave of his wide sleeve, a rainbow flew out, followed by a roaring, illusory cauldron. Meng Hao wielded an unadorned wooden sword, unleashing a surging sword qi that shattered Mo2 Daozi Luo Chong's rainbow and flying axe and corroded his illusory cauldron. Luo Chong was horrified to find that a 60-year cycle of his life had been seized by Meng Hao, leaving him wizened and feeble. Meng Hao revealed his identity as Taoist Fang Mu, the master furnace alchemist of the Violet Fate sect, and accused the Mo2 cultivators of ambushing him, with his companions' whereabouts unknown. This news astounded the tens of thousands of southern domain cultivators present, who were both surprised by Meng Hao's identity as the faceless one in the blue robe and awed by his demeanor as the master furnace alchemist. Meng Hao declared that this battle was targeted solely at Luo Chong, and that any interference from the other Mo2 cultivators would be denounced by the southern domain sects. The southern domain's Wang family, First Sword Sect, and Golden Cold Sect, among other factions, made their positions known, vowing to witness the battle and prevent interference from Mo2. Seeing the unfavorable situation, an emaciated, blue-faced figure from among the Mo2 cultivators emerged to challenge Meng Hao. This individual manifested pale yellow energy, transforming it into a sword. And a fierce battle was about to break out. Meng Hao focused intently, the formless qi within him surging, yearning to use this opportunity to break through his cultivation realm. A cold-faced cultivator surnamed Yang felt a sense of crisis towards Meng Hao and decisively took action. His 10 dragons and 10 phoenixes technique was unstoppable as it thundered towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao did not retreat. His 8 perfect Dao platforms revolved as he unleashed the eastern purple qi, gathering the cultivation of his entire body in his right hand and condensing it into a gigantic blood-colored handprint, into which he infused his blood of cultivation. The 2 blood handprints merged, forming a force that shook heaven and earth, countering the technique of the cold-faced cultivator. Amidst the thunderous roar, Meng Hao's blood handprint was shattered, but the combustion of his blood of cultivation amplified the power of the second blood handprint, annihilating 6 dragons and 7 phoenixes. The remaining 4 dragons and 3 phoenixes continued to charge towards Meng Hao. Yet they were unable to engulf him. Meng Hao emerged from the roar, his body radiating purple light as he used purple pupil technique to heal his injuries. His fighting spirit was still burning. He once again unleashed the strongest technique of the eastern purple qi, the purple qi sever, gathering the purple light from his entire body into his right hand, transforming it into a purple saber that released purple smoke wisps. The cold-faced cultivator let out a cold snort. He released his vital energy, condensing a vague sword shadow that unleashed an astonishing sword beam to confront Meng Hao's purple qi sever. The sword beam pierced through the purple smoke wisps, aiming for Meng Hao. In the face of life or death peril, Meng Hao's protective jade pendant erupted with blue light, blocking the sword beam. The cold-faced cultivator summoned his black flying sword, infusing it with vital energy, and once more launched a sword beam at Meng Hao. Meng Hao retreated to defend, sensing the stirring of the energy of a breakthrough within him, understanding that he was approaching the perfection of the great perfection of foundation establishment. He took out bottles and jars, preparing to enhance his battle energy, and continued his fierce battle with the cold-faced cultivator. The cold-faced cultivator incessantly used his natal sword to exhaust Meng Hao's protective jade pendant, revealing his murderous intent. A deafening roar echoed, the light shield shattered, and Meng Hao's nascent soul, under the cover of defensive blood, crumbled. The green-faced cultivator smashed it with his lifeblood sword, but also depleted his own elixir energy, unable to condense any within half an incense stick's worth of time. However, the green-faced cultivator did not worry. He sacrificed the ink soul refining net, made by refining living souls, which tarnished all magical treasures and dispelled all poisons. Meng Hao's poison mist was swallowed by the refining net, which surrounded him, constricting continuously. Meng Hao felt the aura of cultivation breakthrough growing stronger, his 9th Dao platform about to open. But he still needed some strength. He took out the toxic fire pill and rootless water pill, with the toxic fire burning, and the water pill softening the living souls. The emerald green toxic fire devoured living souls. Simultaneously, Meng Hao threw out more than 10 thunder spells, unleashing powerful impacts, heavily damaging the living souls in the refining net. The green-faced cultivator felt distressed about the damage to the refining net. He headed off with a shady horse on the path. 9 black horses with auras of death neighing and charging towards Meng Hao. At the crucial moment, Meng Hao felt the aura of his cultivation breakthrough become even stronger. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, and put into action the 8th forbidden seal of the demon sealing. The 9 shady horses trembled violently, their eyes stricken with terror, and they collapsed under the coercion of the forbidden technique. The green-faced cultivator, angered by shame, put into action escaping soul to kill with elixir, a sword of orange brilliance. Ignoring all defenses, rushed straight towards Meng Hao. His soul was attached to the sword, combined with the terrifying killing intent, destined to kill with every strike. In the South Territory's intense battle, Meng Hao engages in a fierce duel with the core formation cultivator. Green face. During this critical moment, the ancient killing intent within Meng Hao's body ignites, fueling his resolve to reverse the deadly situation. Meng Hao unleashes his blood 5 avatars, conjuring a jelly-like exterior to shield himself from Greenface's soul sword. Seizing the brief pause, he counterattacks with his temporal sword. As soon as the temporal sword emerges, Greenface senses grave danger and wields his soul sword in retaliation. Instantly, the power of the temporal years spreads, causing Greenface's soul sword to tremble violently and let out a piercing cry. Meng Hao's temporal sword fails to inflict fatal damage on Greenface, but he manages to evade the lethal blow. As Greenface's soul sword vanishes, Meng Hao's weakened body plummets towards the well of Dao. However, at this moment, the killing intent within him bursts forth, signaling a breakthrough in his cultivation. Meng Hao's body levitates and merges with the figure inside the well of Dao. 9 Dao platforms materialize within Meng Hao at an astounding speed, releasing a vast spiritual aura that captivates the onlookers. Horrified, Greenface recognizes that Meng Hao has comprehended the well of Dao and charges towards him with reckless abandon. Just as Greenface draws near, the well of Dao roars, unleashing an immense spiritual essence that envelops Meng Hao. With the influx of spiritual energy, Meng Hao's 9th Dao platform solidifies, marking the completion of his perfect foundation establishment. To everyone's astonishment, the spiritual energy within Meng Hao continues to surge, flowing towards a 10th Dao platform. Meng Hao realizes with disbelief that he stands on the precipice of opening his 10th Dao platform. Baptized by the Dao well, Meng Hao's 9 foundation establishment platforms within his body opened simultaneously. But a 10th platform emerged surprisingly. As the power of his platform continued to surge, Meng Hao's spiritual awareness range expanded. His physical strength increased, and his cultivation soared. His spiritual awareness covered a range of 3,000 zhang, and his body seemed to be refined into a precious body with unprecedented strength. Meng Hao realized that he had touched upon the path to becoming a mighty cultivator and was determined to forge ahead with unwavering resolve. The spiritual energy within the Dao well continued to pour into Meng Hao's body, causing the 10th platform to solidify gradually. When the platform was 9/10 complete, Meng Hao sensed a summoning from the blood-colored mask in his storage pouch, and the 3-tailed banner within it became increasingly eager. However, a crisis descended as the man with the green face unleashed his ultimate sword, aiming it directly at Meng Hao's glabella. Just as the sword was an inch away from Meng Hao, his 10th platform completely solidified, and he reached out and seized the sword. Meng Hao's eyes opened, revealing coldness and murderous intent, and a domineering aura erupted from his gaze. At the same time, the 3-tailed banner's yearning intensified, and Meng Hao understood that it was the key to becoming a mighty cultivator. Under the horrified gaze of the man with the green face, the 3-tailed banner abruptly flew out of the storage pouch, exuding a shocking and terrifying aura. By the Dao, with a deafening explosion, the spiritual energy surrounding Meng Hao surged madly into his body. In an instant, the Dao ran dry, and the light screen dissipated. Meng Hao's breakthrough seemed calm, but it caused tens of thousands of cultivators nearby to gasp in amazement. 2 azure-faced powerhouses from the Mo clan were secretly shocked. They had witnessed Meng Hao fighting a core formation cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm. Although he was at a disadvantage, he broke through his cultivation level and even seized the core formation cultivator's life sword. Meng Hao crushed the flying sword in the core formation cultivator's hand with 2 fingers and obliterated his soul. The azure-faced cultivator was severely injured. He took out a dragon statue. The statue unleashed a monstrous aura, summoning an illusory dragon that intended to kill Meng Hao. Against the dragon, Meng Hao used the blood slaughter realm from the blood immortal inheritance. 5 blood shadows were immortal and indestructible within it. The dragon was trapped in the blood slaughter realm. Roaring and struggling, Meng Hao contracted the blood slaughter realm, crushing the dragon and the fragments of the statue together. The azure-faced cultivator performed the Mo clan's forbidden technique, the 3-live seal of the Yellow Spring, attempting to turn defeat into victory. Meng Hao's spiritual consciousness coiled around the 3-tailed pennant, and a gray remnant banner appeared out of thin air, covering the world. As Meng Hao waved his arm, the remnant banner swayed, causing the Yellow Spring to dry up and the 3 lives to be extinguished. Half of the azure-faced cultivator's body disintegrated. A world-shaking battle came to an end. Meng Hao declared victory and embarked on the path of the strong. Meng Hao activated the first tail of the 3-tailed banner, transforming it into a tattered giant banner that enveloped the heavens and earth, separating the heavens from the earth. The projection power on the banner was earth-shattering, suppressing the minds of the tens of thousands of cultivators present. Under the coercion of the tattered banner, Meng Hao killed the nascent soul cultivator, the blue-faced elder, and the heavens and earth fell silent. After regaining their senses, the crowd was shocked. Meng Hao had killed a nascent soul cultivator with his foundation establishment cultivation. Shaking the southern domain, the crowd discussed animatedly, awed by Meng Hao's strength, but also secretly jealous. Meng Hao's strength had made him a target. Mo Tu Daozi Luo Chong, the other two blue-faced cultivators, and Wang Lihai and others all stared at Meng Hao, waiting for an opportunity. At a critical moment, Meng Hao opened his eyes. His gaze icy, releasing a powerful coercion. He had changed into the Purple Fate Sect's alchemy robe, indicating his identity as an alchemist. The Mo2 cultivators were apprehensive and did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they left. Meng Hao expressed his gratitude to the crowd and promised to welcome them to the Purple Fate Sect in the future. After flying for thousands of miles, Meng Hao finally could not suppress his injuries anymore and spat out blood. Becoming weak, he entered a cave, took an elixir, and released poisonous mist to prevent others from pursuing him. Meng Hao, a cultivator with a perfect foundation, manages to kill a Qingmian cultivator at the core formation realm with the three-tailed pennant of his blood immortal inheritance in a fierce battle. However, using the three-tailed pennant comes at a price, as Meng Hao's soul suffers severe injuries that are difficult to heal. Despite his incurable soul wounds, Meng Hao now has 10 Dao platforms, putting him half a step into the core formation realm. He realizes that in order to truly kill core formation cultivators, he must form a perfect golden core. Meng Hao sets off for a city frequented by cultivators, intending to find an auction house to sell elixirs in exchange for spirit stones. Along the way, he receives a message from the Purple Fate Sect, demanding his return within 4 days to participate in the earthly trial to ascend to the Purple Furnace realm. Faced with the dual challenges of his soul wounds and the earthly trial, Meng Hao has apprehensions. However, he ultimately decides to prioritize resolving his soul injuries before giving his all to the trial. He believes that with his perfect foundation of 10 Dao platforms and unwavering faith in his cultivation, he will forge a path unique to him, breaking through the nascent soul realm's obstacles and achieving a perfect golden core. Meng Hao is startled to hear a familiar voice coming from the Master Furnace token in his hand. Recognizing it as the voice of Dan Gui. Dan Gui possesses the ability to transmit sounds through the air and is not surprised to hear Meng Hao's identity. Meng Hao recalls that Dan Gui once purchased his demonic pill for 200 million spirit stones but has yet to pay, which angers Meng Hao. He realizes that Dan Gui may be aware of his identity and is withholding the spirit stones for that reason. Meng Hao learns that the Purple Furnace trial is about to begin and surmises that Dan Gui informed him to return to the sect within 4 days intentionally, perhaps to give him an opportunity to become a Purple Furnace alchemist. The Purple Furnace trial is highly significant in the Purple Dawn lineage, as there are only 8 Purple Furnace alchemists, and this trial may present an opportunity for a 9th. Ignoring his exhaustion, Meng Hao travels day and night, arriving back at the Violet Fate Sect by dawn 3 days later. After receiving Dan Gui's transmission, he proceeds directly to Mount Arrival to participate in the Purple Furnace trial. At the summit of Mount Arrival, the gigantic Violet Fate Divine Cauldron stands tall, with thousands of alchemists, hundreds of master furnaces, and 8 Purple Furnace alchemists gathered around, in addition to representatives from other sects in the southern domain. The Violet Furnace Advancement Trial of the Xian Sect's Dandong lineage is a grand event that also signifies the recruitment of the Alchemy Ghost Master's disciples. The current 8 Violet Furnace alchemists are nominally disciples of the Alchemy Ghost. Becoming a Violet Furnace is the only way to formally become a disciple of the Alchemy Ghost. 10 participants will take part in this trial, among whom Chu Yuyan is a current disciple of the Alchemy Ghost and has an advantage. However, the head furnace alchemist prodigy Yi Feiyu is widely favored. He is rumored to be the disguised master Dan Ding, who possesses great power and extremely high attainments in alchemy. On the eve of the trial, Chu Yuyan notices a strange man named Fang Mu. Although Fang Mu does not admit to being Dan Ding, Chu Yuyan senses something. On the day of the trial, the 8 Violet Furnace alchemists sit around the perimeter, while representatives of major sects from the southern territory gather to spectate. The Alchemy Ghost Master appears and uses divine consciousness to host the trial. Of the 10 participants in the trial, Fang Mu is missing. The Alchemy Ghost Master summons him, revealing that Fang Mu is the 10th participant. Meng Hao, a master of alchemy, unexpectedly encounters the legendary Grand Master Pilghost, only to find out that he owes him a vast sum of spirit stones. Filled with indignation, Meng Hao participates in the Violet Furnace Trials, a competition where 10 candidate alchemists enter a trial ground to undergo treacherous challenges in pursuit of the coveted Violet Furnace. Despite his exhaustion, Meng Hao maintains his composure, recalling the legends and high failure rate associated with becoming a Violet Furnace alchemist. Lin Hailong, the overseer, explains the rules of the trial. The trial ground is a celestial mountain where candidates must refine their natal pill furnaces and ascend to its peak. Those who prove worthy will be recognized by the Violet Furnace alchemist. Lin Hailong warns that the candidate's performance will be observed by a vast audience and will influence the final outcome. He expresses his hope that one of them will become the 9th disciple of the Violet Flame lineage. As the chant of the Alchemy Sutra echoes through the air, Mount Donglai quakes, and a 7-colored aurora illuminates the land, forming 7 radiant faces in the sky. Clouds engulf the Donglai kingdom, and a statue of true person Violet East appears, seemingly standing on a sea of clouds and gazing upon the trial. The walls of the pill furnaces transform into shimmering water screens, and the candidates enter one by one, disappearing from sight. Meng Hao, his heart pounding with anticipation and trepidation, steps through the water screen and embarks on his journey through the Violet Furnace Trials. The Purple Heaven Immortal Land is a sacred site said to be connected to the legendary Purple East true person. It is now the medicine garden of the Purple Heaven Sect's Pill East lineage, boasting an unrivaled collection of herbs in the entire southern domain. Deep within the Immortal Land stands the towering Purple East Mountain, where it is believed that the Purple East true person reached the end of his life, making it a place of pilgrimage. At the foot of Purple East Mountain stood a 7-colored pill furnace, similar in appearance to the one on the distant East Mountain, exuding an aura of antiquity. Meng Hao, Chu Yuyan, Yi Fei, and 7 others arrived here to participate in the Purple Furnace trial. 10 stone steps extended from before the pill furnace to the mountaintop, their difficulty unknown. Yi Fei took the lead, choosing the position directly east of the pill furnace and sitting down cross-legged. Chu Yuyan followed suit, sitting nearby. Meng Hao and the remaining 7 chose their respective positions, beginning the first stage of the trial obtaining their destiny furnaces. Inside Meng Hao's spiritual awareness sea, a vast and empty world appeared, surrounded by a 6-colored light barrier. He transformed his consciousness, moving through the mist in search of his destiny furnace. However, despite extensive searching, he found nothing. Just as Meng Hao began to tire, a purple light appeared in the mist ahead, revealing a pill furnace the size of an infant's fist, covered in dense purple runes. As Meng Hao approached, the furnace swiftly retreated and vanished. Despite repeated attempts, he couldn't find a suitable furnace. Meng Hao realized that the furnaces also chose their users, so he calmed his mind and communicated with the surrounding world through his own understanding of the way of the furnace. Gradually, the consciousness of the other 9 participants appeared as well, each searching for their own destiny furnaces. Time passed, and multiple furnaces appeared beside the 9 others, but nothing appeared in Meng Hao's vicinity. After some contemplation, Meng Hao realized that his way of the furnace was different, using his own body as the furnace and his heart as the technique, making it difficult to sense a suitable destiny furnace. Meng Hao conveyed his understanding to the entire empty world, triggering a stir among the 10,000 furnaces. After repeated promises, a purple 9-legged furnace emerged from the void and appeared before Meng Hao. However, just as he was about to seize it, a deafening roar echoed out, causing all the furnaces to tremble violently, signaling impending trouble. In the ethereal pill furnace world, Meng Hao encounters a black pill furnace carried by a dark light, which wantonly destroys the pill furnaces that Meng Hao and other cultivators have painstakingly negotiated for. Fueled by rage, Meng Hao disregards the vague decree and pursues the dark light to reclaim the pill furnace. The dark light exhibits overwhelming arrogance, but Meng Hao deploys the 8th prohibition of demon sealing, encircles the black pill furnace, and forcibly suppresses the boy transformed from its pill furnace spirit. Refusing to submit, the black pill furnace spirit emits a piercing howl, summoning 10,000 pill furnaces to besiege Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao scoffs, returns his consciousness to his physical body, and vanishes into thin air with the black pill furnace, evading the assault of the 10,000 pill furnaces. Upon returning to the immortal soil world, Meng Hao tightly grips the black pill furnace, which continues to resist, conveying an indomitable will. A cold smile forms at the corner of Meng Hao's mouth, and he resolves to subdue it and make it his own. Outside the immortal soil world, the purple furnace alchemists are astounded by the black pill furnace that Meng Hao has acquired. Recognizing its extraordinary nature, at that moment, the pill furnace beneath Mount Purple East, symbolizing the mother of all pill furnaces, begins to tremble, as if 10,000 objects within it are eager to break free and pursue Meng Hao. In the trial grounds, the roar of cauldrons shook the air as 10,000 cauldrons revolted, intent on hunting Meng Hao. Knowing the truth behind this, Meng Hao swiftly retreated to the only entrance of Mount Zedong. As he climbed, the thunderous noise grew stronger. Powerful beings outside witnessed this and were shocked, especially the alchemists of the Pill Demons. Master Pill Demon intervened, sending a colossal finger from the heavens to suppress the cauldrons, silencing their roar instantly. Inside Mount Zedong, Meng Hao continued to climb. It took him 5 days to reach the first region. The ore along the path was thin, and every step drained him greatly. Seeing the large stone and inscriptions ahead, Meng Hao began concocting detoxification pills to counter the poisonous miasma beyond. He only took an hour to refine the pills, sparking discussions among the alchemists outside who questioned his arrogance. However, when Meng Hao entered the miasma, something strange occurred. The venomous insects avoided him, and the miasma parted a path for him. This spectacle stunned everyone, while other participants, like Yifei Mu, had also avoided the insects. Their experiences paled in comparison to Meng Hao's. They realized the detoxification pills had refined were extraordinary. As Meng Hao ventured deeper into the miasma, the insects grew more numerous, yet they all retreated in terror, not daring to approach him. Meng Hao continued to refine pills, reaching a total of 3. The miasma began to shift on its own, automatically clearing a path for him. The eyes of the outside observers were fixed on Meng Hao's screen, speculating that the pills he was refining must be exceptional. In the trials of Mount Zedong, the only thing that could be related to this was the opportunity to advance the purple furnace. Despite his immunity to the miasma, Meng Hao concocted pills, seemingly meant to repel it but actually suppressing his own aura to avoid dispersing the miasma and insects. As Meng Hao suppressed his aura, the miasma before him parted, and the poisonous insects dared not approach, causing a stir outside. In the second region, participants exhibited contrasting approaches. Yifei Mu and Chu Yu Yan refined qi condensation pills, hoping to pass the trial through their medicinal properties and botanical knowledge. Meng Hao chose a more challenging path, developing his own pill. Chu Yu Yan and Yifei Mu both successfully created their own pills, earning acclaim. Unexpectedly, Meng Hao opted for the simplest and most common qi condensation pill, leading to speculation of complacency. Despite his choice of a run-of-the-mill pill, Meng Hao's demeanor was more focused and composed than that of other participants. Only Master Dan Gui took note of this, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. During the Foundation Establishment Medicinal Herbs trial, Meng Hao was the first to refine a nascent soul pill, but its difficulty only reached that of a nascent soul healing pill. The types of pills varied between each zone, and the most difficult pill to refine in the nascent soul stage was a pill that increased longevity. Meng Hao chose the simplest healing pill, and entered the third zone through a crevice in a mountain. The trial in the third zone was more arduous, requiring the use of different flowers from the 9 treasure pearl curtain flower to refine pills, which would transform into steps leading to higher ground. Chu Yuyan chose to refine 9 pills, each containing 8 flowers, with the missing flower acting as the core of the medicinal effect. Yi Fei instead pursued the ultimate, refining a 10th pill that contained all 9 flowers and had an additional medicinal effect. Faced with this challenge, Meng Hao's interest was piqued. He used his body as a pill furnace and his heart as a pill formula, refining 10 pills, 9 of which were secondary pills and 1 of which was the main pill. His goal was to refine a pill that would restore one to their original state. Chu Yuyan and Yi Fei's pill Dao thoughts were admirable, and Meng Hao's pill Dao attainments were also something to behold. Their choices and performances reflected different understandings of pill Dao, provoking deep thought and appreciation from others. In the second trial, Meng Hao decides to refine a pill using the 9 treasures bead flower, plucking a petal and merging it into the cauldron. Meng Hao's action sparks discussion among the violet furnace alchemists on the mountaintop. Most do not approve of his choice, seeing it as reckless. However, and Zaihe eyes light up. He perceives something extraordinary in Meng Hao's alchemy that sets him apart. As time passes, Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu successfully refined pills, earning them thousands of steps. Surprisingly, Meng Hao's first auxiliary pill produces only one step, contrasting with the others and drawing mockery and doubt. Unfazed, Meng Hao remains focused on refining pills, valuing quality and intent over quantity. As he progresses, his pills gradually reveal their uniqueness, and Zhao observes Meng Hao closely, gradually perceiving that Meng Hao's apparent disadvantage hides a profound meaning. Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu continue to refine pills, accumulating more steps. However, Yi Feimu discards his own pills, causing the steps he had earned to vanish. Despite having only 8 steps, Meng Hao demonstrates an alternative path to alchemy. He seeks not quantity but the essence of the pill in his own personal realm of alchemy. As Chu Yuyan, a disciple of the ghostly cauldron grandmaster, refines her 9th pill, Crimson Cloud's morphing appears, granting her 999 steps, astoundingly surpassing the others. Her achievement secures her advancement to the Violet Furnace. This trial is not yet over, and Meng Hao's journey in alchemy continues. During the trials on Mount Zidong, Yi Fei and Chu Yuyan competed with amazing alchemy skills. However, just when everyone was engrossed by their brilliance, an initially unnoticed alchemist Meng Hao quietly emerged and created an earth-shattering pill. Upon the emergence of Meng Hao's pill, clouds gathered in the heavens and thunder roared, shaking the very world. This tribulation was far more powerful than Yi Fei's, even affecting the images of the other participants in the Immortal Land trials. This unprecedented scene left everyone in shock as they turned their gazes towards Meng Hao. He had a serious expression, and his furnace was trembling. The tribulation clouds above had expanded to tens of thousands of feet. As the thunderclaps intensified, the entire Immortal Land was filled with deafening noise and lightning. The images of the other participants flickered as Meng Hao's pill caused their barriers to shatter, allowing everyone to witness his creation. Even the cultivators on Mount Donlai were disturbed. The sky outside was filled with dark clouds and thunder, as if resonating with Meng Hao's pill. The purple furnace pill devil intervened, releasing a wave of energy that dissipated the thunder outside. But the tribulation within the Immortal Land remained. Meng Hao took a deep breath, ignoring the sweat on his forehead. His eyes hardened before he slammed his furnace, creating a loud boom. The furnace exploded, releasing a translucent pill into the air. The tribulation clouds abruptly retracted, and a thick bolt of lightning descended. The pill devil uttered a single word: disperse. The laws of the world responded, and the clouds vanished instantly. Meng Hao caught the pill, and the crowd held their breath, staring at the steps before him. They were eager to see how many steps this extraordinary pill would reward him with. Before the 9 steps, Meng Hao unleashed a translucent pill. The pill emanated a 9-colored radiance, revealing an ephemeral image of the 9-crystal pearl curtain flower. And Zhao was astounded, exclaiming, creating something from nothing. Meng Hao ascended the steps, new ones appearing beneath his feet, surpassing the numerical limit. Violet Furnace Pill Master Lin Hailong realized that Meng Hao's concoction was not a pill but a 9-crystal pearl curtain flower seed. They marveled at Meng Hao's ability to materialize the abstract Tao laws of alchemy. Outer sect disciples witnessed this with awe. Meng Hao became the center of attention, his alchemy prowess captivating all. Violet Luo Ancestor proclaimed that Meng Hao's name would spread throughout the southern domain. While Dan Gui remained impassive and Yi Yushin harbored discontent, Meng Hao continued his ascent, steps materializing effortlessly, their number no longer his focus. Chu Yuyan suspected that Yi Feimu orchestrated this astounding spectacle, but deep down, she harbored a different conjecture. Yi Feimu also fell into contemplation. He refused to believe anyone could surpass him in alchemy. Yet the rankings at the end of the 3rd zone proved otherwise. Chu Yuyan ranked 2nd, with 999 steps. However, Meng Hao stood as first, with a mere 10 steps. Yi Feimu was incredulous, his anger rising. Beside a boulder in the 4th zone, Meng Hao absorbed the immense violet qi after his ranking dissipated. For hours, his pill furnace shed its blackness, revealing a purplish hue, but its struggle persisted. Finally, the boulder etched the words "accept an apprentice." Before Meng Hao, the world warped and transformed dramatically. In the twilight of Donlai County, the ancient city stood weathered by time, with crumbling city walls whispering tales of history. As the sun descended, a long line of carriages queued to enter the city. Nearby, Languid soldiers lounged against the city walls, gossiping about the arrival of a new beauty in the entertainment district. A place of debauchery where ice, fine wine, and beautiful women indulged the fantasies of men. At that moment, 3 young men lurked on the back wall of the pleasure palace. Led by the notorious Meng Hao, the self-proclaimed terror of Donglai, having heard that a man had arranged to meet his beloved Xiao Taohong there. He seethed with rage. Armed with bricks, they prepared to ambush the stranger. As the inebriated man emerged from the pavilion with Xiao Taohong in his arms, Meng Hao was aghast to recognize his own father. Shocked, he fled in confusion. That night, Meng Hao hovered outside his father's door, claiming his mother had appeared in a dream, instructing him to fetch Xiao Taohong. Although his father's stern demeanor hid his true feelings, he eventually relented, promising to take Xiao Taohong as Meng Hao's concubine in the future. At dawn, Meng Hao was sent to a revered master in the eastern part of the city. His father's humble request was met by the master, an elderly man with piercing eyes that seemed to penetrate all 3 realms. After a thoughtful gaze, the master accepted Meng Hao as his disciple. Meng Hao's father implored him to treat his teacher with even greater respect than himself. And Meng Hao took his words to heart, filled with a profound sense of gratitude. Meng Hao, a young boy, becomes the 18th disciple of a reputable elder after a profound conversation. This encounter establishes a karmic bond between Meng Hao and the elder, who becomes his master. 7 years later, Meng Hao has matured into a composed young man who yearns to travel but ultimately chooses silence. After another 7 years, Meng Hao's father passes away, prompting him to leave home. Carrying his satchel, he bids farewell to his master and embarks on an unknown path. Along the way, he encounters a ferryman and resides with him for 3 years, but fails to meet any immortals. 3 years later, Meng Hao arrives at a secluded forest, encountering an ethereal female figure and a dilapidated tomb. In the eerie darkness, he recalls a handprint from a memory and reproduces it, causing the surrounding strange phenomena to vanish. The forest piques Meng Hao's curiosity, and he remains there for 3 years before finally passing through it. Looking back at the forest, Meng Hao realizes he could possess it, but he understands that it is not his chosen path. And so, he turns and departs. After 9 years of drifting, 35-year-old Meng Hao encounters a group of bandits. Recognizing his value, the leader takes him back to their mountain stronghold to become a teacher for the children. Life in the stronghold seems peaceful, but Meng Hao's knowledge of poisons becomes a catalyst for a massacre, helping the stronghold turn the tides of a battle. Over time, Meng Hao tires of the bloodshed and decides to leave. During the chase, he encounters the leader of the bandits, and an entanglement of emotion and betrayal makes him weary. He seeks tranquility at a Taoist temple, but an unrelenting sense of guilt prompts him to embark on a journey again. Amidst the chaos of war, Meng Hao uses his poisons to become a poison master in general, conquering an enemy nation and gaining fame. After the war, he is bestowed the title of national master and revels in honor and power. But ennui strikes him once more, and he chooses to retreat from society and become a physician, healing the sick. After 2 decades of wandering as a physician, 80-year-old Meng Hao returns to his hometown, only to find that everything has changed. Visiting his master's and father's graves, he realizes his world has been an unreal trial. He finally understands that his lifelong pursuit was not immortality or the Tao of alchemy but the search for the meaning of existence. In his twilight years, Meng Hao refuses to kowtow a 3rd time. No longer obsessed with the end of an illusory world, he returns to Donglai County and lives a quiet life. Meanwhile, within the Purple Fate Immortal Land, Chu Yuyan awakens and witnesses Meng Hao's true identity and history. Yi Fei Mu also awakens from the illusion. Chu Yuyan recalled her experiences in the illusion with a complex mood. She looked up at the peak of the mountain and saw Fang Mu and Yi Fei Mu. Yi Fei Mu was an alchemy sedan chair, so his ascent to the summit was not unexpected. Fang Mu's appearance, however, filled Chu Yuyan with both surprise and a sense of foreboding. Dejected, Chu Yuyan took a step forward, leaving the immortal land and acknowledging her failure. Upon her return to Donglai Mountain, she saw other failed candidates emerge. Their expressions bewildered. They surmised that the illusions within the immortal land's trial could create illusions based on one's heart, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and fantasy. As Yi Fei Mu regained consciousness, He chose to leave the immortal land and returned to Donlai Mountain. Yi Feimu once again received the favor and support of the Purple Furnace alchemist, Yi Yushan. As Yi Feimu prepared to become Yi Yushan's disciple, and Zhao raised a concern, Fang Mu had also ascended to the peak. And according to the rules, the selection of the Purple Furnace candidate should be decided jointly by the Purple Furnaces and the main furnaces. At that moment, the immortal land realm trembled once more. Meng Hao, who was in an illusion, kowtowed to Mu Wangzi, forging a master-disciple bond. With that kowtow, the illusion shattered, and Meng Hao opened his eyes. Returning to the immortal land, Meng Hao's return to Donlai Mountain drew everyone's attention. Yi Yushan proposed that the Purple Furnaces and main furnaces jointly select the Purple Furnace candidate and initially supported Yi Feimu. In an instant, the majority of the Purple Furnaces and main furnaces chose Yi Feimu. Faced with doubts, Meng Hao calmly asked Yi Yushan why he lacked the qualifications. Yi Yushan cited Meng Hao's alchemy attainments and reputation. Meng Hao dismissed this, producing thousands of 9 absolutes pills that formed a gigantic cauldron. Meng Hao's act stunned everyone, including the half-step ancient ancestor. They had never seen so many 9 absolutes pills. At that moment, Meng Hao's status was not only as a Purple Furnace candidate but also as a master of the pill cauldron. In his capacity as a pill cauldron master, Meng Hao questioned once more whether his qualifications were sufficient. Manipulating thousands of 9 extremes pills to gather into a gigantic alchemy cauldron, Meng Hao exuded an intoxicating medicinal fragrance that stunned everyone present. Crimson Furnace alchemists such as Lin Hailong and Zhao recognized the legendary alchemy cauldron master, marveling at its manifestation in front of them. His face pale, Yi Yushan couldn't believe that Fang Mu was the alchemy cauldron master. As he had doubted Meng Hao's qualifications earlier, he was now humiliated by his own words. Chu Yuyan was momentarily lost and confused, unable to accept that the alchemy cauldron master she had secretly admired was actually Fang Mu, who she had always detested. The chief alchemists of the Pill Pavilion of the East were even more shocked. They had previously supported Yi Feimu as they had believed he was the alchemy cauldron master. However, when they learned that the true alchemy cauldron master was Meng Hao, they unanimously turned their support towards him. Crimson Furnace alchemists such as Zhao and Lin Hailong also voiced their support for Meng Hao. The combined voices of nearly 100 chief alchemists resembled a raging torrent, unequivocally affirming Meng Hao's qualifications. Meng Hao asked nonchalantly, "Purple Furnace Yi, I wonder if Fang's credentials are sufficient." Unable to refute Meng Hao's status as the alchemy cauldron master, Yi Yushan had no choice but to offer his tacit approval. With this, the Purple Furnace alchemist candidates of the Pill Pavilion of the East were finalized. Meng Hao, by virtue of being the alchemy cauldron master, secured overwhelming support without any suspense. In the Purple Cauldron trial of the Purple Movement sect's Dandong lineage, Yi Fei gave up his own cultivation aptitude for the pursuit of becoming a Purple Cauldron, dedicating years to alchemy. However, with the emergence of Dan Ding Grandmaster Meng Hao, Yi Fei's dreams were shattered, and his path of alchemy faced collapse. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yi Fei acknowledged his inferiority but was disheartened, believing that his failure was not just a personal setback, but also the end of his path of alchemy. However, under the guidance of Grandmaster Dan Gui, he came to understand the true meaning of the undefeated alchemy path lay in an eternal mindset. Losing was not the end, but giving up was. Thus, Dan Gui took Yi Fei as his nominal disciple, allowing him to become a Purple Cauldron. Similarly, Chu Yuyan, who had also failed, once yearned to find a sliver of hope that had been erased. But this led her to stagnation. Dan Gui made her realize that sometimes, hope was not a clear path, but something that needed to be discovered through choices. Therefore, Chu Yuyan also became Dan Gui's personal disciple, becoming a Purple Cauldron. Breaking the rules, Dan Gui accepted Meng Hao as his inheriting disciple and led him to the deepest part of the Dandong lineage, the main peak. He informed Meng Hao that while the first 3 prostrations of apprenticeship had been completed, there remained a second prostration that would close their karmic bond when he passed away. Dan Gui frankly admitted his inability to cure the Liquoris radiata poison within Meng Hao and asked if he was still willing to become his disciple. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao bowed deeply and declared, "Disciple greets master." Meng Hao joined the Purple Fate sect, seeking a way to cure his poison with alchemy. His master, Dan Gui told him that the poison of the equinox flower could be neutralized through his own alchemy and gave him 3 gifts. Firstly, the heavenly square pill, which can put the poison of the equinox flower to sleep for 100 years and increase cultivation. 3 pills could protect the nascent soul, giving Meng Hao 300 years to cure the poison. Secondly, the spirit refining formless art, the inherited cultivation technique of the pill yeast lineage, which could assist in alchemy, the limit being to refine 6 pills. It had only been passed on to Meng Hao and eldest senior brother Lu Rufeng. Thirdly, the pill yeast imperishable fire, the most precious treasure of the pill yeast lineage, contained in a cave. Meng Hao needed to go into seclusion here, comprehend the essence of the imperishable fire, and store it in his heart to become a source of fire for alchemy. The 3 gifts formed a complete inheritance, mutually complementary and indispensable. Meng Hao understood his master's good intentions, went into seclusion in the cave to comprehend, hoping to cure his own poison within 300 years. At the same time, 3 disciples of the Purple Fate Sect, Chu Yuyan, Yi Feimu, and Meng Hao performed brilliantly in the alchemy trial and advanced to become Purple Furnace alchemists. Meng Hao became increasingly famous due to the inheritance of Grandmaster Dan Gui, and was hailed as the Daozi of the Pill Yeast lineage, his reputation spreading throughout the southern region. However, as Meng Hao's reputation grew, a world-shaking event occurred in the southern region. A mysterious corpse appeared, and Taoist scripture runes appeared on it. All sorts of forces flocked to fight over the corpse, and the welcoming reincarnation cave thus became one of the 3 most dangerous places, as rumors of an immortal corpse outside the Samsara cave spread like wildfire. Cultivators from the Purple Fate Sect, the Western Desert, and the Eastern lands flocked to investigate. However, those who approached the corpse discovered that cultivators in the nascent soul stage and above faced cultivation suppression, while those in the core formation stage remained unaffected. Even more bizarrely, those who touched the corpse would mysteriously disappear and return with different experiences. Some witnessed strange visions, while others claimed to have seen a coffin representing an ancient war. As the incident intensified, more exploration teams were dispatched from various sects and clans. Among the 4th and 5th waves of the Purple Fate Sect's expedition were alchemists skilled in pill refinement. Upon emerging from his secluded cultivation, Meng Hao learned of the corpse. Despite sensing a connection to it, he cautiously chose to continue his seclusion and refine the 3 profound pills in preparation for breaking through to the core formation stage. Months later, the immortal corpse by the Samsara cave underwent a transformation. Emitting a thunderous heartbeat that shook the heavens and earth, Meng Hao felt a clear summons from the corpse, accompanied by an ancient voice. The voice spoke of Meng Hao's bloodline, a strange world he had witnessed in the past, and activated a cyan-colored seal within his bloodline. Compelled by this seal, Meng Hao resolved to uncover the truth. Meng Hao faced a difficult choice. He understood the dangers of the immortal corpse, yet the allure of the unknown proved irresistible. With both peril and exhilarating possibilities ahead, Meng Hao embarked on his journey to the Samsara cave. Meng Hao's rune imprint on the back of his hand was identical to what he saw when he established his foundation establishment all those years ago, shaking him to his core. Once the earth stopped shaking, the call from the immortal's corpse drew more attention. Meng Hao felt something strange was going on, and decided to investigate in person. The Violet Fate Sect's 6th wave of disciples headed to the Rebirth Grotto under Meng Hao's leadership. After 3 teleports, they arrived just outside the Rebirth Grotto. As the earth shook again, Meng Hao heard and felt the call. It was only directed toward him, and he discovered that the immortal's corpse was located in the main cave of the Rebirth Grotto. The Rebirth Grotto was one of the 3 most dangerous locations in the southern domain. It was said that dying people who entered this grotto could find a chance at rebirth. However, historically, only 3 people had ever successfully emerged. Meng Hao led the Violet Fate Sect disciples into the area within 10,000 kilometers of the Rebirth Grotto. When his divine sense spread out, he detected black mist and imposing pillars of light. These pillars of light were zones that had been established by the 5 sects and 3 clans to provide safe haven for the disciples. Inside the purple pillar of light, Meng Hao saw Wu Dingchu, Xu Qing, and the Western Desert disciples. A young man let out a cold harumph beneath the blue Ji clan pillar of light, revealing the cultivation base of the core formation realm. Finally, Meng Hao's gaze fell onto the azure-green pillar of light. Sitting there was aloof, green-clad young woman. When everyone approached the purple pillar of light, Some of the Violet Fate Sect disciples revealed expressions of respect. Within the territory of the Violet Fate Sect, Meng Hao, despite being a newcomer from the Pil East lineage, receives a grand welcome from Wu Dingchu of the Violet Qi lineage, highlighting his esteemed status within the sect. Upon introduction, Meng Hao meets two Violet Fate Sect Grand Elders and earns their praise and goodwill. He then proceeds to interact with disciples from both the Violet Qi and Pil East lineages, all of whom exhibit great respect towards him. Meng Hao's attention is drawn to a banner emblazoned with the character G, which stirs him, and Zhao informs him that it represents the G family, the foremost clan in the southern heavens. He warns against provoking the Gs, especially a certain GZ. And Zhao also introduces other formidable powers, including a trio from the eastern lands who are closely affiliated with the Gs and are equally dangerous. As the hour of waiting approaches, Meng Hao encounters Chu Yuyan, who quickly discerns something unusual about his identity and questions him relentlessly. While inwardly surprised, Meng Hao maintains composure. Suddenly, a deafening noise echoes through the basin, and the Violet Fate Sect Grand Elders and others from neighboring sects mobilize to suppress the undying cave for the duration of an incense stick's burn. Wu Dingchu instructs the Violet Qi lineage to assist the Pil East lineage in retrieving blood from the corpses within the cave. Meng Hao is perplexed by the situation but gradually comes to recognize the significance of this endeavor as the operation unfolds. In a crater at the center of the Rebirth Cave Basin, a colossal corpse of an immortal stands motionless. Wu Dingchu decides to lead the Purple Qi lineage to attain the immortal's blood, while the Dan Dong lineage provides protection. Meng Hao and Yi Feiyu travel together, and Yi Feiyu explains the significance of the corpse and the motives of the various sects. However, Meng Hao's purpose is not for the blood but a calling from deep within him. He astutely senses a movement in the corpse's right hand, recognizing that it might not truly be deceased, as nearby cultivators are stunned by the movement of the corpse's right hand. It suddenly smashes into the ground, triggering violent tremors and suction force. All the cultivators, including Meng Hao, Chu Yuyan, the Ji Youth, and the Fang Maiden, are sucked into the corpse and vanish into the black mist. Meng Hao feels a sense of benevolence and realizes that he is meant to be here, for it may hold clues to his parents. As the most important people in the world, thoughts of them have always lingered in the back of Meng Hao's mind, and he has a strong premonition that answers await him here. As he is drawn into the body of the corpse, Meng Hao's vision goes black as he anticipates uncovering the truth and unraveling the mystery that lies within. Meng Hao is suddenly teleported into an ancient walled maze. The walls are tall and imposing, giving him a sense of oppression. He uses his palm print to attack the walls, but they do not move. He decides to explore, quickly determining that this is a maze and choosing a path forward. At an intersection, a black line attacks, and Meng Hao uses his finger blood to lure it away. He then releases a massive amount of blood death energy, which he blasts into an intersection. A tall western desert cultivator appears, dressed in totems and with formidable strength. Meng Hao uses Purple Qi Sever and then Purple Qi Strangle to attack the cultivator. The western desert cultivator uses the power of his totems to resist the Purple Qi attacks. However, Meng Hao's cultivation level suddenly erupts, and he unleashes 3 shocking bloodprints. The western desert cultivator cannot resist and is seriously injured. He is eventually killed when the bloodprints pierce his forehead. Meng Hao takes the cultivator's storage bag, realizing that he is not alone in the maze and wondering about the strange techniques of the western desert cultivator that differ from those of the southern region.